O'Neill also knew he had no immediate hope of earning a living from playwriting. All the scripts he had sent to producers had been returned, even the two mailed to George Tyler from New London. Tyler's firm, which began losing $3,000 a day toward the end of 1914, became bankrupt early in 1915. Brooding about this experience 25 years later, O'Neill tried to cheer a discouraged author. "Here's one rejection experience you will never tick. I sent my first 2 long plays to a famous Broadway producer. Phi was an old friend of my father's. That should have given me an in, one would think. Well, I waited and waited. Then I wrote letters. Never a reply. Then I wrote asking for my scripts back. Nothing happened. Finally, a year and a half later, after a season in which he put on lousy plays and they all failed, he went into bankruptcy. 6 months or so later I got my scripts back from the receiver. They were in the same wrapping in which I had sent them. It had never even been opened." O'Neill scorned the idea of taking a humdrum job and trying to write plays on the side. Since he couldn't have what he wanted, he plunged into another bout with the bottle. Greenwich Village was a good place for a drunken spree. In the years just before the United States entered the war, the village was aflame with radical ideas, violent soul-searching and monumental egotism. Its eager, young, and not-so-young artists were investigating their newly discovered libidos, and many of them were pleased to wear not only their hearts but their souls on their sleeves. Uninhibitedly pursuing love and art, emancipated women lived alone or in various freewheeling alliances, in sparsely furnished and cheaply rented rooms, where candles were the sole illumination and a batik mat the only decorative note. Journalists like John Reed and Lincoln Steffens met in little restaurants and musty saloons, where meals could be put on the cuff, or at the Continental, Brevoort and Lafayette hotels, to exchange ideas on stopping the war and saving humanity. Writers like Harry Kemp and Maxwell Bodenheim and anarchists like the long-suffering Emma Goldman pursued their various chimeras. Mabel Dodge, recently separated from a rich husband, collected people such as Big Bill Haywood and Elizabeth Gurley Flynn in her salon on Lower Fifth Avenue, where controversy centered on sex, Cubism, and Freud, and voices were raised to extol or decry anarchism, socialism, and yellow journalism. The only point on which everyone agreed was that uptowners, representing middle-class conventions and narrow tastes in literature, art, and politics, were contemptible. The Greenwich villagers were all passionately striving to be and to express themselves, and if the result of this individualism sometimes appeared as naivete, exhibitionism, or even borderline lunacy, it was undeniably alive. Some of them had money, but none of them worried about it. That would have been bourgeois. O'Neill, tenuously connected to this milieu through Lewis Holliday, who, with his sister, Polly, was among the first of the Greenwich Village bohemians, blended unobtrusively into his new surroundings. Another friend, George Bellows, was in the village, along with John Sloan and Art Young, helping to stun intellectual New Yorkers with pictorial contributions to the masses. Neither Bellows nor any of the others who drew and wrote for the magazine were paid. Theoretically run as a cooperative venture, the Masses was kept supplied with material by such contributors as Carl Sandburg, Sherwood Anderson, Amy Lowell, Babette Deutsch, Bertrand Russell, Maxim Gorky and Vachel Lindsay. Max Eastman, who had let himself be talked into editing the magazine at no salary, only recently had managed to vote himself a small monthly stipend. In the era before the war, the village was part New York slum, part Western boomtown, part Paris left bank. The area had remained a backwater while the rest of Manhattan grew toward the sky and moved north along Broadway and Fifth Avenue. Most of the village houses were small and shabby, but they had an old-world flavor their occupants found charming, and the streets were a narrow, erratic tangle of curvings and crossings. Only the north side of Washington Square, the uptown boundary of the village, was still fashionable. A few blocks south of Washington Arch, which dominated the square, the area ceased to make any claim to elegance. In the early 1900s, a Negro slum appeared a few blocks south of the Arch, devaluating nearby real estate and placing rentals within reach of artists escaping from middle-class backgrounds all over the country. One of the places a few of these artists were just beginning to investigate was a ramshackle saloon hotel called, euphemistically, the Golden Swan. Its clientele, which, in 1915, included far more truck drivers, teamsters, gamblers, and gangsters than artists, had long since bestowed on the Golden Swan a more descriptive name. They called it the Hell Hole, and with this designation it ultimately achieved some fame as the favorite haunt of Eugene O'Neill. John Sloan and Charles Demuth were among a number of artists who made paintings or etchings of the Hell Hole's seedily picturesque interior. The Hell Hole was a representative Irish saloon. It had a sawdust-covered floor, rude wooden tables, and was filled with the smell of sour beer and mingled sounds of alcoholic woe and laughter. Its barroom was entered from the corner of 6th Avenue and 4th Street, the front room, in which women were not allowed. Above the doorway swung a wooden sign decorated with a tarnished gilt swan. Farther east, on 4th Street, was the family entrance, a glass door that gave access to a small, dank, gas-lit chamber known as the back room. Wooden tables clustered about a smoking pot-bellied stove, and it was here that respectable Irish widows came to cry into their 5-cent mugs of beer. Between front and back rooms was a stairway leading to the gloomy regions of the flats above, where Tom Wallace, proprietor of the Hell Hole, lived and rented rooms. In the front room O'Neill could join, with morose pleasure, a group of men every bit as down and out as the denizens of Jimmy the Priest's. Here Tom Wallace, large, lugubrious, clean-shaven, an ex-prize fighter and friend of the Tammany Hall leader Richard Croker, would occasionally join his customers in a shot of 5-cent whiskey, having emerged from his upstairs quarters. He rarely went out of doors. Members of a ferocious gang, the Hudson Dusters, made the Hell Hole their headquarters, as did ex-politicians, anarchists, gamblers, touts and pimps. Lefty Louie, the bouncer, presided behind the bar. On the clouded mirror hung a portrait of Richard Croker decorated by crossed shillelaghs and a wreath of encircling shamrocks. The mirror reflected shelves lined with plates of free food. Like most saloons of the era, the Hell Hole served free lunch to its customers and sometimes, inadvertently, to the neighborhood children. A man who grew up near the Hell Hole fondly recalled roller skating through its swinging barroom doors, grabbing a fistful of food, and skating out through the family entrance. Wallace would thrust his head out of an upstairs window and shout abuses. Two other decorative features of the Hell Hole were a grandfather clock and a glass case mounted on a wall in the back room, containing a bedraggled, stuffed swan floating on gilded, wooden lily pads. There was also a dumbwaiter, which carried supplies between the barroom and some mysterious, interior region, and served as a speaking tube for Lefty Louie, below, and Wallace, above. A large window was set into the 6th Avenue side of the saloon, but such light as filtered through its dusty panes was dimmed by the massive structure of the 6th Avenue L, whose thunder provided a steady background to the barroom noises. O'Neill learned to know and wait for the pattern of sounds made by the L. In his one-act play Huey, written in 1942, he described the thoughts of the night clerk of a cheap West Side hotel located near the L in the 40s. He wrote, "The clerk's mind remains in the street to greet the noise of a far-off L train. Its approach is pleasantly like a memory of hope, then it roars and rocks and rattles past the nearby corner, and the noise pleasantly deafens, then it recedes and dies, and there is something melancholy about that. But there is hope. Only so many L trains pass in one night, and each one passing leaves one less to pass, so the night recedes too, until at last it must die and join all the other long nights in nirvana, the big night of nights. And that's life." The noise of the L also could be heard and felt in the Hell Hole's back room, where a smaller window let in only a sinister ray of light. It was from the Hell Hole that O'Neill, 24 years later, drew most of his major characters for The Iceman Cometh, notably Hickey, who, though he contains elements of several other people, including O'Neill's brother, was partly inspired by a man known as Happy. Happy, a collector for a laundry chain, made regular Friday visits to the Hell Hole, and on such occasions would dispense cheer and free drinks. One Friday he failed to appear, and it was learned he had absconded with the laundry funds. Happy headed west and was never heard from again. Although the physical setting of the Iceman Cometh resembles Jimmy the Priest's and takes place in 1912, the year O'Neill lived in that waterfront saloon, the play's most striking characters are modeled on people he met in 1915 at the Hell Hole. Especially significant is the portrayal of Willie Oban, who fits neatly into the gallery of O'Neill's self-portraits. Like a number of O'Neill's principal characters, Oban is part Jamie as well as part Eugene. Willie Oban is described as a Harvard Law School alumnus and a roomer at Harry Hope's, the setting for The Iceman Cometh. Oban is given to blurting, from the depths of an alcoholic dream, "Papa, Papa." He has the same sort of resentful emotional dependence on his father as Jamie and Eugene had and feels overshadowed by him. There are references to his family sending for him in the saloon periodically to give him the rush to a cure, and Oban's reference to his father as the king of the bucket shops is suggestive of Eugene's derisive references to James as "my father, the Count of Monte Cristo." In the winter of 1915, O'Neill was as sodden, self-pitying, hopeless, and self-destructive as Willie Oban. Several people who met him that year were convinced he was drinking himself to death. The hellhole habitué who made the most searing impression on O'Neill was an incredible man named one Larry Carlin, who in The Iceman Cometh, is called Larry Slade. Only a suggestion of this man's personality and background and his impact on O'Neill's thinking emerge from the play. Actually, Carlin had a greater effect on O'Neill's philosophy than any other living man. O'Neill's physical description of Larry Slade in The Iceman Cometh applied accurately to Carlin: tall, raw-boned, with coarse straight white hair, worn long and raggedly cut. Larry is 60, a roomer at Harry Hope's and a one-time syndicalist anarchist. He has a gaunt Irish face with a big nose, high cheekbones, a lantern jaw with a weak stubble of beard, a mystic's meditative pale blue eyes with a gleam of sharp sardonic humor in them. Ellis' clothes are dirty and much slept in. His grey flannel shirt, open at the neck, has the appearance of having never been washed. From the way he methodically scratches himself with his long-fingered, hairy hands, he is lousy and reconciled to being so. His face the quality of a piling but weary old priest's. When O'Neill met Terry Carlin that winter in the Hell Hole, Terry was in his 50s. He was thin and his hair was still dark. His blue-gray eyes had flecks in the irises from a gunpowder explosion, and he had long yellow teeth and long bony fingers. He was unkempt and unclean by choice. He had not worked for a living in many years, but he always found someone to keep him in liquor. Terry lived entirely on his Irish charm. Jack London and Theodore Dreiser liked and admired him. He was a facile, often brilliant talker. A disciple, like O'Neill, of Nietzsche, Terry took the German philosophy more literally than O'Neill and considered himself superhuman, in the image of Nietzsche's spiritual and intellectual Superman. By his own standards, he was a compassionate man. To those who could not follow the mystical turn of his mind he appeared cold-blooded, almost inhuman. There was much in Terry's background that paralleled O'Neill's and drew the two men close. In addition, O'Neill found in Terry another fatherly mentor. Born Terence O'Carolan, Terry shortened his name for reasons of his own. Like James O'Neill, he sprang from Irish peasant stock and his family, too, migrated to America when Terry was a boy. The O'Carolan family, including mother, father, and 7 children, settled in New York in the 1860s and tried to subsist on the father's salary of $8 a week. As James had done, Terry went to work at an early age in a sweatshop. And though Terry could be as winning and outgoing as James, he was far more sensitive and imaginative. His thoughts turned on the social injustice he saw around him and, long before he embraced anarchy as a creed, his thinking was socialistic. Terry worked for 10 years until he was 20 as a journeyman tanner and currier. He soon excelled at his trade, but his heart was in reading, not work. He spent his spare time with books, giving himself a remarkable, if one-sided, education. Like the O'Neill family, the O'Carolans were an emotionally interdependent clan. We clung desperately to one another long after the necessity was past, Terry once informed the journalist Hutchins Hapgood, who described Terry at length in a volume called An Anarchist Woman. This book, actually the story of a young woman named Marie, who had been Terry's mistress, had been published a few years before O'Neill arrived in Greenwich Village. Whatever details of his life and philosophy Terry did not personally impart to O'Neill during the winter of 1915-16, O'Neill found in An Anarchist Woman, which he read with fascination. Terry, like O'Neill, had a dearly loved brother named Jim, whom he once described as my other ego. It was because of an experience involving Jim that Terry decided, when he was in his early 30s, to become a social exile. His brother, who had a good job with a Pittsburgh tannery and owned $25,000 worth of stock in the company, asked Terry, who by then was regarded as an expert in the leather manufacturing field, to come to Pittsburgh. Jim's firm was losing thousands of dollars a week because of a flaw in the manufacturing process, and Jim thought Terry could find and correct the flaw. Terry had been happily living in a Chicago slum with Marie, whom he had rescued from a career of prostitution. He worked only occasionally to provide the bare necessities for himself and Merrick. It was with the utmost repugnance that I quit my happy slum life, Terry wrote to Hapgood, but I loved Jim, and it was the call of the ancient clan in my blood. When I arrived in Pittsburgh, without a trunk, and with other marks of the proletarian on me, Mr. Kirkman, the millionaire tanner, showered me with every luxury except that of thought and true emotion. Never before did I realize so intensely my indifference to what money can buy. My private office in the shop was stocked with wines and imported cigarettes, but I was not so well off as in my happy slum. Terry toiled for a month and finally found the source of the trouble, in an obscure process. He was able to advise Kirkman how to correct it and was responsible for saving the firm a fortune. I had put no price on my services, Terry continued. For Jim's sake, I had worked like a Trojan, physically and mentally, for a month. With unlimited money at my disposal, I had drawn only $20 altogether, and this I sent to Marie, to keep the wolf away. Kirkman offered Terry the job of running the shop at a large salary and with the chance to buy $2,000 worth of stock. But Terry said he would not exploit the workers, who earned only $7 or $8 a week, and that he would not permit any worker to be discharged for incompetency. He had never met a man he could not teach, he told Kirkman, nor had he ever discharged a man. Not even Jim could persuade Terry to stay, and he departed with nothing but his railroad fare to Chicago, though Jim assured him that Kirkman would send him between $500 and $1,000 for his services. But within a few days Jim found that Kirkman had no intention of sending Terry a penny. He was angry at the spurned offer, and used the excuse that no written or verbal contract had been made for Terry's services. Jim resigned from the firm in protest, in spite of the fact that he had a wife and children to support. Terry was crushed by the chaos he had brought on Jim and by the lopsidedness of a world in which love of money could play such a vindictive role. Mr. Kirkman thought all the world of Jim and could not run the shop without him. Nor could he recover from the blow, for he loved my brother, as everybody did, Terry wrote to Flapgood. Mr. Kirkman died a few weeks afterward, and after a year or two the firm went into the hands of a receiver. All this happened because of a few paltry dollars, which I did not ask for which I did not care a damn, and this is business. I heartily rejoice, if not in Mr. Kirkman's death, at least in the dispersion of his family and their being forced into our ranks, where there is some hope for them. Regarding his brother, Terry added, Jim was one of the maimed ones in my family. Years ago, defective machinery and a surgeon's malpractice made one arm useless. The Pittsburgh affair broke up his beautiful home. Although Jim O'Carolan and Jamie O'Neill had been maimed by life in different ways, the resemblance between the two was startling and provided yet another bond between Terry and Eugene. In his last years Jim O'Carolan withdrew from life, just as Eugene believed Jamie was doing. I have a desire to be considered a dead one, Jim wrote to Terry, and am doing all but the one thing that will make my wish a reality. I am long tired of the game. The chase for dollars I am performing here is very disgusting to me. It is a hell of a life and I wish it were done. Jim O'Carolan had been dead many years when Terry and O'Neill met, but Terry still held poignant memories of him. He died of that great loneliness of soul which made of his wasted body a battered barricade against the stupidity which finally engulfed him, Terry said. Some years later, when Jamie O'Neill died, Eugene said almost the same thing about his OUN brother. Another area of sympathetic understanding between Terry and Eugene was their lost Catholicism. Though we were Catholics on the surface, Terry once said, describing his family during their early years in America, we were pagans at bottom. Terry described his brother's deathbed comment, when it was proposed that a priest be sent for, I hire no spiritual nurse, said Jim. There must be some meaning, Terry wrote, for all this ancient agony. Oh, that I might expand my written words into an epic of the slums, into an Iliad of the proletaire. If an oyster can turn its pain into a pearl, then, verily, when we have suffered enough, something must arise out of our torture, else the world has no meaning. It cannot be that I came up out of the depths for nothing. If I could pierce my heart and write red lines, I might perhaps tell the truth. But only a high silence meets me, and I do not understand. I feel like a diver who has nigh strangled himself to bring up a handful of seaweed, and so feels he must go down again and again until he attains somewhere the holy meaning of life. Terry left it to O'Neill to pierce his heart and write with red lines. O'Neill became, in a way clearly discernible from his plays, Terry's spokesman. How be a mouthpiece for the poor? Terry had asked, many years before he met O'Neill. How can art master the master problem? They who have nothing much to say, often say it well and in a popular form, they are unhampered by weighty matters. It takes an eagle to soar with a heavy weight in its grasp. The human being, rocking to and fro with his little grief, must give way in depth of meaning to him who is rocked with the grief of generations past, present, and to come. It is then that love might rise, love so close to agony that agony cannot last, the love that will search ceaselessly, in the slums, in the dives, throughout all life, for the inevitable, and will accept no alternative and no compromise. O'Neill became Terry's eagle. Terry put into words for him many of his own hall-formed ideas and gave him insight into others. For example, O'Neill's own early attitude toward prostitutes was strengthened by Terry's more articulate one. The kind of prostitution you contemplate is no worse than the kind often called marriage, Terry once told a friend of Marie's who came to him for advice on following a career in the streets. Selling your body for a lifetime is perhaps worse than selling it for an hour or for a day. But the immediate result of this kind of prostitution which you plan is very terrible practically. It generally leads to frightful diseases which will waste your bodies and perhaps injure your minds. Perhaps you will be better off so than in domestic drudgery. It is a choice of evils, but if you are very brave and courageous you may perhaps get along without sither. But if forced to one or the other, I recommend prostitution. It may be worse for you but, as a protest, it is better for society, in the long run. It was Terry or, rather, his Marie who provided O'Neill with the basis of his characterization of Anna Christie. Marie, like Anna, had tried being a nurse girl at one time, before taking to the streets. After being rescued and redeemed by Terry, Marie eventually abandoned him and went off to a mountain retreat. The sense of being washed clean, of being reborn, that Anna found at sea on her father's barge, Marie found in the hills of California. She described her feelings in a letter she wrote to Terry. I am intoxicated by all this beauty and love the very air and earth. I feel the ecstasy of the aesthetic fanatic. I feel newborn and free. The air is scented with balsam and bay, and a pure crystal stream flows through this valley between two hills covered with giant redwood trees, and rare orchids, toss wantonly in the breeze on the tree and hilltops. At night I sleep as I have never slept, a deep dreamless slumber. I awake to a cold plunge in the stream. Oh, it just suits me. I am tired of people, tired of tears and laughter, of men that laugh and weep, and what may come hereafter, for men that sow to reap. Everything in the past is dead. I have become happy, healthy, and free, free without hardness. I will now lave myself with the pure crystal waters and make myself clean again, and then look on the sun once more. The speech O'Neill wrote for Anna, the sort of speech he once described as the native eloquence of us fog people, echoes the words of Marie's letter. I feel old, like I'd been living a long, long time out here in the fog. It's like I'd come home after a long visit away someplace. It all seems like I'd been here before lots of times. Why do you suppose I feel so like I'd found something I'd missed and been looking for? And I seem to have forgot everything that's happened, like it didn't matter no more. And I feel clean, somehow, like you feel just after you've took a bath. And I feel happy for once, yes, honest, happier than I ever been anywhere before. Marie also could have been pointing the way for a Nina Leeds and strange interlude when she wrote to Hapgood, of a friend, I am fascinated by Rose. I always like to be near her when there is no one else around. She reveals herself to me then, in fact quite throws off the mask which all women wear. In order to encourage her to do this, I apparently throw down my own mask. Oh, how I gloat over her then, when she shows me a side of her life and betrays secret thoughts and feelings to me half unconsciously. Sometimes I succeed in having her do this when there is a third person present, and the look of hatred which passes across her face when she perceives she has made a mistake, is a most interesting thing to see. Terry effectively discussed with O'Neill the concept of the mask worn by all men to conceal their souls. Words only conceal thought and do not express it, he said. O'Neill repeated this remark, as his own, to countless friends in the following years. Terry eventually gave up everything. He ceased to be interested in the anarchist movement, with which he had been intellectually, if not physically, involved. He refused even to try to earn a living, explaining that he was driven to be a parasite, for honest living there is none. Never have I seen life more triumphant and rampant, more brimming over with hope and defiant of all conditions, hygienic and otherwise, he wrote to Lapgood, after becoming a hobo. I am very crummy, badly flea-bitten, overrun with bed bugs, but, redemption of it all, I am free and always drunk. He was also, on occasion, drugged. I had to seek surcease in my old remedy of hashish and chloroform, which was a change from suffering to stupidity, he wrote to Hapgood. By the time O'Neill met him, Terry had, like Larry Slade, retired totally from life. He stayed drunk, or drugged, content to sleep where he could, eat what little he could, beg and talk to anyone who would listen. Unfortunately for O'Neill, in the process of absorbing Terry's ideas, he also absorbed, for the moment, Terry's nihilism. Terry's hobo existence was what held the strongest appeal for O'Neill that winter. But long before Terry's creative thinking took a grip on O'Neill's own, many of the destructive aspects of Terry's personality influenced O'Neill. Once more O'Neill became a derelict. He did no writing except some poetry, though he put on a brave front for Dr. Lyman, whose yearly questionnaire followed him to New York early in 1916. Listing his address as a hotel at 38 Washington Square, he declared that he was working as a dramatic critic and receiving $25 a week, and that he spent 6 or 7 hours a day writing. He did, on occasion, occupy a room at 38 Washington Square, a rooming house, but he infrequently went to bed at all, preferring to doze, when he was exhausted, at a table in the back room of the hell hole. Occasionally he and Terry slept in empty lofts. In his long career as a parasite, Terry had got to know all the methods of survival. A favorite device was to send a presentable-looking friend to one of the Greenwich Village real estate agents in search of quarters. The friend would be taken to see a flat, and in leaving, would press a lump of clay against the door latch, to prevent it from locking. Then he would tell Terry or O'Neill the address of the empty flat, and the two would move in with a couple of mattresses and some orange crates, on which they arranged their books and bottles of whiskey. If they couldn't find mattresses, they slept on newspapers. Their food was the hell hole's free soup, and sometimes oysters which they could buy cheaply by the sack at the Fulton Fish Market. In the spring of 1916 O'Neill and Terry were joined by a temporarily affluent newspaper reporter, with whom they rented a spacious unfurnished flat on 4th Street between Washington Square and 6th Avenue. Because the three occupants tossed empty oyster shells, cigarette butts, and other refuse into a corner and let it accumulate, the premises came to be known as the garbage flat. Writing to a friend many years later, O'Neill said he remembered the flat fondly and vividly. "I ought to," he added. "I christened it." It continued to be unfurnished except for piles of sacking as beds, newspapers as bed linen, and packing boxes for chairs and tables. Also, it remained unswept. Toward the end of our tenancy, there was a nice even carpet of cigarette butts, reminding one of the snow scene in an old melodrama. And well, in short, the name I gave it was by no means in any way a libel. Like Terry, O'Neill made it a point never to be sober. O'Neill was by this time in an advanced state of alcoholism. It was essential for him to have a shot of whiskey on waking up in the morning, but often it was agony for him to get it down. Robert Carlton Brown, who was a successful writer of magazine fiction and also a contributor to the masses, once recalled meeting O'Neill during that winter and being appalled by his condition. "I used to see a lot of Gene at the Hell Hole," Brown said. "I liked him because of his Irish temperament, his wanting to drink, and his love for travel. Often, he had no place to sleep, and sometimes, after a night spent drinking at the Hell Hole, I'd take him with me to the apartment of a friend who was out of town. I'd buy a pint of whiskey before we went to sleep somewhere around dawn, fill an 8-ounce tumbler and put it near Gene's bed. He looked so weak I thought he was going to die. Sometime during the next afternoon I'd be awakened by a low, feeble call from him. He'd want me to help him lift the glass to his lips." Brown, who also knew Terry, remembered O'Neill's great affection for him and believed it was Terry who saved O'Neill's life that year by forcing him to take food once in a while. Terry seemed to have a genuine fondness for O'Neill, even if the immediate result of his affection was to help drag O'Neill into the gutter which he himself inhabited so cozily. When they were living together, it was often Terry who ambled over to the Hell Hole with an empty tin container for soup. He would also beg free whiskey, which, as often as not, he got. One day Terry returned with soup and whiskey to a flat on 3rd Street, recently discovered by him and O'Neill and furnished with the unexpected luxury of a big brass bed. O'Neill was lying on the bed, awake and trembling, but with determination in his eyes. He told Terry he had made up his mind to quit drinking. Advising him against quitting cold, Terry suggested tapering off and then sticking to a regimen of moderate drinking. But O'Neill said he had to quit completely and at once. Terry shook his head pityingly, polished off the whiskey he had brought for O'Neill, and vanished, leaving his roommate twitching on the bed. Within an hour, Terry had rounded up 10 of the most unsavory characters he could find, including an aged whore, a drug addict and several thugs. He sent each one, in turn, to stare silently at O'Neill, who was using all his self-control to pull out of his hangover. By the time the last of Terry's little army had gone, O'Neill was begging for a drink which Terry happily supplied. Back on his alcoholic routine, O'Neill moved with Terry into an abandoned loft on Fulton Street, probably to be nearer to the supply of oysters. Unfortunately, when O'Neill ran out of cash on Fulton Street, it was harder to come by free whiskey. When Terry was not around to panhandle for a drink, O'Neill would drag himself off his mattress in the morning and walk all the way to the northeast corner of 27th Street and Madison Avenue. This was the only place where his credit was always good, the barroom of the Garden Hotel. Trembling from the effort of his hike, O'Neill would prop himself against the bar and order his shot. The bartender knew him, and would place the glass in front of him, toss a towel across the bar, as though absent-mindedly forgetting it, and move away. Arranging the towel around his neck, O'Neill would grasp the glass of whiskey and an end of the towel in one hand and clutch the other end of the towel with his other hand. Using the towel as a pulley, he would laboriously hoist the glass to his lips. His hands trembled so violently that even with this aid he could scarcely pour the whiskey down his throat, and often spilled part of it. The Garden Hotel was a place where O'Neill had felt at home for a long time. A 4-story, red brick building without an elevator, it was more rooming house than hotel. James had lived there on and off since 1911 or 1912, when he was in town without Ella. Jamie stayed there with him, and Eugene sometimes joined them between his bouts of wandering. The hotel was across the street from the original Madison Square Garden and was a gathering point for fight promoters, circus people, six-day bicycle racers, gamblers, and racketeers, as well as actors. The circus men who stayed there I knew very well, O'Neill once said. Not only the circus men, but the poultry men, the horse breeders and all others who displayed their wares at the old Madison Square Garden. I used to meet them all in the bar. More recently James had taken a suite at the Prince George Hotel, a luxurious establishment on 27th Street and 5th Avenue, a block and a half from the Garden Hotel. James and Ella now considered the Prince George their permanent New York home. But James continued to drop in for a drink now and then at the Garden Hotel and to take some of his meals there. Jamie preferred the Garden to the Prince George as a place to live. That winter, the tour of Joseph and his brethren having ended with its producer's bankruptcy, James regarded himself as retired from the stage. Lieber and Tyler had managed to raise just enough money to move the company out of St. Louis, where Brandon Tynan played Joseph for the last time with tears in his eyes. James was now nearly 70. Without touring or rehearsing to occupy him, he had nothing much to do but watch helplessly as Jamie disintegrated and Eugene drifted, apparently in the same direction as his brother. James and Ella lived comfortably in an 8th-floor suite at the Prince George, consisting of a bedroom, parlor, and bath. According to an Irish porter named Dan Foley, the O'Neills' routine went something like this: every morning at about 8:30 or 9 o'clock, James would breakfast in the hotel dining room. About 9:30 James left to drink with his cronies at the Players or the Lambs. Soon after his departure Jamie arrived from the Garden Hotel to visit his mother, a daily duty he rarely shirked. He sometimes brought her freshly baked rolls, which she loved with her morning coffee. He'd give his mother a couple of kisses and stay there with her for 2 or 3 hours, Foley has recalled. Fi helped himself to his father's whiskey. I'd see him leave, all smiles. Jamie safely departed. His father returned to the hotel at about 4 in the afternoon. At 6 James and Ella would go down to the dining room. Sometimes Ella would accompany James to the theater, or else she would return to her room while James joined friends in the Prince George DAP room, where women were not allowed. If James was reasonably sure he would not run into Jamie or Eugene, he might stroll the short distance to the Garden Hotel bar. But he could not often be sure of missing Jamie. I used to go over to the Garden Hotel bar on my way home after work, Foley once recalled. Jamie was usually there drinking, and sometimes his brother was with him. One night I remember seeing Jean and Jamie on the sidewalk outside the Garden Intel, with their arms around each other. They were talking and kissing each other, both as high as kites. Although James found it painful to see his sons, he still could not bring himself to abandon them. He eased his conscience by continuing to keep them both on dole. Every day he left $1 for each of them at the cashier's cage of the Prince George Hotel. Louis Bergen, who was one of 4 bartenders at the Garden Hotel, recalled a period when James and his 2 sons lived in rooms on the 1st floor. This was during a time Ella was in a sanitarium. Every morning James O'Neill and the boys would come into the bar, and Mr. O'Neill would go through a routine of giving each boy his daily allowance, Bergen said. Usually, there'd be an argument. The old man would tell the boys they'd never amount to anything. The boys drank the bar rye 10 cents a shot, from a bottle I kept on ice. It was the worst thing you could drink. I knew it would kill Jamie eventually. The old man liked old fashions. He'd usually wait until I wasn't busy, so I could take time to fix one the way he liked it. I'd crush the orange in it for him. When the boys ran out of money, Bergen would ask them, "How are you fixed?" and if they shook their heads ruefully, he would put a bottle on the bar near them and walk away. The old man was very generous to me, Bergen added. He offered to set me up in a cafe, once. He also wanted me, at one time, to take care of some property he owned in New Jersey. I turned down his offers, because I liked it at the Garden. It was a good bar, good food and no phony liquor. The Garden bar was one of the busiest in the neighborhood. It, too, had a back room, which served as a restaurant, and it, too, provided O'Neill with a number of acquaintances whose characteristics later turned up in The Iceman Cometh. Before The Iceman Cometh was produced, O'Neill said that the setting was a combination of 3 places I actually lived in. He did not specify the places, but they were obviously Jimmy the Priest's, to which he still paid occasional visits in 1915 and 1916, the Hell Hole, and the Garden Hotel. Among the customers at the Garden Hotel was the policeman who had arrested Harry Thaw for shooting Stanford White on the roof of Madison Square Garden. Another regular was a man nicknamed the Colonel. Months behind in his rent, he solved his financial problems one day by marrying the elderly proprietress of his boarding house. There was a doctor, who had been barred from practice for drunkenness, and a young, department store publicity man named Frank, who was married to a beautiful, vacuous blonde. "What do you talk to her about?" O'Neill once asked Frank, to Bergen's amusement. Jean spoke so seldom, Bergen recalled, that a lot of people thought he was a dummy. But when he did say something, it had meaning. Bergen was aware that O'Neill wanted to be a playwright and used to watch him making notes for plays on the margins of a bartender's guide. Bergen, who recalled that one of the favorite anecdotes of his customers at the Garden involved James O'Neill, liked to tell it this way: one day the old man knocked off early from rehearsals and came into the bar, where everyone was placing bets on the day's big race, the annual Brooklyn Handicap. Some of Mr. O'Neill's friends coaxed him to place a bet, but he didn't like to gamble on horses. Finally, though, he asked what horses were running, and when he heard that one of the entries was Irish Lad, he decided to place a $10 bet on him. The odds on Irish Lad were 40 to 1, and everyone laughed at O'Neill. He asked who was riding Irish Lad, and when he was told it was a jockey called Frankie O'Neill, he bet another $10. Someone called out that his colors were green and white, and O'Neill put down another $10. By this time everyone in the bar was laughing like crazy. Irish Lad won, and then nobody laughed except Mr. O'Neill. Jamie was an avid horseplayer when he had the cash and would sometimes place Bergen's bets for him, along with his own. Although Eugene was only mildly interested in horse racing, he was devoted to boxing and six-day bicycle racing, and often attended these events at Madison Square Garden. Several friends with whom, in later years, he attended sports events, attributed O'Neill's enthusiasm for sports to the natural admiration of a man not physically robust for men who lived by their physical endurance. All his life O'Neill admired feats of strength, and often sought the acquaintance of outstanding fighters, ball players, and other athletes. While O'Neill did not share his brother's passion for gambling, he had an intimate knowledge of gamblers and their argot, most of which he picked up at the Garden Hotel and which he used in his one-actor Huey. Although the play is set in 1928 in a West Side hotel, the two characters in the script, a seedy gambler and a night clerk, were modeled on people he met at the Garden. The hotel's patrons also provided members of the raffish crew portrayed in The Iceman Cometh. Ed Mosier in The Iceman Cometh was based on a circus man named Bill Clark, known affectionately as Clarky, whom O'Neill met that winter at the Garden Hotel. Clark, whom O'Neill later helped support, often paid for the drinks. Compared with O'Neill, Clark was affluent. Like O'Neill, he was willing to drink anything, and when funds for whiskey had been depleted, Lie would sample wood alcohol flavored with Worcestershire sauce. Clark, using the name Valo, had been the first man to perform a daring bicycle stunt called the Loop-the-Loop. "One of my old chums," O'Neill once said, "was Valo the Volatant, a bicycle rider whose specialty was in precipitating himself down a steep incline and turning a loop or so in the air. A good Catholic, Clark always said a Hail Mary when he began his stunt. Nevertheless, shortly before O'Neill met him, he fell and broke his back. After recovering from his accident, he became a guide with a Manhattan sightseeing bus service. Another man O'Neill met at the Garden Hotel, and who remained a friend for many years, was a Scotsman named William Stewart. Known to everyone as Scotty, he was a brawny, big-featured man who had fought in the Boer War and later had been apprenticed to a woodcarver who worked on ships. Scotty earned his living by teaching a woodcarving class at a settlement house in Greenwich Village. With Scotty or Robert Brown or one of his other drinking companions, O'Neill would thread his way between the Garden Hotel and the Hell Hole, and sometimes, when the proprietor did not feel like extending his hospitality beyond the legal closing hour, he would move on to one of the non-alcoholic meeting places of Greenwich Village, such as Romany Marie's or Polly Holiday's. These were dimly lit cafes that stayed open all night, where the proprietors knew all their customers by their first names and were usually willing to stake those who couldn't pay to coffee and food. Polly Holiday had opened the first cafe in the village that became a meeting place for intellectuals. She was living with a man named Hippolyte Havel, whom O'Neill later portrayed as Hugo Kalmar in The Iceman Cometh. Hippolyte, a short, stocky, black-haired man, once likened by a friend to a ragged chrysanthemum, was a well-known figure in the village. When O'Neill met him, he was doubling as Polv's lover and cook. Born in Hungary of a GVPSY mother, Hippolyte had been released from an insane asylum in Europe after the psychiatrist Krafft Ebing pronounced him sane, an opinion that was not wholeheartedly shared by all his village friends. After the asylum had come jail, from which he had escaped to London. In London he met Emma Goldman, became her lover, was helped by her to reach Chicago, and joined her radical circle, editing the anarchist newspaper RB Terzite. Hippolyte was usually the center of attraction at Polly's, with his extravagant and profane denunciations of the bourgeoisie and his temper tantrums. He and Polly did not live peacefully, for Polly had a roving eye, and though Hippolyte was theoretically committed to a tolerant attitude about sexual freedom, he tended to lose his perspective where Polly was concerned. Polly's grievance against Hippolyte was of a different nature. One night, after Hippolyte had made a particularly noisy scene at the restaurant, she complained to one of her customers that Hippolyte was not acting in good faith, because he hadn't committed suicide. "Ty promised me over and over again," she said, "but he just won't keep his word." Theodore Dreiser, while living in the village and struggling to gain recognition, once told a friend, "Havel is one of those men who ought to be supported by the community. He is a valuable person for life, but can't take care of himself." Although O'Neill enjoyed Polly's because of Hippolyte and also because he often ran into Louis Holiday there, his favorite place after the Hell Hole closed for the night was Romany Marie's, in Sheridan Square. Marie was Mrs. Damon Marchant, a buxom, flamboyant woman with a heavily accented, throaty voice who, though her family had been conservative Romanians and she was respectably married, dressed like a gypsy and pretended to be one. She recalled that O'Neill turned up at the restaurant she operated with her husband almost every night during that winter. "There was never a question of anyone having enough to eat," Marie said, "as long as there was food on my stove." Marie's specialty was Turkish coffee and she served no liquor. One day, not too long after Marie and her husband had begun operating the little restaurant as at Polly's, the male member of the partnership presided in the kitchen. Half a dozen members of the Hudson Dusters gang paid them a visit. Organized in the late 1890s, when other vicious gangs like the Gophers, the Five Pointers, the Marginals, and the Pearl Buttons terrorized Manhattan, the Dusters commandeered an old house below Horatio Street, on Hudson, which paralleled 6th Avenue. This was their club, and here, to the helpless fury of their law-abiding neighbors, they entertained the waterfront prostitutes at all-night parties, with refreshments supplied by the merchants of the area. No one dared complain, for the Dusters became irritated when they were thwarted. One local saloon-keeper who refused to donate 6 kegs of beer for a party was subsequently robbed of his entire stock of liquor and his establishment was wrecked. Prominent members of the Dusters bore names like Kid York, Circular Jack, Goo Goo Knox, Rubber Shaw, Hansi Stewart, and Ding Dong. Many of them were cocaine addicts, and their narcotics-inspired courage made them a menace not only to the merchants but to the police. One of their best-known feats of daring and revenge had taken place shortly before O'Neill came to the village, and people were still talking about it. A policeman named Dennis Sullivan, who was assigned to the Charles Street station, declared his intention of single-handedly smashing the Hudson Dusters gang. He got 10 of them arrested, and the Dusters, after deliberation, set out to teach Sullivan a lesson. They did so one night when Sullivan was about to arrest another of their members in Greenwich Street. 4 of them jumped on him, grabbed his coat, nightstick, shield, and revolver, and beat him unconscious with blackjacks and stones. They rolled him on his back and ground their heels in his face to make a lasting impression. Sullivan was hospitalized for many weeks, and the triumph of the Dusters was joyously celebrated not only locally but by gangdom in general. A member of the Gophers was so impressed by the Dusters' feat that he was moved to congratulate them in a poem. Says Dinny, "Here's me only chance to gain meself a name. I'll clean up the Hudson Dusters and reach the Hall of Fame." He lost his stick and cannon, and his shield they took away. It was then that he remembered. Every dog has got his day. He went on through half a dozen more stanzas, which described the attack in detail, and the Dusters had the poem printed and distributed among the village saloons and barber shops. Naturally, Romany Marie did not welcome the Dusters' patronage. They were a fierce-looking gang, and everyone knew them by reputation, Marie said. It was early in the evening and our place was packed, but when they came in, the customers quietly began to melt away. Marie watched helplessly as her place emptied out, and regretted that O'Neill was not there, for she knew that they liked and respected him. "Give us the strongest drink you have in the house," one of the Dusters demanded. "The strongest drink is Turkish coffee," Marie said nervously. "Serve it," ordered the tough. Marie served 3 rounds of coffee, her husband looking on apprehensively from the kitchen. Then Marie, emboldened by her knowledge that she could call on O'Neill for protection, looked the leader straight in the eye, and told him, "You've had enough coffee." She presented her bill, which came to $4.50. She charged 25 cents a cup for her coffee, and was sure the thugs would consider this exorbitant. To her astonishment, the leader reached into his pocket and brought out the cash, pushed back his chair, and swaggered out, followed by his men. They made straight for the hell hole, where they encountered O'Neill. "That Romany Marie is some dame," the leader told him. "She put us out of her place, and made us pay for our coffee." Her husband was scared, but she wasn't. O'Neill, angry, asked the gangsters to keep out of Marie's place in the future, and his request was obeyed. The Hudson Dusters, who were predominantly Irish, admired O'Neill and considered his friendship a privilege. His appeal to such people was extraordinary. Somehow he evoked and held their respect and admiration, and in many cases a dogged love. They called him the Kid, and when a fight broke out in a saloon one of them always shouted protectively, "Look out for the Kid." Early that winter one of the Hudson Dusters, possibly Ding Dong, whose accomplishments as a thief were highly respected, noticing that O'Neill went about in a threadbare overcoat, or just a jacket lined with newspapers to keep out the cold, told him, "You shouldn't oughta dress like that, Gene. Tell you what. You make a trip up 6th Avenue right away. Pick out any overcoat you want and tell me the store. I'll hand you over the coat tomorrow." O'Neill was touched, but declined the offer. O'Neill's main concern that winter, when he was sober enough to think clearly, was with the revolutionary theories that occupied his anarchist and socialist friends. The handful of poems he scribbled, most of them while sitting in the back room of the hell hole, included a ballad called Revolution and one called Dirty Bricks of Buildings. But several others indicated a gloomy interest in the condition of his heart. "What do you see, Juan Juan? Good Night, and The White Knight do not have a political ring to their titles." O'Neill was still exchanging letters with Beatrice, but since he seemed unable to consolidate that relationship he took advantage of more accessible prospects. He did not have to extend himself, for women still gravitated toward him in spite of his ragged condition. For a while he amused himself with a beautiful, black-haired woman named Becky, who was also the mistress of Big Bill Haywood and various others who lived in or passed through the village. But it was not until late in the winter that he felt the stirrings of love again. There was, as with most of O'Neill's romances, an obstacle. The new object of O'Neill's affection was an exquisite, 24-year-old, married woman named Louise Bryant Trullinger. The fact that she was married was not what bothered O'Neill, however. What upset him was that his friend John Reed had met her first and that she had recently become his mistress. Reed, home from covering the European War for the Metropolitan magazine and nursing bruises from a tempestuous affair with Mabel Dodge, had gone to visit his family in Portland, Oregon, and while there had fallen in love with Louise. She had chestnut hair with a blonde sheen, eyes that could deepen from gray to blue, a slender figure, and a provocative, gamine quality. Within a few weeks of the meeting she had left Portland and her husband, Paul, who was a dentist, to follow Reed to New York, where she moved into his Washington Square apartment. Reed, lyrically in love, displayed her proudly. "I think I've found Hay at last," he wrote to a friend. "She's wild, brave, and straight and graceful and lovely to look at." Louise was undeniably wild and brave, too. In the sense of being recklessly eager to squander herself. She was avid for romance and adventure and determined to make something of herself as a writer. She had attempted journalism with some success, in alliance with Reed, to whom she was genuinely devoted in her own way. She began to advance her writing career in New York. But she was also very much subject to her emotions and found it difficult to resist anyone who seemed to need her. Louise wanted to be all things to all men. She was, by instinct, a vivandière. In his naivete O'Neill was slow to recognize this quality in her. For weeks he adored her silently, resigned to the fact that she was Reed's girl and ashamed of himself for hoping that she could ever be his. It was understood by Reed's friends that he and Louise would be married as soon as she could arrange a divorce. Troubled though he was by Louise's relationship with Reed, something made O'Neill hang on to his dream of getting Louise for himself. When, in the spring, he learned that Reed and Louise were planning to spend the summer in Provincetown among a group of writers and artists, many of them from Greenwich Village, he decided he would go too. His long mood of despair was over. Perhaps he had needed the plunge into the depths to make him aware, once again, of the possibilities of life. Miraculously, he was not only alive but still in fairly good health. In the spring of 1916 O'Neill headed for Provincetown, where he was finally to find recognition. XXVI. Only recently discovered by a small group of Greenwich Village artists and writers, the Provincetown to which O'Neill journeyed in 1916 was a quiet fishing settlement, proud of its whaling background, at the tip of Cape Cod. The town's two narrow streets, Commercial and Bradford, connected by a multitude of tiny alleyways, ran parallel to the Provincetown harbor. Along these streets were clustered the cottages and shops of the village. Wharves were strung out from most of the houses lining the bay side of Commercial Street. Behind Bradford Street stretched miles of dunes and scrub grass extending to the Atlantic. Provincetown's population was divided among three groups: families of the early Portuguese settlers, descendants of the first Puritan arrivals, and outsiders, who included such year-round residents as the town doctor, businessmen, and a few artists. Provincetown had been claimed as a haven for Manhattan's avant-garde by Mary Heaton Vorse. Widowed in 1915 for the second time, Mrs. Vorse supported herself and her children by freelance writing. She first visited Provincetown during the summer of 1906 to give her children sea air, fell in love with the village, and bought an old house that she later turned into a year-round residence. Hutchins Hapgood, a college friend of Mrs. Vorse's first husband, was the second of the writers to arrive, and after him came other New Yorkers in search of a summer refuge. Two among them were George Cram Cook and his wife, Susan Glaspell. Cook, called Jig by his friends, was the next in the series of older men to cast a notable influence on O'Neill's life. O'Neill senior by 15 years, he was a Greek scholar and university professor from Davenport, Iowa. He had left a wife and children to marry Susan Glaspell, a burgeoning writer. Cook loved working with his hands. He was 6 feet tall, powerfully built, and had enormous vitality and a contagious enthusiasm for history and the arts. Although not a first-rate writer himself, he sensed genius in others and had the ability to stimulate other people's talent. Erudite and mystical, Jig regretted not having been born a Greek of the 4th century BC. He yearned to recreate the Athenian cradle of art and philosophy and spent his life trying to impose his dream on his surroundings. Cook had a mane of white hair and a habit of twisting a shaggy lock between his fingers when moved or excited. Kind, patient, visionary, he inclined to be pontifical and vain. He could be hurt by any slight of his well-meant guidance. Susan Glaspell, a delicate, sad-eyed, witty woman, worshipped her husband and devoted herself in equal measure to him and to her writing. It was she who provided the backbone of their income. Cook and Susan Glaspell had participated in the birth of the Washington Square Players in Greenwich Village in the winter of 1914. Although that little group, which became the foundation for the Theatre Guild, was organized in protest against the commercialism of Broadway, it was not experimental enough for Cook. The Washington Square Players were interested in giving American writers a hearing, but were even more attracted to the European experimentalists. Cook dreamed of a theater that would exist solely for the expression of native talent, that would, in fact, inspire the emergence of such talent, a threshing floor, he said, on which a young and growing culture could find its voice. In the summer of 1915 he made a beginning toward the realization of this dream by inviting his friends to write one-act plays as an experiment. None of Cook's friends were professional playwrights, but several were short story writers. Their unfamiliarity with the dramatic form was, in Cook's opinion, precisely what suited them to be pioneers on his threshing floor and to break up some of the old theater molds. They were not to adhere to any rules or precepts of the Broadway theater, which, Cook assured them, existed only as a money-making enterprise. They were to stumble and blunder and grope their way toward a native dramatic art. The idea appealed to Cook's friends. All of them journalists like Hapgood, artists like Charles Demuth, Brie Nordfeld, and William and Marguerite Zorich, short story writers like Wilbur Daniel Steele, novelists like Neith Boyce and Susan Glaspell, magazine writers like Mary Vorse, and even a few professional theater people like the actor Frederick Burt warmed to the project. One-actors were then the vogue among young intellectuals who wanted to make a pointed protest against the aridity of Broadway and transform the drama into an art seriously related to life. The one-act form was easier to sustain for both the writer and the experimental producing ensemble. Like the short story, which had developed as a literary form by the end of the 19th century, the one-actor was the natural means by which to express a single impression, mood, or idea effectively. It had, of course, become familiar in Europe, and little theaters in various parts of America had started providing an outlet for short plays by amateur dramatists, both gifted and commonplace. The movement took hold in New York in 1914. A few members of the Liberal Club, an organization of earnest thinkers and tireless talkers that congregated on the ground floor of a MacDougall Street brownstone in Greenwich Village, were inspired to begin their own theater. Lawrence Langner, a patent lawyer with a fervor for the drama, and Ida Raw, the stage-struck wife of Max Eastman, proposed renting a playhouse and forming an acting group. Albert Boney, who, with his brother Charles, had recently opened the Washington Square bookshop next door to the Liberal Club, protested that a stage was an unnecessary appendage to the presentation of plays. The matter had been resolved when Robert Edmund Jones, one of the few members of the Liberal Club with professional experience in the theater, wandered into the Boney bookshop. Jones, a reddish-haired, bearded New Englander who had attended Harvard with Albert Boney, was just back from Europe, where he had studied stage design. "Do you have to have a stage to put on a play, Bobby?" asked Boney. "Of course not," answered Jones. "You can put on a play right here. The Washington Square Bookshop was as much a social center as a commercial enterprise. An adjoining wall of the Liberal Club had recently been broken through to allow members easier access to the store, and a number of Boney's friends were on hand during this exchange. One of them suggested staging a production then and there. Since the Boney brothers seldom had a paying customer in the shop, nothing stood in the way of the impromptu performance. The store consisted of 2 large rooms, each 30 feet square, with ceilings 14 feet high. The rooms were divided by sliding mahogany doors, and their frames served as the proscenium. The group separated into actors and audience, and selected Lord Dunsany's The Glittering Gate as its vehicle simply because there were several copies of the play on the shop's shelves. Bobby Jones tore off 10 feet of wrapping paper and with it improvised 2 columns. 2 tall men stripped to the waist and stationed themselves at the columns to play guards of the Glittering Gate, and the scene was forthwith acted. It took a few more months and a good deal of fast talking by the enthusiastic participants in this production before the money was raised to rent a real theater. Such was the beginning of the Washington Square Players. The Bandbox Theater, on 57th Street near 3rd Avenue, became their headquarters in February, 1915, and their first bill was a Catholic mixture of one-act plays by Maurice Maeterlinck, Lawrence Langner, and Edward Goodman, who was appointed head of the group because he had had some experience producing one-actors for an organization called the Socialist Press Club. The following month the group presented plays by Leonid Andrei, John Reed, and Philip Moeller, who was a founder of the company. Before the season was out, 2 more plays by Maeterlinck, one by Octave Furiat and one by Chekhov, had been presented. On the day the group became a corporate body, the writer Hiram Kelly Motherwell interviewed several members in the back room of the bookshop on McDougal Street. "We've got to assert the rights of the human soul," Philip Moeller told him. "The American theater has no place for the subtler nuances of drama. The whole system is wrong. The acting is mechanical, the production lifeless, and the scenery, damn no, it is worse, it is positively mid-Victorian. The trouble is that the whole system is commercial. The American theater is aiming at nothing but the dollar." In spite of the lofty aims of the Washington Square Players, they rejected a play submitted by Jig Cook and Susan Glaspell, called Suppressed Desires, as being too much of a departure. Out of pique, Cook and his wife decided to stage the play on their own, and it was this decision that initiated the second of America's most famous little theater groups, the Provincetown Players. The Provincetown Players, however, were not yet thought of when, the following summer, Bobby Jones mounted Suppressed Desires on an improvised stage and with makeshift scenery in the Hapgood House on the Cape. Described by its authors as a Freudian comedy, the play was a spoof of the prevalent misinterpretations of the theories of Sigmund Freud, and was an amusing example of the advanced ideas held by the Cooks and their friends. They were so modern, as the local Provincetown newspaper pointed out admiringly, that they not only write about modern things, but satirize them. On the same program with Suppressed Desires in the Hutchins Hapgood's home was Constancy, a one-act play that Hapgood's wife, Neith Boyce, had based on the love affair between John Reed and Mabel Dodge. 7. Casual production of the double bill came to be reverently regarded as the birth of the Provincetown Players. Jones sat the audience in a room facing Hapgood's wide, seaside veranda to watch Constancy. Behind the backs of the audience he set the stage for Suppressed Desires, and, when Constancy was over, the audience turned its chairs to face an alcoved room representing a Greenwich Village apartment. Stimulated by their successful experiment, the Cooks, Hapgoods, and several other friends commandeered an old fish house at the end of a tumble-down wharf owned by Mary Vorse and proceeded to turn it into a theater. Christened the Wharf Theater and characterized by Jig Cook as the shining object on which artistic native drama could make its long-delayed arrival, the playhouse, 25 feet square and 15 feet high, was little more than a shell. Through the planks of its floor at high tide the bay could be seen and heard and smelled. Linder Cook's direction, an ingenious stage was built. Only 10 by 12 feet, it was sectional and mobile and could be slid backward onto the end of the wharf through the 2 wide doors at the rear of the theater, to provide an effect of distance. Those doors, through which fishermen had once hurled their catch, could be flung apart to expose the most realistic sea backdrop any theater ever had. The vast bay was revealed, dotted by lights of passing vessels and swept by the beacon of a lighthouse. A $5 contribution by each of the members of the company, by then it numbered 30, provided for the needed tools and equipment. 2 days before the opening, after the group had been toiling over arrangements for several weeks, the fishing shack caught fire. Though the flames were quickly subdued, 2 of the interior walls were blackened and the curtain was destroyed. The troupe inventively stained the unchanged art walls black to match the burned ones, hung them with old fishing nets for added atmosphere, and replaced the curtain. As lumber was scarce in Provincetown, nothing could be done about building scats during the summer of 1915. Consequently, in that first season, when constancy and suppressed desires were revived, members of the audience carried their own chairs to and from the theater. In New York during the winter of 101-5-16, the winter O'Neill drifted about Greenwich Village. The Provincetowners made plans for the following summer. They thought longingly and talked ambitiously of their theater on the wharf and of the Native American drama they were trying to fan into existence. And during that time, packed among O'Neill's scanty belongings, lay bound east for Cardiff, a script Professor Baker scorned, and no producer would mount a script that awaited adoption by a group of idealistic artists. Though the Provincetowners were not aware of O'Neill when they hastened back to their theater in the late spring of 1916, O'Neill was aware of them. Years later he acknowledged it was John Reed who first brought him to Provincetown. Reed had not been there the summer of 1915, but by 1916 he had become Jig Cook's most ardent disciple. Eagerly he echoed Cook in his desire to get back to Greece to create an atmosphere in which the American equivalent of the Dionysiac dance could be born. Reed, who had seen native drama in Mexico, agreed with Cook that such theater could be created out of group spirit and free expression of ideas on an experimental stage. Although O'Neill had an idea of what was going on in Provincetown, he did not hurry to become a part of the group, because he dreaded groups of any kind. Nor, in spite of Reed's invitation, did he head directly for Provincetown that summer. Instead, he and Terry Carlin, like a pair of stray dogs cautiously sniffing a doubtful bone, made for the adjoining town of Truro. Living was cheap in Provincetown, but it was even cheaper in the hull of the wreck on the Truro beach, where O'Neill and Terry established squatters' rights. Terry Reed and O'Neill swam, gradually working off the effects of his drunken winter. He kept his eye on Provincetown, warily watching the progress of the new theater. Having adopted the name Provincetown Players, the group had managed to drum up a subscription audience of 87, each member paying $2.50 for a pair of tickets to each bill. With this fund the Players installed lighting and bought enough lumber to build benches. They optimistically announced a season of 4 bills of 3 one-act plays each, although not more than 6 playlets were even partially committed to paper. They got off swimmingly with a revival of suppressed desires and a satire by Reed, called Freedom, about 4 prisoners with divergent ideas on the meaning of what it is to be free. The third play was apparently so unremarkable that its plot has been forgotten by all concerned. By Neath Boyce, it was entitled Winter's Night. By the time these plays had been mounted, the group's treasury was all but depleted, even though $13 was the biggest outlay ever made for a production. Jig found it necessary, therefore, to solicit single admissions to supplement the funds from subscribers. The money came in, for Provincetown's growing summer colony was excited about the theater. But that still left the problem of a second bill. Wilbur Steele completed an insignificant play called Not Smart, and several other members of the group submitted scripts, but nobody could agree on a bill strong enough to carry the next program. O'Neill had an infallible sense of timing. Most of his entrances into and exits from the lives of the people he affected were achieved with a flourish. What drew him to Provincetown at this moment of the theater's crisis was the fact that he and Terry had exhausted their funds. Terry, who thought of Hapgood as a likely source, took O'Neill with him to Provincetown to borrow $10. Presumably O'Neill returned to Truro with his share of the loan, while Terry strolled about Provincetown greeting people he knew from Greenwich Village. Susan Glaspell, encountering Terry just at the time she was near desperation over the format of the player's second bill, asked, "Haven't you a play to read to us?" "No," answered Terry, according to Miss Glaspell's account in her book, The Road to the Temple. "I don't write, I just think, and sometimes talk. But Mr. O'Neill has got a whole trunk full of plays." Hapgood's version, however, set down 12 years after Miss Glaspell's, was that O'Neill showed him and Neath Boyce Bound East for Cardiff and that Neath took it to Jig and urged him to stage it. In any case, it was arranged for O'Neill to go to the Cook's house the evening the final vote was to be taken on which 3 plays would comprise the second bill at the Wharf Theatre. Bound East for Cardiff was read aloud to the assembled group, which by now included Harry Kemp, the hobo poet, his beautiful red-haired wife, Mary Pine, and Kyra Markham, an attractive young woman from Chicago who wanted to act. Frederick Burt read the play in the living room, while O'Neill sat moodily in the dining room, afraid to hear, afraid to see the faces of the listeners. As soon as the reading ended, a smile lit the face of John Reed. Louise Bryant, who had joined Reed in Provincetown and was writing one-actors like the rest of the group, regarded O'Neill with new interest. As for Jig Cook, he was all but stunned by the realization that he had found the dramatist who could express his idea of native theatre. High Group's response to O'Neill's genius was immediate and wholehearted. Susan Glaspell later summed up the mass enthusiasm for O'Neill's play. "He was not left alone in the dining room when the reading had finished. Then we knew what we were for. The voting became a mere formality. Bound East for Cardiff was put into rehearsal and 2 weeks later led Wilbur Steele's Not Smart and a pallid morality play by Louise Bryant called The Game on the second bill of the Provincetown Players' 1916 summer season. Jig Cook played the dying sailor, Yank, on the tiny stage arranged to represent the forecastle. The scenic effects were largely supplied by nature. "The sea has been good to Eugene O'Neill," Susan Glaspell wrote later. It was there for his opening. There was a fog, just as the script demanded, fog bell in the harbor. The tide was in, and it washed under us and around, spraying through the holes in the floor, giving us the rhythm and the flavor of the sea while the big dying sailor talked to his friend Drisk of the life he had always wanted deep in the land, where you'd never see a ship or smell the sea. It is not merely figurative language to say the old wharf shook with applause. O'Neill himself recalled his debut as a dramatist more laconically, "It's rather a curious coincidence that my first production should have been on a wharf in a sea town." Bound East for Cardiff was laid on shipboard, and while it was being acted you could hear the waves washing in and out under the wharf. E.J. Ballantyne, an actor who had come from England with Mrs. Pat Camill's production of Pygmalion and was vacationing in Provincetown, staged the production. John Reed played one of the seamen, Harry Kemp another, and O'Neill, undaunted by his previous acting disaster in Monte Cristo, played the mate, speaking one line, "Isn't this your watch on deck, Driscoll?" He also doubled as prompter, standing behind a board partition and breathing so nervously that he distracted the other performers. O'Neill was now not only a published but a produced dramatist. Even though his producers were experimental amateurs, they appreciated his work and stimulated him to go on writing, an incentive that had nearly left him the winter before. He and Terry moved into a shack diagonally across the street from the house occupied by Louise and Reed. They ate out of cans and threw the empty cans out their back door. Occasionally they varied their diet with fish presented to them by the Portuguese fishermen. A sign reading "Go to Hell" was nailed to the front door. In spite of the enthusiasm of the Provincetowners for O'Neill's work and their eagerness to befriend him, he held somewhat aloof, his shyness rendered him incapable of mingling, and he didn't know the meaning of the phrase small talk. During the conversations of his peers he habitually maintained a morose silence. It was only with a subject he considered important that he would talk, and then it was sometimes all but impossible to interrupt him. He could carry on a monologue in a low, halting voice until he had exhausted every facet. Because there were few people with whom he could relax, many of his acquaintances considered him taciturn, and no one, not even those with whom he felt at ease, found him chatty. For companions he preferred the Portuguese fishermen and members of the Coast Guard station who stood lonely watch over Provincetown's treacherous waters. It was partly because of his social malaise that he continued to drink, but he worked, between alcoholic binges, with new vigor. O'Neill's shack had a long ramp running down to almost the water's edge. Day after day he would stand leaning against the wide door frame gazing out to sea, sometimes for hours. When, at last, he had drunk his fill of gazing, or the sun, or whatever held him so immobile, he moved swiftly, but not running, into the water and began to swim. He swam straight out without swerving to right or left. Kyra Markham, who happened to live next door to O'Neill that summer, used to worry about him. His head became a tiny dot in the distance, she said, and sometimes he went so far that I could not see him at all. Others experienced a similar sense of misgiving while watching O'Neill in the sea. Louise Bryant was spellbound by his marathon swims. She would watch for him from her window and join him on the beach. She and Reed always entertained a house full of guests, drawn there mainly by the fact that Hippolyte Havel was the cook. Hippolyte's menus were inventive and his after-dinner conversations provocative. Once, after Reed had expounded on some radical cause, Hippolyte furiously accused him of being a parlor socialist, to which Reed retorted, "And you're a kitchen anarchist." Hippolyte's fickle love, Polly Holiday, also was in Provincetown that summer, as was her brother, Louis, and Reed's house resounded to their talk. Although Reed was as gregarious as O'Neill was withdrawn, he found the bustle of his household distracting when he wanted to work. He would often glance enviously at O'Neill's go-to-hell sign across the street and he was grateful to be able to escape from Provincetown from time to time for magazine assignments, even though it meant parting, momentarily, from Louise. Reed was not in the best of health, he was having a recurrence of a chronic kidney ailment, and Louise was restless. Knowledgeable friends watched Louise indulgently and were amused when her glance appeared to focus on O'Neill. To O'Neill it was not a laughing matter. He was deeply and unhappily in love with her. Because, with him, to fall in love was to idealize, he was convinced that Louise, committed to Reed, would be offended by his love. He not only concealed his feelings but tried to avoid her, he was the only one to whom it was not plain that Louise was pursuing him. Finally contriving to see O'Neill alone one day, she confided that because of Reed's illness they lived together as brother and sister. O'Neill and Louise became lovers. What Reed's position was no one could quite understand, but all three seemed to find the arrangement satisfactory and they continued to work amicably together that summer. Mabel Dodge, Reed's recently discarded mistress, familiarized herself with the situation when she arrived in Provincetown and decided Reed might need consolation. "I thought Reed would be glad to see me if things were like that between him and Louise, but he wasn't," Mabel has candidly recorded. When the players chose O'Neill's thirst for their fourth bill, Louise portrayed the thirst-crazed dancer and O'Neill the taciturn West Indian mulatto sailor who entertained the notion of dining on her. The production gave O'Neill and Louise a chance to play a love scene remarkable for the stiffness of its dialogue and the bizarreness of its action. "Dancer, I like you, sailor. You are bio and strong. We are to be great friends, are we not? Surely you will not refuse me a little sip of your water?" "Sailor, I have no water." "Dancer, oh, why will you keep up this subterfuge? Am I not offering you price enough? Do you not understand? I will love you, sailor. Noblemen and millionaires, have loved me, have fought for me. I have never loved any of them as I will love you. Look in my eyes, sailor, look in my eyes." "Dancer, oh, will you never understand? Are you so stupid that you do not know what I mean? I have promised to love you a Negro sailor if you will give me one small drink of water. Is that not humiliation enough that you must keep me waiting so? Will you give me that water?" "Sailor, I have no water." "Dancer, great God, have I abased myself for this? Have I humbled myself before this black animal only to be spurned like a wench of the streets? It is too much. You lie, You dirty slave. You have water. You have stolen my share of the water. Give it to me. Give it to me. Sailor, let me alone. I have no water. The play was not very successful and was never produced again, but one member of the group, the writer Edna Kenton, has recalled that it was, at least, realistically mounted. By some fine trick of lighting and by sliding the stage back through the rear door, the players playing over the sea seemed to be literally floating in it in their perilous raft, she added. However, William Zorich, the sculptor, who, with his artist wife, Marguerite, designed some of the settings for the Provincetown productions, later remembered irritably that O'Neill insisted on using a sea cloth with someone wriggling around underneath it, much in the style of the Chateau d'Elf scene in Monte Cristo. O'Neill did not confine himself to acting in his own plays. He took a small role in a play by Reed, and Wilbur Steele, who also was in the cast, recalled that though the part consisted of only 2 lines, O'Neill used to shake with fright every time he walked on stage. O'Neill also managed to complete one short play that summer. Entitled Before Breakfast, it was probably the first of his scripts that was recognizably Strindbergian. He had been influenced by The Stronger, a 2-character play in which one docs all the talking. Like most of the one-actors he completed during the next year or two, Before Breakfast was written in the comfortable knowledge that he would have an experimental stage on which to produce it exactly as he pleased. It is a monologue by a shrewish, unimaginative wife, who has become embittered by her forced marriage to a sensitive, unsuccessful writer and whose incessant nagging leads to her husband's off-stage suicide. The play evolved from O'Neill's curiosity to test the staving power of an audience subjected to a one-character diatribe, and it paved the way for the expository monologues he wrote into his long plays. O'Neill also made notes for, but did not write until later, another one-actor called Lie, about a whaling captain whose frustration over an unsuccessful voyage develops into monomania. The play was suggested to O'Neill by Mary Vorse, who had known the man on whom O'Neill modeled the central figure of Lie. His name was Captain John Cook O'Neill, in the play, called him Captain Keeney, and he drove his men to the point of mutiny by insisting on staying at sea for 2 years, in order to harvest his quota of whale oil. His wife, Viola, who accompanied him on the voyage in 1903, went mad from a combination of monotony and witnessing her husband's cruelty to his men. She spent the rest of her deranged life in Provincetown. O'Neill advised Mary Vorse to write the story, but when she said she couldn't, because she knew the Cook family too well, he told her he would use it. Several years passed before O'Neill met Mrs. Cook. One winter night, as he was walking along a snowy street in Provincetown, he noticed her some 10 paces in front of him. Suddenly a black cat crossed her path. She gave it a kick that sent it sailing onto the steps of a barber shop several yards away and called out in a clear voice, "No goddamn black cat is going to cross my bow." On nights when the moon was full she could be heard wailing hymns. She took pains to keep all her kitchen knives sharp and had a habit of greeting her husband, when he came home from a trip, with "There's blood on the deck, John Cook." "What do you know about that, John Cook?" It was rumored that Cook barricaded his door at night. But when he was away his wife would be heard talking to herself about her husband with pride. In her yard, while brushing out his shore clothes, including a derby hat, she would chant, "Never better a pair of legs went into any pants than Johnny Cook's legs, and never a better head went in any hat than Johnny Cook's head." When she hung up his drawers, she would say, "Takes a big rear to fill these drawers." O'Neill discussed his ideas for Lie and other plays with Louise in the summer of 1916 and also encouraged her with her own writing, which was more ambitious than inspired. While she had a high opinion of her abilities, she was perceptive enough to appreciate O'Neill's superior talent and took a strong interest in his work. He showed her what he was currently writing, including the usual love poems. The titles of 2 poems, neither of them ever published, were Moonlight and Silence. As the summer drew to a close, Jig Cook and John Reed decided they would take their theater with them to New York that winter. Susan Glaspell has written of her concern over this plan. "I was afraid for I was afraid people would laugh at him, starting a theater in New York, new playwrights, amateur acting, somewhere in an old house or a stable. I said I did not think we were ready to go to New York. I learned we couldn't make it go. Jack Reed thinks we can make it go, he said. Those two were the first to believe, adventurers both, men of faith. O'Neill later described Cook as a really imaginative man, imaginative in every way, adding that he was against everything that suggested the worn-out conventions and cheap artificialities of the commercial stage. On another occasion he told a friend, "If I hadn't had the Provincetown Theatre, I would have had to write commercial plays like Sam Shipman." There is no doubt that O'Neill owed a great deal to Cook. He was the first man to have enough faith in O'Neill to devote his full time, talent, and energy to seeing that he had a hearing. "You don't know Gene yet," Cook told Edna Kenton, shortly before he left Provincetown that summer. "You don't know his plays. But you will. All the world will know Gene's plays someday." This year, on the night he first came to Provincetown and read us Bound East for Cardiff, we knew we had something to go on with. Someday this little theater will be famous, someday the little theater in New York will be famous. This fall the Provincetown players go into New York with Cardiff on their first bill. We've got our group of playwrights and they've got to have their stage. Gene's plays aren't the plays of Broadway, he's got to have the sort of stage we're going to found in New York. On September 5 the players met to draw up their manifesto. The setting forth of a credo posed something of a dilemma for such an anarchic group, and it was worded, finally, with such looseness as to make it almost inoperable. "Organization is death," cried Hutchins Hapgood with individualistic fervor. The group ended in resolving that it is the primary object of the Provincetown players to encourage the writing of American plays of artistic, literary, and dramatic as opposed to Broadway merit. That such plays be considered without reference to their commercial value, since this theater is not to be run for pecuniary profit. That the president shall cooperate with the author in producing the play under the author's direction. The resources of the theater shall be placed at the disposal of the author. The author shall produce the play without hindrance according to his own ideas. O'Neill approved of the name, Provincetown Players, but suggested adding the Playwrights Theatre. He was very much aware that this little theatre could give him his real opportunity to prove himself. He knew of the experimental intimate theatre, opened in 1907 in Stockholm, for which Strindberg had written what he called chamber plays and which presented only new plays, most of them by Strindberg. O'Neill had a good idea of his own potentialities. No doubt he saw himself as the future Strindberg, and the Playwrights Theatre as America's intimate theatre. The amended name was unanimously adopted. No one except two officers, the president and the secretary, were to be paid. Cook was instructed to find a theater that would fit into the players' working budget of $320. $80 was left over from the summer's productions and 8 contributions of $30 each had been made by the better-heeled members. Enjoining everyone to write another play, Jig Cook departed happily for New York, leaving O'Neill inspired by his vision. A Provincetown newspaper expressed Jig's faith when it stated, "They have put on 2 plays by Eugene O'Neill, a young dramatist whose work was heretofore unproduced and who, they are confident, is going to be heard from in places less remote than Provincetown. XXVII. Even knowing we did it, I am disposed to say what we did that first year couldn't be done." Susan Glaspell has written of the Provincetown players' initial season in New York. Jig Cook found his theater on the day he arrived in New York from Provincetown in mid-September, the parlor floor of an ancient brownstone at 139 McDougal Street, a block south of Washington Square. It was owned, as were the adjoining buildings that housed the Liberal Club and the Washington Square Bookshop, by Jenny Bellardi, a handsome, amiable Italian woman. Mrs. Bellardi in her early 40s was still wistful about a frustrated ambition to be an actress. With her sister, Mary, she had struggled to make a living in the business world to please her mother, and by 1904 the two women had managed to save enough to buy the brownstones at 135 and 137 McDougal Street. Renting these out as apartments, they reserved a flat for themselves at number 137 and eventually acquired 133 and 139 as well. Still stage struck, and numbering the Liberal Club and the Washington Square Bookshop among her tenants, Mrs. Belardi was used to the ways of artists and bohemians. She was delighted to rent the parlor floor of 139 to Jig Cook for $100 a month and to add her name to the Provincetown Players list of subscribing members. While renovating the 3.5 rooms of the parlor floor into auditorium, stage, and dressing room, the Provincetowners mailed a circular announcing their aims to a select group of 1,000 New Yorkers. 300 became subscribers immediately and 200 followed within 2 months. The Playwrights Theatre was obliged to operate as a private club in order to sidestep various city building ordinances. Tickets could, therefore, be sold by subscription only. A season subscription cost $5, in addition to annual membership dues of $4. Among those chosen to receive the circular were a few theatre critics of whose taste the Provincetown Players approved. These critics were invited to become paying patrons, not reviewers. The Provincetowners wanted no publicity, they were experimenting for the sake of their own artistic growth and sought the sympathetic support of friends, not evaluation by Broadway standards. Toward the end of October, the 2 front rooms of number 139 had been converted into an auditorium and the rear room into a stage measuring only 12 by 14 feet. The theater itself was 44 feet long by 15 feet wide and held 140 seats. Tiered benches were erected, precariously supported on stilts and having low wooden backs that added but little comfort. The walls of the auditorium were painted a soft, dark gray. The proscenium arch was decorated in blues, reds, and gold. A limp canvas curtain, neither decorative nor opaque, was hung and a minimum of lighting equipment was installed. The building was unheated, the seating accommodations were crude, the single dressing room was no bigger than a closet, and the state of scenery, costumes, and actors was chaotic. But on October 27 the Playwrights Theatre was ready to announce its opening bill. Balloting by the members on October 7 at John Reed's Washington Square apartment had determined that the premiere would consist of O'Neill's Bound East for Cardiff, Louise Bryant's The Game, and a comedy called King Arthur's Socks by Floyd Dell, who was on the staff of the Masses. O'Neill, having followed the others down from Provincetown, reluctantly assumed his share of the labor involved in preparing the first bill. Lye was assigned to supervise the staging of Bound East for Cardiff, which, as no one was more aware than he himself, would be the first production of an O'Neill play in New York. Once again he agreed to play the maid. Louise was on hand to supervise The Game, and Teddy Ballantyne took over the direction of King Arthur's Socks from its panicky author. Opening on Friday, November 3, the program did not create the slightest ripple in the world of the commercial theater. Broadway, pursuing its traditional course, was oblivious of the dynamite fuse lit in the Village, which would glow and sputter and then in a few years explode. Liptown that week the critics had cheerfully reviewed, among other works, Old Lady 31, by Rachel Crothers and Good Gracious, Annabelle, by Claire Kummer. They were getting ready to welcome, during the coming week, a mixed bag that included a revival of Ben-Hur at the Manhattan Opera House, a play with music by Victor Herbert and Irving Berlin called The Century Girl, and the premiere of George Bernard Shaw's Getting Married. Although a couple of critics attended the Provincetowners' first bill as paying guests, none of them mentioned the fact in print. But the subscription audiences spread the news that here was a group worth watching. James O'Neill, who saw his son's play, was among many who offered their congratulations. For Bound East for Cardiff was the hit of the triple bill, as it had been in Provincetown. With the second program, presented 2 weeks later, the ranks of subscribers multiplied. This bill included Suppressed Desires, a dialogue between a husband and wife called Enemies, by Hutchins Hapgood and Neath Boyce, and John Reed's Freedom, previously produced on the Cape. The Provincetowners settled into a harum-scarum existence of writing, building, rehearsing and acting. Everything except the writing was accomplished on a scrupulously amateur scale. Practically any young visitor to the village could affiliate himself with the production if he showed the proper enthusiasm for the troupe's artistic aims and lacked professional training. If an actor demonstrated during his audition that he knew too many of the facile Broadway practices, he was rejected. The Provincetowners were impatient with all the uptown conventions, including salaries. They were much freer and had more fun, but their lack of professional standards and discipline often caused last-minute scrambles about misplaced costumes, half-painted sets, and defecting thespians. O'Neill, too self-absorbed to concern himself with the theater's problems except as they directly affected him, did not participate in the productions of his fellow playwrights, nor was he even particularly friendly with more than a few of the members. He attended some of their meetings so that he could vote on selections of plays and on policy, but, as in Provincetown, he did not allow anyone but the cooks, Reed and Louise, Hutch Collins, and another friend, Scotty Stewart, to know him well. O'Neill had persuaded Scotty to take the important role of Yank's friend, Driscoll, in Bound East for Cardiff. There were a few others, on the fringe of the group, with whom O'Neill was on close terms: Lewis Holliday, the indestructible Terry Carlin, and one new friend, Frank Shea, who also played a role in Bound East for Cardiff. Shea had inherited the Washington Square bookshop from the Boney brothers, who had gone on to bigger things. Shea was as Irish as O'Neill in temperament and enjoyed nothing better than a rousing, hypothetical argument with O'Neill as to which of them was descended from the more illustrious Gaelic line. The two Irishmen made a striking picture: Shea, with his blazing, blue eyes, tawny shock of hair and sandy mustache, and O'Neill, dark-eyed, dark-haired, dark-mustached and glowering as they traded extravagant verbal blows with esoteric Celtic references, all designed to prove that the O'Sheas or the O'Neills were really the purest, the strongest, and the most anciently established clan. It was Shea who, that year, published Bound East for Cardiff and Before Breakfast, as part of a pamphlet series entitled The Provincetown Plays. Bound East was issued in November and included also the two plays that had been presented on the same bill at the Playwrights Theatre. Although Shea printed 1,200 copies for sale at 50 cents each, most of them were distributed free to writers, actors, and others interested in the work of the Provincetown group, and the pamphlet brought O'Neill no more income than had the Thirst volume. Since he earned nothing from the theatre either, he was still obliged to live on the $1 a day provided by his father, for he would not, or could not, take a part-time paying job, as did many of the Provincetowners. He kept up his reports of a mythical income to Dr. Lyman, however, declaring, in the 1919 Gaylord Farm Questionnaire, that he had earned an average of $40 a week from the writing of plays during 1917 and 1918. Actually, he was not stretching the truth too much, for by the end of 1917 he began drawing a small weekly income in royalties. But in the fall of 1916, and up until the fall of 1917, he had nothing to depend on except his father's dole. He supplemented this by eating at places like Murray's and Polly's at his hostess's expense, bunking with friends when he could, and sleeping for a while in an abandoned store on Christopher Street. His father wanted him to live at the Prince George with him, O'Neill told Art McGinley later that year. But O'Neill preferred to be alone, so much so that he rented a second-floor room he could not afford in a boarding house in Washington Square, operated by Mrs. Adele Marcassini. When he was $46 in arrears, he did what any true son of an old touring actor would have done: he melted away, leaving behind a trunk full of manuscripts and clothing. He confessed to this episode in 1924, apropos of an inquiry by a friend as to whether he had read a certain book. O'Neill said he had owned the book once, but a hard-hearted landlady on the square requisitioned it, along with my extra clothes and trunk and other works, for a matter of neglected rent. One manuscript O'Neill had the foresight to take with him was Before Breakfast, the one-act monologue he had written in Provincetown. The Provincetown players presented it as part of their third bill on November 17, along with a play by Neath Boyce called The Two Sons and a verse play by Alfred Cranebourne called Irma Beans. Lima Beans was so advanced that not even the Provincetowners understood it. Its cast of characters was listed as the wife, the husband, the huckster, and the curtain. In his stage directions Kramerborg had loftily written, "If there must be a prelude of music, let it be nothing more consequential than one of the innocuous parlor rondos of Carl Maria von Weber." As a background color scheme, black and white might not prove amiss. He went on to enjoin the curtain, which was to be painted in festoons of vegetables, to rise gravely. Kramerborg was the editor of Others, a magazine dedicated to the radical movement in poetry. It was printed at cost by a Russian anarchist who lived in the Bronx and called himself Mr. Liberty. O'Neill showed Kramerborg some of his own poems, but Kramerborg found them rather sketchy. The masses, however, accepted a poem, Submarine, and printed it in its issue of February, 1917. For some reason, O'Neill did not sign it. "My soul is a submarine. My aspirations are torpedoes. I will hide unseen beneath the surface of life, witching for ships, dull, heavy-laden merchant ships, rust-eaten, grimy galleons of commerce, wallowing with obese assurance, too sluggish to fear or wonder, mocked by the laughter of waves, and the spit of disdainful spray. I will destroy them. Because the sea is beautiful. That is why I lurk menacingly in green depths." The third bill presented by the Provincetown Players was not successful, but it is noteworthy because it marked O'Neill's final appearance as an actor. In Before Breakfast, he played the off-stage role of the husband, Alfred, whose hand is seen reaching for a bowl of shaving water and whose voice is heard in a death gurgle as he slashes his throat. O'Neill clearly had himself in mind as the model for the suicidal husband, for even his brief stage note about the hand is autobiographical. "It is a sensitive hand with slender fingers. It trembles." He once said that he had cast himself in the production because he wanted to measure from the stage the reaction of the audience to a lengthy monologue. For the role of the nagging wife, Mrs. Rowland, the Provincetowners chose Mary Pine, who concealed her good looks with the makeup of a drab, pinched virago. The bill received no reviews in the press, but when Before Breakfast was revived at the Provincetown Playhouse a dozen years later as the curtain raiser for a longer play, the critic for the New York Times, who was then signing himself J. Brooks Atkinson, called it a turgid one-act monologue. "If memory serves," he added, "it was never an enthralling piece with its assembly of all the stock gloom of the theater in the space of one act." Mr. O'Neill was a glutton when he composed this familiar interlude of drink, poverty, infidelity and domestic horrors. James O'Neill expressed somewhat similar sentiments when he saw Before Breakfast in rehearsal for the first time. "My boy, why don't you write pleasanter plays?" he asked. But he was pleased that his son was getting recognition, even on so circumscribed a plane, and in a burst of love and gratitude he offered to help with the staging of Before Breakfast. O'Neill might have received this offer more graciously had he not been smarting over his father's recently expressed espousal of a play written by Brandon Tynan. Called Melody of Youth, it was a romantic comedy that had opened in February, 1916, at the Fulton Theatre. In it James had insisted on playing the 20-line role of a blind beggar. "I don't care how small the part is," James had written in a publicized letter to Tynan. "As one of the older generation of players I want to make a little offering to one of the most promising representatives of the younger generation." James had played the part for 2 weeks, waiving his salary as a public tribute to the young man he lovingly referred to as "my son." Thus the real son was not mollified by his father's offer of interest in the production of Before Breakfast, though in later years he denied having resented his lather's staging suggestions. Several accounts of a battle between father and son over Mary Pine's interpretation of her role were subsequently related, and O'Neill's recorded comment, on reading one of these accounts, was "nuts." There was no question of his directing, O'Neill once noted. "I got him down to make suggestions on the acting. He made some I didn't agree with, but also some I thought were fine and which the actors were glad to follow." According to eyewitnesses, Mary Pine had the sense to do everything James O'Neill told her, grandiloquent gestures, melodramatic inflections, and all. and James, gratified, said to her, "You are a most intelligent young actress. I don't need to give you any further instruction." As soon as he had gone, his son redirected her from beginning to end and, still according to eyewitnesses, mumbled about his father's old F-degree GEY approach. It was not easy for Eugene to forgive his father for regarding Brandon Tynan as one of the most promising representatives of the younger generation. The fourth bill was no more successful than the third had been. It included a play called The Obituary, by a dentist from Rochester, New York, who was a nephew of Emma Goldman's. His name was Sax Kaminsky, but he had abbreviated it for professional purposes to Sax Cummins, and his connection with the Provincetown group was through Teddy Ballantyne, who had married Cummins' sister, Stella. Cummins was unhappy in his adopted profession and longed for a foothold among the artists of Greenwich Village. The Obituary, however, did not further his literary ambitions, and it was not until some time later that he managed to make a rather spectacular exchange of his dentist's chair for an editor's desk. Because O'Neill had written no new plays since Before Breakfast, the group, for its fifth bill on January 5, somewhat desperately pulled O'Neill's Fog out of the Thirst volume. Hutch Collins played the businessman whose ideology clashes with that of the poet as they drift in a lifeboat through the fog banks of Newfoundland. The two plays that accompanied Fog were not much better, and the players showed signs of faltering. Jig Cook was unable to elicit the kind of professional discipline that the Provincetowners were beginning to realize was necessary for sustained artistic effort. And he no longer had the support of John Reed, whose flair for organization was somewhat more compelling. Reed had left New York on November 12 to enter Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore. He went for tests, but, as he had anticipated, it was decided he must be operated on for the removal of a kidney. He and Louise Bryant had been married in Poughkeepsie a few days before. Louise went to Baltimore for the operation and stayed until she was assured Reed's condition was satisfactory. Then she returned to New York. The fact that she was now Mrs. Reed did not inhibit her relationship with O'Neill. Reed was not discharged from the hospital until December 13, and then he had to work hard and often far afield to pay his hospital expenses. Reed's absence was convenient for O'Neill, as he was now able to move into the Reed apartment. Marguerite and Bill Zorich, who lived next door to the Reeds, were among a number of friends who noted the arrangement. As one of these friends later observed, "We all had a rationale about sex. We had discovered Freud, and we considered being libidinous a kind of sacred duty." The tangled personal relationships of that period were conducted with an air of righteous innocence. Monogamy, in fact, was practiced somewhat sheepishly. Moral indignation was reserved for the big issues, such as art versus Philistinism and pacifism versus participation in the European War. To Louise, O'Neill's need of her was the justification for her devotion. She told Marguerite Zorich of her faith in O'Neill's writing. Reed needed her too. "You have no idea what it's like living with Jack," she said to Marguerite. "His war images come back to him. He goes through hell." O'Neill, though he may have had some misgivings as to how it would all end, was painfully happy with Louise and dramatized his great love for her. "When Louise touches me with her fingernail, it's like a prairie fire," he told Terry Carlin exultantly. His love throve, but his writing did not. The Provincetown Sixth Bill had no play by O'Neill. It had become clear not only to him but to most of the other writing members of the group that personal supervision of their own plays and active participation in the production of other members' plays left little time for creative effort. O'Neill in particular discovered that it was impossible to write amid the distractions of the village. He needed more than a locked door to insulate him. It was hard to say no to a friend who wanted a drinking companion or a good argument. He needed complete seclusion, a wide, physical barrier between himself and his friends. The fortuitous arrival of Nina Maes, a young woman who had staged some plays with small stock companies in California and Massachusetts, raised the faltering spirits of the players. Nina wanted to act and was planning to apply for a role with the Provincetown Players. But a friend told her the company had all the actors it needed and apprised her of its urgent need of a director with professional experience. Nina went to the Samovar, a cafe on West 4th Street which provided meals for the Provincetowners under a club arrangement. She presented herself to Jig Cook, who asked her to meet him later at the theater. When she arrived, she found the sixth bill in rehearsal 'neath Boyce's Winter's Night, reconstructed from Provincetown, and two trifles called Pen and the Dollar. "I'd never seen anything like it," Nina later recalled. "The actors didn't know enough not to bump into each other." She lent a hand with the bill and accepted an offer to stay permanently by the all but delighted amateurs. After going uptown to collect her belongings, she moved into a $3 a week garret on Washington Square. "I wasn't paid anything, and I rarely went north of 14th Street again," she once said. She received program credit as director of two of the three plays on the next bill, which opened on February 16. The Provincetowners called this the War Bill, and for it they unearthed The Sniper, the anti-war play O'Neill had written at Harvard. O'Neill watched Nina take competent control, and in mid-February he fled to Provincetown. Although he was interested in hearing how his plays were received, he was not interested in seeing the end product and rarely witnessed a public performance of his plays. But he nearly always attended rehearsals scrupulously, through the final dress rehearsal, helping with background suggestions, making additions or deletions of dialogue when he deemed it absolutely necessary, and suggesting stage business although he believed he had included all essentials in the script. Gene's plays were foolproof and almost director-proof, Nina Maes has said. O'Neill tried his best to make them actor-proof, as well, by detailing every nuance he wanted his actors to convey, while his written instructions about characters turning pale or sweating or, as in one instance, chewing gum like a sacred cow forgetting time with an eternal end, seem pointless and impossible to project, they are actually important road signs for the intelligent actor, and many of O'Neill's actors have expressed gratitude for them. Most good actors who have played O'Neill are also aware that he had the experienced craftsman's knowledge of the number of words an actor can handle comfortably on each intake of breath. After the opening night of one of his early plays, Nina Maes asked O'Neill, "Gene, how did you like it?" "I didn't see it," he answered, to her amazement. "The theater on opening night is no place for a nervous man." Later he told Nina, "When I finish writing a play, I'm through with it." Gene was concerned with plays, not theater, she said. And this held true of O'Neill throughout his career. Some years later he explained to a friend why he staved away from his own plays after they had opened. "A play may be damn well acted from an acting standpoint," he said, "and still be far from the creator's intention." Many productions of his plays, he added, had featured excellent acting, but there had never been a production he recognized as being deeply his play. "That's why I never see them," he said. A play is written about living and is seen on the stage as acting. Haywood Broun, who had switched from sports writer to drama critic of the Tribune in 1915, found the Provincetowners' work of sufficient worth, in March of that year, to write one of the erst reviews the group received. Although the players still refused to seek recognition or to give free tickets to critics, a few of the more enterprising reviewers continued to pay their way. The bill Broun reviewed was the eighth, and, while O'Neill was not represented, it featured an interesting play by Pendleton King called Cocaine, about two penniless, dope-addicted lovers who decide to commit suicide by turning on the gas, only to discover that the gas has been shut off because they have not paid their bill. After the ninth and last bill, which was also O'Neill-less, Burns Mantle expressed his opinion in the Evening Mail that the season's achievement was as sound as it is modest, adding, "We never thought anything could live for a year in New York without a press agent." Creighton Hamilton also deemed the work of the Provincetowners worthy of comment. He passed over the more professional Washington Square players, who, having moved from the bandbox to the Comedy Theater on West 38th Street, continued to mix foreign plays with the native efforts of writers such as Ben Lecht and Edward Massey. Hamilton lauded the Provincetowners for writing, acting and producing plays merely for the love of doing so. He pointed out, however, that the Provincetown players' staging was for the most part unworthy of serious consideration and that their acting was amateurish and uncertain. But, he concluded, the plays produced by the Provincetown players are strangely interesting and strikingly impressive. Actually, O'Neill's only major contribution that first season, as he himself realized, had been bound exist for Cardiff. He preferred to forget Fogg and the Sniper, and allowed Before Breakfast to be preserved only because he considered it an interesting experiment. Once in Provincetown, O'Neill found he could concentrate again on writing. In a short period, before the end of April, 1917, he turned out 4 plays: Lie, The Moon of the Caribbees, The Long Voyage Horn and In the Zone, all of which have survived the test of time. The last 3 are today considered classic examples of their form and continue to be revived regularly by both professional and amateur groups throughout the world. O'Neill, while conceiving of the plays as units in a series, did not write them to be played together in any particular order, nor did he regard them as a connected story. He felt that each was complete in itself and independent of the others. But it was The Moon of the Caribbees that was his own favorite because, as he later noted, it was his first real break with theatrical traditions. It was, as he often declared, the only one-act play of which he was really fond. The break with tradition lay in the play's disregard for plot or action and its concentration on the creation of pure, poetic mood. A languorous dialogue among a group of lonely seamen afloat under a West Indian moon, it set the tone for such later, fragile mood plays as The Glass Menagerie of Tennessee Williams. Brooks Atkinson once described The Moon of the Caribbees as a drama of silences. O'Neill worked on the play in a small hotel called the Atlantic House, where he had rented a room, and occasionally he wrote on the beach with a blanket wrapped around him. The proprietor of the Atlantic House, who was also its chef, amused himself by shouting a customer's order to the kitchen, then hurrying to his stove to cook it himself. That spring Provincetown, like the rest of the country, was swept up in war hysteria. America's participation in the war seemed inevitable. Threats of German U-boat invasions were a daily topic of conversation on the exposed Cape, and safety precautions along the coast were tightened. O'Neill was not popular among the patriotic villagers, for he was known as a member of a group of outspoken pacifists, Reed notable among them. He was a natural object of suspicion, somewhat like Smitty, of In the Zone, which O'Neill was to write a few weeks later. One day in late March, O'Neill and a friend, Harold DePolo, who was a short story writer, returned from a walk across the dunes and sat down to a meal in a hotel grandly named the New Central. A local constable, Reuben Kelly, informed them they were under arrest. The charge, he said, was vagrancy, but it soon evolved that the arrest had been made at the instigation of the chief of the United States radio station in North Truro, who had somehow persuaded himself that O'Neill and DePolo were German spies. Actually, as reported the next day by the Provincetown Advocate, the arrest was made for the purpose of ascertaining if O'Neill and DePolo were the men who had been seen prowling about the radio grounds. O'Neill preserved this story in a scrapbook that later went to Yale University. "I was the victim of war hysteria," he once said in recalling the episode. "Somebody over at the wireless station watched us and decided we were German spies. We were having dinner in a hotel in town one evening when some Secret Service men pounced on us at the point of a revolver and carried us to the lockup in the basement of the town hall. We were held incommunicado for several hours. They wouldn't even let us see a lawyer." From the account in the Provincetown Advocate, it is evident that the incident caused quite a local stir. All manner of rumors were rife Wednesday afternoon and evening regarding incidents of the arrest, the Advocate reported, in part. The street statements to the effect that the arrested men drew revolvers upon the arresting officer, that the pair were found armed, that plans of the radio station and grounds and Provincetown harbor were found in the possession of the pair were all wholly false statements. Not only were they not identified as the men who, when queried by radio guards some time ago as to their presence near the wireless grounds, replied, "Our doctor has advised us to walk for health," but they were fully able to explain the reason for their presence here and account for their movements in a manner satisfactory to their inquisitors. One local policeman, who was not quite convinced of O'Neill's innocence in spite of the Advocate's assurances, appointed himself O'Neill's shadow, and took to steaming open O'Neill's mail. If he happened to see O'Neill before his mail had been officially delivered, the policeman would present a brief resume of what he could expect. "Your ma's writ, but your girl's let you down," he might say. His girl, as a matter of fact, had been toiling in his behalf and his mail was professionally productive. Louise knew Waldo Frank, who, with James Oppenheim and Van Wyck Brooks, was running a literary magazine called The 7 Arts, and she spoke to him about the possibility of publishing O'Neill. "Our magazine was very serious, almost religious. We considered ourselves the organ of cultural nationalism," Waldo Frank once said. "We were disciples of Walt Whitman and were creating the voice Whitman wanted." Louise was just around. She was a flaming youth girl, an Irish beauty, thin, with pale skin, very romantic. She was intellectually alive and responsive, although not profound. She told me about O'Neill, and said he had written a story we might want. We laid our main stress on stories, although we used poetry and non-fiction articles, too. Frank liked the O'Neill story Louise showed him. It was Tomorrow, the first draft of which he had written in 1916. Frank wrote O'Neill an inquiring and encouraging letter to Provincetown, and O'Neill mailed Frank another copy of the story, promising to send scripts of several one-act plays as soon as they were typed. Frank sent back the story with suggestions for changes, and O'Neill devoted an afternoon and evening to revising and cutting it by 1,000 words. He returned the manuscript with its handwritten corrections, having been unwilling or unable to retype it. Conceding that Frank's editorial suggestions had been valid, he explained, "When I first wrote the story I planned it as the first of a series of Tommy the Priest's yarns in which the storyteller was to hog most of the limelight, a sort of Conrad's Marlowe, and once I had that idea I couldn't let go, and it rode me into the anticlimax." The story was accepted for publication. About a week later, O'Neill sent Frank, at his request, a neatly typed page of biographical data for the magazine's Notes on Names department, and on April 30 O'Neill mailed copies to Frank of In the Zone, The Long Voyage Home and The Moon of the Caribbees. Frank thought the plays good, but the 7 Arts decided against publishing them. The magazine did publish Tomorrow that June and sent O'Neill a check for $50, the first respectable sum he had earned from creative writing. By the end of May, O'Neill was in New London, staying with his family. The United States had entered the war on April 6, and O'Neill's principal concern was to keep himself out of it. He decided to consult with his father, and take up a position of watchful waiting near his draft board, since 325 Pequot Avenue was still his official address. O'Neill's lack of patriotic fervor, while it ostensibly annoyed his father, was heartily endorsed by his New York and Provincetown friends. Reed, testifying before the House Judiciary Committee on Conscription, was declaring that nothing could induce him to serve in the army. "You can shoot me if you want," he told the committee. He had no personal objection to fighting, he said, but he was convinced that this particular war was a commercial conflict, that it was unjustified on both sides, that Europe was mad and that America should keep out of it. His stand was based on principle, for he was certain he would not be called to serve because of his poor health. In June he leapt to the defense of Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman when they held an anti-conscription meeting in the Bronx. Louise Bryant echoed Reed's unpopular stand and approved of O'Neill's disinclination to be drafted. But she was restless and unhappy. After quarreling with Reed, she went to New London to spend a few days with O'Neill and his family. It is a matter of conjecture how Louise was received by Ella and James, or whether they were even aware of her relationship with their son. The Ripon sisters, however, to whom O'Neill introduced Louise, saw at once that he was in love. "Jean brought Louise Bryant to have dinner at our house," Jessica recalled many years later. "It was obvious that he thought she was pretty terrific." Emily added that O'Neill made no secret of being in love with her. After dinner O'Neill asked Jessica and Emily what they thought of Louise. The girls were non-committal, but agreed, privately, that she was sloppy. Apparently Louise did not find what she wanted in New London, but neither did she choose to rejoin Reed in New York. Instead, early in June and defying the German submarine menace, she sailed for France. O'Neill was hurt by Louise's departure, but he was even more worried about his standing with the army. He had already claimed exemption on the grounds that he was an arrested tubercular case, but, anxious that his motives not be misconstrued as cowardice or lack of patriotism, he now tried to enlist Dr. Lyman's help. "I am not trying to dodge service, but, from what I hear, conditions in the camps and at the front are the very worst possible for one susceptible to T.B., he wrote Dr. Lyman. "I would be very grateful for your advice. I want to serve my country, but it seems silly to commit suicide for it." Dr. Lyman replied promptly but not, from O'Neill's point of view, reassuringly, that only the examining army surgeon could decide whether or not an arrested tubercular case should be exempted. Hierk was nothing to do but wait, brood and drink and upset his father with anarchist pacifist jargon and noisy denunciations of his country's military policy. His gloom reached a peak by mid-August, when Louise, who had returned from France, wrote to tell him that she was going to Russia with Reed to report on the revolution. Reed, having been exempted IROM military service because of his kidney operation, was accredited as a correspondent for the masses, the Call, and the Seven Arts. Louise had found the tonic for her depression by becoming a freelance correspondent. She and Reed sailed from New York on August 17. There had been no formal break with O'Neill. He was still in love with her and she professed to be still in love with him, but her chance for adventure and personal recognition lay with Reed. O'Neill, angry with himself for being unable to offer her any comparably glamorous opportunity, went on a binge. When he drank excessively, Eugene grew increasingly abusive toward his father. James was on vacation from a play called The Wanderer, which had opened February 1, 1917, at the Manhattan Opera House and was to resume its run in the fall. A biblical drama based on a German book about the prodigal son, it featured James, aptly enough, in the role of the father. James thought the play a classic and Eugene thought it was a waste of his father's ability. One night Eugene came home very drunk and told his father it had dawned on him that James was the worst actor in America. Then he amended his statement. "An actor named Corse Payton," he shouted, "was the worst." "You are the second worst," he said. James had had enough. He called Art McGinley, who was helping Eugene console himself that summer, and urged him to take Eugene to Provincetown. "Gene needs a change," James told McGinley dryly. "I think it would be a good thing for both of us if there were at least a temporary separation." McGinley jocularly recalled the incident. "We left New London by popular request," he said. "There was no shedding of tears in the public square when O'Neill and I departed." The two men, far from sober when they boarded the Provincetown boat at Boston, enjoyed their crossing. They shared their bottle with members of the crew until the captain, getting wind of their activities, threatened to put them in irons. When they arrived at Provincetown, Jig Cook was waiting to greet them. O'Neill and McGinley moved into a small apartment over a general store on Commercial Street owned by John Francis, the most generous and accommodating of landlords. Francis had got the rooms ready for O'Neill earlier that spring, shortly after his arrest as a German spy. Francis was one of the most popular residents in Provincetown. In the evenings the sea captains congregated in his store around the Cracker Barrel, smoking and chewing tobacco and basking in the warmth of his personality. They good-humoredly ignored a sign that read, "Please loaf in the back room." A rotund, baby-faced man with kindly eyes framed by steel-rimmed glasses, Francis was so tender-hearted that people often wondered how he managed to eke out a living. He never collected the rent on his apartments from anyone who seemed hard up and he extended unlimited credit. He subsidized O'Neill for nearly a year. Francis loved O'Neill, as he loved all strays, and O'Neill loved him. When Francis died in 1937, a friend sent O'Neill a newspaper obituary. "I feel a genuine sorrow," O'Neill wrote in thanking his friend for the clipping. "He was a fine person and a unique character. I am glad the article speaks of him as my friend. He was all of that, and I know he knew my gratitude, for I often expressed it." Francis had allowed Terry Carlin to live rent-free in the rooms reserved for O'Neill, pending O'Neill's arrival. In the summer of 1917 O'Neill, Carlin, and McGinley shared the apartment. Harry Kemp and his wife lived across the hall, and the rest of the Provincetown players also had settled down in various houses and apartments. Sometime during the period O'Neill was living in the Francis apartments, the ceiling beams of his room acquired a decorative inscription from Hindu philosophy. Before the ear can hear, it must have lost its sensitiveness. Before the eaves can see, they must be incapable of tears. Before the soul can fly, its wings must be washed in the blood of the heart. Before the voice can speak, it must have lost its power to wound. The inscription, burned by a poker deep into the wooden rafters, its letters formed boldly and with uniform precision, has been cited by many Provincetowners as O'Neill's handiwork, though no one can recall having witnessed the job or hearing him say he did it. In fact, it is more likely that Terry Carlin, whose hand was steadier and more skilled, was the artisan. Jig Cook was delighted to have O'Neill back, and even more delighted to be able to discuss the casting of his new plays, which would be presented at the Playwrights Theatre in the fall and winter. Jig tried to take care of his cherished playwright, encouraging him to eat when O'Neill seemed inclined to neglect himself, and urging him to open a bank account with his small fund of cash, to forestall his spending everything on liquor. Everyone there admired O'Neill's work, McGinley said, recalling his first exposure to O'Neill's intellectual friends. One remember a reading of an O'Neill play at Cook's house. The actress reading it interrupted her recitation every few minutes to say, "Here's the great new American playwright in the making." No one disputed her. I was definitely the unlettered member of the aggregation. The conversation was often so far above my level, it might have been in another tongue. The whole colony was preaching internationalism, one world, one flag, and so on. They used to call me McGinley the Patriot because I admired Wilson and supported the country's stand in the war. Bewildered one day by a particularly esoteric conversation about psychoanalysis, McGinley told O'Neill he didn't know what some of the Provincetowners were talking about. "Don't pay any attention," O'Neill said. "A lot of them are pretenders." But McGinley was flattered when Jig, trying to line up a cast for the fall production of The Long Voyage Home, pointed out McGinley as a natural for the part of the drunken Russian. Unwilling to take unlimited advantage of John Francis' generosity, O'Neill and McGinley lived mainly on oatmeal, which they cooked in their room in an ancient double boiler over a hot plate. James had arranged for them to have their meals at a hotel, but the paid-for meals were largely liquid. One day they found the beach littered with squid, and tried to cook them. They quickly went back to oatmeal. Despite an urgent need for cash, O'Neill, according to McGinley, refused an assignment he believed would compromise his literary talents. Gene was a man of principle, McGinley said. He got an offer from a Broadway producer who had seen his work in New York. He wanted Gene to write a play about submarine warfare. There was a substantial advance payment attached to the offer. "All they want is a story to wrap around a lot of spectacular stage effects," O'Neill told McGinley. "That would be cheap theater, melodrama, claptrap, and I'll have nothing to do with it." McGinley has recalled O'Neill's routine that summer as being one of alternate drinking, working and swimming. His swimming had grown even bolder than the year before. He would swim to the fishing boats and often board them, to their occupants' astonishment and dismay. More than once he was warned by the fishermen that he would surely drown. Gene would spend a few weeks swimming, boating, fishing and so on, McGinley related. Then he would decide to go to work, and all else would be off his slate. "I have seen him work from sunup all through the long day and into the small hours of the next morning. He would shut himself up and write and then pound away at the typewriter hours on end. He would write something, not like it, and then rewrite it until he was satisfied with the result. He had a tenacity that was amazing." Sometime during that summer Professor Baker visited Provincetown and one day encountered O'Neill in town. It was their first meeting since O'Neill had been at Harvard. Baker knew about the Playwrights Theatre and closely questioned O'Neill about his part in it. They discussed the group's production of Bound East for Cardiff, and O'Neill reminded Baker he had not considered it a play when it was first submitted to him at Harvard. Baker made it clear to O'Neill that he was interested in his work and asked O'Neill to keep him informed about his future productions. In O'Neill's official list of work accomplished during the summer of 1917 he has mentioned only 2 projects: a short story about Stokers, containing the germ idea of the hairy ape, and an outline for the idea of Beyond the Horizon, which was to be his first full-length play to reach the stage. In both of these works O'Neill expressed for the first time on a large scale his hopeless hope philosophy, painting with sweep and grandeur the tragic theme that was soon to distinguish him from all American playwrights who had come before. The story has been told by several of O'Neill's friends that the title for Beyond the Horizon was suggested by a conversation he had with a feeble-minded boy on a Provincetown beach. "What's out there?" asked T.N.E. boy, gazing out over the Atlantic. "The horizon," O'Neill is said to have replied. "And what's beyond the horizon?" asked the boy. The story may be true. It is always difficult in the case of an O'Neill play, to evaluate the many sources from which he drew inspiration. Beyond the Horizon, like most of his major works, was written on several levels, all of them discernible but so well blended by the undefinable catalyst of his genius that probably even he was unaware where one level began and the other ended. He drew elements of the physical setting for Beyond the Horizon from his immediate surroundings. The farm was one he had seen tucked away in the hills of Truro, beyond Pilgrim Heights. Great poplars lined the approach to the farmhouse and the roar of the sea could be heard, always, in the near distance. A byway across the dunes, called the Atkins Mayo Road, lent its name to the 2 families who are the play's protagonists. O'Neill's personal situation with regard to Louise inspired some elements of the plot. Beyond the Horizon is in one respect a triangle play. 2 brothers are in love with the same girl, Ruth Atkins. O'Neill wrote himself into the part of Robert Mayo, the younger, who has a touch of the poet. Robert makes the mistake of declaring his love for Ruth and staying with her on the farm, instead of following the sea as he had planned. Thus by winning he loses. There is something of Reed in the hardier older brother, Andrew, who, having lost Ruth, takes Robert's place as a sailor. But it was pure art that enabled O'Neill to alter an unresolved personal situation into one in which the poet wins the girl while losing his soul and the adventurer grows materialistic in the face of poetic experience he cannot appreciate. O'Neill believed that Reed had made off with his Louise. Robert, in the play, believes that Andrew has robbed him of his birthright. On another level O'Neill interpreted the conflict between the 2 men in terms of the brother rivalry he understood so well from his own relationship with Jamie. He added the ingredient of father-son antagonism, infusing the Mayo family with the passions and conflicts that governed his own family. James O'Neill's disappointment that Jamie had not followed him successfully in the theatre evolved as the farmer Mayo's stony unforgiveness of Andrew, when he abandons the farm. The father's first name, significantly, is James. On yet another level O'Neill drew on his experiences as a sailor and as a tubercular, fusing literal fact with artistic symbolism. Robert dies of tuberculosis. And if James Mayo is a New England version of James O'Neill, and Andrew is part Reed, part Jamie, and part symbol, Robert is not only O'Neill himself in many guises but also part Olsen, the sailor who, a few months earlier, had been the model, in the long voyage home, for the Swedish seaman who has run away from the farm and longs to return. This particular source of the characterization of Robert was conceded by O'Neill and is an interesting example of the way inspiration sometimes struck. At exactly the right moment, when I was floundering about in the maze of the novel play he turned up in my memory, O'Neill once said. I thought, what if he had stayed on the farm, with his instincts? What would have happened? But I realized at once he never would have staved, not even if he had saddled himself with the wife and kids. It amused him to pretend he craved the farm. He was too harmonious a creation of the God of things as they are. As well expect a seagull to remain in a barnyard for ethical reasons. And from that point I started to think of a more intellectual, civilized type, a weaker type from the standpoint of the above-mentioned God, a man who would have inborn craving for the sea's unrest, only in him it would be conscious, too conscious, intellectually diluted into a vague, intangible, romantic wanderlust. His powers of resistance, both moral and physical, would also probably be correspondingly watered. He would throw away his instinctive dream and accept the thraldom of the farm lore, wife or almost any nice little poetical craving the romance of sex, say. And so Robert Mayo was born, and developed from that beginning, and Ruth, and the others, and finally the complete play. Elsewhere O'Neill explained the genesis of the play in more general terms. I have never written anything which did not come directly or indirectly from some event or impression of my own, but these things develop very differently from what you expect. For example, I intended at first in Beyond the Horizon to portray in a series of disconnected scenes the life of a dreamer who pursues his vision over the world, apparently without success or a completed deed in his life. At the same time, it was my intention to show at last a real accretion from his wandering and dreaming, a thing intangible but real and precious beyond compare, which he had successfully made his own. But the technical difficulty of the task proved enormous, and I was led to a grimmer thing, the tragedy of the man who looks over the horizon, who longs with his whole soul to depart on the quest, but whom destiny confines to a place and a task that are not his. Whatever combination of environment and intuition it was that sparked Beyond the Horizon, it marked O'Neill's first coming to grips with his long-held dream of being a writer of tragedy. I have an innate feeling of exultance about tragedy, he said, in one of his innumerable attempts to explain and justify the form of expression to which he irrevocably committed himself in the summer of 1917. The tragedy of man is perhaps the only significant thing about him. What I am after is to get an audience to leave the theater with an exultant feeling from seeing somebody on the stage facing life, fighting against the eternal odds, not conquering, but perhaps inevitably being conquered. The individual life is made significant just by the struggle. The struggle of man to dominate life, to assert and insist that life has no meaning outside himself, where he comes in conflict with life, which he does at every turn, and his attempt to adapt life to his own needs, in which he doesn't succeed, is what I mean when I say that man is the hero. If 1 out of 10,000 can grasp what the author means, if that one can formulate within himself his identity with the person in the play, and at the same time get the emotional thrill of being that person in the play, then the theater will get back to the fundamental meaning of the drama, which contains something of the religious spirit which the Greek theater had and something of the exultance which is completely lacking in modern life. Elaborating on this theme on another occasion, he said, "The tragedy of life is what makes it worthwhile. I think that any life which merits living lies in the effort to realize some dream, and the higher that dream is the harder it is to realize. Most decidedly we must all have our dreams. If one hasn't them, one might as well be dead. The only success is in failure. Any man who has a big enough dream must be a failure and must accept this as one of the conditions of being alive. If he ever thinks for a moment that he is a success, then he is finished. XXVIII. Leaving some of his personal possessions in the safekeeping of his accommodating landlord, John Francis, O'Neill followed the Provincetown Players back to New York in the fall of 1917. He brought with him his melancholy over Louisa's departure, and displayed it with self-conscious martyrdom. His gloom, in fact, was so palpable that some of the Provincetowners feared it would affect his creativity. James O'Neill was less considerate of his son's feelings and still not entirely convinced of his talents. Although he soon came to regret and even vigorously deny his lack of faith in Eugene, there is no doubt he believed at this time that his son was a parasitical dilettante. He had no intention of allowing Eugene to become his permanent ward, as had Jamie. He kept after Eugene to take a job and threatened to withdraw his allowance. "If you want to write, why don't you write for a newspaper?" James asked, with what he deemed utter reasonableness. Eugene grumbled to his friends about his father's ultimatum. How could he be a playwright if he had to devote himself to a job? Eugene made half-hearted attempts to find work, but when his father left town he gave up. The Wanderer reopened in Philadelphia, and on October 11, Less than 3 weeks before Eugene was to receive his first important recognition from the New York critics, James O'Neill celebrated his 50th anniversary as an actor. The Wanderer was to be his last play. After a half-century in the theater, he had read his final press notices. Nevertheless, he was still making the kind of public pronouncements about the theater that made Eugene shudder. They seemed, to Eugene, to be oblique slaps at his own efforts. "There is but one kind of acting for me, that of the classic drama," declared James to a reporter for the Philadelphia Record, lumping The Wanderer with the plays of Shakespeare. "It has the old heart quality in it, the appeal that the public cannot resist." In Boston, where The Wanderer also toured, James befriended an 18-year-old student, Harry Crowley, who wanted to go on the stage. "Oh, Harry," James told him, "I wish my boy Gene loved the stage as you do. All Gene wants to do is scribble." Ella O'Neill, who was more heartened than James by her son's literary progress, had accompanied her husband to Boston. Crowley met them both there in a quiet family hotel where he worked as a desk clerk in order to pay his way at the New England Conservatory of Music. James, remarkably spry for a man of 71, would occasionally cross the hotel lobby to Crowley's desk in a lively hornpipe. Ella walked a little behind her husband. At 60 she was gray-haired but erect and dressed in dark colors. That October, she candidly displayed her pleasure over Eugene's triumph at having a play published in the Smart Set. "Isn't this wonderful?" she said to a young relative, proudly showing the magazine. "Eugene has made $75. The Smart Set was a leading literary magazine. It called itself a magazine of cleverness, and the two men who ran it, George Jean Nathan and H. L. Mencken, had absolute faith in their ability to recognize cleverness when they saw it. They saw it in O'Neill's The Long Voyage Home, the first of 3 one-act plays by him which they published. The Smart Set provoked a good deal of controversy in intellectual circles. Nathan and Mencken were sometimes vulgar, often brilliant, and always irreverent. Their iconoclasm held a vast appeal for O'Neill. One of the leaflets issued from the Smart Set offices, for example, announced that a woman secretary is in attendance at all interviews between the editors, or either of them, and lady authors. Hence, it will be unnecessary for such visitors to provide themselves with either duennas or police whistles. O'Neill did not expect the Smart Set to publish his plays. When he submitted them, he wrote to Mencken that he knew they were not the sort of thing the magazine used, but that he would like an opinion on them. Mencken replied that he liked them, and had turned them over to George Jean Nathan, who served as the magazine's drama critic. O'Neill then received a letter from Nathan praising the plays, and was astonished when all 3 were subsequently accepted for publication. This was the beginning of a long friendship between O'Neill and Nathan. Nathan, 6 years O'Neill's senior, had been a drama critic since 1908, first for the New York Herald and later on a contributing basis for various magazines including Harper's Weekly. He had been co-editor of the Smart Set since 1914. Having studied in Germany, Nathan was an advocate of the European drama and had long been deploring, in a lone but strident voice, the shoddy state of the American theater, holding up for his readers such examples of vigorous drama as the plays of Strindberg and Ibsen, and ridiculing, often with the wildest abandon, the plays of such sacrosanct Americans as Augustus Thomas, Charles Clem, and Eugene Walter. Handsome, vain, sybaritic, and didactic, Nathan throve on controversy, loved stepping on toes, and was a gallant fighter in any intellectual cause he believed in. He believed in O'Neill and did not content himself with merely saying so in print. He pushed O'Neill's cause personally and fervently with a number of the younger and more daring Broadway managers. Some years after publishing The Moon of the Caribbees in the Smart Set, Nathan wrote, in an introduction to the published play, "In O'Neill theater has found its first really important dramatist. To it he has brought a sense of splendid color, a sense of vital drama, and a sense of throbbing English that no native playwright before him was able to bring." O'Neill came into the American drama at a propitious moment. His entrance clicked with all the precision and critical timeliness of the entrance of the United States Marines in a piece of popular Hwangdoodle. Just as this drama seemed about to be laid low by unremitting stereotyped dullness and preposterous affectation, he jumped upon the scene with a bundle of life and fancy under his arm, hurled it onto the stage, and there let it break open with its 100 smashing hues to confound the drab and desolate boards. Instantly, or so it seemed, the stage began to breathe again, instantly the painted backdrop became real, and instantly the canvas rocks became solid, substantial. The essential difference between O'Neill and the majority of his contemporaries in the field of American drama lies in the circumstance that where the latter think of life in terms of drama, O'Neill thinks of drama in terms of life. If O'Neill's first important literary recognition came from publication in J. He Smart Set, his first impact in the theater came with the production of In the Zone. Considered not experimental enough for the Playwrights Theater, the play was presented on October 31, 1917, by the Washington Square Players, whose production standards were more professional than those of the Provincetown Players. The cast included William Gillette, Frederick Rowland, and Bytonza de Cordova. On the bill within the zone were The Avenue, by Fenimore Merrill, His Widow's Husband by Jacinto Benavenci, and Blind Alleys by Grace Latimer Wright, in which Catherine Cornell, who had made her debut with the Washington Square Players TLC Scar before, acted a major role. Most of the critics singled out the O'Neill play for their highest praise. An anonymous critic, Tor 1 He Imes, devoted 3/4 of his review of the tour play bill to In the Zone, describing it as heartfelt, vivid with picturesque character, and tense with excitement. In the Zone was of a very high order, both as a thriller and as a document in human character and emotion, he said. The equally a non-vinous critic for the Evening World declared that the Washington Square Players fired their best shot with In the Zone by Eugene O'Neill, who, I'm told, is the son of that fine old actor, James O'Neill. The Herald reported, also anonymously, that the O'Neill play registered Sr. realistically that several spectators laughed awkwardly in its tense moments as a result of the nervous strain of the sustained thrill. In a signed review in The American, Alan Dale called In the Zone perhaps the best and most agreeably acted of the playlets, adding, "The idea is well worked up. It is all quite thrillingly suggested. The scene itself I.B. capital. I.e. atmosphere is rife with danger." For the Glow Louis Sherwin reported that the best of them all is In the Zone, by Eugene O'Neill, whose remarked talent for drama was first shown by his Bound East for Cardiff. I don't know where this young man got his knowledge of the speech of seafaring men, but this is the second play he has written about them with remarkable power and penetration. He makes the sailors in the forecastle of a tramp steamer passing through the submarine zone live for you with a vividness that is quite astonishing. In the minority were P. Alf Block, of the Tribune, who did not even mention In the Zone in his review of the bill, and an anonymous critic for the Sunday who took O'Neill to tad, for being repetitious, a charge O'Neill was to hear often during his career. But the reviews, on the whole, were so good and the audience reaction so enthusiastic that O'Neill suspected In the Zone was not a very good play. When everybody likes something, watch out, he once told an interviewer, recalling his first hit. And to Barrett Clark, who praised In the Zone when it was published in 1919, O'Neill wrote, "I by no means agree with you in your high estimate of In the Zone. To me it seems the least significant of all the plays. It is too facile in its conventional technique, too full of clever theatrical tricks. This play in no way represents the true me or what I desire to express. It is a situation drama lacking in all spiritual import. There is no big feeling for life inspiring it. Given the plot and a moderate ability to characterize, any industrious playwright could have reeled it off." In the Zone was also the first play from whose production O'Neill made any money, further proof, in his opinion, of its artistic worthlessness. While tasting the beginnings of fame through his popular one-actor, O'Neill had not neglected his development with the Provincetown Players, by now claiming a subscription audience of 900. The Players opened their season with The Long Voyage Home, on November 2, 1917, 2 days after the Washington Square Players had presented In the Zone. Nina Maes directed the production and Jig Cook and Hutch Collins were in the cast. The Playwrights Theatre had been refurbished. Though the audience still sat on benches, the backstage accommodations had been greatly enhanced. The troupe rented the floor above the parlor for cloakroom, lounging room, business office, dressing rooms, and storage of scenery. They also added 2 salaried workers. One was a property man cum carpenter, Louis L., who designed sets, walked on in minor roles, and immortalized himself as the author of a sign on a backstage door, "Close the door was you born in a stable." Nina Maes was the other new salaried member, with the title of General Coach. In addition to the long voyage home, the season's first bill included Close the Book, a thin comedy by Susan Glaspell about an emancipated girl, and a murky dramatic poem by James Oppenheim called Night. The program was favorably reviewed, though not on the same scale as that of the Washington Square Players. The Playwrights Theatre still maintained a policy of no free tickets to critics and an attitude of indifference to fame. However, the success of In the Zone impelled several critics to buy tickets for the bill featuring another O'Neill play. The first public recognition of O'Neill as a figure of growing importance came on November 4, 1917, 2 days after the premiere of The Long Voyage Home. He was the subject of a feature article in the Sunday drama section of the Times, under the provocative 2-column headline, "Who is Eugene O'Neill?" The mystery of Eugene O'Neill's identity was solved in about 400 words in space surrounded by ads for current Broadway productions, Tiger Bows, by William Mack, At the Lyceum, and Polly with a Past, by Guy Bolton and George Middleton, at the Belasco, Morris Jest's production of Chu Chin Chow, and the Charles Dillingham and Florence Ziegfeld Jr. production of Miss 1917. There was also an ad for the new Theda Bara movie, Cleopatra, playing at the Lyric. What Anthony paid for Cleo's clothes, only the great Sahara knows. In Thedapatra she wears a rose. In Greenwich Village that season the Provincetown Players acquired several new members who were to devote themselves to the Playwrights Theatre. Among them was a slender, handsome intellectual, James Light, who had been studying English literature and philosophy at Ohio State University and had accepted a scholarship at Columbia University in New York. His education began at Pittsburgh's Carnegie Tech, where he majored in architecture and painting. One day he looked critically at Bis drawings and decided they were not first-rate. He concluded he would never be as good as Michelangelo or El Greco, the 2 painters he most admired, and he abandoned painting. When he reached New York in October, Light headed for the Village to find a place to live. He ran into Charles Ellis, also a former student at Ohio State, who had arrived in New York to study painting at the Art Students League. They decided to share expenses and rented a big room above the theater at 139 McDougal Street. While unpacking, Light listened curiously to the sounds of hammering below and investigated. There were 4 people there: Jig Cook, Hutch Collins, O'Neill, and Louis L., Light said in recalling his introduction to the Provincetown Players. L. was doing the hammering. He was working on the benches in the auditorium. The other 3 were on the floor, a half bottle of whiskey near them, shooting craps. They asked me to join them, and since I had a few dollars in my pocket, I did. O'Neill's hands were very big and the others watched him suspiciously when he picked up the dice. When the game was over, Light and O'Neill fell into conversation. O'Neill mentioned something about swimming Light's sport at Ohio State and a bond was quickly established. Light, whose father had been a carpenter and builder, then ventured to criticize the construction of the benches. He pointed out that the job could be more efficiently handled with a ripsaw. Jig Cook promptly turned over the project to him. I started sawing immediately, Light said. He was also pressed into service as an actor. Susan Glaspell's Close the Book had not been completely cast, and one day when Light, looking professorial, happened to pass with an armload of books, an actor suggested him for the role of Peyton Root, an English instructor. Light acquitted himself so well as both carpenter and actor that he became permanently attached to the Playwrights Theatre. He attended lecture courses at Columbia, but abandoned his plan for a degree. Light's second appearance was on the bill, which opened November 30 and ended December 4. The troupe, grown a trifle overambitious, staged for one actors, two of them by the eccentric poet Maxwell Bodenheim, one by Rita Wellman, who had caused a minor flurry the year before with an anti-war play entitled Barbarians, and O'Neill's Lie. The first Bodenheim play was called Knot Holes, was set on a road by a graveyard, anytime, and its cast consisted of the sleepy mayor, the jaunty bricklayer and two ghosts. Opus number 2 was the gentle furniture shop, also set anytime, and also peopled by symbols. Light appeared in Rita Wellman's play and Hutch Collins portrayed Captain Keeney in Lie. Only the O'Neill play, which Nina Maes directed, was considered successful by the Provincetowners. It was responsible for increasing the subscription audience and necessitated the scheduling of extra performances. Jimmy Light's roommate, Charles Ellis, also had been pressed into service. Starting, like Light, on the physical side of a production, he soon found himself on stage, entrusted with major roles. It was Jig Cook who discovered his acting ability. Ellis was painting scenery for a 3-act play by Cook called The Athenian Women, the theater's fifth bill in March, 1918, and its most ambitious one to date. It had a cast of 33. I was painting my heart out on a cutout of the Acropolis, Ellis recalled. Suddenly I heard Jig's voice call out from the back of the auditorium. "You are going to play the part of the boy who designed the Acropolis," pronounced Cook, and promptly dismissed the actor who had already been cast for the role. 2 bills earlier, in December, 1917, Cook had discovered another gifted amateur, Edna St. Vincent Millay. Recently out of Vassar and already preceded by a reputation as a poet, she went to see Cook for an acting role and was engaged for Floyd Dell's play, The Angel Intrudes. Miss Millay, who was fixing in T5 Village with her 2 sisters, Norma and Kathleen, told them about her new job but did not suggest that they join her. It was Charles Ellis who finally drew Norma into the group, where she became one of its leading actresses. "Charlie started taking out Vincent and ended up living with me," Norma Millay once recalled with satisfaction, adding casually, "We were married in 1921. My mother thought it was high time." Though enjoying his success, O'Neill was again finding the strain of the city an impediment to work, and he now added the excuse of his melancholy over Louise to do some intensive drinking. Sometime before the end of 1917 he had managed, however, to write a 3-act play called Now I Ask You, which he described as a farce, a 1-acter, about the IWW, called the GAM, which he described as a farce comedy, and another 1-acter called Atrocity, which he described as a pantomime. None of these was ever produced and he later listed them among his destroyed works. He also wrote 2 poems during this period, neither of them ever published. One was called Eyes, presumably dedicated to Louise, and the other 'Tis of Thee. Both were written in saloons, where he was then spending most of his time. One of the saloons popular with the Provincetown group was Columbia Gardens, run by Luke O'Connor. It was here that Jig Cook and Susan Glaspell had first made their plans to produce plays in Provincetown. O'Connor, who possessed the Irish charm and temperament O'Neill admired, had a red face, wore stiff high collars that squeezed his neck, and excelled as a bouncer. His greatest pride lay in the fact that the poet John Masefield had once worked for him as barboy. Masefield remained Lovell after he achieved fame and from time to time sent a copy of his latest book to O'Connor, who kept the volumes behind the bar and needed no urging to display them to his customers. O'Connor was respected for his generosity in cashing checks for his customers. The writer Holger Cahill, for whom O'Connor once cashed a $50 check, told him, "Gee, Luke, that was nice of you. Don't you ever get any rubber checks?" O'Connor vanished for a moment behind the bar, then reappeared with a stack of checks a foot high. They had all bounced. O'Connor's saloon, decorated with cut glass mirrors and tall Chinese vases, was on 8th Street and 6th Avenue, 4 blocks north of the Hell Hole, and across the street from Night Court. Like the Hell Hole, it was rarely referred to by its formal name. It was known as the Working Girls' Home, a name bestowed one afternoon by Mary Heaton Vorse, after observing a trio of prostitutes push through the swinging door of O'Connor's. To O'Connor's on occasion came Jamie O'Neill, seeking his brother, not quite able to conceal his resentment of Eugene's success, not quite able to decide whether to praise Gene or disparage him. "See my brother's play last night," he once asked Romany Marie. "Isn't he great?" "Why aren't you?" retorted Marie. "Someday I'm going to be," answered Jamie, with heavy irony. He was 40. His face had become flabby with alcohol, his eyes puffed and glazed. But he still kept up a mechanical pretense of being a Broadway playboy and behaved as though he was slumming when he looked in on his brother at the Hell Hole or at Romany Marie's or Polly Holiday's. One friend of O'Neill's has described Jamie coming into the Hell Hole looking down his long nose. Jamie's attitude was so patronizing that the friend could not refrain from asking Eugene why he stood for it, and offered to punch Jamie for him. One time Holger Cahill and Jamie were having a discussion at O'Connor's about comedy and tragedy in literature, and Jamie said, "People think my life is a comedy, but it's a goddamn tragedy." Gene and his brother were both soaked in self-pity, Cahill later remarked. Jamie was jealous of Gene, he once told me Gene was overrated. Few of O'Neill's Greenwich Village friends liked Jamie. One exception was Art McGinley, who roomed with Jamie briefly that winter, and sometimes joined him in idling before the film cafe on West 49th Street. Occasionally Eugene would seek them out there. All the actors would go by, McGinley recalled. Sometimes one of them would snub Jamie, and then he'd tell me he had once gotten that actor a job with his old man's company. So futile was Jamie's present, so dismal his future, that he was willing to take refuge even in his sorry past. The contrast between him and his brother reached its height that year. For both Jamie and Eugene knew that Jamie's life was over and that Eugene's was on the verge of triumph. If this knowledge made Jamie sullen, it made Eugene gentle. He treated Jamie with tenderness and affection. But he was no longer Jamie's worshipful kid brother. Eugene went his own way, regretfully leaving Jamie behind. His way often led to the Hell Hole, and by now most of the Provincetown group had learned to follow him there. Maxwell Bodenheim later described an encounter with the young playwright in The New Yorker. "When I first met O'Neill 10 years ago, he was seated in the back room of the Flill Hole. He was talking to the Hudson Dusters on the subject of a friend of his, Scotty, who had defrauded the gangsters in a furniture deal, and he managed to smother their rage and induce them to forego their intended vengeance. He did this with a curious mixture of restrained profanity, mild contempt, and blunt camaraderie, which showed that he shared the spirit of these roughnecks and yet failed to share it. What it was that O'Neill shared with a Sioux Indian who one day drifted into the village, wearing fringed leather pants, a red shirt and a dour expression, no one ever found out, but the two would sit together for hours at a table in the Hell Hole, glumly drinking, in apparently compatible silence. O'Neill's friendship with a man named Joe Smith was more obvious. Joe was in his 40s, a light-skinned Negro with Caucasian features, broad shoulders, and a slim waist. He was married to a white woman, known as Miss Viola, a big blonde who blazed with supposedly hot diamonds. Whenever she and Joe were hard up, she would pawn her jewelry. Joe was a watchman for an auction company and, it was rumored, supplemented his income with a pair of loaded dice. On several occasions, when O'Neill had drunk himself insensible, Joe took him home to his sister's house and saw that he was nursed back to health. More than once Joe fed him during a lean period. After his wife died, Joe moved into a second-floor flat in an old frame building on Cornelia Street. His friends knew he was at home if they saw a bottle of gin in the window, his signal of welcome. "You're as welcome as the flowers in May" was his habitual greeting to whoever climbed the stairs to his rooms. In his apartment he had an old player piano. He was fond of music, particularly of To a Wild Rose, and kept the instrument going while entertaining visitors. O'Neill loved to go to Joe's place or join Joe in the Hell Hole. He found it amusing to watch Joe tinker with the Hell Hole's player piano until it disgorged its nickels. These Joe distributed to anyone who couldn't afford the price of a beer. Joe also had a way with pigs. Wallace, the proprietor, had bought a pig and fed it on garbage in the cellar of the Hell Hole. He was planning to cook it for Christmas. As the holiday approached, O'Neill and his friends got into the habit of fetching the pig from the cellar and offering it whiskey. It was a strong pig, and when it was drunk it became unmanageable, rushing about the back room, upsetting chairs, and behaving as O'Neill was apt to behave when he had exceeded his limit. Because of the pig's eccentricity, the hell-hole habitués referred to it as O'Neill's son. Joe Smith, the only one who was able to subdue the pig at such times, would croon into its ear until it grew quiet and could be led back to the cellar. "You got to reason with him," Joe would explain. That was the sort of thing O'Neill enjoyed. Not that he laughed or showed his mirth with anything approaching abandonment. Gene would try to keep his laughter down, to strangle it, James Light once said. Sometimes he'd walk into a corner and get it over with. He couldn't abandon himself to laughter, that would have stopped all thought activity. Instead, he was busy seeing the extension of the joke. He was ready to carry the humor of the situation a step further in his mind. Dudley Nichols, who became a friend of O'Neill's in later years, once expressed a similar opinion. The loud laugh was not for him. Very likely because his mind was too humorous for that. Think of the loud laughers you have known. No, I'm sure the really humorous men have never been loud laughers. But I suppose it is nothing either for or against a man. I do know that I have never laughed so delightedly and with my whole being so much as I did on several memorable occasions with O'Neill, for the simple reason that he was making me see something funny through his own rich mind, something that I had not perceived to be side-splitting until he pointed it out. On these occasions he would chuckle until he would become speechless, yet only a soft chuckle. Sometimes the wittiest people do not understand the nature of humor, for wit is generally compounded of quick intellect, imagination, and malice, deny it as we may. O'Neill had no trace of malice, but I dare say its manifestation in others amused him at times, as it does all of us. I have always remembered a motto of the great art critic, Elie Forr. He said, "We must take everything tragically, nothing seriously." That is precisely what O'Neill did. For the tragic view of life embraces all the humor and absurdity of human beings. Sean O'Casey, with whom O'Neill had a brief but felicitous friendship, recalled that O'Neill made him laugh many times. According to O'Casey, O'Neill told him jokes that only two Irishmen can share. This man could be gay, O'Casey said. It was good to have heard his laughter. Few people with whom O'Neill was on intimate terms, however, whether or not they were Irish, failed to perceive or respond to his peculiar brand of humor. From cultivated and sophisticated men like Nichols and Light, from the poet and wit O'Casey, to a self-educated, rough-hewn ex-sailor like Slim Martin, an Irishman with whom O'Neill spent much time in the village, they all seemed able to analyze and appreciate it. Gene smiled often, Martin once said. He had smiling eyes, always, among friends. If a thing amused him, he'd tip back his head with a quiet little laugh, rather, a chuckle. He never laughed out loud, who does, but children? He had an excellent sense of humor, but a poor sense of comedy, as he was kindly, and comedy invariably seems based on cruelty. O'Neill did not often contribute to the lively conversations that went on around him. He regarded the hell-hole much in the same way that certain pubs in Ireland are regarded, as places in which to listen. His ear was extraordinarily sensitive, as the flavor of his dialogue often attests. Much of that dialogue was absorbed in the saloons of Greenwich Village. But, although O'Neill was reluctant to talk, there was one story, an enormously complex and drawn-out joke that he never tired of repeating. Sometimes it took him over half an hour to tell it. Almost everyone O'Neill knew for any length of time heard him tell it at least once, and many heard it several times. George Jean Nathan vowed that O'Neill told it to him regularly twice a year, including a time that it lasted the duration of a 7-mile walk. It was the story known as the Old Bean and concerned the adventures of an old drunkard who was convinced that he could and did cope with every obstacle that fate placed in his path. One episode of the Old Bean saga concerns the drunkard's triumph over D.T.S. This is the way O'Neill would tell it. There was a guy in the bar very drunk. He told everyone how he used his old bean. "Look at me," he said. "When I take my ninth I'll use my bean and go home and go to bed, not like you guys." He drank his ninth and left. One night, 2 weeks later, he turned up at the bar, covered with bandages and walking with a limp. "Where you been?" everyone asked him. "Yes, boys," he said, "if I hadn't used the old bean, I wouldn't be here now. Remember the last time I was here? Well, I went home that night, got undressed and got into bed. Then I heard a knock at the door. I opened it and in came a little guy in uniform with a rifle on his shoulder. He marched up and down near my bed. I wanted to go to sleep, so I grabbed him by the back of his neck like I would a cat and threw him out. I went back to bed and 5 minutes later I heard a loud bang on the door. I opened it and in marched the same little guy, this time with a squad of little guys. He pulls out a sword and veils to the squad, "Ready, aim," and just before he said fire, I used the old bean and jumped out the window. XXIX. There were two patrons of the hellhole with whom O'Neill relaxed completely and talked endlessly. One was Terry Carlin and the other was Slim Martin, whose full name was James Joseph Martin. Slim was tall, rangy, and rugged, with a strong jaw, beak nose, blue-gray eyes, and an engaging grin. An average-sized friend once compared the experience of walking with him to strolling with a giraffe. Slim had the weathered complexion of a sailor, which he had been for several years, the powerful muscles of an iron worker, his trade for the past year, and a strong philosophical bent. He was also Irish and a poet and a member of the IWW. In 1917 Slim's work was sporadic. He might find a job on the construction of a new apartment house, and remain employed for a month or two, earning $30 to $40 a week good pay in that day. Then he would be out of work until he could find another building project. He would spend his mornings looking for work and, if he failed to find a job by lunchtime, would drift into the hellhole. He had no ties, no obligations, except to an aunt in Brooklyn who fed and housed him. In the hellhole, he believed he was rounding out his education. He did odd jobs for the Provincetown Players, just to be allowed a niche in their company. At the hellhole in the afternoon he usually encountered Terry Carlin and O'Neill. The exchanges between Martin, Carlin, and O'Neill came close to reproducing the conversations of a Dublin pub. The brogue that renders Irish pub talk lyrical, no matter how mundane the topic, was lacking from the speech of the three American Irishmen, but their range was probably wider and certainly more unconventional. Often they devoted themselves to pulling apart their three old country, dumb, Irish fathers. Slim's phrase. Slim, the comical ideas that they brought from the old country, TFRRY, with them, it's obey, or feel a touch of the stick. O'Neill, always a conflict between the old country parents and the new country offspring. Terry, and the Irish ghost stories. Slim, always the fog, the bog, the will-o'-the-wisp and the dog or pig turned to the devil before your eyes. But always, too, the blazing pride of their Irish ancestry, felt by all three, despite parental despotism, despite rejection of the faith of their Irish parents. Slim claimed to be agnostic, like O'Neill. But Terry disdained that label, he was a mystic. Slim, you're as pantheistic as Omar, Terry. You're a mystic only when you've been looking too long at the wine when it's red. Terry, like now. Slim, 'scuse me, Terry. I'll buy a drink. Appreciative grin from O'Neill. Literature was not neglected by the three philosophers. One day Joseph Conrad was the subject. Slim, never heard of Conrad. O'Neill, what? You'll have to read The Nigger of the Narcissus, Slim. Slim, oh, I've read that in Portland, in the Wobbly Hall. Talked it over with Jack Reed. O'Neill, but you said you didn't know Conrad. Slim, hell, I let a book drop open at a page and start reading. If I like it I read it to the end and then go back to the beginning. I never look at who wrote the book. O'Neill, you should. Slim, ever walk over the Brooklyn Bridge? O'Neill, sure. Slim, who built it? Blank look from O'Neill. Equally blank look from Terry. Slim, the authors' names are cast on steel plates and put up at both towers of the bridge to be read from the footway. O'Neill, that's not the same. That bridge will last only a few years. A book or a poem may last for thousands. Slim, the author hopes. O'Neill, my plays will, I hope. Slim, I hope for you, too, Jean. Quiet laughter from Terry. O'Neill's ideas for future plays were often the subject of discussion. He was still mulling over his short story, which he was soon to expand into The Hairy Ape, and had asked Slim to take him to a meeting of the IWW. But there were other ideas for plays, far in the future. Someday, said O'Neill, I'll do a play about Marco Polo 6 years before Marco Millions was drafted. And another time. I want to write a play about the sons of Mary and the sons of Martha 8 years before writing Lazarus Laughed. Recurrently the theme of Greek tragedy came up, explained and elaborated upon by O'Neill and Terry for the furtherance of Slim's education. O'Neill, in Greek tragedy the characters are inexorably pushed on the road by fate. Once a Greek tragedian started to write a play, his characters never could deviate from that road on which fate was pushing them. Life itself is the same as that. You get on a road and no matter what you do or how you try to change or correct your life, you can't do it, because fate, or kismet, or whatever you call it, will push you down the road. But Slim could enlighten O'Neill, too, on a variety of odd subjects. There's no such thing as skid row. It's skid road, a lumberjack term, the road you drag the logs along to load them on the skidway. It takes us hobos to tell you about things like that, Jean. And sometimes their knowledge blended with and supplemented each other's. Slim, what do you mean by symbolism, Jean? O'Neill, the cherry orchard is a symbol, and the CGRDL and in Hamlet take the phrase when we have shuffled off this mortal coil, the coil is a symbol for life. The coil would be a line like a ship's hawser. Slim, yes, the hawser is coiled up, and as you throw it to the dock it goes shuffling off, and if the other end isn't secure, the line will go. And what do you think Shakespeare meant by I know a hawk from a handsaw? What sort of hawk do you think he meant, Jean? O'Neill, why, a bird, Slim. Slim, no, you're wrong there. A hawk is also a tool. A handsaw is one of the main tools of the carpenter, but a hawk is a plasterer's tool, a little square with a round handle in the bottom, to hold mortar. O'Neill, I never understood that. I thought it was a hawk flying in the air. They went on to discuss the fact that Shakespeare had lifted his plots from other writers. Terry, true, he plagiarized. But he said it better. O'Neill, everything has been said before. There's nothing new to write about, always the same old things, the same old lies and the same old loves and the same old tragedy and joy. But you can write about them in a new way, in your own way. On philosophy. Slim, Terry, your Schopenhauer and Nietzsche and Marx, and your Plato and Spinoza, I've read them. They're all nuts. They contradict themselves from chapter to chapter, book to book. Terry, of course. That's what philosophers are for. On women. Terry, if you go fishing and a woman comes along, you're not going to pay attention to the fish. She can't get a worm on the hook, you've got to do it. They're very insatiable in their demands. If you want to buy an automobile, you go and look at the engine and braking and other mechanical features. But she opens the door to look at the seats, the color, the upholstery. They're forever demanding. Nothing is good enough for them. Slim, that's terrible, Terry. After all, the demanding women are the ones that are pushing you up the road and are causing you to progress and bring on innovations, new inventions. We'd be satisfied to get along with an old pick and shovel. But they say maybe they'd like a steam shovel. So we find a steam shovel. Terry, you can't trust them. You can't depend on them. You're a sap to idealize them, Slim. I know. I know. I'm a lot older than you. Slim, well, that's right. Go back to Kipling's Ladies and learn about women from me. I've taken my fun where I've found it. And now I must pay for my fun. For the more you ave know the others, the less you will settle to one. O'Neill, don't you do it, Slim. Learn about women on your own. The hell with what Terry tells you. Terry, Slim, you believe women are wonderful and that you'll fall in love and be happily married someday, and Gene believes he's going to be a great playwright. That's only to keep you going. That's your pipe dream. Everyone needs a pipe dream to keep him going. You're both kidding yourselves. It won't work out. But you have to have pipe dreams to live in this dizzy world. O'Neill and Slim often talked about the sea, and when they did, Terry fell silent. Gene, one of the greatest kicks I ever got was when I became an AB. The sea calls to the blood of all the Irish. Slim, yes, there isn't a square foot of Ireland more than 65 miles from the sea. In the pre-Christian days the Irish fared to North America in curraghs. Who built the Druid worship places in Massachusetts, if not the Druid Irish? Terry accused Slim of romanticizing. On the subject of masks. O'Neill, if people would take off their masks, we'd know more about them. The truth is always concealed. Terry, that's what Pilate said when he sentenced Jesus. What is the truth? O'Neill, if I could only find a way to let people's inner thoughts be known on the stage, if I could use masks, if I could take off the mask to let the inner thoughts be known to the audience, and put on the mask to show the outer thoughts, I'm planning to write a play using masks. On health. Slim, I'll probably wind up with TB, working out in the rain and cold all the time. O'Neill, T.B. You give me a pain in the neck. You and Terry, both with chests like barrels, and you're both worried about TB. They wouldn't be able to kill either of you with an axe. Slim, who outlived O'Neill, did finally contract tuberculosis. When O'Neill died in 1953, Slim reflected from his hospital bed. Gene's life was tragic. He never achieved what he really wanted, artistically. The gap between his achievements and his frustrations was so great, they didn't at all balance. Gene was a thoroughgoing, loyal, kindly, warm-hearted, generous and lovable gentleman from his heart out and to all people. The downtrodden, especially if they were courageous, were heroes and friends, and when he had success and adulation he would leave a group of befurred and jeweled and toe-fatted socialites and those he dubbed the Sons of Mary to walk over and say hello and chat with one of those he called the Sons of Martha. And you could be in shirt sleeves with the soil of labor black in the sweat of your face. He was truly a man and a friend. XXX. The winter of 1917-18 was one of the coldest in memory. It was also a year of high tensions and fast-vanishing romantic visions. It was the final year of the war, the dawn of the Russian Revolution. The aging children of Greenwich Village burned brighter than ever with idealism and waited breathlessly for the millennium. Some believed it would dawn in Bolshevist Russia, others that it would emerge in a renaissance of art. It was the end of an era of innocence and pure romance, the prelude to Prohibition and the Roaring Twenties. Two of the voices of radical idealism were already being smothered, the seven arts, and the masses could not survive the anti-war policy they had espoused. Max Eastman, Floyd Dell, and Jack Reed were under indictment for articles said to have sought obstruction of recruiting and enlistment. It was becoming more difficult, even in the freedom of Greenwich Village, to be a radical, unfettered, freewheeling, individualist. Labels were beginning to be applied: communist, pacifist, immoralist, coward. The artists and writers of Greenwich Village clung together in a sort of valedictory frenzy, sensing the end of their golden era. They huddled in saloons, in each other's apartments, in the club rooms above the Playwrights' Theatre, seeking shelter around the punch bowl and the whiskey bottle and the schooner of beer, trying to ward off the cold winds and the even colder climate of antipathy in which they would all have to shoulder the responsibilities of a post-war world. The winter of 5917-18 marked the end of a way of life. For many of the Provincetowners, the last-ditch battle against the violation of their glorious adolescence was fought in the Flill hole. O'Neill lived there, almost literally. If he was late to a meeting or a rehearsal, someone would be sent to fetch him from the Flill hole, not from his home, for no one really knew where he lived. As one of his friends has recalled, Jean would just show up and vanish. Soon someone would have to be sent to find whoever had gone to find O'Neill, and before long the whole group would be at the hell hole, drinking, talking, singing. No one wanted to go to sleep, and often they would stay up all night, warming themselves on Wallace's liquor, his pot-bellied stove, and their dreams. In the early part of that winter, O'Neill conscientiously fanned the flame of the torch he carried for the still absent Louise. At times it seemed to some of his friends that his suffering was less acute than his sense of drama. They believed he was playing the role of the heartbroken lover rather than feeling it. In any case, there were at least 4 other women ready to console him. One was Nina Maes. "I didn't like Jean when I first met him during the production of The Sniper," Nina said. "He was morose, sullen, uncommunicative. It wasn't long, however, before she fell under the spell of his moody, tormented eves and felt the power of the man, terribly potent, terribly lonely. He told her of his love for Louise. 'She's the only woman I love or ever will love,' and Nina was moved, even though she thought he was exaggerating. Nina was wary of O'Neill's group and rarely joined them in the hell hole. She did go to Luke O'Connor's, though, and to some of the private parties, and sat by rather timorously, watching the others drink. One night, at a birthday party, she was sitting by O'Neill, holding an untouched glass of punch, a blend of wine and gin. O'Neill taunted her about her abstinence and she impulsively drained the glass. "You're a goddamned fool," said O'Neill, with a mocking grin. "I wouldn't drink that trash." And he took a deep draught from the bottle he carried with him. One time O'Neill sat in Nina's room until 5 in the morning, telling her the story of his life with a few deletions. He never mentioned his mother or discussed his childhood, nor did lie dwell on his bout with TB. He did refer to his former illness once, however, when Nina asked him how he stood in the draft. "They wouldn't have me any more than they would a rattlesnake," he told her. Lee's fears on that score had been put to rest. The army had told him it did not want him. "I got married before I left for South America," O'Neill interposed casually, at one point in his narrative. "You know, Nina, somewhere in the world I have a son." Nina gasped, as he had intended her to do. "Don't be so goddamned sentimental," said O'Neill. "I've never seen him." O'Neill enjoyed playing on her emotions. "Nina," he murmured once, "I make the poet's plea in Candida." Nina was caught off her guard and stammered an inadequate answer. Later she recalled that the poet's name was Eugene, and when she studied the Shaw comedy she found that the poet had many of O'Neill's characteristics, such as shyness, awkwardness, and a haunted, tormented expression. She read the scene in the last act to which O'Neill had referred and grew even more distressed. It was the scene in which Candida, confronted by the husband who needs her and the poet who worships her, asks each what inducement he has to offer for her love. The poet's plea is, "My weakness. My desolation. My heart's need." If Nina had only remembered Candida's answer, it would have had the virtue of being both graceful and non-committal, for Candida, of course, rejects the poet. "Jean took his women and left them," she later observed. "He ran with a crowd of people I then considered supreme sophisticates, and I certainly was not sophisticated. Maybe that interested him." W had probably attracted O'Neill most was Nina's sympathetic understanding of his work. He approved her handling of the plays she had already directed for the Provincetowners, and that winter he showed her a script of The Moon of the Caribbees. Although O'Neill knew it would not be produced until the following season, he carried the script about with him lovingly and allowed friends to read it as a mark of trust and as a test of their sensitivity. Nina passed the test. She understood how much of himself he had put into the play. The second of the women to whom O'Neill found himself attracted that winter was Dorothy Day. Dorothy, the daughter of a newspaperman, was tall, slender and attractive. She chose her father's profession, working first as a reporter on the CAF, then as assistant to Max Eastman and Fluv Dell on the Masses, and finally on the Liberator when the Masses was suppressed by the government. Although caught up in the bohemianism of the village, she had a hidden side to her personality, a side as unfathomable and untouchable, in its way, as O'Neill's dark reserve. Her family was Protestant, but there was in her, even during her most thoughtless moments, a half-submerged, mystic urge toward Catholicism. She played and drank and sang with the crowd, yet, after a night spent joyously in the hell hole, she would find herself drawn to St. Joseph's Church, on 6th Avenue. There in the icy dawn, knowing nothing of the tenets of Catholicism, she would kneel during early morning mass. It was Michael Gold who introduced Dorothy to O'Neill. Gold, who, like John Reed, later became a communist, was then an unlabeled radical. O'Neill liked him but disagreed with his idea that art should express a political point of view. Art and politics don't mix, O'Neill once told Gold, when urged by him to dramatize the class struggle. When a playwright starts writing propaganda, he ceases to be an artist and becomes, instead, a politician, said O'Neill. Gold was one of Jig Cook's discoveries. He was an assistant truck driver when he brought Cook a one-act play he had written. Wasn't Cook urging everyone to write a play to express something native on the threshing floor of the playwrights' theater? Gold found Cook strangely impressive, even at first sight, and overwhelming when he began to talk like a character in a Dostoevsky novel. Cook studied Gold's play. It was staged later that year and interpreted it for the young truck driver. He talked as though he had known me for years, Gold has written. He made me feel like a god. It was what he did for everyone, great, small, dumb or literate. Gold knew Dorothy from the Masses, to which he had been a contributor, and brought her to the Playwrights' Theatre, where she would occasionally fill in for an actor who had failed to show up for rehearsal. After rehearsals, Dorothy mingled with the others at the Hell Hole. We'd sit around and talk, she recalled. In the back room of the Hell Hole you couldn't talk without the others hearing you. Everyone table hopped. We were very happy and very young. There was such joy in the discovery of people and ideas. Mike Gold discussed art and revolution. Hippolyte Hobble talked about his past and drank. Jean recited The Hound of Heaven, which was my first real link to Catholicism. The Francis Thompson poem had replaced Baudelaire and Swinburne in O'Neill's repertory. The farther he withdrew, personally and artistically, from his Catholic roots, the more keenly he felt the terror of his flight. The Hound of Heaven by the ardently Catholic poet, exemplified for O'Neill the exhilarating terror of the flight. I fled him, down the nights and down the days. I fled him, down the arches of the years. I fled him, down the labyrinthine ways of my own mind. O'Neill could recite the 183 lines of the poem. He had been studying it since 1913, when a nurse from Gaylord Farm sent it to him in New London. Hearing O'Neill recite The Hound of Heaven had a lasting effect on Dorothy Day. The idea of the pursuit by God's love fascinated her, stirred in her a feeling that someday she would have to pause in her own flight. I used to ask Jean to recite it over again, she said. He didn't need any urging. He recited it with his head down, in a monotonous voice. He would also recite Thompson's To the Dead Cardinal of Westminster, lingering over the lines. Life is coquetry. Of death, which wearies me. Too sure. Of the amour. A tiring room where I. Death's divers garments try. Till fit. Some fashions sit. It seemeth me too much. I do rehearse for such. A mean. And single scene. Jean would recite over and over again, it seemeth me too much / I do rehearse for such / a mean / and single scene, Miss Day said. I had the feeling he considered drinking his rehearsal for death. He drank his whiskey straight, and not to get drunk, but to keep going. When the flill hole closed, O'Neill and Dorothy would often walk down to the waterfront, stopping at taverns on the way. One of O'Neill's favorite saloons was in the fish market section. "We went there to get away from the village," Dorothy Day said. "Many times we'd stay up all night." Jean seemed to have a great deal of physical strength. Sometimes Mike Gold would walk with them, and when they arrived at South Street they would sit on a pier and Gold would sing melancholy Jewish songs. Once in a while, they rode down to the piers with a truck driver who had come into the hell hole. Then they would walk perhaps to Hiram Motherwell's apartment on Lexington Avenue in the 30s. O'Neill would ring Motherwell's bell and wake him up at 2 or 3 in the morning, and Motherwell would serve them coffee. Other nights they would go to Romany Murray's and stay there till the hell hole opened again at 6. We'd clean up in the washroom, send out for more coffee, and sit around some more, Dorothy said. After a while, I'd get into a cab and go to the Liberator. Often O'Neill would telephone Dorothy there and ask her to return to the hell hole. She was wasting her time working, he said. She would spend 3 or 4 hours at the Liberator and go to her apartment for a nap. Then I'd meet Jean for dinner and start all over again, she said. Dorothy, too, knew that O'Neill was suffering over Louise. She considered O'Neill a one-woman man and was convinced Louise was the great love of his life. She, too, gave him sympathy and was entrusted with a copy of The Moon of the Caribbees. She sat by him in the hell hole while he wrote poetry, and on one occasion she, Bodenheim and O'Neill collaborated on a poem to which each contributed a verse. And she listened while he talked about Strindberg and Ibsen and recited from Peer Gynt, or while he tried to explain Hippolyte Havel to her. Dorothy and some of her young friends considered Hippolyte a decrepit old man, a character out of the past. From time to time he would leap up from his chair and do a little dance or raise a sodden head to cry out, to whoever had violated one or another of his cherished concepts, "Bourgeois pig." That year, having given up trying to conquer his jealousy of Polly Holliday, Hippolyte had attached himself to a visiting suffragette. He turned his room over to her and slept on the floor outside the door. "I am her little doggy," he would announce dolefully in the hell hole. When the others laughed at Hippolyte, O'Neill came to his defense. "He's been in every jail in Europe. He's suffered," O'Neill would say quietly. Echoing some of Hippolyte's phrases, O'Neill once told Dorothy, "The bourgeois concept of marriage is baby carriages, rubber pants, and a conventional apartment." Dorothy felt that O'Neill was haunted by the fear of death. When she later joined the Catholic Church, she came to believe that O'Neill, like many other people she subsequently encountered, suffered from rejection of the love of God. "People don't want that love," she once said. "Man fights against the light." Miss Day, who eventually became a founder and editor of the Catholic Worker and head of a Catholic mission house in Lower Manhattan, often reflected about the man she had known as a groping young genius. In her mission, where outcasts and derelicts waited to be fed and clothed and to try to kiss her hand with the reverence tendered a saint, she thought many times of that cold, wild, HQPPY winter in Greenwich Village, and of O'Neill. Jean was single-minded in his objective, she once said after his death. Nothing could distract him. Nothing could devour him. In that sense, there was a kind of purity in him. He was not attracted to evil, but to darkness. He was absorbed by death and darkness. One day recently, when I was saying the rosary, I noticed a candle dripping, and I was suddenly reminded of a line from The Hound of Heaven, "Life's dripping taper." It made me think of Jean. I pray for him even now. There is no time with God. All the prayers said for him after his death would be of avail at the moment of his death. I pray that Jean turns to the light. The third woman in whom O'Neill was compassionately interested that winter was Christine L. Christine undoubtedly served as the model for the pure-hearted Irish giantess, Josie Hogan, in A Moon for the Misbegotten. There are elements of her personality and history also in Anna Christie, and she was probably in O'Neill's mind when he drew the Mother Earth prostitute, Cybele, in The Great God Brown. Like Josie Hogan, Christine L. was a large woman, 5 feet 9 inches tall, wide-hipped and big-breasted. Charles Tckmuth, Brie Nordfeldt and other artists painted her green-eaved, leonine face and thick, shining, untidy, tawny hair. Some of them captured the quality of pain and love that lay under the surface of her body smile. She was self-conscious of her bulk and made fun of herself. Also, like Josie, she was convinced that she was basically unattractive to men. The illegitimate child of a Danish peasant woman and a Danish army captain, she had been brought to America by her mother and Stplatliker and forced into domestic service and then into factory work. At 14 her stepfather seduced her, and soon after that she broke away from her family and began to have casual love affairs. She considered herself an outcast until, one day, she chanced to hear Emma Goldman speak in Denver on the subject of society's blame for, and abandonment of, women of her class. Christine discovered that in espousing the concept of anarchy she could feel the sense of self-respect and dignity that had eluded her. At Emma's urging she went to New York and opened a small restaurant. She married Louis L. and together they moved back and forth between Greenwich Village and Provincetown. Christine was joylessly unfaithful to Louis, and he alternated between moods of murderous jealousy and abject forgiveness. To Hutchins Hapgood, who first met her in Provincetown, Christine confided that she was miserably unhappy. She hated herself for the way she treated Louis, she said. "Why is it that I must act as I do?" she asked Hapgood, weeping. "I long to have a perfect lover, one that satisfies me. Louis doesn't know how to express himself to me. If all goes well he is quiet, never says anything, and doesn't go out with me to the theaters or our parties. It is only when he is jealous that he can express himself, and I want him to be near me all the time and he cannot be. When I see how far away he is I cannot stand it. I try to console myself with other men, but Louis is always there in my thought, standing between me and them and making it impossible for me to realize the dream of my life, of an utter sympathy with some man. So I hurt him all the time, yet I know too that I help and stimulate him, that through me life is richer and more interesting to him." That winter the Provincetowners had installed Christine and her stove on the second floor of the playhouse, so that a club dining room would be available to the players during rehearsals and after performances. The players, including O'Neill, paid a minimum fee for their meals and held many of their opening night, closing night, and unclassified celebrations there. In the afternoons, according to Edna Kenton, Christine would bring in pots of tea, several packages of biscuit, salt and sweet, a jar of jam or a wedge of cheese, and then sit down again to the peeling of potatoes or the stringing of beans for dinner while she talked with us on aesthetics or free will versus determinism, or the latest upset in our always creaking machinery of organization. She made milk toast for the half-sick or wholly weary, let us choose between cherry cobbler and lemon pie, gave us cornbread or Boston brown on demand, treated us not only to home cooking of the very best, but to home privilege of choice, as well. Christine was more than a good cook and conversationalist, she took small roles in the productions and was ready to be helpful or entertaining in any capacity required of her. She was a gifted mimic and often provided the chief amusement at parties with an imitation of Mary Vorse growing drunk in her ladylike way in the Hell Hole, or of Ida Bauer, who had earned the sobriquet Douze of McDougal Street, practicing dramatic grimaces before a mirror. But the pathos of her personality was always close to the surface. To O'Neill, who became one of her casual lovers, she personified what he once called the female Christ. Although he was as much amused by her wit and her escapades as anyone, O'Neill was acutely aware of her inner agony. Several of her lovers have recalled the strangely virginal quality that belied the affected coarseness of her manner. There was a paradoxical delicacy of spirit concealed in her hulking body, of which she was both proud and ashamed, a quality keenly felt by O'Neill and later reproduced by him in the character of Josie Hogan. In October of 1917 a friend of Christine's turned up in the village, seeking to support herself and assorted members of her family. Her name was Agnes Bolton and within 6 months she would be O'Neill's wife. She was 24 years old, pretty in a way that superficially resembled Louise's Irish loveliness, and clever enough to have gained a modest reputation as a writer of novelettes and short stories that appeared, for the most part, in pulp magazines. Agnes had a pale, bony face and large, grey-blue eyes. Her hair was light brown and fell to her waist when she did not confine it, as she usually did, in a conch-shaped bun at the back of her neck. Unsure of herself and rather shy, she often seemed even younger and more ingenuous than she was. Uncertain about where she was going, she assumed an air of breezy bohemianism. Agnes was one of 4 sisters, and the daughter of a gentle, blue-eyed, white-mustached portrait painter from Philadelphia, Edward William Bolton. Born on September 19, 1893, while her parents were visiting London, she had been brought up in the New Jersey seaside town of West Point Pleasant. She arrived in Greenwich Village that fall from a farm she owned near Cornwall Bridge, Connecticut. She had left behind her mother, father, and 2-year-old daughter, Barbara, whose father, a man named Burton, had been dead for some time. Agnes had met Christine on a previous trip to New York. She was also acquainted with Harry Kemp and Mary Pine, who spent the summer of 1917 at her farm. Recalling her arrival in New York the fall of 1917, Agnes has written in her memoir, part of a long story, "Well, I hoped doubtfully that my family would be happy on the farm. I was going back in the spring. I had to go to New York for their sake and mine, to make more money, and I would return." Agnes arrived with $100, an order for a novelette, and the hope of finding a part-time job to round out her income. She took a room at the Brevoort, recommended by Mary Pine as a very cheap hotel. She then went in search of Christine, who had told her about a factory where it was possible to work short shifts and where she thought she might apply for a job. After finally reaching Christine by telephone at her restaurant above the Playwrights Theatre, she accepted an invitation to meet her at the Hell Hole at 10:30 that night. Entering the saloon a few minutes early, Agnes settled herself nervously at a table in the back room where, before long, she felt herself being scrutinized by a dark man wearing a seaman's sweater under his jacket and a suit that looked to her as though it had been slept in. She found his look disturbing, both sad and cruel, as she has described it. The man was O'Neill, and he was, as a matter of fact, brooding about her resemblance to Louise. Agnes had almost made up her mind to leave the Hell Hole when Christine swept in, embraced her, greeted the somber, staring man and introduced him as Jean O'Neill. After several hours in the Hell Hole, during the course of which Jamie joined them, O'Neill walked Agnes across Washington Square to the Brevoort. Standing in front of the hotel, O'Neill, who had been silent in the Hell Hole, began to talk. "I wish I could remember what he said," Agnes later wrote in her memoir. "I don't think I quite knew, even then. But he conveyed an impression of sadness and his eyes were dramatic," as JW told her. Finally, something she did remember. "I want to spend every night of my life from now on with you. I mean this. Every night of my life." Agnes parted from O'Neill in bewilderment. She heard nothing from him for several days and saw him next at a party to which Christine had invited her. O'Neill treated her with polite indifference, although to her it appeared obvious that he was very much aware of her presence and way trying to arouse her jealousy. He was attentive to Nina Maes and made a dramatic gesture that was designed to startle everyone present with his suffering over Louise. Climbing onto a chair in front of the mantelpiece, he opened the glass face of a large clock and pushed back the hands, chanting, "Turn back the universe and give me yesterday." Agnes, preparing to leave the party, encountered Mary Pine and Susan Glaspell. From them she learned that she resembled Louise Bryant, who, she was told, had broken O'Neill's heart. It was not long before Agnes realized she was in love with O'Neill, and she was convinced that sooner or later he would fall in love with her. She discovered he was a playwright, but this did not particularly impress her, as she was uninterested in the theater. Her main concern was with disentangling O'Neill from the various women who appeared to have a prior claim. This she managed to do, and it was soon generally conceded in O'Neill's circle that Agnes was his girl, although no one regarded the relationship as permanent. Aware that Louise would not stay in, Russia forever. O'Neill's friends were convinced she would reclaim O'Neill on her return. But not all of them approved of his new temporary arrangement. Scotty, for example, detested Agnes, and she detested him in return. And Dorothy, with whom Agnes had become friendly on several occasions, Dorothy took Agnes along to Mass at St. Joseph's, also felt uneasy about the relationship. Like a number of others, Dorothy was waiting for O'Neill to make good his promise to leave the village and go to Provincetown, where he could work. The Provincetowners were in need of plays. They had, in fact, found it necessary to resort to advertising for new playwrights in drama publications. Some of them were vaguely worried that Agnes, with her unconcealed lack of interest in the theater, might not have a stimulating effect upon their prize playwright. During this time Jean was going to the Provincetown Theatre, almost every afternoon and evening, and often I was with him, Agnes has written, adding casually, UE was produced and The Long Voyage Home, and there was much happening that may be of importance to those interested in the theatre. By mid-January a malaise had settled on the Provincetowners. They all seemed to be waiting for O'Neill to come to some sort of decision. He had told Dorothy and Agnes and many others that he planned to go to Provincetown soon to work, but he kept postponing his departure. Meanwhile he continued to visit his favorite haunts, usually accompanied by Agnes. There were frequent tiffs and lovers' quarrels, some of them remarked upon by O'Neill's friends. Holger Cahill, for example, recalled one night in the Isle Foix when Agnes suddenly pushed back her chair and ran from the saloon. O'Neill pursued her, and neither of them was seen for several hours. Cahill thought O'Neill was ridiculous with women, wasting his energy chasing girls who were only too willing to capitulate. Once, for example, he and O'Neill met a couple of pathetically willing voting nurses in a barroom, and O'Neill insisted on lengthily wooing, with Poctree, the one who was earmarked for him, as though deliberately putting off the moment of too easy conquest. The trouble was that O'Neill was nearly always the seduced, instead of the seducer, said Cahill. Sometimes he resented it, though there seemed to be nothing he could do about it. One of the things that was keeping O'Neill in New York that winter was the impending arrival of Louis Holliday, who had been in the West for several months establishing himself as a fruit grower. Very much in love, Holliday had left the city at his girl's request that he cure himself of drinking and find dependable work that would enable them to marry. Holliday had abstained from drinking, had grown fit and happy at his labor, and saved enough money to keep himself and a wife. As soon as he returned to New York in January he telephoned his girl and asked his friends to stand by for a celebration. Everyone was in high spirits, for Holliday, in his newly found strength, was particularly endearing. On January 22 they gathered at the Hell Hole. O'Neill, Agnes, Dorothy, Christine, and other old friends, including Charles Demuth and Terry Carlin. No one realized, at first, what had gone wrong. Holliday was drinking. When he got drunk enough he announced that his girl had fallen in love with someone else. Holliday was a quiet man, and he did what he had to do quietly. Sometime during the evening he induced Terry Carlin to give him a large dose of heroin. Terry took narcotics from time to time, and it was entirely within his code of ethics to provide a friend with what he could not help but know was a lethal dose. If someone wanted to kill himself, Terry could summon no moral reason for trying to prevent him. The party moved from the Hell Hole to Romany Marie's. It was not until Holliday began to look ill that O'Neill found out about the heroin. Ill with shock himself, O'Neill left. Dorothy, who also knew what Holliday had done, stayed on at Marie's, thinking she could help him. A little before 6:30 in the morning Holliday, foaming at the mouth, collapsed at a table. Marie called for an ambulance, but before it arrived Holliday was dead. His sister, Polly, who had been summoned, informed the doctor that Holliday had suffered a weak heart, and the doctor diagnosed the cause of death as heart trouble. Arriving a few minutes later, the police accepted the diagnosis. No one ever quite understood why, since at least a dozen people knew about the heroin. No mention of narcotics was entered into the official records of Holliday's death, For a time many of Holliday's friends were haunted by the possibility of a police investigation. The episode had an appalling effect on Iloladav's friends. The abrupt, senseless, vicious end of a life that had been filled with vitality and hope became an omen of disaster. They suddenly felt mortal and threatened. Christine wept hysterically. Charles Demuth went about like a man in a trance. Dorothy fled from the village and threw herself into a nursing career at a municipal hospital, probably inspiring the manner in which O'Neill later caused his Nina leads in Strange Interhide to expiate her sense of guilt over her fiancé's death. O'Neill plunged into drunkenness. Holliday's death was a painful memory O'Neill carried with him always. Years later he spoke of it to his closest friends, and of his great fondness for Holliday, indicating that he had partly based the character of Don Parrott, in The Iceman Cometh, on Holliday. Parrott is a youth who has betrayed his anarchist mother to the police and comes to be judged for his treachery by Larry Slade, his mother's former lover. While these details were O'Neill's invention, the relationship between Larry and Parrott symbolized the one between Terry and Holliday. In the play Larry falls into the role of Parrott's executioner, in the sense that he endorses Parrott's decision to commit suicide. O'Neill considered Terry to have been Holliday's executioner in the same sense. He held no rancor for Terry, but he pondered on the why of his action. When O'Neill finally roused himself from his drinking spell he had come to a decision. No one was surprised when he packed his things and left for Provincetown. What did startle some of his friends was that he took Agnes with him. XXXI. O'Neill's selection of Agnes Bolton was made with characteristic lack of insight about what he wanted or could reasonably expect from a woman. He had married one woman he did not love and had been in love with 3 women who would not marry him. Now he was about to marry a woman he did love, but who did not fulfill his stringent requirements for a wife. He demanded an all but impossible ideal of wife mistress mother Saridari, a foil for his self-dramatization, a woman who could understand and appreciate him and devote herself entirely to his artistic aims. He was not prepared to compromise and few women could have lived up to this ideal. O'Neill may not have been able to put it into words at that time, but in letters he wrote years later to friends he clearly indicated that what he wanted and needed was a woman who had the force of character and the zeal to meet and match him on a matrimonial battleground. He craved a Strindbergian, love-hate relationship. 2 months after he rushed off with Agnes and 3 days before he married her, O'Neill hinted to Nina Maes about his confused feelings and tried to apologize for and justify his seemingly inconsistent behavior. "I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to have a long talk with you before I left, or, rather, I'm not sorry," he wrote. "What use for Mr. Hyde to discuss Dr. Jekyll? One part of me fiddles betimes while Rome burneth, while the other part perishes in the flames, a martyr giving birth to the soul of an idea. One part of me is the author of my life tearing his hair in a piteous frenzy as he watches his worser half playing the lead in distorting the theme by many strange grimaces. Believe me, from line to line, the poor wretch can never tell whether the play is farce or tragedy, so perverse a spirit is his star." Agnes respected O'Neill's work but considered her own career to be of almost equal importance. Although she was frightened of his Irish temper, she did not appear to be in awe of him as an artist, nor willing to coddle his moody artistic temperament. Being basically uninterested in the theatre, she sometimes felt left out of O'Neill's friendships with members of the Provincetown group. She had not given much thought to housekeeping as an art and was casual in her domestic arrangements. O'Neill lived haphazardly and Agnes drifted with him. Though initially shy, she enjoyed being with people she knew enjoyed society for its own sake and found it painless, and even fun, to exchange the pleasantries and banter from which O'Neill shrank. She was instinctively generous and easygoing and found it difficult to understand O'Neill's miserliness of self, his hoarding of energy and resources, in order to pour everything into his work. But most of all, from O'Neill's egotistically demanding point of view, she failed to rise to the challenge of his possessive love. Lacking his requisite sense of drama, she apparently found it difficult to sustain the high-voltage pitch of agony ecstasy that O'Neill was bent on attaining, an emotional pitch that was, conceivably, a substitute for the violent physical passion he did not seem capable of achieving. Agnes and O'Neill were, however, in accord on a relationship that excluded children. When Agnes accompanied O'Neill to Provincetown, she had not seen her daughter in 3 months, nor did she make an effort to see her for many more. She was shocked, however, when O'Neill told her casually, several months after their marriage, that he had a child he had never seen. O'Neill and Agnes moved into 2 rooms provided by John Francis, one of them furnished with a primitive stove, and there settled down to writing. It took O'Neill only a few days to taper off his drinking, and soon he was happily continuing his work on Beyond the Horizon and toying with ideas for a couple of short plays. Agnes devoted herself to turning out novelettes. Not long after they arrived, O'Neill and Agnes made the acquaintance of Alice Woods, a charming, sophisticated, 40-year-old writer who had come to Provincetown from Europe when the war started. Born in Goshen, Indiana, where she included Booth Tarkington among her friends, she went to Paris early in the century to study art, and lived on the left bank. Miss Woods, who divorced her husband, an impressionist artist named Eugene P. Ullman, in 1903, was the author of several books, a contributor of short stories to the Smart Set and other literary magazines, and the mother of 2 schoolboys whom she had brought up in France. She discussed writing with O'Neill and received his encouragement to turn one of her published short stories into a 1-act play called The Devil's Glow, which was presented by the Provincetown Players that March. She also entertained him with stories of the life she had led in Europe, where she had moved in a circle that included Gertrude Stein and Henry Matisse. In recalling her acquaintance with O'Neill and Agnes in Provincetown, Miss Woods said that Agnes, whom she rather liked, appeared to be out of place. "I thought it was shocking for a woman to live under those conditions," she added. Agnes looked like a typical young American girl. She wasn't subtle enough to play the game that Jean seemed to be playing. One day O'Neill and Agnes arrived at Miss Woods's house for tea. Agnes was in tears. She told Miss Woods that O'Neill wanted to marry her but that she would not agree. "Why not?" asked Miss Woods. Sobbing, Agnes said that O'Neill was still in love with that girl. O'Neill looked haggard, said nothing, and stared out the window at Miss Woods's orchard, brown and bare under melting snow. The girl about whom Agnes was concerned was Louise. Recently returned from Russia, Louise had written to O'Neill saying she must see him, and O'Neill believed he was obligated to meet her and explain his new attachment. Louise, in Agnes' mind, was invested with all the wiles of the serpent. Louise had left Russia on January 20, perhaps, as Agnes assumed in her memoir, because rumors of O'Neill's new love had reached her, but more likely because she was eager to break into print with a first-hand account of what was happening in Russia. She left ahead of Reed, who had decided to stay abroad and attend the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets. Louise arrived in New York February 18 on a neutral ship, the Norwegian Bergens Fjord, and began preparing a series describing her experiences in Russia for the New York American. Published early in the spring, the articles caused quite a splash. Louise wrote of the bloody events in Russia, managing to imbue her reports with a personal flavor of daring and risk. Her stories were colorful and colored, filled with idealism about the revolution, but often moving. She became a kind of martyr. Undoubtedly she saw herself as a combination of Saint Joan and Mata Hari when she later appeared before a congressional committee to testify about Bolshevist activities, and goaded some senators into denouncing her as a menace. With her beauty, daring and journalistic flair, Louise quickly established herself as a heroine. It is small wonder that Agnes was uneasy. Letters from Louise continued to arrive. Agnes could see O'Neill remembering the dark, passionate travail of their love. O'Neill was in a dilemma, and Alice Woods took it upon herself to help smooth the way for him and Agnes. She consulted with a local druggist, John Adams, who was fond of O'Neill and had once got him out of the Provincetown jail, where he had been held for drunkenness. In a long talk with O'Neill, Adams evidently convinced him that he must reassure Agnes by breaking off with Louise unequivocally. O'Neill finally decided to write a letter of explanation to Louise and, on April 12, 1918, he and Agnes were married. Miss Woods helped arrange the details of the wedding, but was called away to Boston on business on April 12 and could not accept O'Neill's and Agnes' invitation to be a witness at the ceremony. They were married by a Methodist minister because there was no justice of the peace available. 2 days later O'Neill described the wedding to Nina Maes, who was working in New York on the production of his recently finished one-act play, The Rope. "We were married 2 evenings ago in the best parlor of a parsonage by the most delightful, God help us, mincing Methodist minister that ever prayed through his nose. I don't mean to sneer, really. The worthy divine is an utterly lovable old idiot, and the ceremony gained a strange, unique simplicity from his sweet, childlike sincerity. I caught myself wishing I could believe in the same gentle God he seemed so sure of. This sounds like sentimentality, but it isn't. It's hard to describe the wedding of 2 serious children he made out of it, but it was startlingly impressive. The meaning behind the lines got across with a punch to both of us." Soon after the wedding, Agnes and Alice Woods were invited to dinner by an architect, whose first name happened to be Starling, and his Bostonian wife, who disapproved of O'Neill. They did not invite Miss W. Woods' sons either, and the 2 women made a pretense of hauteur as they went o'flow unescorted. O'Neill and the 2 boys spent the following morning with an encyclopedia and the Book of Knowledge, compiling a list of all the nastier characteristics of starlings, whose ornithological name, they gleefully discovered, was Struus vulgaris. I.e. younger of Alice Woods' 2 sons Alan L. Ullman, in later years an artist, was 11 that spring. O'Neill and Agnes had a significant effect on him, which grew even more potent as he entered adolescence. He dwelt on Agnes' beauty, the soulful looks she and O'Neill exchanged, and the jealousy they displayed toward each other. He worried about their fights and about O'Neill's violent drinking bouts, and thought them the most tempestuously romantic couple outside the pages of a book. O'Neill's prospects at this time were looking up a little. He had recently stumbled on a source of income that could keep him in modest comfort. His windfall came from the unexpected success of In the Zone as a vaudeville vehicle. The team responsible for the project consisted of an advance publicity man recently out of high school and a 19-year-old actor. The exactor, Albert Lewis, and the ex-advance man, Max Gordon, had recently formed a flourishing producing partnership. Gordon was in charge of booking and Lewis presided over production. They produced only one-act plays for vaudeville, sending out the whole package with the star, and averaged 15 shows on the circuit at the same time, usually the Keith or the Orpheum. Lewis would read or go to see anything that promised to be a 25 or 30-minute vehicle for vaudeville, and had at one point considered Botond East for Cardiff, but reluctantly rejected it on the advice of a co-worker in his office, who thought it too highbrow for vaudeville. But the following year, after seeing In the Zone at the Comedy Theatre, he was convinced it would be a hit in vaudeville. Lewis spent several days trying to track down O'Neill, and was finally put in touch with him by Edward Goodman, the head of the Washington Square Players. Lewis made his offer, but O'Neill rejected it. He thought the vaudeville proposition was degrading, Lewis said. O'Neill changed his mind, however, after Lewis persuaded Martin Beck, then in charge of the Orpheum circuit, to see In the Zone. Beck told Lewis that if he could stage the one actor as well as the Washington Square Players had done, he would book it, guaranteeing a 25 to 40-week run. This was a terrific proposition, Lewis added, and O'Neill finally decided that he just couldn't turn it down, he really needed the money. O'Neill received a $200 advance, and $70 a week in royalties, which was split 50-50 between him and the Washington Square Players. Lewis staged the play with Horace Brahan, a well-known actor, in the leading role of Smitty. Pye sent it first to Proctor's Theatre in Newark, then to the Palace in Chicago, and then, for a week each, to the various towns on the Orpheum circuit. It was an immediate success and toured for 34 weeks. Even James O'Neill was amazed at the play's success and held his temper when Eugene wrote to announce his marriage to Agnes. James had not met Agnes and could neither approve nor disapprove of her as a wife for Eugene. The fact that she was English-born did not predispose him to think well of her, but at least he would not be called upon to support her as he had once assumed the case would be with Kathleen. James actually began changing his tune about his scribbler son in June, 1918. Still playing in The Wanderer, he was interviewed in New York by a reporter for Town Talk who was a Eugene O'Neill fan. James included Jamie in his paternal pronouncement, although he had to stretch his imagination to find something about his middle-aged firstborn of which he could brag. James O'Neill Jr. is an actor and has had success on the stage and in films, the Town Talk man reported from facts supplied by James. He was bitterly disappointed recently when the army doctors rejected him, for the O'Neills are fighters. The other son is Eugene O'Neill, who has several one-act plays to his credit, all of them successfully. We saw one of them lately at the Orpheum and all of us liked it immensely. It was called In the Zone. The royalties from In the Zone were the first big money O'Neill ever made. It proved to be the most popular of all his one-actors, both in the United States and abroad, and he followed its fortunes zealously. Much more impressive than the financial success of In the Zone, though, was the fact that an important Broadway producer had taken an option on his three-act tragedy, Beyond the Horizon. Soon after completing the play, in early April, O'Neill sent it to Nathan at the Smart Set. Nathan read it immediately and took it to John D. Williams. Williams had produced John Galsworthy's Justice 2 years earlier and, together with Arthur Hopkins, Winthrop Ames, and Brock Pemberton, was leading a revolt against the tingle and tinsel tradition of David Glasgow and Charles Frohman. Although Beyond the Horizon was a departure far beyond anything that Williams had yet dared, Nathan thought he had the courage and imagination to take it on. An oddity in the managerial ranks, Williams was a soundly educated college man. He had attended Harvard, where he had been a member of one of Professor Baker's early classes. He had received his theatrical training as Charles Frohman's business manager. He produced plays he liked even though he often lost money on them. With rueful self-mockery he once declared, "Intelligence and good taste, both or either, is fatal to successful play producing anywhere in America, because, handicapped by either of these, you are apt to produce the kind of play you think other college graduates will go to see." I found that out when I put Mrs. Fiske in erstwhile Susan, John Barrymore in Galsworthy's Justice, and his brother, Lionel Barrymore, in The Copperhead, and Richard Bennett in a comedy of Manchester life called Zack by the author of Hobson's Choice, and again the same truth smote me amidships when I produced Our Betters, 3 for Diana, etc., plays of substance, some taste, real acting, and containing some interesting angles on life. And what happened? Every college graduate ran as fast as he could past the theaters containing these hand-stitched college graduate plays, put on by a college graduate. And they didn't stop running until they landed in the front row of the Eolis. Failing that, they ran over to see Girls, Girls, and Nothing But Girls, Oh, You Girls, or the skidding of Toddy Cough Drop. In fact, if it hadn't been for what I used to call hoi polloi, unfortunate illiterates, poorly bred people, lowbrows, in short, the vast majority who never have and never will get nearer to a college than the Germans will to honesty, this brief chronicle of an eye-opening, exciting but perilous career would be dated either from Mill's Hotel, a dairy lunch, or the poorhouse. Putting his faith once more in substance and taste, Williams, in one of the most rapid transactions in the history of show business, at once sent O'Neill a check for $500 as an option for 6 months. O'Neill, believing the time had come when he would make Broadway accept him on his own terms, was elated. He did not dream it would be nearly 2 years before Beyond the Horizon finally reached the stage. In addition to writing the long play, Beyond the Horizon, and the one-acter, The Rope, between the beginning of February and the end of April, 1918, O'Neill also wrote a short play called Till We Meet. His working life out of town was as austere as his social life in New York was hectic. He never took a drink during a working period, even when it extended over several months, and early in his career he dispelled the legend that had begun to circulate about his writing while drunk. Altogether too much damn nonsense has been written since the beginning of time about the dissipation of artists, he said, in a statement to Barrett Clark that was widely quoted during the 20s. "Why, there are 50 times more real drunkards among bohemians who only play at art, and probably more than that among the people who never think about art at all. The artist drinks, when he drinks at all, for relaxation, forgetfulness, excitement, for any purpose except his art. You've got to have all your critical and creative faculties about you when you're working. I never try to write a line when I'm not strictly on the wagon. I don't think anything worth reading was ever written by anyone who was drunk or even half drunk when he wrote it. This is not morality, it's plain physiology." While he was deep in a project, he worked with iron-willed concentration. When he was finishing the last act of Beyond the Horizon, he kept at it for as much as 7 hours a day. He was ruthless in his editing, as witness the unhesitant destruction of whole scripts he considered unworthy. By the time he had completed Beyond the Horizon, less than 5 years after he began to write plays, he had decided to disown or had actually torn up 8 of his 21-act plays and 5 long plays. Beyond the Horizon was the first long play he did not destroy. All the plays he kept were rewritten, occasionally as many as a dozen times. In addition, and contrary to legend, he made cuts and big ones when he believed, or could be persuaded to believe, that they were warranted. But he often disagreed with the producer or director on the nature of cuts, and in these instances it was difficult, sometimes impossible, to shake him. He was usually convinced, while he was writing a play, that it was going to be his best, or most interesting, or most startling, or most original. When he finished, he continued to live in this state of euphoria until he was seized with an even better or more startling idea. Then that became his biggest, or finest, or most original. Most of the time he seethed with ideas and could barely get his thoughts down on paper as fast as they came. Characters, themes, situations, crowded unbidden into his mind. Plots came to him even in his dreams. Often he wrote a play in mosaic-like segments. Although he usually began with a scenario, he did not necessarily proceed from there to the first act. Sometimes he wrote a complete scene for the second or third act before he wrote a line of dialogue for the first. He said he wrote scenarios to get rid of mistakes before tackling the actual play. Sometimes his ideas would develop fully and clearly before he had set down a word, and sometimes not. But even in the cases where he wrote a detailed scenario, he rarely referred to it when he tackled the actual writing of the play. In addition to a scenario, O'Neill frequently made sketches of his stage settings and outlined the genealogy, history, habits, and other important facts regarding his characters. While his conception was always grand and boundless, his work habits were prim. He had to have 12 sharpened pencils neatly laid out on a table before him at the beginning of his workday. His papers and reference books were always in organized piles and bundles. Often he penciled his notes and scenarios in small notebooks. His handwriting was precise and minute, and a number of theories have been advanced by his friends for this peculiarity, among them a thrifty desire to conserve paper, a need to conserve physical energy, and the control that small writing gave him over the slight tremor of his hand. O'Neill himself once offered an explanation when he was asked about the relatively large handwriting he used in his early correspondence with George Tyler. Writing to the Princeton Library, in 1943, O'Neill said, "I made myself write larger in letters so they could be read easily. And my handwriting was naturally a bit larger, anyway, when I wasn't absorbed in creative work. The more concentrated and lost to myself my mind became, the smaller the handwriting. At least, this seemed to be the general rule then. If you ever look over the early one-act C play scripts, you will find the handwriting large by comparison with later work. The minute STVLE grew on me. I did not wish it on myself, God knows, because it made it so hard to get my scripts typed, forced me to type a lot of them, which was a damn nuisance." O'Neill's power of concentration, in those early months in Provincetown, was so complete that he could write in a kind of open balcony above the room he and Agnes shared, undisturbed by her moving about to cook or work below. The Rope, which O'Neill wrote on that balcony while also working on Beyond, is one of his most interesting plays for several reasons. Set in a barn, it contains the germ of a plot and character for the important long play Desire Under the Elms, completed 5 years later. One of its chief characters is Abraham Bentley, who is a grotesque version of Ephraim Cabot, of Desire. Bentley is a tall, lean, stoop-shouldered old man of 65. His face is gaunt. Ellis' eyes peer weakly from beneath bushy black brows. Bentley, like Cabot, is given to enhancing his bitter denunciations of his family with quotations from the Bible. He is, also like Cabot, held responsible by one of his children for having driven his first wife to her death with oyer work, and he is resented by his child, as is Cabot, for having married a flamboyant young woman after his wife's death. The second wife is not a character in The Rope, as she is in Desire, but it develops, through exposition, that she has had a son who was probably not Bentley's. This son, unlike the one in Desire, lives to grow up and is a young man when The Rope opens. He has run away from the farm, having stolen some of his father's money. Here the intricacies of family relationships and plot differ from Desire, but the similarity of theme is still obvious. Both plays, of course, were rooted in O'Neill's own submerged feelings toward his father and mother. A psychiatrist, who has made a study of the longer play, has described it as unconscious autobiography. The rope of the title refers to a noose that Bentley has rigged up to a rafter in the barn, which, he has indicated with hideous cheerfulness, is there to await his young son's return. The son, a ruffian almost as unpleasant as Bentley, does return. He sneers at, but superstitiously avoids touching, the rope, which his father invites him to hang himself on, and goes off to plot with his half-sister's husband to steal the rest of Bentley's money, hidden somewhere on the farm. The ironic twist comes when Bentley's granddaughter, a slightly imbecilic child of 10, enters the barn alone, climbs on a chair and grabs at the suspended noose, preparatory to having a swing. The rope separates from the beam at her touch, and a bag of $20 gold pieces drops to the floor. Bentley's little joke turns out even better than he had planned, for the child, an infant spendthrift, sends each coin in turn spinning over the edge of the cliff, below which lies the ocean. The curtain comes down as she is flinging handfuls of money into the sea, gleefully calling out, "Skip! Skip!" The child's name, as it happens, is Mary, which was often O'Neill's symbolic designation for his mother. There is also a little girl named Mary in Beyond the Horizon, and another little girl named Mary in the Straw, written a few months later. The two Marys in The Rope and Beyond are sickly, either in mind or in body. The Mary in Beyond actually goes to the extreme of dying, and the Mary in the Straw, to stretch the symbolism just a bit further, is the sister of a tubercular who is on the point of death. None of the Marys, incidentally, is a recognizable human child. The Mary in Beyond is just one of a scries of children whom O'Neill killed off in his plays by one device or another. He did not understand or like children. He did not want to have any with Agnes. He thought they would threaten the perfection of his love and violate the sanctity of his artistic life. When he and his wife made a brief trip to New London that spring, Mrs. Ripon asked Agnes if she and Jean expected to have children, and Agnes, according to the Ripons, replied that probably all they would have was a book. O'Neill did not think too highly of The Rope by the time it was in production, because by then he was engrossed in the much more exciting project of Beyond the Horizon. He was content to leave casting and direction of The Rope to Nina Maes, though he did take the time to discuss some aspects of the production with her by mail. The Rope presents what is probably the first well-documented instance of O'Neill's attitude toward a play in production, and, though it is a one-actor and one of his earlier efforts, it is representative of his attitude toward the production of all the later, longer plays. He often asked for comment or criticism, but rarely paid any heed to it unless it coincided with ideas of his own. Phil always hoped for and asked for a superb cast of actors and was almost always disappointed. The fact was that only 2 or 3 actors ever lived up to O'Neill's conception of what their performances should have been. "I know you will let me know of any cuts which may appear advisable," O'Neill wrote to Nina Maes on April 9. "You know I'm no stickler when it comes to cuts when I can see them." When Nina ventured suggestions for cutting, however, as in the case of old Bentley's biblical quotations, O'Neill did not altogether see them, and, in fact, he reinstated a number of them on the ground that the rhythm of the dialogue would otherwise be spoiled. And when Nina complained about Luke's and his brother-in-law's plan to use physical torture on Bentley if necessary to make him reveal the hiding place of his money, O'Neill expostulated, "Isn't it exactly what a drunken Luke would immediately think of, feeling the grudge he docks and with his sweet mother's influence squirming in his heredity?" O'Neill also objected to Nina's cuts in the expository dialogue. If the cast were bad, he explained, the play would drag and the extensive cuts were justified, but if the play were acted naturally, all that exposition will come right out of the characters themselves. "Make them act," he enjoined Nina. "Don't let them recite the lines." O'Neill did, however, make some cuts himself in an attempt to speed up the ending, convinced, all the while, that in a top-flight acting company none of the cuts would be necessary. The Taupe opened for a week's run at the Playwrights Theatre on April 26, with Charles Ellis giving a highly praised performance as the ruffian son, Luke. Also on the bill were a play by Susan Glaspell called Woman's Honor and a two-character play called The Hermit and His Messiah, in which Jig Cook played the hermit. Haywood Broun, still journeying downtown on behalf of the Tribune, gave The Rope a glowing review, assaying it as in the best vein of Eugene O'Neill. O'Neill arrived from Provincetown with Agnes to inspect The Rope and discuss with Williams production plans for Beyond the Horizon. But Williams was vague and O'Neill, disappointed, indulged in a week's drinking spree with Jamie. O'Neill, accompanied by Agnes, ran up a sizable bill at the Garden Hotel, where Jamie was still living. To pay the bill and get himself, Agnes and Jamie comfortably back to the Cape, O'Neill applied to Albert Lewis for an advance on royalties. He took Agnes with him to Lewis' office, to render his plea more poignant. "O'Neill asked me for 3 weeks' advance," Lewis recalled. "I'd never done such a thing before, but I finally agreed to it." When Agnes and O'Neill returned to Provincetown, Jamie joined them in their room in the Francis Flats, sleeping on a cot behind a thin partition. Jamie's presence was apparently oppressive. One morning, Agnes has written, Jamie greeted her and O'Neill with, "What ho, kids? For a newly married couple you rattle the bed springs not at all. I can hear every time you turn over in bed, but that's all." According to Agnes, neither she nor O'Neill had given the matter of privacy much thought when they invited Jamie to share their room with them, even though they had agreed earlier that no one was ever to intrude on their relationship. "It must be he and I, in a world of our own," Agnes later wrote, adding, "As for my little girl, so preposterous would have been the idea of my poet genius with a child around that I don't think the idea even occurred to me." But, she added, this did not mean she didn't think of her daughter now and then. By way of illustration, she cited a sonnet she had composed for the child the previous winter. Jamie was finally transferred to another room, offered at a cut rate by John Francis, who feared that O'Neill could not concentrate in such crowded quarters. O'Neill did, at last, start working again, but though he and Agnes stayed in Provincetown until November of 1918, those half-dozen months were not very fruitful. He completed only 3 one-acters. One was entitled Shell Shock, a script he destroyed without having submitted it for production. Another, The Dreamy Kid, produced the following year, was the story of a Negro gangster who visits his dying mother and is captured at her bedside. Based on characters O'Neill had met through his Negro friend Joe Smith, the play was melodramatic and sentimental, more in the vein of the Webb than in his later style, and was not notably successful when it was presented by the Provincetowners. "Of course, I by no means rate it among my best one-act plays for genuine merit," he later told a friend who congratulated him on the production, "but I did think it would prove theatrically effective and go over with a bang to an audience." The third one-actor was Where the Cross is Made, written because the Provincetowners wanted a strong O'Neill drama with which to inaugurate their third season, as they had their first and second. They did not want to begin with the as yet unproduced The Moon of the Caribbees, because they considered their stage too shallow to create the necessary illusion of tropical island, sky, and sea. Where the Cross is Made, however, proved even more demanding in stage technique. It was as experimental, in its way, as Before Breakfast. In the case of Cross, O'Neill's expressed purpose was to try to find out not how long an audience could endure listening to a monologue but whether or not an audience could be made to believe itself insane. To this end he introduced 3 ghosts. It was the first time O'Neill employed such a device, and though he never said so, he undoubtedly believed that what was good enough stagecraft for Shakespeare was good enough for O'Neill. The work of any serious dramatist, of course, is influenced by Shakespeare, but in O'Neill's case the influence was literal. What other contemporary writer would have attempted to use such inimical Shakespearean effects as ghosts and apparitions, not to mention soliloquies and asides, on the New York stage, and in a realistic, native setting? O'Neill borrowed as liberally and literally from Shakespeare as he did from the Greeks. His use of masks in such plays as The Great God Brown and of the chorus in Lazarus Laughed is no less traceable to the Greeks than are the ghosts and asides to Shakespeare. But if the ghosts in Where the Cross is Made were Shakespeare's, the fanciful and at the same time oddly pedantic stage directions for the play were strictly O'Neill's and pointed to the sort of instructions he would continue to write, enjoined earth to trees to weep, houses to brood, and actors to turn all sorts of unlikely colors. The stage directions for Where the Cross is Made also contain a sample of the genuinely poetic style that O'Neill occasionally achieved during this period. Moonlight, winnowed by the wind which moans in the stubborn angles of the old house, creeps wearily in through the portholes and rests like tired dust in circular patches upon the floor and table. An insistent monotone of thundering surf, muffled and far off, is borne upward from the beach below. The play as a whole is not elevating, being concerned with an aging sea captain whose deranged mind is fixed on the day his lost ship, commanded by a drowned crew, will return with a non-existent treasure, marked by a cross on a map. In the end the doddering captain succeeds in transferring his insane vision to his son, who sees the crewmen bring their treasure-laden chests to the waiting captain. O'Neill saw Where the Cross is Made as a folie à deux that might possibly be potent enough, when played, to inspire the audience to a kind of folie en masse. According to Agnes Bolton, the idea for Where the Cross is Made came to O'Neill, in part, from a short story she conceived but could not carry out. O'Neill later told George Jean Nathan that he originally planned it as a long play, but telescoped the last act into a one-acter because of his eagerness to be represented on the Provincetown Players' opening bill. He sent the on-actor to Nathan, who liked it and told O'Neill he would be pleased to publish it in the Smart Set, if not for its impending production. O'Neill did not think much of the play as art. It was great fun to write, theatrically very thrilling, an amusing experiment in treating the audience as insane. That is all it means or ever meant to me, he assured Nathan. By fall of 1918 O'Neill was at work on the first draft of The Straw, the play based on his stay at the Gaylord Farm Tuberculosis Sanitarium. He settled on the title after first trying The Miracle, Eileen Carmody, and The Cough. Later he described the play as a tragedy of human hope. Anticipating the objections that would be raised against a play about tuberculosis patients, he told an interviewer, "My whole idea is to show the power of spiritual help even when a case is hopeless. Human hope is the greatest power in life and the only thing that defeats death. I saw it at close quarters, for I was myself an inmate of a tuberculosis sanitarium and through hope and spiritual help beat it." But he was unable to work on The Straw with his wonted concentration, for he expected momentarily to hear from John Williams, who had indicated that Beyond would soon be produced. There was talk of casting John and Lionel Barrymore in the roles of the two brothers, and this was a prospect exciting enough to turn the head of even the saturnine O'Neill. He kept taking out his copy of Beyond and tinkering with the dialogue. Early in November of 1918 O'Neill reluctantly left Provincetown for New York. Fye had not planned his departure until Beyond was set for production, and it was still not scheduled. John Barrymore had signed for Arthur Flopkin's production of Tolstoy's Redemption on October 3, and O'Neill could not persuade Williams to commit himself on casting, much less on a production date. Under the circumstances, O'Neill would have preferred to stay in Provincetown to sulk about Williams' dilatory tactics, as he described them, but Jig Cook insisted that he come to New York for the production of Where the Cross is Made. Cook foresaw trouble, and he was right. The Provincetowners had moved into new quarters that season, at 133 McDougal Street, a few doors down the street from their former theater. Although they had found a benefactor in the Philadelphia art collector Dr. A.C. Barnes, who donated $1,000 to the new playhouse, the move cut so badly into their treasury that Jig contributed a month's room rent to help out and used the stage as his bedroom. Number 133, owned by Mrs. Blarty, had once been a stable and later a bottling works. Much bigger than the first theater, it could seat 200, had a spacious basement for workshop, dressing rooms, and storage, and ample space for club rooms and restaurant on the second floor. Downstairs on an auditorium wall was an old hitching ring, around which one of the Provincetown artists painted the legend, "Here Pegasus was hitched." The rent was $400 a month, but Mrs. Blarty was never in a hurry to collect it. Once, when the Provincetown treasurer apologized profusely for being able to pay only part of the rent, Mrs. Blarty told her, "Sit down, have a glass of wine. Your debt is your worry, not mine." In addition to a new stage, a graded auditorium floor, and benches that were a little more comfortable than those at 139, the Provincetowners also acquired a part-time secretary, Mary Eleanor Fitzgerald. Called Fitzy by everyone, she was a tall, blue-eyed, auburn-haired woman of Irish and pioneer American stock, with depths of vitality and warmth. A friend of Emma Goldman, with whom she had worked on the anarchist publication Mother Earth, and of Alexander Berkman, with whom she had worked on another radical pamphlet, The Blast, Fitzy had been an ardent spokesman and worker for anarchist, labor, and pacifist causes. In her early 40s when she joined the Provincetowners late in 1918, Fitzy knew her political career was nearing an end. The following year, when Emma Goldman and Berkman were deported from the United States, Fitzy abandoned politics and concentrated her organizational ability on the Provincetown Players. She and O'Neill were attracted to each other almost from their first meeting, and soon became close friends. Prodigiously generous, tender, and fearless, Fitzy had the Mother Earth quality O'Neill always sought in women. She made it easy for him to confide in her. With Fitzy as secretary and Jig Cook now elevated to the position of director, the Provincetowners began their third season in a somewhat less anarchic spirit. They had begun to enjoy reading favorable reviews in the newspapers and were a bit more self-conscious about their experimental work. They could not help worrying just a little about what the critics might say. They would have presented a play like Where the Cross is Made the season before without any thought beyond the one that its author had something to prove or something to learn. Now they balked at the flagrant implausibility, at the technical difficulties involved in making O'Neill's ghosts look ghost-like, at the author's insistence on being allowed to produce the play without hindrance, according to his own ideas. Nina Maes had left the Provincetown to work in California, and Ida Raw was chosen to direct Cross. Although O'Neill did not care much for the arrangement, he tried not to be too disagreeable at first. He was even willing to admit that his director was right about at least one trivial inconsistency he had allowed to creep into the play. Lounging with O'Neill on a couch before rehearsal one day, Ida Raw studied the script and murmured to O'Neill, "You playwrights are nothing if not unreasonable." "How so?" asked O'Neill. "This part calls for a one-armed seaman," she said, indicating the role of the captain's son, who had been crippled at sea. "Easv," said O'Neill, thinking Ida was concerned about how an actor could fake the loss of an arm. "He just keeps his arm inside his." "But," interrupted Ida, "the stage directions read, he places both elbows on the table in a gesture of despair." The forgetful author grinned, and hastily changed the direction to read he sits down, resting his elbow. O'Neill was adamant, however, about the ghosts, even when Ida and other members of the group demanded to know how, when the first row of seats was only 4 feet from the 12-foot deep, 26-foot wide stage, an illusion such as O'Neill called for could be created. The forms of Silas Horn, Cates, and Jimmy Cunnock rise noiselessly into the room from the stairs. Water drips from their soaked and rotten clothes. Their hair is matted, intertwined with slimy strands of seaweed. Their eyes, as they glide silently into the room, stare frightfully wide at nothing. Their flesh in the green light has the suggestion of decomposition. With all the will in the world to see ghosts, Edna Kenton once recalled, we saw nothing but Lewis and Foster and Ward panting over the treasure chest. We begged Jean at the dress rehearsal, as if it were a favor to the dying, to cut out the ghosts. They're rotten, O'Neill admitted. But they won't be so bad tomorrow night beyond the first 20 rows, anyway. This play presumes that everybody is mad but the girl, that everybody sees the ghosts but the girl. Everybody but the girl means everybody in the house but the girl. I want to see whether it's possible to make an audience go mad too. Perhaps the first rows will snicker, perhaps they won't. We'll see. But he did not wait to see in person. After the final dress rehearsal he and Agnes left town. The play opened on November 22, with Hutch Collins playing the demented captain, Jimmy Light his equally demented son, and Ida Raw portraying the daughter. On the same bill were Edna Millays The Princess Marries the Page and Jerusalem. A farce by Florence Kiper Frank. The bill did not evoke an enthusiastic response from the critics. Typical of the comments was the review in the Morning Telegraph on November 23, if you want to enjoy the sensation of going mad, you will find the want supplied. 133 McDougall Street. The critic implied that the sensation was not worth the trip. The Provincetowners make the critics pay, complained the New York Review on November 30, adding not quite accurately, only one critic, however, loved his art enough to put up the price of a seat at the opening of the Provincetowners. This reckless spendthrift was Haywood Broun of the Tribune. The Provincetowners writhed under the attack, held a policy meeting, searched their souls and decided thenceforth to send free tickets to the critics. O'Neill had gone with Agnes to New Jersey, to live in a house Agnes owned in West Point Pleasant, a seaside colony about a 2-hour train ride from New York. Agnes had been obliged to turn out her mother, father, daughter, and sisters, who had moved into the house earlier that fall, not knowing that Agnes and her husband intended to occupy it. The whole thing was typical of the sort of scatterbrained arrangements O'Neill and Agnes were inclined to make. Agnes had been out of touch with her mother and didn't know she had left the Connecticut farm. O'Neill was up in the air about the Beyond production, but he and Agnes couldn't afford to wait in New York. Provincetown was too far, in view of the fact that O'Neill would have to be in town again in a few weeks for the production of The Moon of the Caribbees, which the Provincetowners had finally decided to schedule for their second bill that season. When O'Neill and Agnes seemed to have no alternative but the New Jersey house, which Agnes owned by virtue of having paid off its mortgage some time earlier, Agnes explained the situation to her family in some embarrassment. They, in equal embarrassment, packed up and moved into a rented cottage not far away. Because of Agnes' pledge to O'Neill, the Bolton family, none of whose members O'Neill had met, was not to make its presence in the neighborhood known to him. O'Neill, therefore, lived for several months within a short drive of Agnes' family, without having any idea of their proximity. Agnes did not see them either, except for a brief visit with her daughter at Christmas time, and a few stealthy meetings with her father at the local hardware store, where he had taken a job to help pay for the rented cottage. Agnes, however, had met O'Neill's parents. Before leaving for New Jersey, O'Neill had taken her to see them at the Prince George Philatel. According to Agnes, both James and Ella received her cordially and seemed pleased to have her for a daughter-in-law. O'Neill found Agnes' house, surrounded by pine trees, a fine quiet place in which to work. For Agnes, however, life was neither fine nor quiet the first weeks in New Jersey. Filer tenure was fraught with hazards other than those of keeping her family out of sight of O'Neill. She guessed he was not comfortable, partly because the house was old and cold and rather primitive, with numerous coal stoves to be constantly attended, and a noisy windmill somehow responsible for the water supply creaking outside the window. Also she knew O'Neill was edgy about Williams and Beyond the Horizon, nervous at the prospect of having to go back to New York for rehearsals of The Moon of the Carrahees, unable to settle down to work on The Straw, and worried about money. The end of the war in November had cut off O'Neill's one steady source of income, the royalties from his one actor with a war theme, In the Zone. Audiences were losing interest and the vaudeville tour began petering out. The war's end had as little significance for O'Neill as its beginning, just as his concern with World War I had been confined largely to his own efforts to stay out of it. Its termination was now a personal inconvenience. My luck after touching only the high spots last spring has become a mole, he wrote to Nina Maes. In the Zone staggered through the influenza, with a 6 weeks layoff, only to fall a victim to the premature hand of Peace on Earth Goodnight to War plays. Sherman got the wrong pig by the ear. Peace is hell. Although he was perhaps exaggerating when he bemoaned the peace, O'Neill had taken a decided turn in his political thinking. He had, in fact, in his own words, become indifferent toward political and social movements of all kinds. Time was when I was an active socialist, and after that, a philosophical anarchist, he said, not long after the war's end. But today I can't feel that anything like that really matters. It is rather amusing to me to see how seriously people take politics and social questions and how much they expect of them. Life as a whole is changed very little, if at all, as a result of their course. It seems to me that, as far as we can judge, man is much the same creature, with the same powers and the same weaknesses, as in the time when the Aryan race started toward Europe from the slopes of the Himalayas. He has become better acquainted with those powers and those weaknesses, and he is learning ever so slowly how to control them. The birth area of the higher men is almost audible, but they will not come by tinkering with externals or by legislative or social fiat. They will come at the command of the imagination and the will. O'Neill stopped glowering long enough to write a one-act play before he went to New York in December. Agnes Bolton has described the sordid local characters who, she has said, inspired the play. They were, she has written, a family consisting of father, mother, and 3 beautiful, blonde, unmarried and mysteriously pregnant daughters. Each girl in turn became pregnant. No one knew how this happened, for they talked to no one. As to what happened to the girls after their babies joined the little group of other unidentified babies, I hadn't been able to learn, but it seemed to me I had heard that they just vanished, and nobody knew where. O'Neill entitled the play Honor Among the Bradleys. He tore up the script soon after writing it, on the advice of George Jean Nathan, to whom he showed it, and who was amused by its characters but contemptuous of its stvle. A very false and feeble piece of work, which you bawled me out for writing, O'Neill reminded Nathan soon after. O'Neill arrived in New York for rehearsals of The Moon of the Carrahees, leaving Agnes in New Jersey to look after the stoves. Hutch Collins appeared as Driscoll, Charles Ellis as Smitty, Scotty Stewart as Old Tom, the donkeyman, and Louis L. as the first mate. Teddy Ballantyne, who was placing Uptown in Redemption, the show O'Neill was praying against, in the hope that if it closed John Bergmar would do Beyond, suggested a member of his cast to direct Moon. He was Thomas Mitchell, who later achieved fame as a movie star. The play opened on December 20th. They put the Moon on the second bill, O'Neill wrote to Nina Maes, and what with the small stage, the large cast, and the different sets, well, just use your imagination. The director, I forget his name, couldn't do anything under such conditions and didn't have personality enough to overcome them. Although Gillichelle made no impression on O'Neill at the time, the two men met again some years later when O'Neill suggested Mitchell for a role in the movie version of The Long Voyage Home. I knew little or nothing of directing, Mitchell has confessed, but they were all amateurs at the Provincetown, so it didn't matter. I wasn't on in Redemption until about 10:3C, so I was able to direct rehearsals downtown and still make my own show. I only saw O'Neill a few times during the production and he struck me, then and subsequently, as a moody, withdrawn man, but very gentle. On the bill with The Moon of the Caribbees were a comedy by Susan Glaspell and Jig Cook called Tickless Time and a play called The Rescue by Rita Creighton Smith. Moon barely got on, opening night, the Caribbean island, off which the SS Pitcairn is anchored in that play, was a beaver board cut out about 4 feet long, and a few hours before the opening it was discovered in the backyard of the theater, where someone had left it lying all day in the rain. A new island was cut out, painted and shoved into place minutes before the curtain was raised. Although The Moon of the Caribbees has since earned a place of respect among the literature of one actors, Heywood Broun, for one, found it disappointing. It spins a rather pointless tale about an uninteresting young man, he wrote. The bill that included The Moon of the Caribbees was the last one in which Hutch Collins played. Not long after, he caught a severe chill during a rainstorm and was taken to St. Vincent's Hospital in serious condition. The influenza epidemic was at its peak, and Hutch came down with pneumonia and died in the hospital. He was in his early 30s, one of the most gifted actors the Provincetowners had known and the second of O'Neill's old friends to die within a year. Lewis Holliday's death had shocked and hurt O'Neill, but with Hutch Collins much of O'Neill's New London youth died. During the period from January, 1919, to early May, O'Neill nearly completed The Strave and worked hard on a new play, Chris Christopherson, which he first called Tides and was later to rewrite as The Old Devil and then as Anna Christie. The play gave him trouble from the beginning, and O'Neill never felt he had brought it off. Its central character was, at first, the coal barge captain O'Neill had known at Jimmy the Priest's, who had got drunk and frozen to death on a cake of ice near his barge one Christmas Eve. In this early version, Chris's daughter was a nice girl who had grown up away from her father in Leeds, England. The conflict revolved around Chris's opposition to the daughter's marriage to a first mate named Anderson. Chris was convinced that the old devil sea would end in breaking his daughter's heart, as it had her mother's. But O'Neill's chief concern at this time was the delay over Beyond the Horizon. The day of production was still indefinite, for Williams had been having trouble with other productions that season, and had not had time to think about casting O'Neill's play. O'Neill decided to put his problem to Professor Baker, who, he knew, kept in touch with Williams, an erstwhile Baker pupil. As a matter of fact, Williams had already informed Baker that he had Beyond under option. O'Neill wrote to Baker on May 9. Not once but a dozen times since our chance meeting in Provincetown 2 years ago have I determined to write to you, but each time I hesitated, reflecting, better wait until you have something real to relate. O'Neill then outlined his plight. He explained that Williams had intended to produce Beyond with the Barrymores as soon as Redemption concluded its run, but that Redemption refused to conclude. Williams had renewed his contract, he added, and now promised a production before December. But my system has absorbed so much hope in the past 6 months that I am now immune, he wrote. I turn a callous, cauliflower ear to all managerial fair promises. I have ceded my winter home in Spain for a permanent residence in Missouri. O'Neill went on to inform Baker that since he had last seen him he had finished 2 long plays in addition to Beyond Chris Christopherson and The Straw. He asked Baker if he would allow him to send the plays so that he could read them, and ended the letter on a note of apology for not previously offering his appreciation to Baker for the year he had spent under his tutelage. I realize I must have seemed woefully lacking in gratitude because, seemingly, I have never had the decency to write, and I know the interest you take in the work of your former students. But I'm really not as bad as that. In all honesty, I have waited more out of small boy ambition than anything else. I was confident that the night would come when I could approach you with the digesting canary grin, and, pointing to the fiery writing on the wall of some New York theater, chortle triumphantly, "Look, teacher. See what I done." When acknowledging O'Neill's letter, Baker asked for a copy of Beyond. O'Neill dispatched a script in haste and word came back from Baker that he was delighted with it. From that point on, admiration between teacher and pupil steadily grew, and O'Neill's early comments about the little he had got out of Baker's workshop were gradually erased from memory. Although John Williams was still silent about his plans for producing Beyond, Other Broadway producers were showing interest in O'Neill. One of them was James O'Neill's old friend George Tyler, who was beginning to wonder how he could have misjudged voting Eugene's abilities so badly a few years before. Tyler had rallied after the bankruptcy of Levier and Company and had become a successful manager on his own. He was producing plays for Lorke C. Toffler and Gene Eagles, and had recently discovered a young actress named Helen Hayes. That April Tyler asked O'Neill, much to the latter's amusement, to doctor a play. The invitation was courteously declined, despite the fact that O'Neill could have used the money, for it seemed, somewhat to the bewilderment of both Agnes and O'Neill, that Agnes was pregnant. O'Neill had already arranged with John Francis to find him an inexpensive and isolated cottage near Truro for the spring and summer. How they were going to manage in October, when the baby was due, they had no idea. Their often discussed desire was to own the remote life-saving station on the edge of the Atlantic. It had been abandoned by the Coast Guard and jointly bought and remodeled some years earlier by Mabel Dodge and Sam Louison, the millionaire philanthropist. Louison and Mabel had each used the house for 1 month during the summer, and it was now on the market for $5,000. Shortly before they were to leave New Jersey permanently, O'Neill went to New York for his long-postponed encounter with George Jean Nathan. Nathan and O'Neill met for the first time at the Beaux-Arts restaurant and recognized each other from photographs. The approximate date can be gauged from one of O'Neill's letters to Nathan. Written from West Point Pleasant and dated May 1, 1919, it ended with a promise to come to New York about the middle of the month, when I shall bring around to your office personally in the hope of finally meeting you. But O'Neill had forgotten this when he later told Isaac Goldberg, Nathan's biographer, that he could not remember when his first meeting with Nathan took place. It was, at some restaurant, I believe, and I was 3/4 blotto. I remember thinking how much he looked like an old friend of mine who wrote animal stories of that era for Street and Smith. At this point O'Neill had placed himself in the hands of a literary agent. The American Play Company had been founded by Elizabeth Marbury, who in the late 1800s had carved a career for herself as the American representative for European playwrights such as Victor Sardou. An enormously fat woman who loved good food and good conversation, she divided her time between elegant establishments in New York and France and knew everyone worth knowing in society and the arts on 2 continents. She established herself as an extremely successful agent with offices in New York, London, and Paris. In 1914, wishing to lighten the burden of personal responsibility she carried for her clients, Miss Marbury formed the American Play Company in partnership with 2 men, John Rumsey and Richard Madden. It was Madden who took on O'Neill as the agency's client. Madden did not like to handle anyone whose work he did not wholeheartedly admire. He met O'Neill for the first time during the production of The Moon of the Caribbees. With an emotionalism characteristic of a number of men who became O'Neill's friends, he later told his wife, "I saw this gentle, clear-eyed man and I fell in love with him." He and O'Neill went to Christine's to eat and talk. Madden told O'Neill how much he liked his sea plays. O'Neill asked him to be his agent, and they shook hands on it. There was never a written contract between them, but Madden continued as O'Neill's agent to the time of his death. Madden always gave his authors devoted personal service. "You don't know how much that means to a writer, Dick," O'Neill once told him. O'Neill and Agnes left for Provincetown at the end of May, 1919, expecting to move into the little cottage in Truro which John Francis was supposed to have rented for them. To their astonishment they were informed by Francis that James O'Neill had bought from Mabel Dodge and Samuel Louison the converted Coast Guard station, and that it was a gift to the younger O'Neills in anticipation of what James referred to as his first grandchild. He had deliberately forgotten Eugene's son with Kathleen, considering him no more kin than his own forgotten child with Nettie Walsh. XXXII. It was several weeks before O'Neill and his wife could move into their oceanfront house, for it was half buried in sand from the winter's storms. Facing north at the edge of the Atlantic on a treacherous stretch of coast called Peaked Hill Bar, the house was the closest thing to living on a ship that O'Neill could find without actually heaving anchor. His front lawn was the Atlantic and his backyard a desolate 3-mile stretch of scrubwood and dunes. Known as the Outer Shore, this section of beach was uninhabited except by the Coast Guardsmen who lived in a new life-saving station, a large, box-like structure half a mile away from their former home. The Coast Guard had abandoned the old house because of the sea's steady encroachment, and its promise to sweep the house away. But this was no deterrent to O'Neill. On him the sound of the crashing surf had a soothing effect. Like the new Coast Guard station, O'Neill's house was accessible only by foot or horse-drawn wagon. Such was the feeling of wilderness and isolation that the 3 miles separating the house from the village might have been 50. The ever-shifting dunes were huge, some of them towering 15 feet, and one could spend hours clambering around them without seeing anything but sand and sky and clumps of wind-swept beach grass. There was a sense of endless space comparable to being on a ship in mid-ocean. The coast was so hazardous that boats were pounded to matchsticks on the bars within a matter of hours. Wrecks, especially during the winter, were frequent, and corpses often had been laid out in what was now O'Neill's living room. On the other hand, nothing could equal the serenity of a midsummer evening, with its purity of light and air, the sun reddening the sea, and a ceaseless, hissing wind that had no sting. O'Neill's new home was a constant reminder of the frailty of man and the triumph of sea and wind. The house had been made cozy and livable by Mabel Dodge, who, despite a predilection for white, had exquisite taste. She applied white paint to the walls of practically every house she ever occupied, and Peakdale was no exception. On the walls she hung large china plates with blue and green fish designs, and she covered the white-painted furniture with blue cloth. She left the floors bare, but waxed and polished their hardwood surface. There was a gasoline pump for water, but no electricity. Kerosene provided light and fuel for cooking, and an immense open brick fireplace provided warmth. During the winter's storms the sand would drift against the house like snow, burying 2/3 of the front door. Each year the window panes were ground frosty by flying sand and had to be replaced. Each year, too, the path across the dunes, called Snail Road, shifted slightly with the changing contours of the beach. And each year the house leaned closer to the sea. But the magnificent sense of space and timelessness never changed. It was an ideally dramatic background for O'Neill, and the house was a perfect studio. The second floor, reached by a narrow iron stairway, contained the lookout room, surrounded by windows, in which O'Neill worked at a rude desk built for him by his neighborly Coast Guardsmen. Friends did come to see him, but it required an effort, and he was reasonably safe from intrusion. No need to wear clothes, no vesture of the unrefined refinements of civilization, O'Neill said of his new retreat. Ty added that the house still preserved its old sea flavor. Not long after moving in, O'Neill described the house and its effect on him to an interviewer for the Bookman. The stairs are like companionways of a ship. There are lockers everywhere. The big boat room, now our living room, still has the steel fixtures in the ceiling from which one of the boats was slung. The lookout station on the roof is the same as when the Coast Guards spent their eternal 2-hour vigils there. The exteriors of the buildings are as weather-beaten as the bulwarks of a derelict. The place has come to mean a tremendous lot to me. I feel a true kinship and harmony with life out here. Sand and sun and sea and wind, you merge into them, and become as meaningless and as full of meaning as they are. There is always the monotone of the surf on the bar, a background for silence, and you know that you are alone, so alone you wouldn't be ashamed to do any good action. You can walk or swim along the beach for miles and meet only the dune sphinxes muffled in their yellow robes with paws deep in the sea. O'Neill and Agnes got their supplies and mail either by walking into the village and carrying them back over the dunes or having them delivered by the Coast Guard's wagon. The wagon was drawn by a splay-footed horse called Daisy, who, like the men of the Coast Guard, developed a fondness for O'Neill. At Peakdale O'Neill rose early, breakfasted at 8 and then, still conscientiously trying to keep himself at the peak of physical fitness, swam, took long, solitary walks, or exercised with a punching bag. One of his favorite forms of relaxation was paddling his kayak far out in the dangerous waters. He worked until 1, lunched, napped and sometimes swam again. Usually he spent several hours in the afternoon reviewing his morning's work. After dinner he and Agnes read until nearly midnight. It was a peaceful, productive life for O'Neill, with few interruptions, and that summer Agnes shared it with him contentedly. In June Boney and Liv Wright brought out a volume of O'Neill's plays entitled The Moon of the Caribbees and 6 other plays of the sea, the 6 others being the 3 additional S.S. Glencairn 1 Actors plus Lie, Where the Cross is Made and Rope, a sea play only by virtue of its setting on a seaside farm. He received an advance royalty of $125 and it was agreed he would get 10% of the proceeds from the sale of the book. The firm, which was to publish O'Neill until it became bankrupt in 1933, had been founded somewhat casually in 1917. Albert Boney, from whom Frank Shea inherited the Washington Square bookshop, had gone to work for an advertising agency owned by Alfred Wallerstein. Boney's office contained 2 desks, one of which, Wallerstein informed him, was reserved for a businessman named Horace Liv Wright, who used it sporadically as his New York headquarters. One day, Boney told Wallerstein of his idea for publishing a modern library of inexpensive editions of the classics. Wallerstein was enthusiastic, and asked if he could be a partner. The 2 men shook hands on the deal. The next morning, Boney was startled to see a man walk into his office and sit down. Boney had been working at the agency for 6 months and this was his first glimpse of the occupant of the empty desk. The man introduced himself as Liv Wright, spread an assortment of gadgets on the desk and explained he was examining them as possible manufacturing investments. He asked Boney's advice on the likeliest prospect, and Boney selected a jar with a metal cap. Then, carried away by Liv Wright's friendliness, Boney disclosed his projected venture in the publishing field. Liv Wright nodded approvingly, and the 2 men parted for lunch. When Boney returned, Wallerstein greeted him reproachfully. "Albert," he said, "I thought you and I were going to publish the Modern Library together. Flores tells me he's going in with you." Boney looked bewildered. "He neglected to tell me that," he said. Wallerstein grew thoughtful. Then he told Boney to go ahead with Liv Wright. Horace needed a chance to make good, he said. He had never been able to succeed in business, his last failure having been a chain of mills whose principal product was toilet paper. Financed by his father-in-law, Liv Wright had had the inspired idea of selling the product under the name Pickwick Papers and cornering the toilet paper market, but his business sense proved unequal to his imagination. The mills soon found themselves encumbered by unmarketable paper. His father-in-law offered to stake him once more, and then wash his hands of him. Boney decided to let Liv Wright join him. Liv Wright invested $12,500, Boney put up $4,000, and the firm of Boney and Liv Wright was born. The Modern Library was only a part of the Boney and Liv Wright enterprise. In the 20s the company gained tremendous importance as the publishers of such previously unheralded writers as Hemingway, Faulkner, T.S. Eliot and Robinson Jeffers. Horace Liv Wright picked up eccentrics like Bodenheim and Kemp and was the first publisher to promote the writings of Freud in America. The company not only went in for art on a high level but it made money, much of it dissipated by Liv Wright, on wine, women and gambling. With an enterprising publisher, an alert agent, and the completed scripts of 3 long plays, O'Neill, at Third One, still lacked a Broadway producer who would produce. He continued to rely on the Provincetown Players for experimentation but had lost faith in John Williams' plans for a Broadway production of Beyond the Horizon. Impatiently seeking Broadway recognition, O'Neill began bargaining with George Tyler, to whom Richard Madden, his agent, had submitted Chris Christopherson the script about the coal barge captain and his daughter. Tyler was less evasive than Williams, but, from O'Neill's point of view, not much more satisfactory. That summer O'Neill embarked on the sort of negotiations typical of the drawn-out, frustrating, contradictory, hopeful, naive, defensive dealings he was often to have with theatrical managers. He informed Tyler on June 8, 1919, that he was now ready to begin revising Chris, that the work should not take long, as it was all mapped out in his head, and that he was pleased to hear that William Farnham, a successful movie star, was considering the play. He expressed doubt, however, that Farnham would accept such an unheroic character part. 5 days later he mailed the new material to his agent, Madden. He had tried to strengthen the character of Chris by making his reaction to his daughter's willful acceptance of the first mate's offer of marriage more violent. "I feel sure you will find that the revision I have made fills the bill and strengthens the ending greatly," O'Neill optimistically advised Tyler. But his confidence was short-lived. Tyler thought the revised ending was still weak, and O'Neill retorted, "To be out and out candid, so that you will clearly understand how I feel about it, I don't believe I agree with you." He went on to say that Chris, Anna, and the second mate had to react the way they did, and that Chris's attempted suicide, apparently a device Tyler found excessive, was exactly what the Scandinavian Chris would do. "I'll promise to think hard and keep thinking hard and preserve an open mind for improvement, which the God of playwrights may deign to whisper," he added. "But for me to deliberately rack my inventive powers to strengthen the scene would be a false move. But I'll try hard to feel what you do and pray for light." O'Neill ended with a suppressed sneer for Farnham, who had not yet agreed to take the role of Chris. 6 days later, after much thought, he had cut some of the scene in question, but he still could not see his way clear to making any basic change. 3 days after that he succumbed entirely. "After careful consideration and rereading, I have come to the conclusion that you are right and that the last scene can be much improved by an extensive revision," he conceded to TVLCR. "This new construction seems to me 100% improvement." By September 25 matters had progressed to the point where Emmett Corrigan had replaced Farnham as a candidate for the role of Chris. Corrigan pleased O'Neill as much as Farnham now displeased him. "Years of the crass characterization of movie work must have left their mark on Farnham," he observed. Tiebler was anxious for O'Neill to come to New York, but O'Neill resisted, on the ground that he was expecting his child to be born any day. A few days later O'Neill instructed Madden to send Tiebler The Straw, the play with the tuberculosis sanitarium background. Williams, in whose hands it had been, had released his option. "I earnestly request you to read this play," O'Neill implored Tyler. "It is far and away and best and truest thing I have done, 10 times more dramatic and heart-searching than Chris. I believe you'll agree with me that it's a big thing. Whether you can see your way clear to producing it makes no never mind, but please give it a hearing." Tyler was in no hurry to read O'Neill's truest and best. He told O'Neill he was busy producing 2 other plays. O'Neill allowed almost a month to go by before inquiring again about The Straw, and Tyler answered with disappointing news about Chris Christopherson. Corrigan was no longer available, Tyler said, and the production of Chris had to be postponed until after the first of the year. Attempting to cheer himself up, O'Neill rationalized that he was now, at least, free to go on writing without worrying about impending interruptions, and, having forgotten his recent judgment of Farnham as an actor grown crass with movie work, he confided to Tyler that the first of his new projects, Gold, would prove a perfectly corking play for Farnham. Gold was the long play about the insane sea captain who saw the ghosts of his drowned shipmates, that O'Neill had in mind when writing the shorter version, Where the Cross is Made. O'Neill also made some elaborately jocular references to the state of his finances, which Tyler interpreted as a plea for help, and which O'Neill hastily disavowed. "Happily, things do not threaten to reach any such dire straits where an SOS would be warranted," he declared, thanking Tyler for offering a loan. If Tyler was recalcitrant about reading The Straw, his press agent, John Toohey, was not. Toohey, who was a founding member of the Algonquin Circle and a frequent contributor to the Saturday Evening Post, took the trouble to congratulate O'Neill warmly on the play, and O'Neill, responding to this praise, declared that he was willing to stand or fall by The Straw. He added that he believed American managers underestimated the intelligence of post-war audiences and that they were now ready to accept something more than just a couple of hours' amusement. I take it the principal objection to the straw on popular grounds would be the TB Clement, he said, adding it was his belief that the idea of tuberculosis is now too familiar to the people at large to be fraught with the old ignorant horror. Tyler finally read the straw and informed O'Neill that he liked it but said nothing about producing it. O'Neill, having forgotten Biss' insistence that it made no never mind whether or not Tyler wanted to produce the straw, now piteously complained that Tyler's letter had put him into that torturing state popularly known as up in the air. This brought a hasty assurance from Tyler that he would, indeed, produce the play and would pay O'Neill an immediate advance. "A million rousing cheers," declared O'Neill on November 13. "Your note confirming my hopes reached me today and I feel in the pink of good spirits." And there the matter rested for several months. In the meantime, however, Tyler's press agent was trying to stimulate the public's interest in O'Neill. He asked O'Neill if he could send a photographer to Peakdale to prepare a publicity layout. He particularly wanted some pictures of O'Neill at work on a play, he said. O'Neill reacted negatively to the suggestion and, although he was to submit many times in the future to both interviewers and cameramen, it was almost always after a struggle. Eventually he grew vain enough to enjoy posing for portraits, but he always objected to arranged scenes purporting to show him at work, and, like most public figures, he constantly complained that interviewers misquoted him. "Come now, Mr. Toohey, that's a bit thick, isn't it?" O'Neill chided the publicity man. "Have a heart and allow me to remain natural. There are so many others just watering at the mouth for that weapon in MIT close-up that I won't be missed." He then suggested that a picture of the author not at work would be far more effective, to catch him penelks, DCSKLCSS, his chin unaccountably jipped in place without the prop of a sensitive hand, his hair looking like hair and not like a backdrop to accentuate his troubled by my last act brow, his eaves temporarily soulless but betraying a keen interest in dinner. Such a photo ought to establish forever his rep as a sad bad glad mad eccentric nut, a defier of all our cherished traditions, and make him A1 copy. O'Neill and Agnes had reluctantly closed the house at Peakdale Bar early in October and moved into the village to await the birth of their child. In the meantime O'Neill kept in touch by mail with the Provincetown Players, who were getting ready to open their 4th season in New York with The Dreamy Kid, O'Neill's on-actor about the Negro gangster and his dying mother. Directed by Ida Bauer, the play when it opened October 31 was greeted with interest, if not with enthusiasm. It was one of the first plays to be cast with Negro actors in serious roles by a white producing company. When The Moon of the Caribbees was produced the year before, the roles of the Negro prostitutes had been filled by actresses in blackface, as was then the custom in the New York theater. Outside of their own stock companies, Negro actors were employed only for comic darky roles or vaudeville acts. Ida Raw had been enterprising enough to recruit her cast from a Harlem stock company, and the production paved the way for 2 later O'Neill plays, The Emperor Jones and Oh God's Chil'n Got Wings, both dealing seriously with Negroes and both cast with Negro actors. In Provincetown that October O'Neill and his wife occupied, for a reason Agnes has not been able to recall, 2 tiny cottages across the street from each other. Hay stored baby clothes in one and lived in the other. The one called Happy Home was heated, and was arranged to accommodate the Iving Inn, while the other cottage was where O'Neill worked and where he and Agnes slept. Agnes' doctor was the same Daniel Hibert with whose sister O'Neill had boarded while attending Baker's class at Harvard. Dr. Hibert, who had by this time delivered scores of babies, had set up practice in Provincetown that year. In the early morning of October 30, Agnes recognized the onset of labor and O'Neill telephoned Dr. Hibert. According to Dr. Hibert, she had an easy birth. He said he had no clear memory of O'Neill's presence on the scene. He had, in fact, a vague impression that O'Neill was off somewhere, drunk, when his heir made an appearance. The boy was named Shane Rhodri C. O'Neill, in honor of the Irish king known as Shane the Proud. John's a lovely name in any language, Alice Woods told Agnes and O'Neill, with a touch of malice. She was annoyed by what she considered their snobbish fuss over Irish nomenclature. O'Neill telegraphed his patents and wrote to Tyler, who, as Lames O'Neill's close friend, had BCM anxiously awaiting the birth of the G. Werner's grandchild. The event transpired yesterday and most successfully, he informed IVLCR. A 10.5-pound boy who looks able to play football right now, his voice already carries further than the old man's. And to Tuhi, a few days later, he wrote. Yes, it's a boy. If UVA got a mob scene rehearsing, I'd like to place him. IB's grandpa's voice. Pasted as the first turn into the scrapbook O'Neill began keeping soon afterward was this paragraph from the Morning Telegraph. It's a boy. Eugene O'Neill, novelist and playwright and the son of James O'Neill, is the father of a baby boy that came to his home this week at Provincetown, Mass. This youngster gives the elder O'Neill his first grandson. Part 3, The Makings of a Poet 1920-1926. XXXIII. I'm still at the nerve-wracking job of waiting for a production, O'Neill wrote to the critic Barrett Clark from Provincetown on December 13, 1919. No suitable theaters to be had. It's a great season. He would not come to New York, he said, until rehearsals start, but when will that be? Broadway was suffering from an acute theater shortage. The actors' strike of the summer before had been settled with Actors' Equity Association emerging as a strengthened union, and a vigorous season had got underway by October. John and Lionel Barrymore, Helen Hayes, Alfred Lunt, Lauret C. Taxlor, Ina Clare, and Ethel Barrymore were appearing in various vehicles, and a lachrymose melodrama by Langdon McCormick called The Storm, with Edward Arnold and Helen McElla, was one of the big hits of the season. Still fuming over John Williams' unwillingness to schedule Beyond the Horizon, O'Neill watched the Broadway scene from Provincetown with dismay. And, unaware of what it would mean to his future, he read with sour anger about a new play called For the Defense, produced by W. Williams on December 19. O'Neill did not dream that this overwrought courtroom drama by a young playwright named Elmer Bice was to serve as the indirect means of getting Mid the Horizon into production. In the cast of For the Defense was the handsome, popular leading man Richard Bennett, two of whose daughters, Joan and Constance, eventually became movie stars. Bennett, then Lord E7, was beginning to be dissatisfied with matinee idol roles. Not long after the opening of the Rice play, he visited Williams' office, pulled the dusty manuscript of Beyond the Horizon out of a cubbyhole and began to read it. He was greatly moved by the play and urged Williams to let him star as the 20-year-old Robert Mayo. He also offered a solution both for the theater shortage and for the financial risk of presenting a contemporary American tragedy. He suggested that the play be mounted at the Morosco, where For the Defense was already established, that as much of the cast as possible be recruited from his own play, and that the new production be presented in a series of special matinees. Williams, who was genuinely interested in giving Beyond a hearing, and realizing he would not have to risk more than an investment in some sketchy scenery, agreed to Bennett's plan. Bennett persuaded three members of For the Defense, Louise Closser Hale, Mary Jeffrey, and George Riddle to accept roles in the O'Neill play. He rounded up Edward Arnold and Helen McElla, a successful leading lady, from the cast of The Storm, to play the older brother, Andrew, and the girl, Ruth, whom both brothers loved. For the only major role not filled from either company, that of the father, James Mayo, Williams cast Ervely Alderson. To most of the actors, appearing in Beyond the Horizon was an act of faith and love. It meant rehearsing a second role in addition to performing daily in their established vehicles, and then giving 12 performances a week, instead of 8. But Bennett's enthusiasm was contagious, and soon they had a creditable production. O'Neill, having waited so long, was caught off guard by the suddenness of the venture and had little chance to object to the makeshift arrangements. Having set his heart on the still youthful John Barrymore, he was not readily reconciled to the middle-aged Bennett in the role of young Robert Mayo, nor did he think the rest of the cast ideal. Moreover, he resented Williams' suggested cuts in the script and was outraged by the unimaginative scenery Williams furnished. O'Neill wanted the scenes to alternate between indoor and outdoor settings, to illustrate the hero's conflict between his wanderlust and his confinement. What he got was a stock interior and a picture postcard exterior, thrown together by William's assistant, Homer S. St. Gaudens, son of Augustus St. Gaudens, who had designed the statue of Diana atop Madison Square Garden. But O'Neill had a choice of the makeshift matinee production or none at all. He settled sulkily for the matinee. On February 1, 1920, an item on the drama page of the Times announced that Beyond the Horizon would be performed the following afternoon at the Morosco Theatre, where it would continue to run for a series of matinees on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays and be installed regularly in a theater when one is available. At 2:15 on Tuesday, February 3, 1920, the first production of a Eugene O'Neill play opened on Broadway. The author, hovering at the back of the theater, hiding behind a pillar to avoid recognition, watched the audience file into the Morosco on West 45th Street. Most of the first-string critics came, despite the unorthodox hour and the fact that an adaptation of a Georges Feydeau farce, Breakfast in Bed, was scheduled to open that night. The critics were tired, having already reviewed roughly 100 productions since the season's start in late June. There had been 30 musicals and revues, 60 comedies and melodramas, and 6 farces. Only a few were productions beyond routine interest: a Shakespearean repertory, a couple of short-lived tragedies adapted from European classics, and an abortive fantasy or two. Certainly nothing like an American tragedy, which was how Beyond the Horizon was billed, had challenged the critics' languid spirits. The two principal critics, Alexander Woolcott and Haywood Broun, took their aisle seats. Both, of course, knew O'Neill's one-actors from the Hayrights Theatre. Many of the Provincetownists were in the audience to see their faith in their young genius justified. Several remember Jig Cook's words, repeated on many occasions, "All the world will know Gene's plays someday." James and Ella O'Neill arrived at the theatre early. Both had undergone transformations. James, at 74, now depended on the support of the cane he once carried purely for effect. He had been struck by an automobile a year before, as he and Ella had stepped from a Broadway trolley at 27th Street. Although the injuries had at first been regarded as superficial, his right leg had never completely healed, and his magnificent constitution was beginning to give way. Ella, who was 63, had recently recovered from the removal of another breast tumor. But more miraculously, she had cured herself of narcotics addiction. With an inexplicable surge of strength, she had told her husband that she was going to stay a few months at a convent, not a sanitarium, and that her family should not worry about her. She had got to know some cloistered nuns, who believed they could help her. After spending the allotted time in the convent, praying and talking with the nuns, she came back completely free of the habit. She began attending church again with something of the lost fervor of her youth. James and Ella took their scats in a box at the Morosco. To their friends they seemed nervous about what their strange, difficult son was going to show them. The curtain rose on a badly painted, awkwardly lighted set that was supposed to represent O'Neill's poetically conceived section of country highway, the horizon hills, rimmed by a faint line of flame, and the sky above them with the crimson flush of the sunset. But as the grim tale of the two brothers unfolded, their chaotic story told with uncompromising realism, the shabby sets were forgotten and the audience sat in tense, respectful silence, even through the unconscionably long waits between the scenes of each act. James O'Neill was rigidly erect in his seat, but tears streamed down his cheeks. When the final curtain fell, he walked, damp-eyed and beaming, to the back of the theater and patted his son. "Are you trying to send the audience home to commit suicide?" he asked huskily. He then invited Eugene to the Prince George early the following morning so that they might read the reviews together. Eugene, watching the audience file glumly from the theater, interpreted the silence as disapproval. The next morning at the Prince George the O'Neills devoured the reviews. The astonishing fact was that the critics had enjoyed the tragedy. "I felt sure when I saw the woebegone faces on the audience on opening day that it was a rank failure," O'Neill said a few weeks later. No one was more surprised than I when I saw the morning papers and came to the conclusion that the sad expressions on the playgoers' faces were caused by their feeling the tragedy I had written. A number of the critics recognized not only the play's individual merits but the fact that something of broader significance had occurred on Broadway. The theatrical season, wrote Alexander Woolcott, in the Times, was immeasurably richer and more substantial because of Beyond the Horizon, which be described as an absorbing, significant, and memorable tragedy, so full of meat that it makes most of the remaining fare seem like the merest meringue. The only reason for not calling Beyond the Horizon a great play, he added, is the natural gingerliness with which a reviewer uses that word, particularly in the flush of the first hour after the fall of the final curtain. Woolcott praised the performers for rising gratefully and spontaneously to the opportunities afforded by a playwright of real power and imagination, and continued, "The play has greatness in it and marks O'Neill as one of our foremost playwrights, one of the most spacious men to be both gifted and tempted to write for the theatre in America." Reviewing the play for the Tribune, Hevwood Brune, a little more restrained, called it a significant and interesting play by a young author who does not as yet know all the tricks. Like Woolcott, who complained that the last act was weakened by being broken into two scenes, Brune took exception to the final act, which he found overlong and a letdown. The anonymous critic for The World declared that the deep and acute understanding of human nature and its impulses, of which there have been many substantial traces in Eugene G. O'Neill's short plays, asserted itself unmistakably yesterday afternoon, the first work of full length from his pen to reach the stage. May be set down at once as the season's most notable play of a serious theme and purpose by an American author. The critic for the Herald, also anonymous, was sterner, characterizing Beyond the Horizon as a formless, unnecessarily long picture of a failure in life, the tragedy of the square peg in the round hole. Nevertheless, he found it profoundly moving and human in most of its scenes. Robert Gilbert Welsh, of the Evening Telegram, hailed Beyond as a great play. Only once or twice in the course of the dramatic season does a play of such terrific force and such simple directness award the patient theatrical chroniclers. The Evening Post's J. Rankin Towse wrote, "There can be no question that is a work of uncommon merit and definite ability, distinguished by a general superiority from the great bulk of contemporaneous productions." Though aware that a noteworthy event had taken place in the American theater, few of the critics evaluated it accurately. It was not that they had never seen contemporary tragedy well performed on Broadway. A number of the Europeans had been adapted skillfully to the commercial stage. Nor had they failed to be impressed on other occasions by the imaginative works of such Americans as Percy Mackay, William Vaughn Moody and others. But Beyond the Horizon was unclassifiable because it combined naturalism and tragedy with native character and contemporary expression. It employed no melodramatic tricks and did not rely on coincidence. It was built upon the development of character alone, and eschewed plot for plot's sake. It was, in short, something never before attempted by an American for the Broadway theater, dramatic literature. It was written rather than contrived, and it introduced the possibility, which had long before been realized in Europe, that the commercial theater could express dramatic literature rather than serve merely as an amusement arena. The critics had trouble finding a niche into which they could put the play and its author. Woolcott tried, by comparing it with, among other works, John Ferguson, by the English writer St. John I. Ravin, which had been produced the season before. "It is a play of larger aspect and greater force," he wrote, "a play as vital and as undiluted a product of our own soil as any that has come this way since the unforgotten premiere of The Street Divide. In its strength, its fidelity, its color, its irony, and its pitilessness, it recalls nothing quite so much as one of the Wessex tales of Thomas Hardy." But most of the critics, while thrilled by the play and its acting and excited by its innovation, were almost apologetic about endorsing it. They quickly warned that Beyond could not be a popular success. "The play's almost impenetrable gloom," noted the World critic, "might deny it the popular attention that it richly deserves, for it is purely tragic in its mood, cruel in its story, and consequently oppressive in the heavy atmosphere of woe in which it is enveloped." Even Woolcott, Its stanchest supporter, cautioned, as to whether it will be, or could be popular. Well, that lies not within the province of this reviewer to say. Almost to a man the reviewers found fault with the play's ending, with the awkward scene shifts and, of course, with the length. Brune led the attack. O'Neill has become so carried away with his theme that he has not been able to hold it away at arm's length and slash and cut in the light of the fact that audiences are human and fallible and demand a brevity in the relation of all happenings which will not keep them in the theatre after 5 in the afternoon or 11 at night. And Woolcott chided O'Neill for being a bit intractable in the matter of structure, a bit unyielding both to the habits of the average audience and the physical limitations of the average playhouse. The breaking of his final act into 2 scenes, a mark of a chronic looseness of construction, is distinctly dissipative in its effect. O'Neill was both elated and dismayed by the reviews. He realized he had finally done what he had set out to do, force Broadway to accept him on his own terms. And he was not displeased with certain aspects of the production. Richard Bennett is just fine as Robert, he told several friends, and he called Helen McKellar's Ruth the best thing in the play, a perfect portrayal if there ever was one. But he was distressed at the lack of critical acumen that could blame him for awkwardness in dividing each act into 2 scenes. Even Woolcott, who devoted his theatre column, Second Thoughts, to the play on the 2 following Sundays and who probably did more than any other critic to ensure the play's success, could not refrain from harping on O'Neill's ineptitude in that respect. Certainly it was a quite impractical playwright who split each of his 3 acts into 2 scenes, one outside and one inside the Mayo farmhouse, he wrote in his Sunday column after again lauding the play for its truth and strength. But he indicated that he had entirely missed O'Neill's point. No essential purpose is served by these exteriors which could not have been served had they been unfolded within the farmhouse without a break of any kind, he said. Some of a novelist's luxuries must be foregone by a writer when he goes into the theatre, and one of the lessons he must learn is that the ever-illusion-dispelling process of dropping a curtain works havoc with the spell. Woolcott was hitting at the heart of O'Neill's technique. He did write plays like a novelist, and he insisted on the novelist's luxuries. The trouble was that American stagecraft had not yet caught up with him. On February 15, the following Sunday, Woolcott had an afterthought which he delivered in the form of a left-handed compliment: the decaying farm, the beckoning road, the imprisoning hills and the sea beyond the horizon could have been conjured up far more elusively by the players in their speech within the farmhouse than by any scenic painter who ever lived. A playwright with O'Neill's imagination and dramatic gift can dispense with even such suggestive aids, can create with spoken words such effects as make him independent of all the domes, cycloramas, and elaborate switchboards in the world. O'Neill wrote plaintively to Barrett Clark, one of the few people who had understood the reason for the interior-exterior changes. Why is it, I wonder, that not one other critic has given me credit for a deliberate departure in form in search of a greater flexibility? They have all accused me of bungling through ignorance, whereas, if I had wanted to, I could have laid the whole play in the farm interior, and made it tight as a drum a lapanero. Then, too, I should imagine the symbolism I intended to convey by the alternating scenes would be apparent even from a glance at the program. It rather irks my professional pride, you see, to be accused of ignorance of conventional, everyday technique. I've been longing to protest about this to someone ever since I read the criticisms by really good critics who blamed my youthful inexperience even for poor scenery and the interminable waits between the scenes. Later, discussing the scene variations within each act with an interviewer, O'Neill said, "One scene is out of doors, showing the horizon, suggesting the man's desire and dream. The other is indoors, the horizon gone, suggesting what has come between him and his dream. In that way I tried to get rhythm, the alternation of longing and of loss." Probably very few people who saw the play knew that this was definitely planned to produce the effect. But I am sure they all unconsciously get the effect. It is often easier to express an idea through such means than through words or mere copies of real actions. O'Neill was even more upset by the fact that Williams acceded to the critical carping and, after the first performance, cut out the brief final scene to avoid another scenery shift. This was the scene in which Robert, dying, sums up an essential bit of O'Neill philosophy. You mustn't feel sorry for me. Don't you see I'm happy at last, freed from the farm, free to wander on and on eternally. It isn't the end. It's a free beginning, the start of my voyage. I've won my trip, the right of release beyond the horizon. The review that probably pleased O'Neill the most was written by Ludwig Lequesson at the end of February for the Nation. Lequesson did not merely praise Beyond the Horizon and point out that it produces in us, as every good tragedy does, the impression, to use the words of a great critic, that our consciousness of what it means to be human has grown riper. To O'Neill's satisfaction, Lequesson also took the trouble to dismiss the two current hits from which the cast of Beyond was recruited as absurd melodrama and even shabbier melodrama. To O'Neill's mind, however, the highest praise came 6 years later, when Beyond the Horizon was revised. It was offered by Joseph Wood Crutch, who became drama critic of the Nation in 192.4 and always remained O'Neill's favorite and most respected reviewer. In a thoughtful essay on tragedy, Crutch stressed that O'Neill's greatness lay in the fact that he had come nearer than any other American to writing tragedy, in the sense of the Greeks and Shakespeare. Illustrating his point with Beyond, Crutch noted that in that play was clearly to be seen an instinctive discernment of the laws of such writing. This play is marked by a sense of tragic fitness which is by no means the inevitable accompaniment of vigor or honesty, and which jilts the knows nothing, hears nothing, and cares nothing about the theater market that is centered in Times Square. He does not spend his days upon the doormats of the magnates of 42nd Street, hoping that they will ultimately pay him $500 to get rid of him. He does not spend his leisure hours lunching at the Knickerbocker, hoping to pick up an easy job of adapting a French farce to an American setting or turning a forgotten American farce into a musical comedy. He neither needs nor desires money, because he has never been accustomed to its uses. Like Strickland, in The Moon and Sixpence, he can tell the world to go to hell. He can think his thoughts and dream his dreams, in loneliness, beside the surging and suggestive sea, and he can write great dramas which the silly little world that is centered in Times Square can subsequently look upon with wonder. There were also those who, unlike Hamilton, formerly had sneered at O'Neill's talent but who now claimed him as their own discovery. One such, a former colleague on the New London Telegraph, met Arthur McGinley on Broadway 2 days after the opening of Beyond. "What did I tell you?" said this man. "I could see the spark of genius way back in his newspaper days." McGinley smiled, recalling the man's words to him one night in New London, "That phony playwright a writer? Why, he couldn't write home for money." New friends, most of them genuinely moved by Beyond and anxious to encourage a young talent, began coming forward. One of them was the successful playwright George Middleton, a stanch and early O'Neill admirer. Another was St. John Ervine, flushed with his own recent stage successes. Both writers sent O'Neill congratulatory letters soon after the opening of Beyond, and O'Neill quickly acknowledged them. To Middleton he wrote, "Your letter is one of the most gratifying things the production has brought to me, and I am very deeply grateful for your thoughtfulness in writing it. You and St. John Ervine are the only playwrights who have given me a brotherly word of encouragement. And your letters have taught me, I hope if ever I get the authority for it, to do likewise and write to the first author, whose play I respect." Despite Tyler's misgivings about Chris, the Atlantic City reviews were not bad. The play is full of red-blooded life. And Emmett Corrigan has, one of the finest parts he has ever had in his fine career, read an Atlantic City newspaper on March 10. The critic did not care for Linfontane's Anna, which, he said, missed in many ways the heights of emotion and soulful spirit that could have been hers. The remainder of the cast, he added, offers character parts well played but of no particular dramatic note. The review ended on a note of high praise. For the most part the unusual and of times crude stagecraft of Mr. O'Neill's construction succumbs to the power of his inborn dramatic. Atlantic City may well consider it the finest piece of drama that has visited this shore this year, if not in many more. It is a marvelously dramatic play, a sterling piece of craftsmanship. But the play was not popular with audiences. O'Neill, in Provincetown, decided to go over the script. On March 14, he came to the conclusion that the last scene was weak and all wrong. He wrote to Tyler that the play must be radically rewritten before it had a New York showing. With Beyond the Horizon serving as a standard of comparison in their minds, you know with what eagerness the critics will seize upon any weak spot in Chris and shout it to the skies, he explained. He proposed to rewrite the love scene between Anna and the first mate to indicate that the mate would not reform and that Anna, in marrying him, would be heading for the same fate of a lonely sailor's wife her mother had endured. This, O'Neill believed, would save the play from conventionality. The reason why I haven't seen this before and why I didn't see it that way in the beginning is that when writing the play I was concentrated on a character study of Chris, and the love subplot was done any old way as being unimportant except in its reaction on him. I now see that a play is no stronger than its weakest spot and that the artificiality and fakiness of that last scene will ruin Chris as a whole, and even spoil my characterization of him. O'Neill said he would await with the keenest anxiety Tyler's word on how the play was received in Philadelphia, where it was headed next. He informed Tyler that Agnes was still very weak and unable to be out of bed yet. To Tyler he added, "I hear from home that the specialists have had a consultation over my father's case and have had X-rays taken to decide whether an operation will be imperative or not. If it is, I will have to come to New York, as an operation in my father's present condition will be a matter of life and death. This sickness of the governor's is really hell to me. The thought that there is a chance of losing him just at the time when he and I, after many years of misunderstanding, have begun to be real pals, well, you can imagine." On March 17 O'Neill received the reviews from the Philadelphia papers, where Chris had opened 2 days before. They were mixed. I had been led to expect that the play would come in for an unmerciful panning, neck and crop, from all the critics, O'Neill wrote to Tyler, so the notices, though they were hardly what you'd call hysterically enthusiastic, were nevertheless favorable enough to furnish me with a pleasant surprise. Tyler had written that he could not take the play to New York in its present form and urged O'Neill to come at once to Philadelphia to rewrite it. But O'Neill had decided that the play was not salvageable. Always ruthless about work he considered to be below his ideal, he was ready to tear up Chris and start all over. Throw the present play in the ash barrel was the way he put it to Tyler. Candidly, that is the idea which strikes me as promising the most chance of future success, both artistic and financial. He already had an inkling of how to reapproach the subject and theme, but could not yet define this for Tyler. Suffice it to say, he noted, that of the present play I would keep without change only the character of Chris. I'd give you a real daughter and lover, flesh and blood people, and the big underlying idea of the sea. What had come to his mind was one of those odd juxtapositions of apparently unrelated characters and events to which he was frequently subject. The real Chris, the Chris of Jimmy the Priest's, had had no daughter, as far as O'Neill knew. But he now remembered a blonde girl who worked in a cigarette factory and whom Lai had met at Luke O'Connor's saloon. The girl had spoken to O'Neill of her father, a barge captain in Boston, and one day she had had a reunion with him at O'Connor's while O'Neill was there. O'Neill's memory of this meeting suddenly clicked into place, and along with the image came a ready-made character and background for the girl, about whom he knew very little. The character and background would be borrowed from Terry Carlin's long-vanished mistress, Marie. The new Anna's lover was still to be invented in detail, but clearly he would have to be more virile and elemental than the first mate. Our son probably a younger, less intellectual Fairy Carlin, but with Terry's big-cart idealism and with, inevitably, some of O'Neill's own ear-why Catholicism woven into the character. In short, the stoker, Matt Burke. O'Neill said nothing of this to Tyler, adding only that he did not know when he could get to work on the new play. It would all depend on the back of my head, which works independently of urgings and won't be forced to turn out ideas. So you see, the scheme would require a great deal of faith on your part. However, I feel enough confidence in my nut when it once gets started on a thing to say that I think I should be able to work out the new play and have the MA script to you by next fall. This scheme is the very best I have to offer." He told Tyler that Agnes was still ill and that he could not possibly go to Philadelphia, and it would be of no use anyway. Up here I see the real faults inherent in the play itself, my faults. But the only thing I ever get out of seeing a presentation is the actors' faults, which never fail to set me in a rage. I'd rather keep a pleasant memory of the Chris cast than have to hate at least 50% of them for the rest of my life. He went on to say that he was perfectly willing to rewrite in Provincetown, in the work atmosphere, if Tyler still wished him to do so, pointing out that he knew Tyler had spent money and energy on the play. He suggested, however, that the play could have been successful if it had not been brutally cut during production. Tyler decided to abandon the play and sent O'Neill a scolding letter, in which he took him to task for his lack of interest in saving the production. O'Neill retaliated by turning the blame on Tyler. Tyler had erred, wrote O'Neill, in attempting to mount Chris as a general popular success possibility. O'Neill ended by telling Tyler, who had already begun plans for producing The Straw, that he was now going to start work on Gold, which was promised to John Williams, because it was a play that has been very much on my mind, demanding to be written. He would finish it in 2 months, he thought, and then he would start the new Chris. Simultaneously with the closing of Chris, O'Neill's one-actor Exorcism was done at the Playwrights Theatre. Exorcism was significant for 2 reasons. First, because it expressed his retrospective view that in failing to kill himself he had actually been reborn to a more hopeful life, and second, because it marked the end of his interest in one-actors. The one-act play is an unsatisfactory form, cannot go far enough, he later declared, adding, however, that it could be a fine vehicle for something poetical, for something spiritual in feeling that cannot be carried through a long play. In 2 scenes, with a lapse of 24 hours between the action of the first and second, Exorcism was made part of the Provincetown Players' 5th bill of the season, presented on March 26, 1920. The group was violating its previous policy with that bill by producing a foreign play, Last Masks, by Arthur Schnitzler. They did not have enough native material to make up a strong bill. Exorcism was directed by B. Edward Goodman, former head of the Washington Square Players, which group had passed out of existence. The central role of Ned Malloy was portrayed by Jasper Dietrich, who had recently joined the Provincetown group and who later headed a flourishing little theater called the Hedgerow, near Philadelphia, where O'Neill permitted him to present many of his early plays, royalty-free. Dieter, who owned one of the few typed manuscripts of Exorcism that O'Neill did not get around to tearing up after the production, forfeited it when, some time later, he was obliged to jump his rent in Greenwich Village. In addition to the character of Ned Malloy, the cast included Ned's father and 3 Jimmy the Priest-like characters, Jimmy, Ned's roommate, Major Andrews and Nordstrom. The play was not widely reviewed, despite O'Neill's new fame, but Alexander Woolcott looked it over before it closed and found it uncommonly good, an opinion with which its author disagreed. Woolcott said that it was common enough in the theatre to find a senile vivid character stalking amid puppets, but that it was decidedly uncommon to find the secondary roles alive and real and individual. With O'Neill, he added, the smallest roles have a certain sovereignty. This compliment, O'Neill told a friend, made him uncomfortable, in view of his failure in that precise area with Chris, and the back of his mind seethed harder than ever with plans to rectify it, as his work schedule for March, 1920, testifies. There were a few days in that month when O'Neill was in the hectic position of having an established success on Broadway, an experimental play in Greenwich Village and was at work on an already optioned new play, planning the revision of the play that was to emerge as Anna Christie, and actively involved in production plans for The Straw. Periods like this of multiple activity were to be the ride rather than the exception of O'Neill's life. In March, Tiebler had hit on the scheme of doing The Straw as a special matinee in Boston. Like Williams, Tyler wanted to give an O'Neill play a bearing, but particularly in the light of the Chris fiasco was nervous about it. Tyler decided to cast the feminine lead for The Straw with the ingenue of Bub, a comedy he was about to produce in Boston. In the title role of Bub, adapted by Edward Childs from a novel by Mary Roberts Beinhardt, Tyler intended to display the talents of Helen Ilovks, who had recently scored a streaky success in Clarence. His idea was to ask Miss One Faxes to play Eileen Carmody at matinees during the Boston tryout of Bab. O'Neill was indignant. Helen Hayes, he felt, lacked the maturity and experience for the role of Eileen Carmody. What distressed O'Neill even more was Tyler's plan to put into the role of Stephen Murray a farce actor named John Wesley, and to have Wesley, who was without directing experience, stage the straw. O'Neill complained to Tyler that this was unjust to what he considered the best play I have ever written, better even than Beyond the Horizon. The reason he did not want the Boston matinee was that it would constitute an unfair test of the play's merit, and also because it would call for his presence at rehearsal sooner than he could conveniently get away. "The straw can't go on without me," he told Tyler. "I'm the only one who can tell the cast of the play what, how, and why they ought to behave. And there's another thing, wouldn't it be unfair to have to give up a month's hard work at creative writing for one experimental matinee?" But when Tyler replied that he was convinced both of the necessity for the Boston trial and of the appropriateness of Miss Hayes and Wesley, O'Neill capitulated, albeit conditionally. "The special matinee," he said, "should be a test of the actors, and not of the play. If the actors did not fill the bill, the play should be recast before being brought to New York. I refuse to consider Boston's verdict on the play itself to be worth a damn as far as its New York chances are concerned," he went on, "any more than I believe that the judgment on Chris in AC and Philly gave any indication of what it would have been in New York. Beyond the Horizon," he suggested, "would not have paid its way either in Atlantic City or in Philadelphia. I think to produce a play so drastic in its subject matter as The Straw in a town as conventional and hidebound as Boston is to reduce the play's chances to a minimum," he said. "Without the sanction of New York first applied, they will never stand for it." Within a few days, O'Neill had withdrawn his reservations about Wesley, at least. The actor came to Provincetown during the first week in April to have a long talk about the play. O'Neill found him sympathetic and informed Tyler he would be fine as Murray and that his direction would be an asset to the piece. But he still did not like the idea of the Boston matinee. For one thing, Boston had a child labor law which would prevent child actors from appearing in the roles of the Carmody children. Not without justification, O'Neill felt that to use midgets would simply turn the whole thing into a farce of the most absurd description. For another, O'Neill did not think that the makeshift scenery Tyler intended to provide could authentically simulate a TB sanitarium. Then there was the problem of casting the minor characters. O'Neill did not want Tyler to throw in the Bab characters simply because they were already there. He said it was equally important that the smallest part in The Straw be cast with as much care as Eileen and Murray. "I sweated too much blood in the writing of the play and I love it too much to permit it to run the slightest avoidable risk even in a special matinee performance," O'Neill advised Tyler. "Either it should be done right, down to the smallest detail, or it should not be attempted at all. I have set my heart on this play and I must be convinced that it is receiving the best there is, and is being played as it was written." He signed his letter, as he had grown accustomed to doing, "With very kindest regards," but he was clearly beginning to feel himself wronged by his father's old friend. Not long after, he got word from Tyler that the Boston matinee idea was being abandoned, largely because the strain of learning two big roles was considered too much for Helen Hayes. On April 20, trying to be conciliatory, O'Neill wrote to Tyler explaining why he had mistrusted the Boston tryout. "Perhaps my attitude is the result of an abiding aversion and distrust for Boston itself. I sure loathe that town tremendous." He meekly asked Tyler where he now planned to try out The Straw, assured him that he would soon provide a satisfactory new version of Chris, and devoted the rest of the letter to personal comment about his father. "I'm coming down to New York in the near future to see the governor," he said. "Mrs. O'Neill and I are bringing down his grandson for him to have a first look at, hoping it will cheer him up. Jamie wrote me about Dr. Erdman's verdict. It seems so damned awful that nothing can be done." Once again O'Neill sent Tyler his very kindest. He did take his wife and son to New York and spent some time with In's father, who had been released from the hospital but was confined to a bed in the hotel. O'Neill next looked in on Beyond the Horizon at the little theater and found a new source of irritation there. He had finished a bottle of liquor with his friend Teddy Ballantyne when the two of them decided to see the last act of the play. They slipped into a couple of empty orchestra seats and watched Bennett go through the motions of dying. Ballantyne realized at once, as did O'Neill, that Bennett's performance had deteriorated. O'Neill muttered to Ballantyne about goddamn hams and said he was going backstage to bawl out Bennett as soon as the curtain rang down. Suddenly, drunkenly, changing his mind, O'Neill leaped from his seat and rushed up the aisle, Ballantyne stumbling after him. "What's the matter, sir, are you sick?" asked an usher, as O'Neill shoved his way through the door at the back of the auditorium. "No," snarled O'Neill, "I'm only the author." O'Neill was back in Provincetown by the beginning of June and resumed his wrangling with Tyler. He no longer made any effort to conceal his irritation. His agent, Madden, had informed him that Tyler's new scheme was to try out the straw in Atlantic City. In view of the recent Atlantic City fiasco with Chris, O'Neill thought Tyler had lost his wits, and all but told him so. Further, O'Neill had been advised by Jamie that Tyler had discussed the straw with his father as a Romeo and Juliet play, and was planning to delete all the coughing and spitting and the weighing scene in Act 2. "I will never consent to change or cut one word of the play on the verdict of Atlantic City, which I regard as worse than ruthless," declared O'Neill. "I only wish my judgment counted for something with you in this matter of my play. The Strary is not a Romeo and Juliet play, and was never so intended by me, and cannot be produced as such. Besides," he noted, implying that Tyler had not read the play carefully, "there were only about 3 coughs in it and not one spit. As I took great care to impress upon Mr. Westley," he added, "I regard the weighing scene as one of the very best, technically and artistically, that I have ever written, and I will not consent to any change in it." If Tyler was unwilling to produce the play as written, he said, he would be glad to return his advance and withdraw the play. He added he would rather have the play published in book form and have it judged in that way than have my whole meaning misrepresented. The letter bore no wishes of kindness, but was signed with a curt "Sincerely, Eugene." Tyler returned an angry answer, accusing O'Neill of calling him an idiot manager bent only on financial success and of jumping to perfectly stupid conclusions. Throwing in a gratuitous sneer at Chris, O'Neill retaliated by accusing Tyler of trying to turn the straw into a starring vehicle for Helen Hayes. "You are a manager who, when a playwright rises up in protest against what he believes is to be an injustice to his work, loses his temper and resorts to abuse," said O'Neill. By now he was so irate, he decided not to buy the play back from Tyler. "You will have to keep the play the allotted time, produce it or not just as you see fit," he wrote. "For me it is now deader than John Brown's body, and all that I ask is that I never hear of it again for years, except as a book. No play is worth all this unpleasantness, and the straw is no such great matter that I shall allow my summer isolation to be poisoned by any further thought about its production, or give an actor's damn whether it is produced at all or not. For me to fret and fume and quarrel and argue is silly and untrue to my real nature, which is that of an interested but distant spectator." Again he was "Sincerely, Eugene." Oddly enough, Tyler seemed not at all impressed by a public honor that had come to O'Neill just a few days earlier, nor, for that matter, was O'Neill himself. Neither of them made any reference to the fact that on June 3 the Pulitzer Prize had been awarded to Beyond the Horizon. The prize had been established only 3 years before by Joseph Pulitzer, editor and publisher of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. As administered through Columbia University, it had been withheld in the category of the drama in its first and third years, 1917 and 1919, and been given only once, in 1918, to the play, Why Marry? By Jesse Lynch Williams. In the field of the novel it had been won twice, in 1918 by Ernest Poole, For His Family, and in 1919 by Booth Tarkington, for The Magnificent Ambersons. No award was made to a novel in 1920. To O'Neill the prize meant chichi, a financial windfall, for a cash award of $1,000 went with the honor. Phi received a telegram in Provincetown informing him that Columbia University had selected Beyond the Horizon as being the original American play, produced in New York, which shall best represent the educational value and power of the stage in raising the standard of good morals, good taste, and good manners. Can you imagine me at the point where Columbia University actually confers one of its biggest blue ribbons on me? He asked a friend 2 months later. And the funniest part of it is that I never knew that such a prize existed until I received a wire this June saying I had won it. Much later, in publicly recalling the honor, he said, "In 1920 I had honestly never heard of the Pulitzer Prize %, or if I had, hadn't listened. So when a wire reached me, saying I had won it, my reaction was a disdainful raspberry, oh, a damned medal. And one of those presentation ceremonies. I won't accept it." Then a wire from my agent arrived which spoke of $1,000 and no medal and no ceremony. Well, I practically went delirious. I was broke, or nearly. $1,000 was sure $1,000. It was the most astoundingly pleasant surprise I've ever had in my life, I think. The identities of the three-man jury making the recommendations to the advisory board of Columbia University were guarded by secrecy and not known to O'Neill. They were Hamlin Garland, Richard Burton, and Walter Pritchard Eaton. Writing of the award some months later, Eaton remarked, "Prizes of this sort do not always have great significance. They may, for instance, merely mean that all the other plays were pretty poor. However, it is well remembered that all the other plays were not pretty poor during the year of the contest, and Beyond the Horizon was not victor without competition. That the judges, though, could have hesitated long over their decision is difficult to imagine, for Mr. O'Neill's drama possesses so conspicuously one merit over all competitors, the merit of a tense, driving emotional sincerity, imparting to the spectator when he withdraws a little from the spell of the tragedy the sense that the dramatist has been imaginatively at the mercy of his people, not manipulating them so much as being manipulated by them." But O'Neill had already forgotten Beyond the Horizon and was actually resigned, as he had assured Tyler he was, to forgetting about the straw. Gold was his chief preoccupation that June, gold and a plan for something else, something bigger and better than he had yet attempted or that had ever been attempted for the American theater. His mission being that OT an innovator, he could never stand still and was always receptive to anyone who recognized the symptoms of his growth. George Jean Nathan was one of the recipients, that spring, of O'Neill's confidences about his growing power. O'Neill had sent him the completed script of Gold and been heartened to learn that Nathan regarded it as a step forward in O'Neill's development. Actually, the play, which was O'Neill's elaborated version of the theme he had condensed into Where the Cross is Made, was one of his less effective efforts. In Gold he began with Captain Bartlett's shipwreck on a desert island and his discovery, while crazed with thirst, of a chkstlool of trinkets that he believes to be genuine treasure. The play follows the captain's rescue and his return home, his plan to go back for the treasure, and the ill-fated journey of the ship to the island without him. The last act is virtually the same as Where the Cross is Made, except that the ghosts of the crew are seen only in the captain's mind, instead of materializing on the stage. Urging Nathan to pay him a visit in Provincetown, O'Neill confided that he had something important to discuss with him, a scheme quite on a grand scale, and as far as my knowledge goes, an original plan in playwriting. I do not mean by this that there is any heavy blank verse, soggy symbolism, or bizarre innovation connected with it, but it is an idea which is so large in outline that, even having the temerity to grant one's ability for it, it will take some years of intensive and difficult labor to fill in. He added that the question in his mind still was, is this thing as big as I think, is it worth the labor involved, and from a purely practicable standpoint, can it be done? The project he had in mind might have been Marco Millions, which he outlined in 1923 and wrote the following year as 2 plays, or it might have been the 9-act Strange Interlude, written during 1926 and 1927. O'Neill's plays were often forming themselves in the back of his mind as much as 5 years before he began to put them down on paper. Whatever the specific work, it is clear that he had begun toying with the big idea of the multiple play, to be performed on 2 or more consecutive nights, an idea that persisted, growing more and more grandiloquent as the years passed. It is in a way singular that at just about this time Shaw was working on his staggering Back to Methuselah, a project that he modestly told Lawrence Langner was the longest and best play ever written, and that he wanted Langner to produce, with the recently formed Theatre Guild, on 5 consecutive nights. Although O'Neill knew Shaw's work well, he could not at that time have known of Back to Methuselah, nor could he have been aware of the similarity between his own and Shaw's aims to broaden the scope of the theatre audience's endurance. But O'Neill was intimately acquainted with Shaw's ideas, as set forth in Bhe Quintessence of Ibsenism. Lai had first read it in his senior year at Betts Academy, and continued to dip into it periodically. Although O'Neill was having an uphill fight with his producers in America, he could take comfort from knowing that Shaw had already laid the groundwork for him in Europe. In the Quintessence of Ibsenism, Shaw wrote, "An interesting play cannot in the nature of things mean anything but a play in which problems of conduct and character of personal importance to the audience are raised and discussed. People have a thrifty sense of taking away something from such plays. They not only have had something for their money, but they retain that something as a permanent possession. Consequently, none of the commonplaces of the box office hold good of such plays. In vain does the experienced acting manager declare that people want to be amused at the theater, that they will not stand long speeches, that a play must not contain more than 18,000 words, that it must not begin before 9 nor last beyond 11, that there must be no politics and no religion in it." O'Neill had long since taken these words to heart. He never stopped believing in them, and so great was his faith that he finally succeeded in making American audiences believe in them, too. As he vowed to Nathan that summer, "I will not stay put in any comfortable niche and play the leave well enough alone game. God stiffen it, I am young yet and I mean to grow. And in this faith I live, that if I have the guts to ignore the megaphone men and what goes with them, to follow the dream and live for that alone, then my real significant bit of truth, and the ability to express it, will be conquered in time, not tomorrow nor the next day nor any near, easily attained period, but after the struggle has been long enough and hard enough to merit victory." Thursive. In the middle of June, 1920, James O'Neill went home to New London to die. He had suffered a relapse in New York, and, knowing that it was the end, he asked Ella to take him to the only place for which he had any nostalgia. He knew that staying in Monte Cristo Cottage was out of the question, but he wanted to be in New London, even if it meant only a hospital room there. Ella sent a wire to Dr. Sullivan, who had treated Eugene for pleurisy in New London, informing him that her husband had cancer. She asked him to take James as a patient, and Dr. Sullivan arranged to have the 7th THRCCV car old actor admitted to Lawrence Memorial Hospital. Expected by his family to die momentarily, James lingered in the hospital for 2 agonizing months. He suffered incredible tortures. "You can imagine what he went through," Eugene wrote to Nina Maes. "It was terrible for my brother, mother, and me to have to stand by and watch him suffer and not be able to help in any way. His grand old constitution kept him going and forced him to drain the cup of agony to the last bitter drop." For several weeks, James was semi-conscious, with moments of clarity when he was able to talk with visitors. Eugene and his success were uppermost in his mind. He kept the telegram announcing Eugene's Pulitzer Prize by his bedside and showed it to all of Ella's relatives. To one of them he said, "Oh, Josie, I can die happy, because I think Gene is going to be all right." With a feeble return of his Irish spirit he whispered, "Between us, I didn't think he'd amount to anything." One day James said to Eugene, "Well, lad, I tried to drag you in by the back door of the theater and now you're on the stage." But he could not help brooding about his own wasted career. Monte Cristo, he kept telling Eugene, had been his curse. How keenly he felt this in his last years, I think I am the only one who knows, the only one he confided in, O'Neill later told Tyler. In mid-July, his speech failing, James uttered his last words to his son. Eugene, I'm going to a better sort of life, this sort of life here all froth no good rottenness. Soon after, he lapsed into a coma from which he never rallied. Eugene continued to visit him daily, sitting in silence at his bedside and dwelling on his father's transformation into a living corpse, a recurring image in the plays he later wrote. On August 7 a priest was summoned to perform the last rites. 3 days later, a few hours past midnight, the hospital informed Ella, Jamie, and Eugene that James was dying. Jamie, who asked a friend to drive him to the hospital, muttered, "Hell of a time the old man picked to die." Jamie was, of course, drunk. James died at 4:15 on the morning of August 10. His wife and sons were at his bedside when he went to his better sort of life. Newspapers all over the country took note of James' death, which in a way symbolized the end of a theatrical era, particularly of the old school of acting. Most of the long and laudatory obituaries failed to mention that James O'Neill had been the father of a Pulitzer Prize-winning playwright. "There is something about the passing of James O'Neill that touches the heart," said the New York Clipper. For he was the type of popular actor beloved by audiences. His excessive dramatic emotionalism always left an indelible impression on the minds and hearts of those who witnessed his performances. He loved the stage as none but one born to it can. Whether James O'Neill was a great actor or not will perhaps be best answered by posterity. To the multitudes that went to see him perform in the Count of Monte Cristo, he was undoubtedly a great actor. To the more critical, perhaps, he appeared a distinctive player of certain roles. But, in the main, he was a great dramatic personality, a lovable player who gripped his audience and made them feel that he was always giving the best that was in him. Eugene knew that James had taken a more realistic self-evaluation to his grave. "My father died broken, unhappy, intensely bitter, ickling that life was a damned hard billet to chew," he told Tyler. This alters 76 years of what the mob undoubtedly regard as a highly successful career. It furnishes food for thought. What? His words are written indelibly scared on my brain, a warning iron, the beyond to remain true to the best that is in me though the heavens fall. Eugene's initial reaction to his father's death was to get drunk. He had been joined by Agnes at the home of Ella's relatives, the Sheridans, with whom Ella had lived during James's hospitalization. Jamie had been living at the Mohican Hotel in town. To Agnes' discomfiture, Eugene vanished to drown his sorrow, leaving her with his relatives. Prohibition had theoretically made of New London a dry town, as it had most of the country. Yet it was possible for Eugene, with Jamie's help, to come by bootleg liquor. To the surprise of his relatives, however, he managed to turn up with Jamie in tow, and only a little late for his father's funeral on August 12. James was buried from the Sheridan home, and a solemn high mass, celebrated at St. Joseph's Church, was attended by dozens of his friends, including Edward D. White, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. After the coffin was closed, a woman bustled into the church and identified herself as James's sister, Mrs. Platt. She demanded that the coffin be reopened, explaining she had just arrived from St. Louis. Ella, aware that there had been little affection between James and his sister, refused, and after a few moments of embarrassment Mrs. Platt swept out of the church. James's body was borne to St. Mary's Cemetery, where his infant son, Edmund, and Ella's mother were buried. His pallbearers were members of the Knights of Columbus, under whose auspices Lames had been dressed for burial in the regalia of the order. Because no representative of the players was present, Eugene harbored a grudge against the club for many years. On being offered membership in 1933, he declined, saying he could not forgive the club for having ignored his father's death. "My mother was deeply hurt and my brother and I were furious. As well we might be. For my father had been a friend of Booth's, had played with him, and was one of the club's oldest members. You must admit it was a pretty snide, lousy thing to do. Perhaps this will strike you as pet, but it's the way I feel." After the funeral, Eugene and Jamie went off to continue their drinking. Later that day Eugene showed Art McGinley a royalty check for $1,700 that had just arrived from the Williams office, and offered his friend some of the money. Ella retired to a room at the Mohican Hotel to be alone, but was soon interrupted by the arrival of the determined Mrs. Platt. This time James's sister inquired after her share of the estate. Ella quickly disposed of her, declaring that James had left everything to his widow. As a matter of fact, James had drawn his will in New London in the summer of 1917, bequeathing to Ella all of my property, both real and personal, to be owned by her absolutely and her heirs forever. There was considerable speculation among Ella's relatives as to why neither Jamie nor Eugene had received a specific bequest. The feeling was that James knew his older son would dissipate any inheritance, and that he wanted to forestall any possibility of Eugene's first wife making a claim on behalf of her son. James's estate was potentially worth something over $100,000, but nothing like that sum was available in cash, and Ella was obliged to set to work liquidating enough property to provide her with an income. The treasures of Monte Cristo, O'Neill told a friend, are buried deep again in prairie gold mines, in unlubricated oil wells, in fuelless coal lands, in modern castles in Spain of pure romance. But Ella approached the job of sorting out James's chaotic affairs with astonishing efficiency and energy. The complicated negotiations in which she found herself involved proved to be a merciful distraction. She had no time for brooding, and Eugene observed, with amazement, that she took a keen interest in her business negotiations, accepting her new responsibility with relief and pleasure. Eugene began to think that she might ultimately make James's holdings yield profits that James himself had regarded as lost. Ella seemed actually to bloom as a widow. Mourning became her spiritually, as well as physically. Ella had had the aplomb to provide herself, several months before James's death, with an ample wardrobe of widow's weeds, ordered from a Fifth Avenue shop. Her new London relatives, cozily reconciled with her since she had returned to the church, were now somewhat awed by her. She was more stylish and self-possessed than ever during James's lifetime. Although she had stopped touching up her hair, and let it go grey where it would, she began using makeup so subtly that no one could say for sure that she rouged her lips or whitened her skin or shadowed her eyes. She wore a black velvet band around her throat, delicate lace at her bosom, and always chose an appropriate jewel to accentuate the black chic of her gown. Her cousins whispered among themselves that she seemed likely to remarry. Frank Connor, an old friend and brother of James's former manager, was rumored to have proposed. But Ella did not remarry. She appeared content in her role of widow and executrix of James's estate. She was in and out of litigation with people who tried to sue the estate, busy contacting the far-flung representatives of James's real estate holdings, and liquidating many of his new London investments. Among the first properties she sold to a bank was the Monte Cristo cottage. Ella remained in New London with the Sheridans, and Eugene returned to Provincetown to work, grateful that his mother was being made comfortable. Fi was so appreciative that she was not to become his problem that he was moved to write the Sheridans, to whom he had never felt close, the sort of letter he knew they would enjoy receiving. He addressed it to Bessie, the unmarried sister. Thanking her for her kindness to him and Agnes, he added, with calculated pathos, that he had never known a home in the sense that the Sheridans had a home. He wished them to adopt him, he said, as they had adopted his mother. They would receive a telegram from him one of these days announcing that a couple of cousins were arriving for a visit and asking them to put 2 more portions of water in the soup. Now that we've found you again, he concluded, we don't want to lose you. In sharp contrast to her demeanor of earlier years, Ella was animated. She laughed a great deal, mostly at Jamie's antics. She spoke with pleasure about the theater and with affection of the actors who had been James's contemporaries. She talked of Eugene with pride and followed his work with intelligent interest. She seemed, in some ways, to have taken on James's gregarious personality. She even resorted, not flagrantly but not surreptitiously either, to a daily drink or 2 from a bottle she kept in her room. She regarded this as a healthy stimulant, much as James had done. Jamie, who stayed at the Mohican Hotel, visited his mother daily. He was overwhelmed by her transformation into a person of strength and character. Now totally dependent upon her for his every material need, he decided to do what he would never have done for his father. He swore to her and to himself that he would not take another drop of liquor as long as she lived. XXXV. His father's death did not interrupt the vigor of Eugene O'Neill's creative flow. Within the next 3 years he completed 7 long plays and took a hand in the production of 5 of these, in addition to the 2 Gold and the Straw that had been completed earlier. He wrote 3 of the 7 in Provincetown during less than 3 months. The first was the completely revised Kris Kristofferson, now entitled Anna Christie. He had promised the play to Tyler and had written it within a few weeks following James O'Neill's funeral. The second and third, on which he worked simultaneously in the late summer and early fall of 1920, were The Emperor Jones and Different. As if in proof of his statement to George Jean Nathan that he would not stay put in any comfortable niche, the 3 plays were as disparate in subject matter and treatment as if 3 different dramatists had written them. Anna Christie was on the surface a romantic play of the sea, written in a naturalistic style with readily identifiable protagonists, a touching, almost conventional love story, and an almost happy ending. As O'Neill had rewritten the script, Kris Kristofferson was no longer the central character, nor was the principal dramatic conflict Kris's opposition to his daughter's marriage. Bather, O'Neill now focused on the daughter, Anna, as a heroine. He gave her a background of prostitution and brought her into conflict with a stoker named Matt Burke. Caleb hangs himself when he discovers what Emma has become, and soon after she follows his example. O'Neill, who was to draw a gentler picture of Lil in a wilderness, was ahead of his time with Emma Crosby. She was a literary forerunner of Tennessee Williams' nymphomaniac heroine, Blanche Dubois, and even more closely resembles Alma Wink Miller, the sex-starved heroine of Williams' Summer and Smoke. Emma reveals her creator's uncanny grasp of the psyche of the neurotic female and its brutal violation. O'Neill was fond of the play and chose to regard Emma as a universal symbol, although he was emphatic about her having been grounded in fact. Different, as I see it, is merely a tale of the eternal, romantic idealist who is in all of us the eternally defeated one, he wrote soon after finishing the play. In our innermost hearts we all wish ourselves and others to own our talent for compromise. Either we try in desperation to clutch our dream at the last by deluding ourselves with some tawdry substitute, or, having waited the best part of our lives, we find the substitute that time mocks us with too shabby to accept. In either case we are tragic figures, and also fit subjects for the highest comedy, were one sufficiently detached to write it. O'Neill added that the play was the truth, the inevitable truth, of the lives of the people in it as I see and know them, and that Emma was universal only in the sense that she reacts definitely to a definite sex suppression, as every woman might. The end was clearly inevitable, he continued. Having refused to accept a compromise, Emma lived on dreams. When the dreams were abruptly shattered, she had nothing more to live for. As for Caleb, said O'Neill, he dies because it is not in him to compromise. He belongs to the old iron school of Nantucket, New Bedford whalemen whose slogan was a dead whale or a stove boat. The whale in this case is transformed suddenly into a malignant Moby Dick who has sounded to depths forever out of reach. Caleb's boat is stove, his quest is ended. He goes with his ship. While Different has never been considered one of O'Neill's major plays, it is interesting as a forerunner of another study of sex repression in a certain type of New England woman. His much more fully realized Lavinia, in Morning becomes Electra. O'Neill's interest in this type of woman was heightened and influenced by the Lizzie Borden case. The year in which the first act of Different is set, 1890, is only 2 years earlier than the year that Miss Borden, an allegedly extreme example of the repressed New England spinster, was charged with the hatchet murder of her father and stepmother. Another instance of the Lizzie Borden influence on O'Neill was his use, perhaps unconsciously, of the name, Emma Borden, for one of the town's women in Morning becomes Electra. O'Neill was frequently in contact with the Borden mise en scene during the period when he wrote Different, for his journeys to and from Provincetown were often made via Fall River. Passengers would board the Fall River Line steamer in Manhattan before dinner and arrive at Fall River in the morning. Since the train from there to Provincetown was usually late, O'Neill occasionally had to spend an hour or two in Fall River, where Lizzie Borden still lived. O'Neill and his Provincetown friends sometimes discussed the events that had occurred there in 1892 and pondered whether a woman from a respectable New England family was capable of committing such a cold-blooded crime. Totally dissimilar to different in feeling and form was the Emperor Jones, which did not reflect O'Neill's absorption either with his own family or with the sea. Written in 8 scenes, The Emperor Jones was a highly experimental mood play about primitive terror and superstition. A Negro Pullman porter is its unorthodox hero, there is no love story, and the ending is vicious and powerful. Brutus Jones has fled to a tropical island after killing a man in the States. The natives over whom he has set up a despotic rule believe they can kill their emperor only with a silver bullet. They finally revolt and Jones attempts to escape through the jungle, but his own superstitious fears trap him and eventually he is murdered. The idea for Emperor Jones came from an old circus man I knew, O'Neill said once. This man, who later was a sparring partner for Jess Willard, had been traveling with a tent show through the West Indies. He told me a story current in Haiti concerning the late President Sam. This was to the effect that Sam had said they'd never get him with a lead bullet, that he would get himself first with a silver one. My friend, by the way, gave me a coin with Sam's features on it, and I still keep it as a pocket piece. This notion about the silver bullet struck me, and I made a note of the story. About 6 months later I got the idea of the woods, but I couldn't see how it could be done on the stage, and I passed it up again. A year elapsed. One day I was reading of the religious feasts in the Congo and the uses to which the drum is put there, how it starts at a normal pulse beat and is slowly intensified until the heartbeat of every one present corresponds to the frenzied beat of the drum. There was an idea and an experiment. How would this sort of thing work on an audience in a theater? The effect of the tropical forest on the human imagination was honestly come by. It was the result of my own experience while prospecting for gold in Spanish Honduras. Here, again, is evidence of a blending of the personal past, the external present, and the intuitive daring which could translate the pulse-like, Congo drum beat into a theatrical device that would fuse all these elements into a statement of artistic truth. I never try to force an idea, O'Neill once told an interviewer, reaffirming what he had told Tyler apropos of Anna Christie. I think about it, of, and on. If nothing seems to come of it, I put it away and forget it. But apparently my subconscious mind keeps working on it, for, all of a sudden, someday, it comes back to my mind as a pretty well-formed scheme. The old circus man who had related the story of President Sam was Jack Croak, a friend of Bill Clark, O'Neill's drinking companion at the Garden Hotel. O'Neill made notes in the memorandum section of the Bartender's Guide, which was distributed to favored patrons of the saloon and contained data on how to mix drinks and on major sporting events. Actually, Sam was not the only historical precedent for O'Neill's creation of Emperor Brutus Jones. Another was Henry Christophe, the Negro slave who made himself king of a section of Haiti in 1811 and ruled despotically until Lai became ill and shot himself in the head. When Guillaume Sam took over the presidency of Haiti in 1915, he too ruled with a bloody hand. Sam was finally hacked to pieces by a voodoo-maddened mob. Examining his Pretender's Guide notes, O'Neill began elaborating on the story. At this point he visited William Vorak and his wife in Provincetown to study a rare book they had recently acquired, which contained photographs of African wood carvings and masks. In developing Brutus Jones, O'Neill conceived of him as an American Pullman porter who murdered a companion in a dice game, went to tail, and killed a white guard who taunted him. To find out how Yernez would manage to free himself of the leg fetters he wore as a member of a chain gang, O'Neill did not need to consult hordes or penal authorities. Among his mixed circle of friends there happened to be a former member of a chain gang. I thought we lived in a free country, and a 17-year-old kid could go from state to state looking for work, Slim Martin had told O'Neill early in their acquaintance. "Well, I got arrested for vagrancy carrying concealed ideas, I guess, and I found work, all right. 68 days on a chain gang in the South, using a pick and shovel from sunup to sundown." Slim knew exactly how a convict went about ridding himself of leg fetters. "You can saw through the chain with a hacksaw blade," Slim explained to O'Neill. "But you can also slip the fetter off if you file off the head of the toggle on which the oval-shaped metal cuff is hinged. After filing, you put the fetter solidly against a big stone and hit it with something heavy. This springs the cuff into a more circular shape, and then you can ease it over ankles and feet." O'Neill did not find it necessary to use such detail in the play. It was sufficient to know that Brutus Jones could have freed himself of his fetters and chains. When O'Neill finally got down to writing his drama, he wrote in minuscule penciled script, cramming the entire play onto both sides of 3 sheets of typewriting paper. "This sounds impossible," he later wrote to a representative of the American Academy of Arts and Letters, to whom he was about to send the original manuscript for exhibit, "but it's all there on those few pages, and when you see the handwriting you will believe it." The Emperor Jones was not quite a low-length play. Because of its brevity and experimental nature, it was earmarked not for Broadway but for the Provincetown players. Carp as he might about the physical inadequacies of the downtown productions, O'Neill could count on one thing from the Provincetown group that he failed to receive from his Broadway managers: immediate and wholeheartedly enthusiastic production. And for once there was to be a production of an O'Neill play that was close to artistic correction. The Emperor Jones brought Joe Cook out of temporary retirement on Cape Cod and back to McDougal Street. "One day, Jig and I walked across the dunes to the O'Neills," Susan Glaspell once wrote. "We were having the biostorm with which we often close August on the Cape, and it was a thrilling struggle getting from the town to the abandoned life-saving station on the outside shore. We had come because Gene had a play to read to us. He used to speak of it as the Silver Bullet, but at dinner that night he told us he wanted to call it the Emperor Jones." Before the cheerful logs in a room where lifeboats had swung, Gene read us his new play. Even in O'Neill's halting, low, unmusical voice the monologue of terror mounted with almost unbearable tension. The cook sat enthralled, visualizing Brutus Jones, his self-reliance and pride peeling bit by bit, his splendid uniform being torn from his body as he stumbled and clawed his way through the primeval forest, the ever-quickening beat of the voodoo drum, as his crazed subjects crouched and danced in the hills, waiting for their victim to lose his way so they could entrap him, his waste of ammunition on the apparitions that loomed out of the forest, his firing of his final bullet, the silver one, at a non-existent monster, and his death at the hands of the superstitious natives, who had molded silver bullets with which to kill him. Jig Cook tackled the script with a frenzy he had never before displayed. "This marks the success of the Provincetown players," he told his wife, prophetically. Gene knew there was a place where such a play would be produced. He wrote it to compel us to the untried, to the impossible. Deciding that the Emperor Jones would open the Provincetown players' new season, Cook left immediately for New York. The production could only be mounted, Cook believed, against a sky dome to imbue the jungle scenes with a sense of depth and space. The play began with thick forest, gradually thinning out to what Cook thought of as a pure space. The dome envisaged by Cook to give the stage a sense of infinity had already been experimented with in Europe but would be the first of its kind in a New York theater. Unlike a cloth cyclorama, Cook's dome, to be fashioned from iron and concrete, would not wrinkle, would not move when accidentally touched, and would radiate light in all directions instead of absorbing it. Cook realized that such a dome would cost a minimum of $500, nearly the total resources of the Treasury, but he was determined to have it. The play would be done properly, Cook promised. Moreover, he would also produce Different that season. At this point there were 5 completed plays by O'Neill awaiting production. He was sure of seeing the Emperor Jones and Different on a stage within a few months. As for Anna Christie, The Straw and Gold, there was still no definite word. O'Neill, in Provincetown, decided to get back in touch with Tyler, toward whom he was beginning to feel guilty. On October 4, 1920, he sent the producer an apologetic letter, pleading worry and nervous tension during the previous spring and asking Tyler to forgive his peevishness over the straw and Chris. His comments of last spring, wrote O'Neill, had been merely childish outbursts of which he was now ashamed. He asked Tyler for another chance. A week later, having been assured that Tyler still wanted to produce the straw, O'Neill tried his best to be agreeable. "Please don't think I am prejudiced against Miss Hayes for the lead," he wrote, doing an astonishing turnabout. "I know too little of her work to dare take any such stand, and what I do know is very favorable to her." And on October 24, a few days after reading the good notices Helen Hayes had received in Bab on Broadway, he congratulated Tyler on the play's success and said that he was not glad to lose Miss Hayes for the straw, which, he gathered, was what was going to happen as a result of her success in Bab. He then suggested, very politely, that either Helen McElla or Laurette Taylor might do for the role of Eileen, but implied that it was all in Tyler's hands. To prove that he thought highly of Tyler's taste and judgment, he took him into his confidence about his new work for the Provincetown Players. "Are promising to bloom forth this year with a renewal of their old spirit of adventure into new fields," he wrote. "I have what I consider a very unique piece of drama going on their opening bill, The Emperor Ones." He urged Tyler to drop down and see it, and ended his letter with renewed assurance of all kindest regards. For the moment, at least, though plans for the future were still vague, Tyler and O'Neill had re-established a potentially harmonious working relationship. During the latter part of October, O'Neill was stunned to learn of the sudden death of John Reed. Only 33 years old, Reed died of typhus in Russia on October 17. Though O'Neill had been out of touch with him for a time, he had closely followed Reed's activities. Reed had returned to the United States a few months after Louise, in April, 1918, and been tried with Max Eastman, Floyd Dell, and others for subversive activities on behalf of the masses. The case was finally dismissed, but Reed, still agitating for the radical cause, had become persona non grata. In March of 1919 the Provincetown Players presented his sketch, The Peace That Passeth Elimlersteding. A satire on the Paris Peace Conference, it was played by actors concealed behind masks of Woodrow Wilson, Lloyd George, and Clemenceau. The names of the masked actors were withheld. By now a fanatically committed Bolshevik, Reed outspokenly was rooting for revolution in America. When he moved to a house in Croton, New York, and tried to write a report of the Russian Revolution, he was frustrated by federal agents, who had seized his papers and notes and were reluctant to release them. Through the intervention of influential friends, he finally obtained his notes and wrote his book, 10 Days That Shook the World. Published in 1919 by Boney and Liv Wright, the book was warmly endorsed by Lenin. The endorsement did not help Reed's reputation at home, and when he determined to attend the Communist International in Russia, he was unable to obtain a passport and had to smuggle himself out of the country as a ship's stoker, leaving Louise behind. When he was later indicted in the United States for his radical activities, he tried to leave Russia to stand trial boldly and dispense some Bolshevik propaganda, but now he found it as difficult to return home as it had been to leave. He was arrested in Finland on some sort of technicality and languished in jail for more than 3 months until friends secured his release and helped him get back to Moscow. Louise, also denied a passport, left America illegally, as Reed had done, and managed to join him in Russia. When she met him in Moscow, she found him looking older and sadder, with a gentleness she had never seen in him before. He was dressed in rags, was undernourished, and so painfully conscious of the suffering around him that he had lost all interest in his own well-being. When he became ill of typhus, he did not have the stamina to get well, and, although Lenin himself ordered Reed placed in the best hospital in Moscow, he died after 2 weeks, with Louise at his bedside. Reed's body lay in state in the Labor Temple for a week. In a letter to Reed's mother, Louise wrote, "He will be buried in the most honored spot in Russia, beside all the great heroes in the Kremlin. The Russians have been very kind to me. They have spared no effort to make things easier for me. And they love Jack greatly. Yet at the funeral no such kindness was manifest, and both Reed and Louise were pitiful, rather than heroic, figures in the eyes of their friends in America. O'Neill, though he had lost interest in politics and could not sympathize with Reed's fanaticism, brooded when he read about the funeral in a clipping from the New York Times which a friend mailed to him in Provincetown. A large crowd assembled, and the occasion was one for speeches. There were speeches in English, French, and Russian. A mixture of rain and snow was falling. Although the poor widow fainted, her friends did not take her away. It was extremely painful to see this white-faced, unconscious woman lying back on the supporting arm of an official who was more interested in speeches than in human agony. The faces of the crowd around betrayed neither sympathy nor interest. They looked on unmoved. Before the end of October O'Neill was drawn into hectic preparation for the Emperor Jones, on which Jig Cook had already been working several weeks. Again Jig slept in the theater for a month to save for the Dome, Edna Kenton later noted. We listened to Jig, truly a madman, telling us over and over again that we must risk our all and put in the Dome for the Emperor. None of us had read the script yet, we took it on faith as Jean's best play. But we said, all of us, that the Dome couldn't go in not yet. We suggested putting off the Emperor to the second bill or the third, whenever we said that Jig never failed to pick up his hat and walk out. After a while he would return, pleading, we have to do this. And then he would go away again. When Edna Kenton had not heard from Cook for a day following the last such departure, she began to worry. She went to the theater to ask Fitzy if O'Neill's script had arrived from Provincetown, and was told it had not. She asked if subscriptions were coming in, and was told they were not. Then Fitzy groaned, what Jig hasn't done, and told Edna Kenton to go into the theater and see for herself what was going on. Fig was there alone, at the back of the stage, in a clutter of steel netting, iron bars and bags of cement, she recalled. He was making plaster, in workman's clothes. In spite of all, the Dome was going in. Jig's must had found its only way. There's to be no argument about this, said Cook, as Edna Kenton watched him silently. I've had enough from everybody. The Emperor has got to have a Dome to play against. And he explained and outlined the play that Edna had not yet read. And as he went on, she related, it began to happen one of his hours of creative talk of the rarest and finest. Many times I was to see that play that made Jean O'Neill famous, played against the Dome downtown, against wrinkled cycloramas uptown, in theaters large and small, with different casts and under all sorts of direction. But I was never to see it so clearly as it played itself that morning in the dim little theater, with no voice but one, no audience but one. From the little formless fears to the crocodile god, the figures emerged and moved in relation to all their scenic values, and against the rough unfinished plaster dome the experimental 8-scene play that was all but monologue acted itself out. The players, who had thought Cook madly extravagant in his conception of the Dome, began to congratulate him. The Dome, it developed, could be put to spectacular use. Viewers seated 3 feet from the stage had the illusion of vast distance, an actor could stretch his hand to within inches of its plaster surface and still seem to be far away from it. As a result, the sets for the Emperor Jones had to be scrapped or redesigned and simpler ones substituted. Cleon Throckmorton arrived at Cook's request to help remodel the sets and remained as designer for the theater. Cook, who took charge of the direction, found no casting problems except for the title role. The part of the Cockney trader, Smithers, with the longest speeches among the minor characters, was filled by Jasper Dieter. The roles of various natives, spirits, and ghost prisoners were played by such members of the group as Charles Ellis, Christine L. and Slim Martin, who blacked their bodies as required. But Brutus Jones was a problem, and there is some dispute as to how it was resolved. There are people who recall that Cook was determined from the beginning to cast a Negro in the role, a decision that, as little as 5 years later, would probably have been an automatic one. But in 1920 no Negro had ever played a major role in an American tragedy, and Jasper Dieter has maintained that Cook at first thought Charles Ellis should undertake the part, playing it in blackface. O'Neill, Dieter said, raised no objection to this. I was the one who insisted that a Negro play Jones, Dieter added, and Jimmy Light agreed with me. Interest focused on Charles S. Gilpin, a Negro who had recently earned some notice on Broadway in a small role in John Drinkwater's Abraham Lincoln. Gilpin worked at odd jobs when he could not find an acting role, and the Provincetowners had no idea where he could be located. According to some, Cook found him running an elevator, others are convinced that Cook found him clipping tickets on the 6th Avenue L. In any case, he was hustled down to the playwright's theater and a script was thrust into his hands. He read the part superbly. Gilpin, at 41, was handsome, broad-chested, muscular and sodden. The youngest of 14 children, he was raised in Richmond, Virginia, where he had felt the sting of race prejudice and become embittered by it. His mother was a trained nurse in a Richmond hospital, his father an employee of a steel rolling mill. Articulate, charming, hypersensitive and unstable, Gilpin had worked as an elevator operator, compositor, barbershop porter and, like Brutus Jones, as a Pullman porter. He had acted in vaudeville and with Negro stock companies until 1919, when he won the part of William Curtis, an elderly servant, in Abraham Lincoln. Into the flurry of rehearsals and set building one day came an admirer of the Provincetown players, Charlie Chaplin, who had already achieved international fame. According to James Light, Chaplin attended a rehearsal of Jones and told Cook he would like to play one of the ghost convicts under an assumed name. The players thought this was fine, until someone raised the point more than likely it was O'Neill that if the news ever leaked about Chaplin's being in the cast, audiences would look for him and disregard the play. Chaplin ruefully bowed out. O'Neill paid a couple of flying visits to the theater, watched a rehearsal or two. One whole day was devoted to getting the drum beat right, expressed his approval of the production, and hurried nervously back to Provincetown. He did not attend the opening night. Since Jones was not full length, the Provincetowners needed a curtain raiser, and they chose a slight comedy written by Lawrence Langner, called Matinata. In explanation of the oblivion to which his play was relegated after opening night, Langner once observed that it went off well, but that all remembrance of my fragile curtain raiser was buried in the avalanche of applause for O'Neill's masterpiece. An avalanche of applause accurately describes the reaction to The Emperor Jones on opening night. The Provincetown players soon found themselves all but smothered with praise and requests for tickets. With their subscription list rising to 1,500 within a few days, they were no longer in financial difficulties. The play was not reviewed by the major critics on opening night, which was November 1st. Kenneth McGowan, then reviewing for the Globe and soon to become one of O'Neill's closest friends, said that he, himself, instinctively remembered the production as a tumultuously exciting first night, yet, as a matter of cold fact, the New York critics didn't discover it till the third night. Two plays, Just Suppose, with Leslie Howard and Patricia Kalinga, and The Prince Anti the Pauper, with Claire Eames and William Faversham, and a musical called The Half Moon opened on Broadway the evening of November 1st, and the first-string critics were busy uptown. When they finally got down to MacDougal Street they were stunned. Eugene O'Neill's The Emperor Jones seems to us just about the most interesting play which has yet come from the most promising playwright in America, wrote Haywood Brown for the Tribune. The Emperor Jones is so unusual in its technique that it might wait in vain for a production anywhere except in so adventurous a playhouse as the Provincetown Theatre. As a matter of fact, the setting of the play on the little stage is fine and imaginative and the lighting effects uncommonly beautiful. The Emperor is played by a Negro actor named Charles S. Gilpin, who gives the most thrilling performance we have seen any place this season. It is a performance of heroic stature. Alexander Woolcott, whose review did not appear in the Times until November 7, hailed the play as an extraordinarily striking and dramatic study of panic fear. It reinforces the impression that for strength and originality has no rival among the American writers for the stage, Woolcott continued, though he immediately began snarling about the production, which he found clumsy because it consisted largely of long, unventilated intermissions interspersed with fragmentary scenes. Woolcott, too, had high praise for Gilpin. Kenneth McGowan, expanding his newspaper review for the magazine Theatre Arts, which in January of 1921 published the full script of The Emperor Jones, wrote, "These 8 short scenes shake free from the traditional forms of our drama, they carry forward easily and honestly upon the track of discovery. We follow a path that gathers bit by bit the progressive steps in a study of personal and racial psychology of real imaginative truth." The Emperor Jones brought the Provincetown players their first real recognition from Broadway audiences and managers. It also thrust them into national prominence and, soon after, it destroyed them. They were to last only one more season, finished by success. Dedicated to experiment and the freedom of amateurism, they could not survive fame and professionalism. There were many offers from managers to present a version of Jones Uptown. A number of the Provincetown players endorsed the idea but thought the casting should be done with Broadway actors. The majority, however, believed that the players should actively participate in the Broadway production and share in the box office receipts. It was an opportunity to make money for the first time. In the end, the players, as participating producers, allowed Adolph Klobker to move the original production uptown, depicting their supply of actors for the next bill downtown, dispersing their concentration on the playwright's theater, and courting all the headaches and problems of the amateur-turned-professional too soon. Jig Cook went back to the Cape, distressed over the decision, his pride in the production of Jones tempered by uneasiness, even by a stirring of jealousy. He felt that O'Neill, whom he had launched and nourished, was getting too big for the players, and he began to blame O'Neill for tearing down the painfully laid foundation of his experimental theater. The Emperor Jones opened on Broadway with special matinees at the Selwyn Theatre on December 27, the same day that the Playwrights Theatre presented Diff Rent. The popularity of Jones later led to a regular run at the Princess Theatre, where it arrived on January 29, 1921. The engagement lasted for 204 performances, a spectacularly long run for those days, and then the production began a road tour that was to continue for 2 years. Gilpin stayed with the play and continued to be praised and interviewed. And O'Neill, as late as 1946, voiced his admiration of Gilpin's performance. "As I look back now on all my work," he said, "I can honestly say there was only one actor who carried out every notion of a character I had in mind. That actor was Charles Gilpin as the Pullman porter in The Emperor Jones." Gilpin was grateful to O'Neill, but aware that his newly acquired stature might be short-lived. "I am pleased," he said, "especially with the generous praise of the critics. But I don't fool myself about the stone walls that are in my way." Mr. O'Neill made a breach in those walls by writing a play that had in it a serious role for a Negro. "The Provincetown players gave me the chance to do the part. But what next? If I were white, a dozen opportunities would come to me as a result of a success like this. But I'm black. It is no joke when I ask myself, where do I go from here? Whatever happens, I shall have some evidence to prove that I was not a fool in thinking that a Negro can act. It has been demonstrated that a play can be written that will give a colored actor a chance. Perhaps someone will write another such play. Anyway, if I can't get anything else to play, I suppose I can at least play the game. After all, that's what everyone has to do, one way or another." Gilpin bumped into one of the stone walls he had mentioned soon after the Emperor Jones moved uptown. Lai was invited, along with several other actors, to be an honored guest of the Drama League's annual dinner. A number of the League's members protested at being asked to dine with a Negro, and the League, in some embarrassment, withdrew the invitation to Gilpin. O'Neill was furious. In spite of his painful shyness, he paid calls, accompanied by Kenneth McGowan, on most of the other actors who had been invited to the dinner, and asked them to decline their invitations. One of the actors on whom he called was Jacob Ben-Ami, a Yiddish art theater star, who made his debut on the English-speaking stage a few weeks after Jones opened. His performance in Sven Lang's Samson and Delilah had been hailed by the critics, and he was invited to be one of the Drama League's guests of honor. But he was not aware of the league's action against Gilpin until O'Neill and McGowan visited him backstage. "It was the first time I met O'Neill," Ben-Ami later recalled. McGowan did most of the talking, but it was easy to see that O'Neill was terribly intense and hurt by the situation. "They explained what had happened, and asked me to decline my own invitation. I said that I would, of course, and I believe that all the other actors they visited did the same. The result was that Gilpin was reinvited, and the Drama League dinner was a great success with 1,000 guests attending, compared with the previous year's 300. But, though he fought for Gilpin's rights, O'Neill could not help being petty toward him personally at times. As the run of Jones continued through 1921, Gilpin began to show himself less and less willing to play the game, his behavior became erratic, and O'Neill was incensed. O'Neill complained that Gilpin, who had grown suddenly finicky about using the word nigger, was rewriting the role. Aware that Gilpin was substituting black baby and other terms he considered less pejorative, O'Neill was also annoyed by the fact that Gilpin was doing too much drinking to give an effective performance. Ele went backstage one night and warned his star. "If I ever catch you rewriting my lines again, you black bastard, I'm going to beat you up." As a result of Gilpin's behavior, he was not asked to play Brutus Jones in the English production, nor to appear in the New York revival in 1925. "Yes, Gilpin is all ham and a yard wide," O'Neill informed Mike Gold. "Honestly, I've stood for more from him than from all the white actors I've ever known because he was colored. He played Emperor with author, play and even one concerned. There is humor in the situation, but I confess mine has worn out. I'm oil him and the result is he will get no chance to do it in London. He was drunk all of last season. So I've corralled a young fellow with considerable experience, wonderful presence and voice, lull of ambition and a damn fine man personally with real brains, not a ham. His guy deserves his chance and I don't believe he'll lose his head if he makes a hit, as he surely will, for he's read the play for me and I'm sure he'll be bigger than Gilpin was even at the start." O'Neill's find was Paul Robeson, a brilliant Columbia Law School graduate who had abandoned a legal career for the stage. O'Neill was right about Robeson personally, but he failed to realize that the less intelligent ham is quite often the superior actor. His vindictiveness toward actors was so intense that he couldn't be detached. "Is just a regular actor brain, that's all," he wrote to Gold petulantly. Most white actors, under the same circumstances, would have gone the same route. The point is, none of them would have dared go so far. Gilpin lived under the assumption that no one could be got to play his part and took advantage accordingly. Robeson, though he gave an excellent performance, was not up to Gilpin in the role of Brutus Jones. Gilpin himself realized this, and was heartbroken. According to Slim Martin, Gilpin visited New York in 1925 from his farm in Trenton, New Jersey, where he was living in semi-retirement, to see Robeson in the role. Slim caught up with Gilpin as he was leaving the theater. "How's tricks, Charlie?" asked Slim, putting an arm around his shoulder. "Come and have a drink." "No, Slim," answered Gilpin. "I feel kind of low. I created the role of the Emperor. That role belongs to me. That Irishman, he just wrote the play." He paused to brood, then went on, "I'm used to money, now. I need money. I can't go on living on that farm." Gilpin never played another major role in New York. He died on his farm 5 years later, at the age of 51. 30. Production chores for the downtown openings of The Emperor Jones and Different kept O'Neill running in and out of New York between November I and December 27, 1920. The anticipated uptown productions of The Straw and Gold had still failed to materialize. Tyler would not be pinned down about the former and Williams avoided discussion of the latter. And as late as December 9, O'Neill had still not heard whether Tyler liked Anna Christie, the rewritten script O'Neill had mailed to him several weeks before. O'Neill had, however, heard from Tyler's publicity man, Jack Toohey, who wrote that he liked the new script, particularly the new character, Matt Burke. "I'm quite stuck on him myself," O'Neill replied. Tyler, apparently stalling for time, had suggested that O'Neill write him a new version of The Count of Monte Cristo. O'Neill did not greet this proposal with enthusiasm. "I have a sort of grudge against that play, perhaps because I once had to act in the tabloid vaudeville version," O'Neill informed Tyler. That December, however, the idea of a new Monte Cristo began to have some strange fascination for him, and he seriously weighed the possibilities of modernizing and humanizing the Count. He dropped the plan, however, and did not consider it again until 4 years later, when another Broadway producer, Arthur Hopkins, asked him to turn Monte Cristo into a vehicle for William Farnham. At that time he badly needed money. But it was probably less the money than the possibility of laying to rest the ghost of James O'Neill that beguiled him. Even after the Hopkins plan had come to nothing, O'Neill was still haunted by the idea of bringing back Monte Cristo. In answer to an interviewer who wondered what influence his early travels with his lather had on his writing career, O'Neill said, "I suppose if one accepts the song and dance complete of the psychoanalysts, it is perfectly natural that, having been brought up around the old conventional theater, and having identified it with my father, I should rebel and go in a new direction. I think it would be quite amusing, however, to revive Monte Cristo sometime because, as I look back upon all the old romantic melodramas, that was the best, and I should say that Bill Farnham is probably the present-day actor most fitted to play my father's part." But late in 1920 O'Neill had more pressing problems. Tyler still had no definite plans to produce The Straw, Williams was still being evasive about Gold, and now Tyler informed him that while Anna Christie was an improvement over Chris, it was still overwritten. O'Neill grumbled that if one of his plays was not produced soon, he would have to give up writing for the time and go in for plumbing or some other more lucrative trade. He had been reduced, he said, to having to ask the Provincetown players for a mite of royalty per week on Jones, something I have never done before, in order to keep going. He added that if Jones caught on uptown, things would be easier for him. Jones did begin to make money for him soon, and O'Neill felt able to underwrite a fairly protracted visit to New York. He looked in on rehearsals of Different, but not until a couple of days before the opening. The director was Charles O'Brien Kennedy, a professional actor imported from uptown. A quiet, gentle Irishman 10 years O'Neill's senior, who had played with John Barrymore in Redemption and with both John and Lionel Barrymore in The Jest, Kennedy was then appearing in the Sam Harris production of Little Old New York. Teddy Ballantine, who had acted with him, had invited him to direct Different. In accepting the offer, Kennedy told Ballantine he had met O'Neill several times and had been a friend of O'Neill's father. "The first time I met Gene," Kennedy said, "was in 1909, shortly before he went to Honduras. It was in the old Green Boom Club. He was sitting at a table with his father, and I was struck by his dark eaves." Kennedy was with Aubrey Boucicault, the actor brother of Dion. Boucicault asked James, "Is this your elder son?" "No," said James, "he's my younger, and I'm sending him on a long trip, to get him away from the theater." Kennedy had no idea, at the time, that Eugene was married and was being removed by his father not from the theater but from a wife. The next time Kennedy saw Eugene was shortly before James's death. They met accidentally at a speakeasy called Geneva Hall, situated across the street from the Lambs, the Actors Club of which Kennedy was a member. As they were quietly having a drink, the place was raided. "Don't you people move," ordered the police lieutenant, in the best tradition of the 20s. Kennedy happened to know the lieutenant. "This boy I have with me is the son of James O'Neill," Kennedy whispered to him conspiratorially. "Do you mind if we sneak out?" "Monte Cristo's boy," murmured the policeman, and obligingly turned his back. Kennedy hustled Eugene across the street to the Lambs, where they found a bottle and finished their party. When Kennedy took over the direction of Different, he brought with him the rigid standards of Broadway. He had been given to understand that O'Neill wanted a professional hand, and at his first rehearsal he laid down the law. Anyone who hasn't reported by 10 o'clock in the morning needn't show up at all, he warned his cast. They responded by being on time and working hard. When O'Neill finally appeared, at a dress rehearsal, Lai was amazed by the professional aspect of the production. He sat silent at the back of the theater until the rehearsal was over, and as Kennedy walked up the aisle, he put out a hand to stop him. "Where can we go for a drink?" O'Neill asked. They went to Paterno's, at 3rd and McDougal Streets, and talked about the play over a couple of beers. O'Neill had only one suggestion to make about the direction, and Kennedy overruled him. The suggestion was that the line, "But you're different," repeated, with variations throughout the first act, should always be read in the same uninflected tone, regardless of who was delivering the line or what its context. There are at least 20 variants of this phrase in the first act, and O'Neill was, conceivably, trying to achieve an effect comparable to that of the hypnotic drum beat of the Emperor Jones. Kennedy told O'Neill it wouldn't do. By the time the third different had been delivered in the same tone of voice, he explained, the audience would be tittering. Gene understood, and didn't insist, Kennedy said. That was the beginning of a friendship. Later the friendship was solidified by their common affection for a remarkable woman. She was Lena Kaminsky, Emma Goldman's sister and Teddy Ballantyne's mother-in-law. On separate occasions both O'Neill and Kennedy had stayed at her house while her son, Sax Cummins, then practicing dentistry, attended to their teeth. O'Neill, whose former subsistence on a sailor's diet had permanently impaired his teeth, went to Rochester, New York, where the Kaminskys lived and where Cummins maintained his office. Cummins treated O'Neill free of charge and put him up in his home. Sax once filled a tooth for me, Kennedy later recalled. He did a very good job, but his heart wasn't in his work. He had the art bug. He used to go to New York whenever a new play of Gene's was put on. I never stayed overnight at the house in Rochester, but Sax would invite me to have dinner there whenever I came through with a show. Mrs. Kaminsky was then in her 50s, tiny and energetic. She and her husband, a tinsmith, were free-thinking Jews. One of Mrs. Kaminsky's passions was feeding people, and she was determined to fatten up both Kennedy and O'Neill. Mrs. Kaminsky would hover over me and say, "You must eat, you must eat." I tell Gene O'Neill to eat, too. "You don't eat enough," Kennedy continued. She was a warm Jewish mother. I used to tell Sax and his sister, Stella Ballantyne, that their mother made me feel as though I was 7 years old. O'Neill once told Stella, "If I had a wife like your mother everything would be fine." Lena Kaminsky and her husband made their own wine. When Mrs. Kaminsky asked me to taste her wine, I always asked Neill Kaminsky if I could taste his, too, Kennedy said. They were jealous of each other's product and would have been terribly insulted if I hadn't taken some from each. Gene felt as warm toward them as I did. When he stayed there, he would make his own bed in the morning, so as not to burden Sax's mother. The opening of Different on December 27, like that of Jones, introduced an exciting new acting talent. She was Mary Blair, one of the first graduates of the Carnegie Institute of Technology Drama School, whom Kennedy cast in the difficult role of Emma Crosby. Edmund Wilson, whom she later married, said that Mary Blair really made the success of Different. He saw her for the first time in that play and remembered her as extraordinary. Alexander Woollcott described her acting in Different as excellent, and other critics marveled at the versatility she demonstrated in transforming herself from the sedate, 20-year-old maiden in the first act to the frumpy spinster of 50 in the second. There was some dispute as to the merit of the play itself. But Woollcott thought it illustrated as well as any why each as it comes along stands out as an event in the dramatic year. Kennedy received no credit from the critics, despite his professional standing. The day of recognition for the director as a specific and major factor in a production had not yet arrived, although the status of the man who staged the play had risen somewhat above that of stage manager, plays were still being reviewed as though they were the product of a kind of spontaneous collaboration between author and actors, with an occasional pat on the head for the producer. Reviews that listed the cast of the play in detail and acknowledged the author and producer, rarely, if ever, carried the phrase, "directed by." Even scenic designers had begun to come into their own by this time, largely because of the imaginative pioneer work of Robert Edmund Jones. But there was no one remotely comparable in prestige or artistic recognition to the directors of later decades. As a rule, the general public was unaware that any such person as a director was even necessary to a production, and for the most part author, actors, and managers were inclined to agree. The man who directed the play was usually either the producer, the leading actor, or less frequently, the author. Quite often the play was directed by a combination of all three. But if Kennedy did not share in the praise of Different, he was also spared the disparagement of those critics who believed it presented a distorted and untrue picture of life. O'Neill was moved to answer his critics publicly, in a newspaper statement. "There are objections to the play as pathological, but I protest that is putting the accent where none was intended, where only contributing circumstances were meant. And someone has said to me that all the people in the play were either degenerates or roughs, at which I was properly stunned, because I consider all of the characters, with the exception of Benny, to be perfectly regular human beings, even as you and I dividing folks into moral castes has never been one of my favorite occupations." And then there was someone, I have heard, who attributed to the author Caleb's remark that folks be all crazy and rotten to the core. Upon which I inquire pipingly whether it was or Macbeth who said it is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. To a friend O'Neill added privately, "I honestly believe Different to be, in a great many ways, the best thing I have done." And to Nathan he confided, apropos of the attacks on the play, "Well, this is rather reassuring. I had begun to think I was too popular to be honest, but this sort of spanking convinces me that, right or wrong, I am right." To another friend, he spoke of his appreciation of Kennedy's service to the play, pointing out that it was all due to Kennedy that the acting and production had been well above the Provincetown players' average. Different was moved uptown on February 4, where it played matinees at the Princess Theatre while the Emperor Jones continued to play there in the evening. When O'Neill visited New York for rehearsals, he often left Agnes behind in Provincetown, mainly to save on expenses. But he always wrote to her lovingly, telling of his loneliness. He was uneasy in New York and clung gratefully to anyone who showed him sympathy. During rehearsals of Different he struck up a shy friendship with a petite, attractive actress who was understudy to Mary Blair and appeared in The Curtain Raiser for Different, a play called What Do You Want, by Lawrence Vale. She was Jeannie Begg, who had played a small role in The Emperor Jones and was to act with the players in several other O'Neill productions, including a revival of The Moon of the Carrahees. "I used to sit in the theater watching rehearsals," she later recalled, "and several times Jean moved over next to me, and even took my hand and held it as we sat there. We were both shy, and I never got to know him well. We didn't talk much, as I recall. What could I, a stupid little girl just out of college, have to say to him?" Many years later Charles Kennedy, who had kept in touch with Jeannie Begg, asked O'Neill to autograph a copy of The Iceman Cometh to Her. He thought she would be pleased to have the inscribed book. O'Neill was delighted to oblige. He said to Kennedy, "You know, I had a crush on Jeannie once." On the flyleaf of The Iceman Cometh he wrote, "To Jeannie, with many fond memories of the past and the gal who did so much to make the Moon of the Caribbees beautiful. Good luck, Jeannie, and always my affectionate good wishes. As ever, Jean." When Different opened, Prohibition had been in effect in New York for over a year. January 1920 was the year of jazz, the speakeasy, and the lost generation. It was the heyday of gangsterism, and the renaissance of Negro art and entertainment as suddenly discovered in Harlem by white New Yorkers. But O'Neill was as remote from the upheaval taking place around him as he once had been from the clamor of the war. He became a symbol and a representative of the era, but not in the same way as other contemporary writers. His work did not reflect the times but continued to be a supremely individual expression of his inner preoccupation with timeless themes. And he remained socially detached, as well. Not the least of O'Neill's frustrations was the fact that the practice of his art required periodic emergence from the cloistered existence he preferred. He always felt that had he been able to express himself as a novelist rather than as a dramatist, he would have been spared the continuous contacts with a world that unsettled him. He would have liked to write in a vacuum, without the inconvenient mechanical necessities of stage production. Fighting and running, he spent his resented time in New York with those of his friends who had the least contact with the established world of art. He avoided the uptown speakeasies and rarely attended parties, though he did go to one where he met Scott Fitzgerald, who enchanted him. As a rule, O'Neill saw only those people willing to join him in the Hell Hole or at 2 or 3 other seamy establishments in the village, where, if he got drunk enough, he could relax. The Hell Hole still served liquor to a favored clientele, and continued to provide O'Neill with the impressions on which he later drew for The Iceman Cometh. The proprietor, Tom Wallace, had made his concession to the 18th Amendment by blocking off his windows with beaverboard and setting a few dusty bottles of patent medicines before the glass, in the fond hope that his saloon would be mistaken for a drugstore. The police pretended to be fooled. The first time O'Neill entered the Hell Hole after he began to be successful, Wallace paid him the signal honor of inviting him into his private upstairs sanctuary. Wallace surveyed the rumpled, unshaved O'Neill with mock distaste. "Look how you look," he scolded. "A famous playwright, you're a disgrace to the boys. You got to look like a gentleman now, not a bum. I'm going to fix you up." O'Neill meekly allowed himself to be pushed into a chair. Wallace whipped out a razor and strop and proceeded to shave the newly famous playwright with all the barbershop flourishes of nose lifting and pulling. Stupefied into immobility, O'Neill felt the blood trickling down his face under Wallace's inexpert passes. He wondered whether to risk having his throat slashed in an attempt to escape or to allow Wallace to finish, suffering what he prayed would be only minor injuries. At last Wallace stepped back to admire his handiwork. "Bejeez, you look worse than before," he howled. "You wouldn't bleed like that if there wasn't so much liquor in your blood." O'Neill said nothing. He was glad to be alive. Wallace assured him he'd fix him up. He looked about for some bay rum and, finding none, shouted down to Lefty, his bartender, for some gin. He slapped the gin liberally on O'Neill's face, but was still not entirely satisfied with the result. "Ask one of those whores for her compact," Wallace yelled to Lefty. The compact arrived, and most of its contents were patted onto O'Neill's cheeks and chin. "How that?" asked Wallace, delighted with himself. "I don't know whether I've been in a slaughterhouse or a 14th Street whorehouse," said O'Neill haltingly, "but I feel and smell like a combination of both." O'Neill's loyalty to Wallace and to his way of life were unshaken by his artistic success, which was why all of his old friends remained loyal to him long after he had physically removed himself from them. Many of those friends remembered, with admiration, the night David Belasco's secretary, after a frustrating attempt to locate O'Neill, telephoned to the Hell Hole. Getting Lefty on the phone, the secretary explained that someone at the Provincetown Theater had suggested that Mr. Belasco might be able to reach O'Neill here. "Yes, he was here," said Lefty. The secretary said that Mr. Belasco was very anxious to meet with Mr. O'Neill at his office and would like to talk to him to arrange an appointment. Lefty said to hold on. "Belasco's on the phone," he told O'Neill. "He wants you to come to his office to see him. Tell the son of a bitch if he wants to see me, he'll have to come down here, to my office," O'Neill said. A modified version of the message was delivered, and Lefty solemnly poured O'Neill a drink on the house. O'Neill was more gracious but no more acquiescent about an offer from Harry Minsky, the burlesque impresario. Minsky had taken James Light to lunch. "Would you ask Mr. O'Neill to write something to do with art for me?" said Minsky. "Anything he writes, I'll produce. Tell him that." "That's the most flattering offer I've ever had," O'Neill told Light, but asked Light to decline it for him on the ground that he was committed to other projects. When he was not in the hellhole, O'Neill could sometimes be found at Pop Paterno's, now a crude speakeasy disguised as an Italian doll-making establishment. Terry Carlin often joined him there, as did Slim Martin and James Light. O'Neill was now supporting Terry, who was having a wonderful time proving he could stay alive on a prohibition diet consisting, in part, of canned heat strained through a bandana. Hippolyte Havel also was doing his best to stay drunk, and sometimes, when he tired of Paterno's or the hellhole, he bought cheap red wine from a bootlegger and carried it into Christine's, where he would spend hours drinking and sleeping. If O'Neill, C.R. Light, or another old friend came in, he would stiffen into momentary alertness and call out, "Hey, baby, don't be a fool. Lend me $1. The first time he greeted Jimmy Light in this fashion, Light reached into his pocket and brought out 75 cents, all he happened to have on him at the moment. Havel regarded him olishly. "Oh, baby," he said, "if you don't have $1, keep the 75 cents. And he reached into his own pocket, took out a roll of bills, and peeled one off for Light. Although affectionate to his friends, Havel would not tolerate outsiders. Once 3 slummers gained admission to Christine's and sat looking at Havel with obvious disgust. As O'Neill later characterized him in The Iceman Cometh, he was slouched in his chair, his hair hanging over his eyes. "Isn't it terrible, these foreign anarchists in here," said one of the slummers, a woman. Her words carried to Havel's table. He picked up a silver-topped cane, his one claim to elegance. "Foreign anarchists," he shouted at her. "Don't you know America has poisoned the whole world with anarchy? Thorough. The Oneida Communitive." As the woman stared, speechless, Havel screamed, "You are a constipated school teacher." The woman and her companions quickly departed. One day O'Neill and Slim were on their way to Sam Swartz's, another popular village drinking place, when a cloudburst sent them scurrying back to the Provincetown for shelter. They stood in the basement entrance, waiting for the rain to subside. Slim scanned the sky for an indication of how the weather was going to behave. He heard O'Neill chuckle. "What do you see to laugh about?" asked Slim. "You, looking at the sky," said O'Neill. "What the hell, Gene," said Slim. "If a sailor or an iron worker doesn't look aloft once in a while to see how the riggin' or the weather is, he isn't going to live long. You know that?" "That's what I was laughing about," said O'Neill. "The sailor's sticking out. Always sensitive to the weather and its effect on people," O'Neill once brooded aloud on the subject to the impresario Sol Hurok, who at that time was a part of what Hurok has called the Provincetown Gang. "Sol, how do you study people?" he asked. Not waiting for an answer, he continued, "Try to walk at night, a dark night, in a drizzling rain. Get as close to a person as you can and look in his eyes. You don't see real people when the sun is shining or the stars are out. Look at people when it's dark. The weather brings out their true natures." When the hellhole, Swartz's and Paterno's palled, O'Neill had other sources to tap for liquor. One of them was Luke O'Connor, who had sadly closed his Columbia Gardens and removed himself and his entire stock of liquor to a second-floor flat on Perry Street. Another source of supply was his friend Scotty Stewart, who had turned rum runner. Scotty had hit on the ingenious device of fitting his boat with 2 powerful motors, so that he could speed backward as fast as forward. He managed to confuse and elude the revenue agents, and whenever he was in town he saw to it that O'Neill and other friends had all the liquor they needed. But O'Neill's favorite bootlegger was William Fernandez, known as Spanish Willie. He had been a Hudson duster, and when Prohibition came he ran what was called a blind pig. Situated on 3rd Street, it was ostensibly a second-hand shop. Although it had a window full of junk bought from the sanitation department, the shop was never open. Only people Willie knew could gain access to his private chambers, where the hooch was served. W. Willie's quarters, at the end of a long corridor where a gas jet whined, consisted of 2 rooms and a bathroom, scantily furnished. There was a bed and a hot plate in one room and a wooden table and chairs in the other. Dingy lace curtains fluttered at the window. There were concealed revolvers planted in both rooms, so that Willie could reach one no matter where he was sitting. This was necessary, for Willie had as many enemies as he had friends. Willie, who was short, heavy-set, polite, ungrammatical, and usually drunk, adored O'Neill. Malcolm Cowley, the writer, has recorded, Willie worshipped several gods. Ileg and Ileg were two of these. The others were Man o' War, Al Smith, and Eugene O'Neill. WTC and CVCR Cowley visited him. Willie would say, "Gee, that guy O'Neill is a regular prince." Cowley has described one visit he made to Willie in the mid-20s, reporting their conversation as follows. "Tell you, Malcolm, I feel blue today. The Brooklyn boys is after me. I losted $2,000 on the ponies. But yesterday my nag comes in and I win about 1,500 smackers. So I guess we stands about even on the series. I want you should taste some of my sacramental wine. Did you hear that Gene was in town?" "Gene who?" "Why, Gene O'Neill, of course. You know Gene, don't you? The boys tell me he's coming around to see me tonight." "Sure, take another glass." "I maybe wouldn't have it, only the police captain is a square shooter. You see, I was rolling a barrel in, yesterday evening it was, and 3 bulls sees me and holds me up for $150. When I went round to see the captain he says to the bulls, he says, 'What sort of crooks is yous guys anyway? I want you to play straight,' he says. And he made them give the money back. All but $30, that he lets them keep for theirselves. $10 apiece. That's square enough. Listen, there's some bloke at the door." "Why, Gene, good evening, it's a treat to see you." After brushing off some cockroaches, O'Neill sat down at Spanish Willie's table. "I'm glad to hear that you're feeling better, Will," O'Neill said. "Ah, Gene, that cough wasn't so much. I ought to know better than to sleep in the gutter all night. Say, I just got some fine scotch off the boat. Won't you have a drink with me?" Cowley noticed that O'Neill made no effort to talk down to his host. He was just as grammatical, just as considerate as if he were holding a conversation with Shakespeare or the Prince of Wales, Cowley recalled. Perhaps this was the reason why all the West Side guerrillas worshipped him, and even attended his plays. "I wish I could report their conversation," Cowley continued. "Every time I try, the words seem to lose their magic. They were speaking of ships and docks and crimes and politics, of gangsters, sailors, stevedores, ward politicians, and square-shooting black gamblers, all the figures of that life which seethed between wharves and crimping houses, between dance halls and saloons, all the glamour of a Manhattan which is almost totally unknown." I sat in silence listening. The elevated went rumbling past while the empty glasses shivered on the table. Finally it was time for him to go. "Well, you saw him again. Ain't he a regular prince?" asked Spanish Willie. Eben Gibbon, who saw a lot of O'Neill both in New York and in Provincetown, where he had his artist studio, used to visit Spanish Willie with O'Neill. "We knocked, and the door opened a crack, held by a chain," Gibbon recalled. Eyes peered out. "Gene," said a voice. "Come in." There was nothing to drink, Willie told us, he was all sold out. But he had some muscatel, which he poured for us. It was horribly sweet and sticky. While they were drinking and talking, there was a knock at the door. After cautiously looking out, Willie let in a hulking hoodlum, who announced, "Big Andy is back." Willie explained to O'Neill and Gibbon that Big Andy was out to get him. They lingered over the muscatel for 2 hours, and left. The next time they visited they found that Willie had been shot in the arm but not by Big Andy. It was a pal who had done it. Willie told them he'd had an argument with his pal. He showed them the bullet hole in his shirt sleeve. But he didn't hold it against his pal, he said. It had just been a friendly misunderstanding. It was plain that Willie loved Gene and would have done anything for him, Given said. Willie loved him enough to hide him out once in his house in Brooklyn, where he kept a wife and 3 children. O'Neill had gone on a bender. It was a time when Agnes was with him in New York, and when he vanished, Agnes asked Evan Given to accompany her to W. Willie's, where she thought she might find her husband. When we got there, Given said, W. Willie was soused. He tried to paw Agnes, and we got out. W.E. didn't find out until later that W7 Illy had Gene locked up in his house in Brooklyn. Outside of drinking, the only thing that seemed to give O'Neill any pleasure or release during his visits to New York was attending sports events. Passionately devoted to the 6-day bicycle races, he was willing to pay his way into Madison Square Garden an hour before a race was scheduled in order to secure a good seat. His friends who accompanied him were amused as they watched the soft-spoken O'Neill cheer wildly for his favorites. Equipped with enough peanuts to stock a circus, tossing them several feet into the air and catching them in his mouth, would sit raptly at the ringside, sometimes until 3 in the morning, Nathan has written. He could supply a raft of intimate details about each bicyclist. O'Neill was almost as devoted to baseball, and knew the batting averages of a number of players. Several times he went out of his way to meet a player, and once in the 1940s he arranged to have someone introduce him to Ted Williams, who had recently wound up a season for the Boston Red Sox with a .406 batting average. His most fervent admiration, however, was reserved for prizefighters, a passion he shared with George Bernard Shaw. He began keeping an eye on Jack Dempsey when he became heavyweight champion in 1919 and was delighted to find his name linked with Dempsey's by Haywood Broun in the Bookman 2 years later. Broun described the bout between Dempsey and Georges Carpentier in Jersey City on July 2, 1921. Carpentier, the idol of the Paris boulevards, had caught the fancy of the American public. He was a built-up light heavyweight, officially weighed in at 172 pounds, while Dempsey weighed 188. Dempsey won by a knockout in the 4th round. We wish every young American playwright who is about to write a tragedy had seen the fight, Broun wrote. They would realize then that the school founded by Eugene O'Neill is based on a misconception of the spirit of tragedy. It does not lie in the fact that man is small and helpless in the hands of fate which outclasses him in reach and weight. The tragic fact is that man is almost good enough to win in his inspired moments. He can rock fate but he cannot down it. That is the pity of his struggle. But come to think of it, there is nothing so terribly sorrowful in tragedy after all. Fate like Jack Dempsey wins the title, but the gesture remains with man, the light heavyweight. As he goes down he hears no slow toll of numbers. All that is drowned out by the cheering. O'Neill clipped the paragraph and mounted it in his scrapbook. O'Neill was present at the Polo Grounds on the night of September 14, 1923, when Dempsey successfully defended his title for the last time. The fight, probably the most exciting heavyweight bout in boxing history, lasted only 3 minutes and 57 seconds. During its course the challenger, Luis Angel Firpo, the wild bull of the Pampas, was knocked down 9 times, and the champion himself was belted out of the ring and into the laps of the sports writers, who promptly threw him back. Dempsey was then 28, at the top of his form, and a 3-1 favorite over the 29-year-old, brawny, but inexperienced Firpo. O'Neill had invited Harry Kemp to the fight, telling him that the actress Helen McElla had arranged to have him meet Dempsey after it was over. Kemp had to decline, and O'Neill provided him with a detailed account of the event when he returned to Provincetown, of how he found himself behaving like any other real American, standing up on his seat and yelling ferociously. When he came to, Kemp once recorded, he saw he'd snatched a derby from one man's head and broken it over the head of another, neither man noticing the action. Nearly 1 million people were crazy literally for about 5 minutes. How about seeing Dempsey after the fight, Gene? Kemp asked him. Oh, yes, said O'Neill. When Jack came in at the door, the first thing we noticed was his black eye. How'd you get the black eye, Jack? Helen MacElla asked. Ah, Helen, sheepishly answered the champion, I forgot to duck. As he stood framed in the doorway, O'Neill went on, I thought I was seeing my hairy ape in real life. But after we got to talking, apart in a corner, I found him a fine, good-natured gentleman. Dempsey didn't know me from Adam. So you like Dempsey? Asked Kemp. A splendid chap, answered O'Neill. He taught me his peculiar weave and that short jolt to the chin of his like this. And O'Neill illustrated on Kemp. Dempsey seems, indeed, not to have known O'Neill from Adam. Questioned about the meeting, after O'Neill's death, Dempsey vaguely recalled talking to O'Neill several times. I think it was after the Firpo fight that someone brought him to meet me, and that he congratulated me, Dempsey said. O'Neill made a deeper impression on Gene Tunney, who was to beat Dempsey 3 years later in Philadelphia. Although Tunney and O'Neill never met, the fighter declared publicly in the late 20s that he had secretly cherished the thought that Eugene O'Neill is a greater writer even than Shakespeare, a tribute that enchanted O'Neill. XXXVII. Early in 1921, O'Neill took stock of his career and prospects in Provincetown. He found the outlook gloomy. Tyler, having tried and failed to interest Alice Brady in The Straw, was again without a candidate for the role of Eileen Carmody. John Williams was still dodging O'Neill about Gold, the burgeoning theatre guild, after expressing interest in co-producing Anna Christie with Tyler, had dropped the project on the grounds that Tyler's terms were too steep. O'Neill read articles about himself in the theatrical columns which speculated politely about when the talented author of Beyond the Horizon and The Emperor Jones would have a new, full-length play on Broadway, and glowered with frustration. He wanted to move on to other work, was, in fact, already writing a new play he called The First Man, but was tense with the anticipation of being interrupted to go into production, and plagued by lack of income. Apart from the very deplorable financial aspects of the case, he wrote to Tyler, these delays affect the playwright's whole career, not only because his past work is held up, but more importantly because his future work is held up. I have a lot of work planned out that I ought to get busy on, but it is impossible for me to concentrate properly on anything new as long as I live in constant expectation of being called down for rehearsals of the old. It is a rotten game all around. He added that, although current newspaper and magazine articles referred to him as the white hope of playwriting, he might just as well be the scurviest typewriter puncher of the lot. His scurvy hacks, he said, were having their plays produced with no difficulty while his plays had to wait upon every fortuitous wind that blows. O'Neill did take one step in the hope of increasing his income and reputation. It was to set a precedent for him that of allowing a play to be published before it was produced. On February 11 he informed Tyler that he had told his publisher to include The Straw in a new collection of his plays to be released in a month or so. I cannot ask the publisher to wait any longer, O'Neill explained. He has already held the play for a year, waiting for production. And I must get a hearing for it one way or another. In March O'Neill announced his new play to Kenneth McGowan, with whom he had established a friendship after McGowan had favorably reviewed The Emperor Jones for the Globe. With the acquisition of McGowan, O'Neill now had a growing group of correspondents, among them Barrett Clark and George Jean Nathan, to whom he gave regular and minutely detailed reports of works in progress. O'Neill's long, explicit accounts over the next 20 years to these men and to others who took their place as recipients of his literary confidences, form a kind of diary of his artistic life, a fascinating documentary of the creative process. I have finished the first draft of The First Man, and am now going to put it aside to smolder for a while in the subconscious and perhaps to gather to itself a little more flame therefrom, O'Neill confided to McGowan. It looks so good now, I'm afraid of it. At this stage of the development, they all look fine, I've found. His misgivings, as it happened, were well grounded. This was one case in which no amount of smoldering could help. The First Man turned out to be one of O'Neill's most dismal misses, a pronounced retrogression in his artistic development. In 4 acts, with a contemporary setting, Its form is conventional and it is closely allied in STVLE to some of the long plays he tore up in 1914. Its characters are middle class, its dialogue is intended to be realistic, and its point of view, while iconoclastic, is hardly radical. More surprising, though, is its mechanical awkwardness. The play's only interest, in fact, lies in the revelation of O'Neill's feelings about his marriage and his parenthood at the time he was writing it. His hero, who does not at first glance have much in common with O'Neill, is a 37-year-old anthropologist named Curtis Jason. He is described, however, as a romantic idealist who has wandered over the globe in search of romance. He has come back to his hometown to write a scientific book. At this time O'Neill was not yet 33, but he had, of course, recently revisited his hometown in Connecticut. Curtis' wife, Martha, is 38, and though considerably older than Agnes, was an idealized Agnes self-sacrificing, completely absorbed in her husband and his work. Martha has devoted the last 10 years to traveling all over the world with Curtis, acting as his secretary, confidant, mistress, mother. It develops that their ideal life of dedication to each other and to Curtis' work had its beginning in the sudden death of their 2 young children 10 years before. The ludicrously perfunctory way that O'Neill, in his expository dialogue, kills off these 2 children is indicative of the panic he felt at the responsibility of parenthood. Martha describes their death to a friend. "It was a Sunday in winter when Kurt and I had gone visiting some friends. The nurse girl fell asleep or something and the children sneaked out in their underclothes and played in the snow. Pneumonia set in and a week later they were both dead." Throughout the rest of the play Martha keeps saying what a horrible blow the children's death had been to her and Curtis, but it is impossible to believe that either she or her husband ever gave the accident much thought. Later on in the play, perhaps further indulging O'Neill's wishful thinking, another character comments, apropos of the lost children, "They died, as children have a bad habit of doing." O'Neill was not unconscious of his own feelings and apparently made a feeble attempt to argue himself out of them in the rest of the play. The plot of The First Man unfolds with Curtis' sense of betrayal when he learns that Martha has deliberately become pregnant again, after all the years of having forsworn children, and the time she has picked to be incapacitated is on the eve, more or less, of his leaving on a 5-year field trip into Asia, to search for traces of the first man, a trip on which he had planned to take her. O'Neill wrote some speeches for Curtis that clearly reflected his own attitude on hearing that Agnes was pregnant. "How can I pretend gladness when why, it would spoil all our plans. It seems like treachery to me. Oh, Martha, why do you have to bring this new element into our lives? Haven't we been sufficient, you and I together? Isn't that a more difficult, beautiful happiness to achieve than children? Everyone has children. Can you expect me to be glad when you propose to introduce a stranger who will steal away your love, your interest, who will separate us and deprive me of you?" Significantly, Curtis suggests that she have an abortion, a solution that O'Neill introduced into a number of plays. Trying half-heartedly to understand the wife's point of view, O'Neill wrote some speeches for Martha which defended her right to bear a child. But he took his revenge in the end by killing off the wife. Martha dies, after an agonizing labor, while Curtis is grimly praying that the child will be stillborn. He has no such luck. The child is a strapping, 11-pound boy. The play ends when Curtis, who has sworn never to look upon Martha's murderer, finally does see his infant and immediately vows to bring him up to take Martha's place. Here, again, O'Neill revealed his naive and unrealistic attitude toward parenthood by having Curtis go off on his long trip, as planned, but promising to come back to the child, and when he's old enough, I'll teach him to know and love a big, free life. Having completed The First Man, O'Neill again turned his attention briefly to The Straw, but he was no longer very enthusiastic about the play. Tyler had tentatively cast the role of Eileen with Margallo Gilmore and was planning to open the play in October. That settled, O'Neill began outlining yet another script, an ambitious project which he had already discussed with Kenneth McGowan as the Fountain of Youth play. He decided to write it in blank verse but to disguise the meter by having the manuscript typed in prose form. Although dissimilar in theme and treatment to the first man, it, too, was rooted in O'Neill's intense preoccupation with his family, notably his father. The play is about a Spanish explorer who leaves his country for a dream of glory and romance in new worlds. He finds neither glory nor romance, and dies a broken old man but clutching at a newfound religious belief that death is no more, that all things dissolve, flow on eternally. This is evidently a symbolic interpretation of James O'Neill's journey from the old world to the new, of his pursuit of glory and romance, and his final realization that it had been all froth. James, too, died believing he was going to a better sort of life, and it was probably his son's need to believe this with him that led him on the mystical search for the fountain of youth. The idea of writing the play, O'Neill later said, came from my interest in the recurrence in folklore of the beautiful legend of a healing spring of eternal youth. In his Lant Essex he undoubtedly wished that James O'Neill could have discovered this healing spring and lived long enough to develop the friendship that he and his son had begun too late. The play gets bogged down in murky mysticism toward the end and defeats the genuine poetic quality and dramatic tension of the earlier scenes. It is one of O'Neill's artistic failures, but interesting because it just rates his religious state of mind at the time he wrote it. In the play O'Neill tried, for the first time on a large scale, to dramatize his private and never-ending struggle with his Catholic conscience. Strangely, although this religious struggle was the most dramatic factor in O'Neill's dramatic makeup, he could never make it seem vital or moving on the stage when he tackled it head-on. None of the plays in which he dealt directly and literally with this theme were convincing as drama. O'Neill kept McGowan busy that spring and summer, furnishing him with suggestions for background reading. Of course, O'Neill explained to McGowan, I'll have to combine and relate a lot of scattered facts and then give history a slight rumpling up, but it will be necessary to do that to bring out the full truth, the spirit of it, and behind the mere dates, etc. It's in a way lucky that so little real information has come down to us about Juan Ponce. One can recreate him. Later, in response to McGowan's somewhat odd query as to how he outlined a play such as The Fountain, O'Neill said, I always let the subject matter mold itself into its own particular form, and I find it does this without my ever wasting thought upon it. I start out with the idea that there are no rules or precedent in the game except what the play chooses to make for itself, but not forgetting that it is to be played in a theater. I usually feel instinctively a sort of rhythm of acts or scenes and obey it hit or miss. In his program note for the play, he wrote, I have simply filled in the bare outlines of career, as briefly reported in the Who's Who of the Histories, with a conception of what could have been the truth behind his life sketch if he had been the man it was romantically and religiously moving to me to believe he might have been. Therefore, I wish to take solemn oath right here and now that The Fountain is not morbid realism. Privately, he hoped that The Fountain would be recognized as dealing with the same theme of belonging as The Hairy Ape, though the two plays were totally dissimilar in style. O'Neill's conception of Ponce de Leon turned out to be a man who, in his youth, is blind to the beauty of love and deaf to the spiritual uplift of poetry. It is not until, at the age of 50, he receives into his household as a ward the beautiful young daughter of a rejected mistress that his soul awakens. But the girl regards him as a second father, and he goes off on a frantic search for the fountain of youth, to resume his own youth and appeal to her as a lover. This final section of the play evokes echoes of the last act of Gold. Here, too, a man is driven by an idée fixe to pursue a phantom treasure. And the last scene but one, in which Juan, betrayed and dying at the edge of a forest spring he had believed to be the fountain of youth, is a pseudo-inspirational harking back to some of the phantom scenes from the Emperor Jones. Mystical figures rise before him, religious symbols, symbols of death, birth, youth, and poetry, and he and they chant about the meaning of life. O'Neill spent scene after scene developing the hypocrisy and avarice of the Christian Spaniards and their priests, indicating that their religion was a sham, that they worshipped only gold, that they were blind to the original principles of Christianity, that God, in fact, was dead. What troubled O'Neill most in writing The Fountain was the blank verse style. Some of the friends to whom he showed parts of the script frankly criticized the verse. "I used it," O'Neill explained defensively to George Jean Nathan, "to gain a naturalistic effect of the quality of the people and speech of those times, with little care for original poetic beauty save in the few instances where that is called for." In the late spring of 1921, while he was still at work on the scenario of The Fountain and still waiting for production plans to gel on the straw, O'Neill received word that the elusive John Williams was now ready to stage Gold. Perversely, O'Neill was not overjoyed by this long-awaited news. In the first place, it meant a summer production, which was inauspicious. In the second place, the play no longer seemed terribly good to him and he was much more interested in staying in Provincetown and completing The Fountain. To be candid, he later explained to McGowan on the day Gold opened in New York, "I had to wait so long for the production and there were so many disagreeable incidents connected with that wait, that by the time rehearsals started I was fed up and rather apathetic about its fate." O'Neill was particularly distressed because Williams had tried to sell his rights in Gold to the Theatre Guild for a large cash sum without letting him know anything about it. Also, Williams had, without O'Neill's consent, offered Gold to numerous film companies in an effort to find backing for it. Williams, O'Neill complained, had committed a breach of all the ethics of friendly association. It was an irascible and querulous O'Neill who reported for rehearsals in New York in May of 1921. From the beginning he liked nothing about the production. His first annoyance was that Homer St. Gaudens, who had helped stage Beyond the Horizon, had been engaged to direct the play. O'Neill had not forgiven him for the appalling scenery he had provided for Beyond the Horizon. Secondly, he deplored the choice of Willard Mack for the central role of Captain Isaiah Bartlett. Thirdly, he disapproved of the remainder of the cast, with the exception of Teddy Ballantyne, who was to play Captain Bartlett's son, Nat. The play opened at the Frazee Theatre on 42nd Street on June I. Gold shows O'Neill below his best, O'Neill's gold not glittering, and Gold tells a weird tale were some of the headlines over the following day's notices. Several critics complained of its length, it ran over 3 horns. Brune in the Tribune found the first 3 acts unrewarding, but he praised the 4th. He chided Williams for a cheap and tasteless setting. The Times, abandoned momentarily by Woolcott, who always left town for the summer, was being served by an anonymous critic who found the play always interesting, occasionally compelling, and yet, for much of its length, curiously unconvincing. The Post's J. Rankin Towse, well into his 70s by this time, summed up his feelings rather pettishly: a pretentious, extravagant, conventional, and youthful romantic melodrama with performances not of the kind calculated to brace and stiffen a feeble play. O'Neill, irate over Mack's dreadful performance, got drunk and fled New York, leaving Agnes behind to tidy up his dangling social obligations. Gold was the last O'Neill play ever presented by John Williams. On July I, still smarting from the embarrassment of the production, O'Neill wrote to McGowan that he would have written parts of it differently if he had it to do over. But, he said, the play's failure on Broadway hardly even peeved him, it was already such a failure in my mind. O'Neill spent a tense and nervous summer in Provincetown. For one thing, a number of his New York friends were beginning to arrive for the vacation season, and life was becoming too social. For another, he finally had the prospect of 2 important productions in the fall. Not only was Tyler definitely set, at last, to begin rehearsals of The Straw in October, but Arthur Hopkins had agreed to take over the production of Anna Christie. "I'm full of future hopes," O'Neill told McGowan. It gave him a tremendous urge that more than compensates for the Gold fiasco to know he was with Hopkins. Work on The Fountain proceeded somewhat fitfully in the charged summer atmosphere of Provincetown. The town was beginning to change. Like the rest of the country, it was caught up in the post-war frenzy of jazz, automobiles, and bathtub gin. Most of O'Neill's friends were drinking more, now that there was an element of romantic illegality attached to the process. While it was not easy to go on a protracted drunk in Provincetown, always a dry town, it was possible. Liquor had been privately imported before Prohibition without difficulty, but now considerable ingenuity had to be exercised. An agreeable doctor could be persuaded to write a prescription for whiskey. There were bootleggers who would sell at cut prices to their old pals, and even though the easiest drink to come by was a horrible brew made from raisins and called tiger piss, it was possible to get a certain amount of it down without becoming ill, at least, for a while. Parties grew wilder and O'Neill had plenty of company in his carousing. One day he satisfied a longing to spend $100 on one big drunk. He was not affluent, but he believed the time had come when he could afford to indulge the whim. After tapping various sources, he managed to buy a case of good whiskey and ordered it sent to the home of his friend Frank Shea. Someone brought a phonograph. O'Neill was willing, on occasion, to essay a foxtrot, and a dozen Provincetowners settled down to their party. It went on for 2 days, with emptied bottles tossed into the fireplace. Finally, there was no one left at the party but Shea and O'Neill. The sound of breaking glass in the fireplace was so entertaining to the two Irishmen that they threw in the household china, plate by plate and cup by cup. As they began on lamps and furniture they passed out. O'Neill was not apt to treat Agnes chivalrously during his drinking sprees. On more than one occasion he handled her with almost the same fine abandon he had displayed toward the Sheas' household effects. He had nearly knocked her off her feet once in the hell hole, when he thought she was flirting with Teddy Ballantyne. It was all part of his conception of the violence of true love, and he was always pleased when he thought Agnes had goaded him to this sort of response. Eben Gibbon recalled one occasion when O'Neill tried to drag Agnes by the hair across the dunes. The evening had begun ominously. Agnes and several others had gathered in the house of a friend, preparatory to attending a costume ball at the town hall. Agnes was wearing a black lace mantilla, which had belonged to Ella O'Neill. O'Neill arrived, already half drunk, surveyed his wife and tore the mantilla from her head. Momentarily reconciled, O'Neill and Agnes went on to the ball. O'Neill had got himself up in a sarong and a wild orange wig. He was a grotesque but commanding figure, his skin deeply tanned, the whites of his eyes and his teeth glittering below the flaming headdress. At 4 a.m, Eben Gibbon, Agnes and a few others left the party and went to a friend's house, but O'Neill had vanished. "We walked down the street to my car," Gibbon related. Suddenly, from the depths of the car, something with insane, blazing eyes, a mad leer and an orange wig popped up. We recoiled. It was Jean, of course, very drunk. He and Agnes had rented a room in town for the evening, but Jean now decided he wanted to go back to Peaked Hill. That was when he grabbed Agnes by the hair and tried to drag her off. She yelled, but no one interfered. Liquor went rapidly to O'Neill's head. It was Gibbon's opinion that O'Neill did not need to go on a protracted drunk to reach a state of ferocity. He had too much motor for the chassis, Gibbon explained. Too much horsepower. He was highly sensitive and nervous. Although he was sometimes gay, when he was drinking he was black Irish. When that mood was on him, you could sense the potentialities in the man for destruction and trouble. O'Neill often entrusted a pint of white mule to Louis Collinimk, a new friend, who concealed it under his shirt and would follow O'Neill about during the evening, proffering the bottle when requested. Collinim, who sometimes used the byline Louis Cantor, was a young feature writer and art critic for the Tribune and had covered the Emma Goldman-Alexander Berkman trial for his newspaper. O'Neill had met him at a party at Mary Vorst's house and asked him if he knew who had written a flattering, unsigned article in the Tribune about Beyond the Horizon. Collinim admitted authorship and O'Neill immediately adopted him as a friend. Soon after that he constructed a shack for him on the dunes near his own house. O'Neill enjoyed trading newspaper experiences with Collinim, but confessed that when he was working for the New London Telegraph he was unable to report a story that didn't interest him. Collinim, who spent a good deal of time with O'Neill that summer, was surprised to discover that O'Neill was terrified of thunderstorms. One evening the two men were walking along the water's edge when a storm suddenly came on. "I was carrying a small metal flashlight in my hand," Collinim recalled. Jean was panicky. "He kept telling me to get rid of the flashlight. I never saw him so agitated, and I was astonished, because I knew he was fearless when it came to swimming or paddling in the greatest waves. Fog made him uneasy, too. O'Neill also held a number of superstitious fears and beliefs. He once sat in solemnly at a séance arranged by Eben Given at Peaked Hill and appeared as shaken as the other participants when the spirit of a drowned sailor manifested its presence by a series of raps on the table. And that summer he adopted a female black cat that had strayed out to Peaked Hill, named it Anna Christie, and regarded it as an omen of hope for his P.I. Colin M. began drinking that summer for the first time in order to keep up with O'Neill. Though I started drinking because of Jean, I became a better drinker than he, because I had a stronger stomach, he said years later. One day O'Neill was locked into a room at the Atlantic House by sympathetic friends who wanted him to sleep off a drunk after a party. The proprietor, Ira Iris, checked on his prisoner 12 hours later and found O'Neill still drunk. He searched the room, uncovered no liquor, and, bewildered, warned O'Neill to behave and sober up. But O'Neill was still drunk 3 days later. On one of his checkups, Iris finally spotted Colin M. gliding up the fire escape and handing O'Neill a bottle through the window. O'Neill felt like staying drunk, and Colin M. accommodated him. But when he worked hard, Colin M. said, by way of excuse and explanation. He went about things slowly and deliberately. Many people thought that because he didn't say much he was not an intellectual. What they failed to realize was that Jean, like most creative geniuses, wasn't much interested in what anyone else was doing. He was interested in discussing things only in relation to what he was doing. Callan, who knew Shaw, was fascinated by the contrast in character between the two dramatists. He once gave O'Neill a photograph of Shaw, and O'Neill remarked, "Looking at him makes me a little uneasy." But O'Neill was eager to know what Shaw thought of him. "I asked Shaw once," Colin M. said, "and Shaw told me O'Neill was a Shakespeare. What he meant was that O'Neill was a great natural talent, but did not have the literary equipment to control this talent." The best illustration of the two writers' diverse outlooks, according to Colin M., was their reaction to Ulysses. Colin M. discussed the saloon sequences from Joyce's book with both Shaw and O'Neill. Shaw's comment was, "If what Joyce says about Dublin is true, it should be burned to the ground." O'Neill commented, "I know all that." Lawrence Langner, who also knew both Shaw and O'Neill, was, like Colin M., the recipient of their comments about each other. According to Langner, O'Neill admitted having been influenced by Shaw but more as a man and a writer than as a playwright. As for Shaw, he greatly admired O'Neill's work as a dramatist, but with his old maidish temperance attitude, could never get over being shocked at Jean's early drinking. When Langner reported to Shaw some years later that O'Neill had sworn off drinking, Shaw's comment was, "He'll probably never write a good play again." In addition to providing a shack for Lewis Colin M. on the dunes, O'Neill also furnished Terry Carlin with living quarters in Provincetown. Carlin slept in a shed near the O'Neill house and functioned as a combination distiller, father confessor to O'Neill, and playmate to Shane. He would make blueberry wine on the beach by filling jars with crushed berries and a bit of yeast and partially burying them in the sand to ferment. Then he would check on his distillery by crawling along the beach, his ear to the bottles, listening for the fermenting process to stop. When a jar was silent, he knew the wine was ripe, and he would dig it up and drink it. For variety, he once tried shellac. He found a couple of cans that had been washed ashore, and recalled Jack London's advice on how to isolate the alcohol from the shellac. You stirred the shellac in a large can with a stick until you got it whirring fast enough to create a hollow cone in the center. Theoretically, the alcohol would separate from the shellac and collect in the cone. Following this procedure, Terry was thrilled to see a cone forming and greedily tested it with his tongue. The alcohol was their 190 proof wood alcohol, but the shellac closed in, hardening and in casino his tongue. Terry could not get his tongue back into his mouth until O'Neill provided him with enough gin to soak o'flow the shellac. When Terry was not in pursuit of liquor, he was busy collecting edible herbs and roots, performing arcane exercises or working on bizarre inventions. He once built himself a huge wheel of barrel slats and steel, with a chi slung from the center, on which he thought he would roll effortlessly down the sloping beach. He abandoned his invention when his first ride in it cost him a broken rib. Between drinking sprees and watching the antics of his friends, O'Neill managed to give some time and thought to the subject uppermost in his mind that summer, the impending production of Anna Christie. Robert Edmund Jones had been engaged by Arthur Hopkins to design the settings for the play, 3 of whose 4 acts take place aboard a battered coal barge, and O'Neill invited him to Peaked Hill, where the sea had obligingly cast ashore just such a barge. Stranded less than 100 yards from his house, the barge had been one of a heavily laden procession being towed by a steamer. Encountering rough waters, the captain of the steamer had misunderstood orders from shore, and cut the tow line, resulting in 3 of the barges being hurled by waves onto the beach. When the storm subsided, the owners were able to salvage 2 of them, but only the cargo and fittings of the third. Its huge hulk was so deeply embedded in sand that it could not be budged. Jones spent a few days sketching it, and no sooner had he finished, when, mysteriously, it began to burn. For 2 nights and a day, firemen and volunteers drenched the O'Neill home to prevent it from catching fire. Early in October of 1021, O'Neill began attending rehearsals of Anna Christie in New York. Fye took his family with him this time, and in an effort to remove himself somewhat from the convivial demands of his Greenwich Village friends, moved into an apartment at 36 West 35th Street, not far from the Garrick Theatre. If ever conditions for the production of an O'Neill play were right, this was the time. The man he considered the best manager in the business was mounting his play. The best designer in America was providing the scenery. A respectable Broadway theater, the Vanderbilt, was where the play was scheduled to open. The publicity was being handled by Hopkins' press agent, Oliver Saville, a man with whom O'Neill saw eye to eye. And to play his heroine, O'Neill bade an actress of extraordinary ability and appeal, who needed only one more important role to establish her as an undisputed star. She was Pauline Lord, whose career was being guided by Hopkins and whose most recent success had been in the previous season's Samson and Delilah. Miss Lord did not physically resemble O'Neill's 20-year-old Anna, tall, blonde, fully developed, handsome after a large, Viking daughter fashion. She was 31, delicate, almost fragile, with a tiny waist, small hands and feet, a pale, oval face, and tragic brown eyes. She had been acting since she was 16, rarely in the conventional ingenue parts, more often as tragic victims. A superb actress, her technique consisted, in the apt phrase of Elizabeth Sargent, of betrayal, rather than portrayal. Like O'Neill, she was shy and withdrawn in company. She admitted to friends that she could act well only when she was unhappy or nervous. O'Neill was delighted with her. O'Neill was equally delighted with Hopkins, and immediately began comparing him favorably with Williams and Tyler. Their rapport was in no small measure due to the fact that Hopkins, like O'Neill, appreciated silence. Since neither Hopkins nor O'Neill spoke to each other except under stress, it was almost impossible for them to quarrel. Hopkins, who was small, round, and apple-cheeked, returned O'Neill's respect and admiration. Charles O'Brien Kennedy, who also enjoyed protracted silences, occasionally dined with O'Neill and Hopkins. During their first meal together they didn't exchange more than a dozen words. 3 of these issued from O'Neill. "Pass the spaghetti," he said. Before taking on Anna Christie, Hopkins, the most experimental and visionary of the commercial producers, had successfully staged such plays as Redemption and The Jest and failed with the revival of Macbeth. He had encouraged Robert Edmund Jones to experiment with new dimensions in stage design and costuming. As idealistic, in his own way, as O'Neill, he believed that Broadway had become a ceaseless repetition of a familiar and time-worn formula, a bag of tricks which anyone with skill can play and assure himself a certain amount of success, and that there was no longer any excitement in the experience of playgoing. "I want people to leave my theater actually quarreling about what they have seen," he once wrote, in deploring the glibness of Broadway. There is nothing more tragic to me than the complacent, unmoved faces that pour out of our Broadway theaters after the play. Born in Cleveland in 1878, Hopkins had been a newspaper reporter, vaudeville press agent and producer of special acts for the Orpheum circuit until he visited Europe in 1913 and saw what theater could be in terms of art. It is hardly surprising that O'Neill considered Hopkins the ideal manager. Hopkins chose plays because he liked and believed in them, not because he thought they would go. He respected his choices as individual works of art, not to be exploited as vehicles. His system had drawbacks. If the play was truly fine, his method worked splendidly. But if the play was not as aoud as his instinct had told him it was, his reverential treatment made the production seem doubly bad. But Hopkins' attitude suited O'Neill perfectly, for neither Tyler nor Williams had offered anything approaching his passion. "I become suitor," Hopkins had once said. "I lay myself at its feet. I swear everlasting devotion. I promise my all, and like all daft suitors I know no regret." Inevitably, however, O'Neill's ardor for his producer, even though it was the devoted Hopkins, cooled as opening night approached. By the time of the final run-through he thought the production fell somewhat short of perfection and had misgivings about its reception. As was his custom, O'Neill did not attend the play's opening on November 2, 1921. Having reluctantly agreed to let Agnes give an opening night party in their new apartment, he waited there for her to bring him news of audience reaction. While waiting, he was jolted by a telegram from a friend in Provincetown, reporting that his black cat, Anna Christie, was seriously ill. Sending an immediate reply, O'Neill begged his friend to see to it that the cat received every possible medical attention. Convinced that the fate of the play was welded to that of the cat, O'Neill grew even more worried about the play's reception and started drinking. When Agnes returned with the report that the play had gone very well, O'Neill was only half convinced. He panicked as his guests began arriving, among them Pauline Lord and other members of the cast, in addition to his Provincetown friends. With the help of Charles O'Brien Kennedy, he found a temporary refuge. "When I arrived at the party," Kennedy recalled, "I saw Jean in a corner, besieged by a number of verbose admirers. The appeal in his eaves will never be forgotten by me, but it was impossible to get him away unnoticed." Lai was unfamiliar with the layout of the new apartment, but, after some exploration, I discovered an abandoned bathroom, dark and dusty. The drab wallpaper was peeling and a consumptive bulb shed the only light. Some drinkables were smuggled in and I gave the welcome relief signal. Behind the locked door we sat on the edge of the tub, where he told me the plot of a play called The Hairy Ape. The reviews of Anna Christie were uniformly favorable, although several critics complained about the contrived fourth act and the talkings of the second. The acting of Miss Lord was praised by all, as was that of George Marion, who played Chris, and the production, as a whole, was enthusiastically applauded. Woolcott called it a rich and salty play that grips the attention with the rise of the first curtain and holds it fiercely to the end. He did not, however, rank it among O'Neill's best. Anna Christie, he said, might be described as a work which towers above most of the plays in town, but which falls short of the stature and perfection reached by O'Neill in some of his earlier work, had established him as the nearest thing to a genius America has yet produced in the way of a playwright, and, though this Anna Christie of his has less directness and more dross and more moments of weak violence than any of its forerunners, it is, nevertheless, a play written with that abundant imagination, that fresh and venturesome mind and that sure instinct for the theater which set this young author apart, from a lot of funny little holiday workers in cardboard and tinsel. Haywood Broun, feeling restricted in drama criticism, had left the Tribune for the World and been replaced by Percy Hammond, the pride of the Chicago Tribune. Hammond, who eventually achieved the distinction of being O'Neill's PCT among the major critics, was regarded as a stimulating and controversial stylist, but O'Neill considered him a bigoted egomaniac suffering from ulcers. Hammond's approach was often negative or half-hearted when it came to O'Neill, and O'Neill deemed him a classic example of the critic who much preferred revealing his own personality to analyzing the play in question. Hammond seemed to like Anna Christie but, according to O'Neill, was incapable of conveying his approval more than half-heartedly. If the gloomy trademark of Eugene O'Neill's depressing product has kept you hitherto away from his plays, disregard it for an hour or two and go to see Anna Christie, Hammond heavily enjoined his readers. The promise thus suggested is not that you will have a gay time in the observation of that drama, but that its veracious picture of some interesting circumstances will appeal to your intelligence, while its meaning will not in the least irritate you. The Post's J. Rankin Towse found the play a remarkable work for a young man, but something that falls a good way short of a masterpiece. He sounded the first note of criticism that was subsequently to throw O'Neill and some of his critics into a minor uproar when he remarked that the fourth act employed most violent expedients to bring about a happy ending. Louis Defoe, in The World, also felt that the story had been tampered with in order to give it at least a hopeful if not quite happy ending. Concurring were the anonymous critics for the Herald, and for the Evening Telegram. Even Kenneth McGowan, writing for the Globe, unwittingly stabbed his friend in the back when he wrote, "You may call it the happy ending if you like. It is the acceptance of suffering and happiness lived out into a new life." Newspapers all over the country began publishing articles about the controversial new play, which caught on quickly with the public. John Mason Brown, in an article for the Louisville Courier-Journal, wrote that it was the happy ending that worried him most. After praising Anna Christie as a notable work, he pointed out, "Here is a young author for the first time giving in to the demands of the professional theater and giving in at the cost of probability and reality." His artistic concession to popular tastes at the final curtain is a curiously hybrid thing. O'Neill was furious with the critics. Neither his alliance with Hopkins, nor the commercial success of the play, nor even the really splendid production it had received could console him. It is hard to say whether he was more irate over the fact that his ending had been construed as happy or the fact that he was accused of compromise and contrivance to bring the ending about. "Either I am crazy, or they all are," he wrote to Oliver Sayler. Alexander Woolcott, in a Sunday article, following the opening, seemed to have understood O'Neill's intention, but even he complained of the bogusness of the last act. "The two lovers are interlocked as the final curtain falls," he wrote on November 13, 1921, in the Times. O'Neill seems to be suggesting to the departing playgoers that they can regard this as a happy ending if they are short-sighted enough to believe it and weak-minded enough to crave it. He, at least, has the satisfaction of intimating in his final words that, whereas everything seems cheerful enough at the moment, there is probably no end of misery for everybody hidden just ahead in the enfolding mists of the sea. It is a happy ending with the author's fingers crossed. O'Neill decided to refute the critics and composed a lengthy defense, which he sent to Oliver Savler with instructions to pass it on to the presumably sympathetic Woolcott. He said that his return barrage over the ending might arouse some sort of comeback from the other side, and perhaps a general discussion provided, of course, Woolcott decided to print it. "At any rate," he wrote to Sayler, "I have got it off my chest and consider it a fair statement of what I really was aiming at in that fourth act, so much maligned." But even then it was clear that his heart was less in defending his play than in defending his integrity as a playwright. Actually, he didn't like Anna Christie anymore and was inclined to disown it. The fact that his new baby, born with every advantage, lovingly presented to the public, lad proved popular and successful made him wary. "I hereby set down Anna Christie as the very worst failure I have experienced, and the most ironical joke ever played on me, for probably its success depends on the audience believing just what I did not want them to," he said to Sayler. "If it were not for the others concerned in its production, I assure you I would pray for its closing next Saturday." On December 18 the Times ran O'Neill's explanation in behalf of his already rejected child, in which he said, in part, "I wanted to have the audience leave with a deep feeling of life flowing on, of the past which is never the past but always the birth of the future, of a problem solved for the moment but by the very nature of its solution involving new problems. I must have failed in this attempt. And I was afraid I would, For I knew what I was up against. A kiss in the last act, a word about marriage, and the audience grow blind and deaf to what follows. No one hears old Chris when he makes his gloomy, foreboding comment on the new set of coincidences, which to him reveal the old devil see up to her old tricks again. More importantly, no one hears Burke, when for the first time in the play, overcome by a superstitious dread himself, he agrees with the old man. And more importantly still, no one listens to Anna when she shows how significant she feels this to be by her alarmed protest, "Ah, you ain't agreeing with him, are you, Matt?" 3 characters have been revealed in all their intrinsic verity, under the acid test of a fateful crisis in their lives. They have solved this crisis for the moment as best they may, in accordance with the will that is in each of them. The curtain falls. Behind it their lives go on. Lastly, to those who think I deliberately distorted my last act because a happy ending would be calculated to make the play more of a popular success, I have only this to say: the sad truth is that you have precedents enough and to spare in the history of our drama for such a suspicion. But, on the other hand, you have every reason not to believe it of me. A week later Woolcott scolded O'Neill for his indignation. The disposition on the part of many playgoers to regard the final scene of Anna Christie as a happy ending has caused the author of that dramatic and agonizing play a good deal of pain and surprise. He is entitled to his pain. But he has no right to be surprised. He must have foreseen the cruel charge that he had written a happy ending, just as he must have foreseen that that shiny revolver, which he keeps pointing at the agitated audience throughout the final act, would make the playgoers nervous. He can insist until he is black in the face that it is silly of them to be nervous and that he did not want them to be, but the world weary will smile if he also says he did not expect them to be. That was enough to sour O'Neill permanently. In one of the swift reversals of which he was capable he began to speak slightingly of the play in public, forgetting that he had once considered it among the finest. Far from continuing to be hurt by the charge of trickery, he now claimed that the trickery had been deliberate. "I never liked it so well as some of my other plays," he disclosed to Malcolm Cowley a few years later. "In telling the story I deliberately employed all the Broadway tricks which I had learned in my stage training." He added scornfully that it had all been too easy and that he would never write such a play again, although he could turn out a dozen Anna Christies if he wanted to. And when Joseph Woodcrutch asked him in the late 20s if he might edit a volume of his representative plays, O'Neill answered, "Sure, use your own judgment, with one proviso: Anna Christie must not be among them." By that time Anna Christie had successfully completed a road tour, having run for 177 performances on Broadway, had earned him his second Pulitzer Prize, had been made into a silent movie with Blanche Sweet, and was being filmed as a talkie with Greta Garbo. It had net earned him a great deal of money, having sold for a small price to the movies and having never grossed more than $7,500 a week on Broadway. But it had made his name popularly known, as Beyond the Horizon had not. His name, in fact, was so well known after the run of Anna Christie that he decided he no longer needed the distinguishing initial G in his signature. He dropped it for the first time in the published version of Anna Christie, which Boney and Liv Wright issued, together with The Hairy Ape and The First Man, in July, 1922. But not all theatregoers liked Anna Christie. Some found it in bad taste and wrote letters to newspapers and magazines, taking a moralistic view of the play's subject matter. William Griffith, representing a publication called Current Opinion, sent a batch of these letters to O'Neill, asking if he wanted to reply to them. "Such folk," O'Neill answered Mr. Griffith, "are fine, expressive examples of our great, mean-minded, bigotridden bourgeoisie that is rapidly and surely making this supermoral land the stupid laughing-stock of the ages. Silence is the only answer possible to the yapping of morons. It would take Doctors Freud and Jung combined to state clearly the case against them." For reasons O'Neill could not control, his tuberculosis sanitarium play, The Straw, was in rehearsal at the same time as Anna Christie and was scheduled to open in New York only 5 days after Anna. Tyler had finally put it into production with Miss Gilmore in the role of Eileen. John Wesley, for whose ideas on the play's staging O'Neill had earlier expressed so much sympathy, was cast as Stephen Murray. The Straw was to open at the Greenwich Village Theatre, rather than on Broadway, because Tyler considered its subject matter too grim for uptown audiences. Although O'Neill was more interested in the Anna Christie production, he did not neglect the Straw. He drew carefully detailed sketches of the sanitarium interiors, as he remembered them from Gaylord Farm, and he arranged to have Wesley visit Gaylord and talk with Dr. Lyman and the head nurse, Mrs. Burgess. Though Wesley returned from Gaylord feeling more cheerful about the play's subject matter, O'Neill was not cheerful about Wesley's development in the role of Stephen. "I remember Mr. O'Neill sitting out front during rehearsals," Margallo Gilmore said in recalling the production. "I don't think he ever spoke to any members of the cast, but I do recall his dramatic, brooding face." By the time the play was ready for its out-of-town tryout, Tyler was in agreement with O'Neill about Wesley's unsuitability and tried to replace him. He was unable to find another actor, though, for the play's initial showing in New London. If Tyler thought that sentiment for James O'Neill would favorably predispose New Londoners towards James's son, he was wrong. The reception of the Straw at the Lyceum, where James had once drawn standing ovations for his Monte Cristo, was not enthusiastic. The manager of the Lyceum, Walter Murphy, later declared he was not surprised that the play was a hop. "It was disgusting," he said, "everyone walking around holding sputum cups." O'Neill's boyhood friend, Ed Keefe, went to see the play and liked it. He wrote to O'Neill in New York to tell him so, and O'Neill answered, thanking him and explaining that he had meant to be there for the opening but had been tied up in New York on Anna Christie. He also informed Keefe that the play had stirred up his New London relatives, the Brennans, because they had taken the old Harridan stepmother as an insult directly aimed at their mother. "Can you beat it?" said O'Neill. "I've tried to explain that every city directory is pretty full of Brennans, but it's no use. It was funny," he added, "the Straw opening in New London, when there is so much autobiographical stuff in it connected with that town. When I wrote it 3 years ago, of course, I never dreamed of that coincidence, or I would never have lazily picked up actual names." On Monday, November 7, 1921, an ad in the New York newspapers announced the postponement of the Straw from that night to Thursday, November 10. Tyler had engaged Otto Kruger as a replacement for Wesley and wanted to give him time to rehearse. O'Neill watched a few run-throughs, approved of Kruger, and left New York for Provincetown without waiting for the opening. The critics, looking forward with interest to another play by the author of Anna Christie, attended the Greenwich Village Theatre en masse on November 10. Most of them were a little disappointed, but all in all they gave the play a rather encouraging reception. No one was more surprised than O'Neill. According to Woolcott, The Straw was an interesting and moving play, below the level of the best work has done for the theatre, but decidedly worth seeing. McGowan thought it uneven but ultimately powerful. Towse found it inferior to Beyond the Horizon but able, sympathetic, and interesting. Hammond wrote that it does not depress, and told his readers, "If you long for new dejections with which to purge your soul, you may find recreation in the story of the Straw." Louis Defoe told readers of The World that it was the most depressing play that could possibly be encountered within theatre walls, but conceded that as a work of imagination it is unquestionably vivid. Toward the end of November, O'Neill wrote to a friend, "I don't think we'll go financially, but I never nourished that feeble hope anyway." The Straw closed after 20 performances. O'Neill had not bothered going to New York to see it. In a spirit of remarkable magnanimity, O'Neill told Tiebler that he knew the production had given him every possible chance and that, though he had not seen it, friends had reported to him on its artistic merits. The fault, he agreed, must have been in the subject matter. He hoped, said O'Neill, to bring Tyler a play someday that would make up for Chris and the Straw. But Tyler never produced another O'Neill play. It was now, at the end of 1921, less than 2 years since O'Neill had first been greeted as the new hope of the American theatre. In that short span 6 of his long plays had been staged. 3 of them, Beyond the Horizon, Anna Christie, and The Emperor Jones, had proved to be financial as well as artistic successes. Anna Christie was still running on Broadway and The Emperor Jones was beginning a promising road tour. Gold, Different and Straw had not done well, but 3 out of 6 was not a discreditable average in the theater. O'Neill had strained the resources of 2 of Broadway's most successful managers. He had formed what seemed to be a felicitous and enduring partnership with Hopkins. He had an unproduced backlog of 1 complete play, 1 half-finished play, and the fully formed idea for yet another. His scripts were being published in book form as fast as they were produced. He had been responsible for the development of a new talent, Charles Gilpin, and the consolidation of a rising one, Pauline Lord. He had quarreled publicly with the critics, castigated at least half a dozen prominent actors, scorned offers from Belasco and Minsky, and declared over and over again his intention to hew to the line. Without compromising his artistic ideals, without lightening his tragic outlook, he had forced Broadway to reckon with him as a power, and he had finally made his art pay. At 33, Eugene O'Neill was a celebrity, successful, unyielding, and relentlessly in pursuit of new vistas. His greatest successes and his most ambitious failures still lay before him. He knew, better than anyone, that he was just beginning. 38th. Not long after the opening of Anna Christie and the Straw, O'Neill received a visit in Provincetown from his former city editor on the New London Telegraph, Malcolm Mullen. Now working for the Philadelphia Public Ledger, Mullen was assigned to interview his one-time cub reporter, the theme of the article to be "Why does a man write plays with tragic endings?" Remembering only too well his frequently articulated opinion of the young reporter's literary batiks, Mullen was dubious about the reception he would receive at Peaked Hill. But O'Neill, now secure enough of his standing to indulge in a bit of noblesse oblige, welcomed Mullen cordially and talked to him more freely than he had to most other interviewers. Mullen's report is noteworthy because it recorded O'Neill's scorn, at a moment of material achievement, for all things materialistic. "I came down here," Mullen said, "principally to ask you one question, the thing everybody wants to know. Have you any present purpose, or expectation, of writing a play with an out-and-out happy ending?" "Sure," said O'Neill. "I'll write about happiness if I ever happen to meet up with that luxury, and find it sufficiently dramatic and in harmony with any deep rhythm of life. But happiness is a word. What does it mean? Exaltation, an intensified feeling of the significant worth of man's being and becoming? Well, if it means that and not a mere smirking contentment with one's lot, I know there is more of it in one real tragedy than in all the happy ending plays ever written. It's sheer present-day judgment to think of tragedy as unhappy. The Greeks and the Elizabethans knew better. They felt the tremendous lift to it. It roused them spiritually to a deeper understanding of life. Through it they found release from the petty considerations of everyday existence. They saw their lives ennobled by it. A work of art is always happy. All else is unhappy. O'Neill added that an eminent critic recently had observed that tragedy was not native to the American soil and had no place in the American drama. If this were true, O'Neill said, it would be the most damning commentary on our spiritual barrenness. America was now in the throes of a spiritual awakening, and the signs were there for even the maddest joyrider to read. A soul is being born, he continued, and when a soul enters, tragedy enters with it. Suppose some day we should suddenly see with the clear eye of a soul the true valuation of all our triumphant brass-band materialism, should see the cost and the result in terms of eternal verities. What a colossal, ironic, 2% American tragedy that would be! What? Tragedy not native to our soil? Why, we are tragedy the most appalling yet written or unwritten. Mullen was a little staggered, but recovered his aplomb sufficiently to ask O'Neill if his attitude toward life had grown more cordial with the coming of success. "I love life," O'Neill answered. "I always have. If, to the superficial, I have appeared not to, it is only because they cannot understand diffident folk who do not wear their hearts on their sleeves. I love human beings as individuals, but whether I like them or not, I can always understand and not judge them. I have tried to keep my work free from all moral attitudinizing. To me there are no good people or bad people, just people. The same with deeds. Good and evil are stupidities, as misleading and outworn fetishes as Brutus Jones' silver bullet. I am a dramatist, that is the answer. What I see everywhere in life is drama, human beings in conflict with other human beings, with themselves, with fate. All else is a side issue. I just set down what I feel in terms of life and let the facts speak whatever language they may to my audience. It is just life that interests me as a thing in itself. The why and wherefore I haven't attempted to touch on yet. O'Neill had been in Provincetown more than a month when Mullen visited him. After the distractions of New York he found it difficult at first to settle down to work. He and Agnes closed their house at Peaked Hill, as they customarily did for the winter, and moved into rooms in town. During the winter of 1921-22, they lived at the Monroe House, on Bradford Street. O'Neill's restlessness that winter was partly due to the fact that the first man was still on procloxial. He had tried to interest I. Hopkins in the script, but Hopkins had been, in O'Neill's words, nothing if not enigmatic. Lawrence Langner, upset at his theatre guilds having lost Anna Christie and eager to add O'Neill to the guild's roster, asked to see a script of the new play. "I believe you will find it a strong piece of work," O'Neill told Langner on November 30th. "I like it much myself." But the guild turned it down, scoring another black mark against itself, as Langner later observed. O'Neill was going through a phase of what he called uncreative doldrums. He spent his time taking long walks, reading the Saturday Evening Post and hating the world. Like all truly creative people, O'Neill was never happy except when he was working, and even then his emotion was less happiness than passionate preoccupation. He seemed to derive little pleasure or consolation from his young son, who, at 2, was enchantingly beautiful. While many of his letters in the months immediately following Shane's birth had been full of proud references to his son, there was barely a mention of him any more in his correspondence, though he often inquired politely about the children of his friends. By the second week in December, however, O'Neill's depression had lifted. He began work on what was to be one of his best plays. "I have recovered my creative elan and started the Harry I with a mad rush," he informed Oliver Savler on December 10. "Think I have got the swing of what I want to catch, and, if I have, I ought to tear through it like a dose of salts. It is one of those plays where the word inspiration has some point, that is, you either have the rhythm or you haven't, and if you have you can write it, and if not, you're dead." The play he was writing, and which he had outlined in New York to Saylor, Kennedy, McGowan and Langner, among others, was a dramatic extension of the unpublished short story about ship stokers written in the summer of 1917, the same summer he had outlined the idea for Beyond the Horizon. After smoldering in the back of his mind 4.5 years, the why of the suicide at sea of his sailing companion, Driscoll, had begun to gnaw at him again, illuminated now by his own increasing sense of unbelonging in a hostile, materialistic world. Possibly Jack Reed's recent death had revived his interest in the theme of not belonging, as well as in the psychology of the radical movement, which figures as a background for the Hairy Ape. And some of the atmosphere and dialogue for the play was suggested by Slim Martin, who, like O'Neill's Yank, tried to believe that it was the worker who counted. The search for an explanation of why Driscoll, proud of his animal superiority and in complete harmony with his limited conception of the universe, should kill himself, O'Neill later wrote in an introduction to the play, provided the germ idea for the Hairy Ape. Sometime earlier he had told Elizabeth Sargent that the play was unconscious autobiography. He chose to write about the Harry Stoker, victim of modern industry, a man far removed in circumstance, Miss Sargent later recorded, in order to voice through Yank that social rebellion and sense of buffeted frustration which was his philosophic message at the time. The play, in 8 scenes, evolved as a stark and pitiless description of what happens to the stoker, Yank Smith, when his animal superiority is shattered by a chance encounter with an aristocratic young woman who calls him a filthy beast, translated by Yank's shipmates as Harry Ape. Scene by scene it follows Yank's futile attempt to show the girl that he is as good as, if not better than, she and her kind. When this attempt fails, he tries to regain his poise among the I.W.Ws, who want no part of him either. He finally dies in the arms of a gorilla in the zoo, whom he greets as brother. "Even him didn't think I belonged," says the dying Yank. "Where do I fit in?" He slips in a heap on the floor and dies. Read O'Neill's final stage directions. The monkeys set up a chattering, whimpering wail. And, perhaps, the hairy ape at last belongs. In his first conception of the play, O'Neill did not plan this ending for Yank. Instead, in a less imaginative climax, he outlined a scene in which Yank returns to his ship and the hell of the stoke hole, without his original faith in himself as the muscle in the steel but knowing no other place where he belongs any better. O'Neill discussed this projected ending with Oliver Saylor, who later observed, "Just as so often happens in an artist's work, Yank Smith wouldn't behave as his creator at first thought he ought. The character took the reins in his hand and compelled the playwright to obey orders." O'Neill had been working on the play for about a week when he gave a progress report to Charles Kennedy. "I've got the swing of it now, I think. Believe me, it is going to be strong stuff with a kick in each MIT and stuff done in a new way, along the lines of Emperor Jones in construction but even more so. You must direct it, of course, that is if you want to, and I know damn well you'll want to when you've read it." Kennedy did want to direct it, but believed himself obligated to tour with the Hopkins production of The Claw, starring Lionel Barrymore. Kennedy had, however, already performed an important service for O'Neill in connection with the hairy ape. During their conversation in the bathroom on the opening night of Anna Christie, O'Neill disclosed his idea for the play and asked Kennedy if he thought a burly, ex-college football star named Louis Wolheim, who had recently acted in The Jest, would be a good choice for the role of Yank. Kennedy, a friend of Wolheim's, assured O'Neill that this was very astute casting. "He hasn't had much experience, though," O'Neill mused. "He doesn't need experience, he's got equipment," Kennedy insisted. Still hesitating, O'Neill confessed that he did not have the nerve to ask Wolheim to play Yank. Wolheim might be insulted, he said, at an offer to portray an ugly brute. Would Kennedy mind talking to him about it in a tactful way? Asked O'Neill. Kennedy made an appointment with Wolheim after hitting on what he considered a diplomatic approach. "Woley," said Kennedy, "would you play the homeliest so-and-so in the world if Gene O'Neill wrote him?" According to Kennedy, Woley roared his profane affirmative. And so, although the hairy ape was not written to order for Wolheim, the actor was already an established image in O'Neill's mind when he began putting dialogue on paper. "You can tell Wolheim for me that the lead will be a bigger part than Brutus Jones," O'Neill now instructed Kennedy. The first draft of the hairy ape was completed on December 23. Working with intense concentration, O'Neill had been able to finish the draft in less than 3 weeks. "It was one of those times when the numbers seemed to come," O'Neill informed McGowan on Christmas Eve. "I was so full of it it just oozed out of every pore. And the result, I think, is at least astonishing, whether for good or evil. It has changed and developed immensely in the doing." O'Neill added that the play could not be categorized as any sort of ism, but, rather, seemed to run the whole gamut from extreme naturalism to extreme expressionism, with more of the latter than the former. He had tried to dig deep in it, he said, to probe in the shadows of the soul of man bewildered by the disharmony of his primitive pride and individualism at war with the mechanistic development of society. His protagonist, he appended, had been changed from an Irishman, as he had first seen him, to, more fittingly, an American, a New York waterfront tough, a type of mind, if you could call it that, which I know extremely well. O'Neill was forced to put aside the manuscript during the Christmas holidays in order to spend some time with his mother and brother, who were planning a 6-month stay in California. The purpose of their proposed trip was to liquidate James's West Coast real estate holdings, valued at about $15,000. Ella also believed a change of climate might do her good. She had been suffering from severe headaches, for which Dr. Thomas Armstrong King, a prominent New York specialist, had been treating her. Ella and Jamie, completely dependent upon each other since James's death, always dined together at restaurants and attended the theater together, including the premieres of The Emperor Jones, Different, Anna Christie, Gold, and The Straw. Jamie had not touched any liquor since making his vow, and, to friends who saw him during that period, he seemed relaxed, gentle and happy, perhaps for the first time in his life. Brandon Tynan, who had not seen Jamie since they had acted together in The Wanderer, encountered him in Times Square. Jamie told him that he wasn't drinking anymore. He said he was sorry about the old man, and sorry about the way he had behaved on the road, recalled Tynan. He seemed almost shy about it, but I could see he meant it. Ella also appeared contented and calm. She still dressed in black, but she wore more jewelry, including a large diamond brooch that had been an anniversary gift from her husband but that she previously had been reluctant to wear because she considered it too gaudy. When she traveled, she carried her other jewels in a chamois bag pinned inside the ample bosom of her dress. In late December, Ella and Jamie boarded a train to make the same trip she had made as a bride 44 years earlier. Their destination was San Francisco, the city where Jamie had been born. Ella told Eugene that she was sorry she was not going to be at the opening of the Hairy Ape but hoped it would still be running when she returned. If she postponed her trip until a time when Eugene did not have a play scheduled for production, she jokingly said to her son, she would never be able to leave. O'Neill saw them off and returned to Provincetown to complete the script of The Hairy Ape, which he now subtitled, A Comedy of Ancient and Modern Life. On January 2, 1922, O'Neill wrote to George Jean Nathan that the typing and revising of The Hairy Ape were still to be done, but that Nathan would soon have a chance to read the finished script. I believe you are going to be very much interested in this play, he added, whatever your verdict may be on the complete result. He also informed Nathan that the play was promised to the Provincetown players, but that he hoped Hopkins would take it uptown after its scheduled 3-week run in Greenwich Village. The production would be pretty much out of the hands of the Provincetowners anyway, he said with satisfaction. Kennedy, a Hopkins man, will direct, he explained, not having yet heard that Kennedy was going out of town. Wollheim, a Hopkins actor, will play the lead, I hope. He is the only actor I know who can look it, who has by nature the right manner. Whether he can act it or not, I doubt, but I also doubt if any actor can act it. It is a tremendous part. Finally, Bobby Jones will do the 8 sets, which must be in the expressionistic method. So you see, it will not be an amateur affair but can be relied on to achieve results. I doubt if any commercial manager, including even Hopkins, would be daring enough to give it a thought. O'Neill had a typed and revised manuscript of The Hairy Ape ready by the 3rd week in January, just a little over 6 weeks from the time he had set down the first line. Triumphantly, he read it aloud to Eben Given and a handful of other friends at the Monroe House in Provincetown on the morning it was completed. On January 22 he wrote to Kenneth McGowan that Hopkins had offered to help in the directing, gratis, although he has not seen the PHY, proving him a sport. I am quite satisfied with my ape, he added. He seems to me to have realized more in the doing than any other of my plays. He is new, American, and a bit astounding, I think. He will be either a riot or a complete fizzle when produced. He is no middle-course animal. Once again, as had been the case with Anna Christie and The Straw, O'Neill was about to have what he called the ghastly joy of simultaneously attending 2 sets of rehearsals. For he had finally arranged a production of The First Man. Augustin Duncan, brother of Isadora, agreed to be the play's producer and star. When O'Neill moved into his New York apartment early in February, 1922, to attend rehearsals of his 2 plays, he found the Provincetown Theatre very much changed in spirit. Jig and Susan Cook were still smarting from a disastrous production of Cook's full one-act play, The Spring, a year earlier. Heavily mystical and encumbered with a large cast, High Spring, despite bad reviews at the Playwrights Theatre, had been moved by Cook to the Uptown Princess Theatre, where, on its third night, it had sold a total of 4 tickets. At that point Cook's friendship with O'Neill had become strained, and the Provincetowners divided into factions. Susan Glaspell, of course, was outspokenly on her husband's side, and Edna Kenton openly joined their camp. The idealistic artists of only a few years before were now reduced to childish bickering, and even Cook and O'Neill could not resist the temptation to jeer at each other. Striking at O'Neill's vanity, Cook once taunted him with, "You can't pass a mirror without looking into it." "I want to make sure I'm alive," retorted O'Neill. Later that day O'Neill told Charles Kennedy, "I'm afraid there's too much O'Neill around this place to suit Jig." In recalling O'Neill's remark, Kennedy said, "Gene and I felt the same way about Cook at that particular time. We thought he was a poser, that he pontificated too much." Some of the Provincetowners considered this a harsh judgment in view of Cook's great service to O'Neill, but a number of them were in private agreement that Cook, despite his many admirable qualities, could be overbearing. Jig was not really jealous of Gene, Charles Ellis said, in attempting to analyze Cook's problem, but he felt rivaled by him. He was afraid of being overwhelmed by youth. Cook's position was genuinely pitiable. He had gone on a protracted drunk soon after the opening of the spring. One day Fitzy and Pauline Turkle, a recent recruit to the Provincetown Players, on leaving the renovated mansion on Grove Street where they lived, found Cook studiously trying to remove a brick from the corner of the house. The two women watched him for a moment and then Fitzy asked, "What on earth are you doing, Jig?" "I'm just trying to loosen things up," Cook explained solemnly. "Things need loosening up around here." O'Neill, not really sensitive to the depth of Cook's wound and convinced that he had outgrown the Provincetown Players and their amateurism, turned his back on their problems, which included an unpropitious beginning of the Players' 6th season. They opened with Susan Glaspell's new long play, The Verge, about an egocentric woman who goes mad, and followed this with Theodore Dreiser's 4-act study of degeneracy, The Hand of the Potter. Neither play was an unqualified success. The third bill consisted of 3 trifling one-acts, while the Players marked time, waiting for the hairy ape, scheduled for the 5th bill. For lack of any product of their own to fill the 4th bill, they were obliged to turn their theater over to a guest company, Ellen Van Volkenburg's and Maurice Brown's Chicago repertory production of Mr. Faust. By this time rehearsals of the hairy ape had started, the opening announced for early March. Jig Cook, offended that O'Neill had asked Hopkins to help with the staging, took no part in the production. He decided he would go with his wife to Greece for at least a year. On February 23 the Cooks, Fitzy, and Cleon Throckmorton met at O'Neill's apartment to determine what was to happen to the Provincetown Players following Jig's departure. After agreeing to incorporate the group and retain the names of the Provincetown Players and the Playwrights Theatre, they decided to end the season following the run of the hairy ape with a comedy by Susan Glaspell, called Chains of Dew. Then a year's interim would be declared, during which the theater would be leased to an outside group. On March 1, a day before they sailed for Greece, the Cooks entrusted their proxy votes in the new corporation to Edna Kenton. They did not wait to see the hairy ape. The production was taking shape under the combined guidance of Hopkins and James Light, who was O'Neill's choice for director when Kennedy proved to be unavailable. In spite of O'Neill's misgivings, Wollheim was developing the role of Yank almost as it had been envisioned by its creator. Moreover, O'Neill found Wollheim personally engaging. Wollheim had been a mining engineer, had fought in Mexico with Pancho Villa, and had taught mathematics at Cornell University. As an undergraduate he played fullback on the Cornell team. He spoke French, German, and Spanish and could swear fluently in all 3 languages. He could drink O'Neill under the table, and he liked nothing better than a fight. His physical strength was tremendous. Once he got into a drunken brawl in front of the Astor Hotel and it took 4 club-wielding policemen to subdue him. Another time, this was shortly after the hairy ape had opened, Wollheim was in the Golden Eagle, a restaurant next door to the Provincetown Theatre. Talking to O'Neill, Agnes, Fitzy, and Pauline Turk with great excitement about the play, he kept repeating how grateful he was to be playing Yank, the most magnificent part ever written by a contemporary playwright. The restaurant was nearly empty, and Wollheim paid no attention to the couple staring at him from a nearby table. Carried away by his intensity, he began playing the scene in which Yank is thrown out of the IWW hall. Hurling himself onto the floor, he recited, "So dem boys don't think I belong, neither. Ah, to hell with 'em. I don't tick, see. Steele was me and I owned de Wald. Now I ain't Steele and de Wald owns me. Ah, hell. I can't see, it's all dark, get me? Say, you's up there, man in de moon, you look so wise, gimme de answer, huh." This was too much for the couple at the other table, and they snickered. Wollheim stopped dead, but he stayed in character. He leaped to his feet and lunged at the man. It took all of O'Neill's strength to hold him back as the owner of the restaurant quickly got the couple out the door. Wollheim didn't always start swinging when provoked. One time, in a bar with O'Neill and Light, he was explaining, with elaborate pantomime, the way a certain prize-fighter could roll with a punch. A tall, burly man, quite drunk, took offense to Wollheim's noisy demonstration. "I'm going to punch your nose right into your forehead," growled the drunk. Wollheim glared at him and said, carefully emphasizing each syllable, "If you do, and I find out about it, look out." Then he turned his back. The drunk was so nonplussed by the warning that he left immediately. The production of the Hairy Ape was cast and designed with great care, even in the minor parts. Mary Blair, the frustrated heroine of Diff Rent, played Mildred Douglas, the rich, snobbish young woman who faints at the sight of Yank in the stoke hole. She was outfitted with a snowy white crepe de chine gown, white cloak and white hat with flowing veil, to point up the contrast with the grimy, coal-blackened stokers in their glowing inferno. Just as the settings were the combined efforts of Cleon Throckmorton and Robert Edmund Jones, the costumes also were a collaborative affair. Blanche Hayes labored over the problems posed by the gorilla. She and her assistants finally made a suit from dyed goat skins. The head was formed of papier-mâché, copied by Miss Hayes from a gorilla in the Museum of Natural History. Miss Hayes also worked out O'Neill's idea for masks. The Congo witch doctor had worn the traditional tribal mask in the Emperor Jones, but it was in the Hairy Ape that O'Neill first introduced masks in the symbolic sense of the Greek theater. The masks were used in the scene in which a group of society people emerge from church to stroll down the city street on which Yank is wandering, searching for Mildred. In his stage directions O'Neill did not specify masks, although he described the society people as a procession of gaudy marionettes, with something of the relentless horror of Frankenstein's in their detached, mechanical unawareness. O'Neill wanted them all dressed alike the men in Prince Albert's, the women overdressed in gaudy gowns and lace, and he wanted their faces to be identically haughty and vacant. The costume part of this was simple, Blanche Hayes said, but the faces stumped me. I suggested using masks, and Jean was delighted. She made the masks of 2 layers of fine cheesecloth laid over a plaster cast of a face, and painted with several coats of collodion, a liquid which hardens into a skin-like substance. This produced a feather-light mask on which the required features could be painted. The effectiveness of the finished device led O'Neill to his larger experiments with masks in plays like The Great God Brown, and some years later he wrote that he would have used more masks in both the Hairy Ape and the Emperor Jones had he realized how potent they could be. All the figures in Jones' flight through the forest should be masked, he noted. Masks would dramatically stress their phantasmal quality, as contrasted with the unmasked Jones, intensify the supernatural menace of the tom-tom, give the play a more complete and vivid expression. In the Hairy Ape a much more extensive use of masks would be of the greatest value in emphasizing the theme of the play. From the opening of the 4th scene, where Yank begins to think, he enters into a masked world. Even the familiar faces of his mates in the forecastle have become strange and alien. They should be masked, and the faces of everyone he encounters thereafter, including the symbolic gorillas. O'Neill spent much more time at rehearsals of the Hairy Ape than he did at those of the First Man. After a couple of weeks he could see that the First Man had some glaring weaknesses and that the production was not going to overcome them. Mentally abandoning the First Man, as he had gold, he devoted himself entirely to the Hairy Ape. The First Man was scheduled to open at the neighborhood playhouse on March 4th and the Hairy Ape at the Provincetown on March 9th. On February 16 O'Neill received a telegram from Jamie in Los Angeles informing him that Ella was seriously ill. The doctors believed she had a brain tumor. On that same day, before 4 witnesses, Ella made her will. Liable to write, she dictated her bequests. To Jamie she bequeathed the property in California which they had come to sell, and left the remainder of her estate to my beloved sons, share and share alike. Ella died on the morning of February 28 and O'Neill was informed of her death a day later. The ensuing week was ghastly. Communications from Jamie about arranging to send Ella's body cast were erratic and inconclusive, and O'Neill realized that Jamie had started drinking again. The tension of attending final rehearsals of 2 plays and anticipating the arrival of his dead mother and drunken brother was almost too much for him. The First Man opened on March 4 to uniformly bad notices, but O'Neill couldn't bring himself to care. Woolcott's verdict was prolix, circuitously reiterative, and clumsy of gait, at times, rubbishy, and the rest of the critics more or less echoed Woolcott's opinion, a couple of them taking particular offense to the scene in which Martha screams in prolonged labor. George Jean Nathan later called The First Man one of O'Neill's worst full-length performances, attributing its failures to the author's aping the technique of Strindberg, and O'Neill himself, in 1925, decided that The First Man was the play with which he was least satisfied to date. It ran for only 27 performances. On March 9, 5 days after the premiere of The First Man, the Hairy Ape opened. That same evening the train carrying Ella's body was due to arrive at Grand Central Terminal, and opening night Ella had been obliged to eschew for the sake of business. O'Neill was acutely aware of this irony, as he sent Agnes to the theater with his friend Sax Cummins while he went to meet Jamie at the station. The train carried not only his mother and brother, but also the elements of a play he would write 20 years later. A Moon for the Misbegotten, written in 1943, discloses the appalling details of Ella's death and Jamie's journey from California to New York with her body. In this play, as in Long Day's Journey into Night, O'Neill called his brother James Tyrone, Jr. The play is set in the fall of 1923, 2 months before the real Jamie's death, and Jamie Tyrone reveals the story to the girl, Josie Hogan. When Mama died, I'd been on the wagon for nearly 2 years. And I know I would have stayed on. For her sake. She'd always hated my drinking. So I quit. It made me happy to do it. For her. Because she was all I had, all I cared about. Because I loved her, we went out to the coast to see about selling a piece of property the old man had bought there years ago. And one day she suddenly became ill. Got rapidly worse. Went into a coma. Brain tumor. The docs said, no hope. Might never come out of coma. I went crazy. Couldn't face losing her. The old boozien got me. I got drunk and stayed drunk. And I began hoping she'd never come out of the coma, and see I was drinking again. That was my excuse, too, that she'd never know. I know damned well just before she died she recognized me. She saw I was drunk. Flyin' she closed her eyes so she couldn't see, and was glad to die. After that, I kept so drunk I did draw a blank most of the time, but I went through the necessary motions and no one guessed how drunk. No one guessed except his brother. When O'Neill met the train he realized Jamie was in a deplorable state, barely coherent and incapable of locating Ella's casket. O'Neill, unassisted, had to make the arrangements for transferring the casket from the baggage car to an undertaker's parlor. Then he took Jamie to a hotel and tried to put him to bed, while awaiting Agnes and Cummins. While O'Neill was coping with his grim chores, the curtain fell on the Hairy Ape at the Provincetown and the theater resounded to the applause of first-nighters. Dressed in evening clothes, carrying gold-headed walking sticks, borne by chauffeur-driven limousines, the cream of the theatre-going aristocracy had sat on the rude wooden benches of the little theatre, stunned by the elemental force of the play. Also in attendance was the full complement of Broadway critics. Agnes and Sax Cummins watched the audience rise to shout its approval, then hurried from the theatre to report to O'Neill. Excited about the play and worried about O'Neill, both of them forgot a new, $60 portable typewriter Agnes had just bought for her husband. Entering the hotel, Agnes suddenly realized the typewriter had been left in the taxi. She was terrified of O'Neill's reaction. He had inherited more than a little of his father's frugality. But she found O'Neill haggard with despair and too distraught to notice that she hadn't brought the typewriter. O'Neill asked her to stay with Jamie and take care of him. He wanted to walk, and he asked Cummins to accompany him. O'Neill and Cummins walked in Central Park until dawn, Cummins listening in awed silence as O'Neill unburdened himself. He told Cummins of his mother's years as a narcotics addict, of the pain her suffering had caused him and Jamie and their father, of the guilt and love and torment that had shaped and driven the family. Finally he returned to the hotel, exhausted. Cummins, still worried about O'Neill's reaction to the forgotten typewriter, borrowed Seago from Fitzy and bought a new one, so that O'Neill would never know of the loss. O'Neill read the surprisingly tepid reviews of the Hairy Ape with considerably more interest than he had read the bad ones of The First Man. There were many passages in the reviews that irritated him, passages indicating that the critics had misinterpreted or completely failed to grasp the significance of his message. Taos, for instance, wrote, "In its crude realism and lack of reticence, its misrepresentation, and its unreflecting and imitative radicalism, it is an exceedingly juvenile performance. Apparently designed, primarily as a tract in favor of the IWW, it becomes, by its puerile insistence upon details, at once extravagant and conventional, it has no real significance and, will not help near O'Neill's reputation." Percy Hammond gave O'Neill what the author felt was faint praise when he called the play the best, after Anna Christie. O'Neill, of course, thought it infinitely superior. Alexander Woollcott supplied some vigorous praise along with several kicks. He called it a bitter, brutal, wildly fantastic play of nightmare hue and nightmare distortion, but found it a monstrously uneven piece, now flamingly eloquent, now choked and thwarted and inarticulate. He said it needed a fierce, unintimidated blue pencil, but he conceded that it had a little greatness in it. It seems rather absurd to fret over much about the undisciplined imagination of a young playwright towering so conspicuously above the milling, mumbling crowd of playwrights who have no imagination at all, he concluded. O'Neill was impelled to answer the critics who did not understand the play and to explain to the public what it was all about. Whether The Hairy Ape is to be classified as an expressionistic play or not is of little consequence, he wrote, in one of his many comments on what was to remain one of his favorite works. Its manner is inseparable from its matter. But in an interview he remarked that the key to an understanding of the play was the fact that it was expressionistic. People think I am giving an exact picture of the reality. They don't understand that the whole play is expressionistic. Yank is really yourself, and myself. He is every human being. But, apparently, very few people seem to get this. They have written, picking out one thing or another in the play and saying how true it is. But no one has said, I am Yank. Yank is my own self. O'Neill stressed, however, that, although the play was expressionistic, its characters were not symbols. I personally do not believe that an idea can be readily put over to an audience except through characters, he explained later. When it sees a man and a woman just abstractions, it loses the human contact by which it identifies itself with the protagonist of the play. I do not believe that the character gets between the author's idea and the audience. The character of Yank remains a man and everyone recognizes him as such. By way of illustrating that his characters were not mere symbols, O'Neill said, "Many of the characters in my plays were suggested to me by people in real life, especially the sea characters. In special pleading, I do not believe. Gorky's A Night's Lodging, the great proletarian revolutionary play, is really more wonderful propaganda for the submerged than any other play ever written, simply because it contains no propaganda, but rather shows humanity as it is truth, in terms of human life. As soon as an author slips propaganda into a play, everyone feels it and the play becomes simply an argument. O'Neill elaborated on this point a short time later in a letter to his radical friend, Mike Gold, who had sent him a play script in which the propaganda showed through. "You've got the makings of a darned fine, new, amusing play. For Pete's sake, don't let it slide. If you want my most candid dope, I think you ought to keep the artist, Mike Gold, and the equally okay human being, the radical editor, rigidly segregated during their respective working hours. I advise this in the name of flesh and blood propaganda." The hairy ape, O'Neill pointed out on another occasion, was propaganda only in the sense that it was a symbol of man, who has lost his old harmony with nature. The struggle used to be with the gods, but is now with himself, his own past, his attempt to belong. O'Neill had a heightened personal sense of not belonging when he went to look at his mother in her casket. What he saw bewildered him and filled him with self-pity. The undertaker in California had made up Ella to look doll-like and artificial. O'Neill, who could not reconcile this face with his mother's, later attributed to James Tyrone, Jr., in A Moon for the Misbegotten his own reaction, "I can never forget the undertaker's, and her body in a coffin with her face made up. She looked young and pretty, like someone I remembered meeting long ago. Practically a stranger. To whom I was a stranger. Cold and indifferent." O'Neill arranged to have his mother's funeral service conducted from the Catholic Church on East 28th Street, which Ella had attended after returning to her faith. She was to be buried in New London beside her husband, her infant son, and her mother, but O'Neill decided against a service in New London because he didn't want to lace his relatives. He particularly wanted to avoid hearing their remarks about Jamie, who was obviously going to be too drunk to attend the funeral. The priest with whom O'Neill made the arrangements for the service turned out to be a former classmate of his at Mount St. Vincent. He saw to the placing of the body before the altar of the church, where Ella's friends, the Carmelite nuns who had helped her conquer the narcotics habit, prayed over her through the night. At least two of Ella's New London relatives, O'Neill's own favorites, attended the funeral: Lil Brennan and her sister Agnes. O'Neill decided to accompany his mother's body to New London, but Jamie did not go. In New London, one of his Sheridan cousins gave O'Neill a photograph of his mother holding him as an infant, which he always cherished. As though to bear him out in his impatience with certain of his relatives, murmurs were already being heard in some quarters about the disappearance of Ella's jewelry. It was thought that Ella had left no will, and a few relatives claimed that her jewels had been promised to them at her death. O'Neill heard that he and Jamie were suspected of having sold the jewels. Jamie later said they had been lost in California, but whether they had or not was moot as far as any claim on them was concerned, since Ella had made a will, in which she left everything to her sons. "I was just beginning to enjoy her," O'Neill told Agnes Brennan after the funeral. But in truth, Ella's death had sprung one more bond in his creative life, added to the sense of release that had come with James's death. Very soon he would begin writing about both his parents in a personal way, not possible while they were alive. When The Hairy Ape concluded its run in Greenwich Village, Hopkins prepared to move it into the Plymouth Theatre on Broadway. But he insisted on replacing Mary Blair in the role of Mildred Douglas with a beautiful actress whom he admired. She was Carlotta Monterey, and she had recently appeared as a sultry siren in a Russian-Turkish melodrama called Bavua. Earlier in the season, Vanity Fair had published a picture layout, featuring the heroines of current tragedies with happy endings. Among them was Pauline Lord in Anna Christie, and O'Neill had pasted it into his scrapbook. Into the scrapbook, along with Miss Lord, had gone the rest of the unhappy happy heroines included in the display: Helen Mencken, in a play called The Mad Dog, Irene Fenwick in The Claw, Elsie Ferguson in a play by Zoe Atkins called The Varying Shore, and Carlotta Monterey, appearing as a lady of unhappy morals in a short-lived melodrama called Danger. Miss Monterey's reluctant acceptance of the role in The Hairy Ape brought her into contact for the first time with the man on whose life she was to have a profound effect. The meeting was casual in the extreme, if not actually hostile, and unmarked by any portento. "I finally decided I would take the part," she recalled. "Actually, it appealed to me because it was a symbol. It was a small part, but also a big one, because of what it stood for in the play. One day I was in the theater talking to someone and a dark young man came over. I'd always heard that O'Neill was dirty, unshaven, messy. This man was clean, neatly dressed, wearing a black tie. We exchanged a few words and he left." "Who's that?" I asked. "O'Neill," I was told. I said, "You mean the author of this play?" I was terribly surprised at his appearance. I was also angry at his rudeness. He hadn't even had the courtesy to thank me for taking over the part on a minute's notice. I could see he didn't think much of me, Sither. Mildew Douglas, he later used to call the girl I played. And he would tease me by calling me that when he fancied I was putting on airs. While some critics liked Carlotta Monterey's performance, most of them were unenthusiastic. Alan Dale, in The American, for example, wrote that her small role was played stiltly and too deliberately. Carlotta had the style and refinement Hopkins wanted for Mildred, Charles Kennedy once recalled. And according to Kenneth McGowan, Carlotta got the part because Mary was not enough of a personality for Uptown, not luxurious enough. For some reason O'Neill decided to break his rule and attend the first performance of The Hairy Ape on Broadway, on April 17, 1922. Eben Given, who was there, said it was the first time he saw O'Neill in a dinner jacket. O'Neill had begun to dress better since his success, he could afford to, for his income had been averaging $850 a week. He looked like a dark prince with his tan, and his flashing white teeth as he stood at the back of the theater, Given said. "Here they come," called one of the Provincetowners who stood near O'Neill. They were O'Neill's gangster and bootlegger friends from the village, who hadn't seen him for a while. One man, who wore a loud check suit and a blazing red tie, said to O'Neill, "Glad to see you, pal. You look great in the fish and chips." O'Neill had sent them free tickets. He didn't forget his friends and they saw him in his finest hour, said Given. O'Neill did not go back to the theater during the rest of the Ape run it played at the Plymouth until July, and he and Carlotta Monterey did not meet again until 4 years later. By that time she had married and divorced her third husband, had had a fling as a movie actress, consolidated her reputation as a beauty, come into a substantial sum of money, and more or less given up acting. A number of O'Neill's friends got to know her fairly well during the run of The Hairy Ape and from time to time would talk about her to O'Neill, who was not unimpressed with her glamorous, not to say notorious reputation. Her dramatic flair, like O'Neill's, was even more pronounced off stage than on. Her voice was throaty and her speech cultivated and theatrical. She generally apprised new acquaintances that she was a convent-bred, continent-educated woman, with a heritage of aristocratic European blood, Danish and French Dutch. Her appearance, thick, lustrous black hair caught smoothly over her ears, big, dark, smoldering eyes set wide apart, white skin and long, slender neck suggested the Spanish. It was probably to heighten the Spanish effect that she chose the stage name Monterey, borrowed from Monterey County, near where she was raised. Her real name was Hazel Nielsen Tossinga and she had grown up in Oakland, dreaming, according to one contemporary California newspaper account, of the time when she could be an actress. Her beauty was of the type that caused both men and women to turn and stare. She was sometimes referred to as the Swan, because of her lovely neck, and she was several times likened by admirers to an Egyptian queen. One of her husbands, more specifically, compared her with Cleopatra. She made the most of her attributes and camouflaged a figure that tended to be slightly plump with well-cut black dresses. She was always immaculately groomed. Ilka Chase, the actress and writer, who played with Carlotta Monterey in a melodrama called The Red Falcon in 192.4, once wrote of her as being short, with capable hands and feet, and always dressed rather dowdily. But, Miss Chase added, everything was expensive and of the finest material, and her shoes were made to order of special leathers at great cost. She was the most immaculate creature I have ever known. I never saw her use anything but the sheerest, whitest linen. From the neck up Carlotta looked Javanese or Russian or something mysteriously exotic, but her sturdy little body proclaimed her Dutch and Danish ancestry. Even at the time when she was sweeping New York as the town's most sultry glamour queen, her apartment shone like a fresh minted coin. Her bills were paid on the dot, she wore no jewels, and she dressed like a Dutch burgher's wife from the provinces. She was kind and funny, remarkably ribald, and she hated the theatre. Despite her hatred of the theatre, Carlotta had adhered to it since enrolling in Sir Herbert Beerbohm-Tree's Academy of Dramatic Arts in London. Teddy Ballantyne recalled that she had been in the class ahead of him when he studied there around 1909. She returned to the United States a year or so later, having married, in England, a wealthy Scotsman, John Moffat. She and Moffat traveled abroad until shortly before World War I. She subsequently divorced Moffat, but the two remained on friendly terms. She began her professional acting career in a play called Taking Chances, with Lou Telegen, and in 1915 she appeared in the San Francisco company of The Bird of Paradise, playing Luana, a Hawaiian girl. She married Chapman, then a 20-year-old law student, in October of 1916 in Oakland, when she was 25. A year later they had a daughter, whom they named Cynthia. By the time she took the role of Mildred in the Harry Ape, it was clear that Carlotta was never going to be an actress of the first rank, but it was equally clear that she would have an impact as a personality. Flair colleagues enjoyed her company and found her, as did Ilka Chase, kind, funny and ribald. James Light, who was serving as stage manager at the Plymouth, recalled that she enjoyed playing jokes on Woolham and on Henry O'Neill, who was acting the role of Yank's fellow stoker, Paddy, and who later had a Hollywood career. One day, before a matinee, Carlotta and Light concocted a scheme to get the boys riled up. In Light's phrase, Carlotta was dressed for her entrance in her white gown, Light said. We left the door of her dressing room ajar and she sat down in one corner and I sat in another. Then we began improvising some impassioned, and largely inarticulate dialogue. It wasn't long before heads began popping in at the door. There we were, at opposite ends of the room, Carlotta sedately reading a book, and my face buried in a newspaper. O'Neill did not linger long in New York after the Harry Ape had moved uptown. But before he left for Provincetown in mid-May he finally made the acquaintance of his 12-year-old son, Eugene Jr. O'Neill's rise to prominence prompted young Eugene's mother, Kathleen, to get in touch with him, suggesting he might like to know his son and help guide his education. Kathleen was motivated by the fact that she was not in affluent circumstances and believed that her son, who seemed exceptional in every way, should have a chance to go to a fine school and college. When young Gene was 5 years old, Kathleen had married George Pittsmith, an office manager, who was divorced and had a son of his own. Pittsmith's son, a few months younger than Eugene Jr., spent half his time with his mother and half with his father and stepmother. Kathleen once said that her son loved his stepfather and regarded Pittsmith's son as a brother, but she spoke to him often of his real father and taught the boy to think well of him. His childhood, however, was not a happy one. His closest companion was Kathleen's mother, whom he worshipped. Kathleen and her new husband moved to a house in Douglaston, Long Island, and soon after that Gene was sent away to boarding school in Peekskill, New York. At 6 he was already being pushed along the insecure path that his father had followed as a child. There were episodes of running away from school and being sent back. Eventually he learned that home was a place where he spent vacations and school was the place where he lived. He seemed to adjust to his circumstances and to grow genuinely fond of his mother's second husband. I was lucky in having a wonderful guy for a stepfather, he once told an interviewer, who wanted to know in what way the divorce of his parents had affected his life. O'Neill hesitated when the suggestion from Kathleen arrived. He told Lewis Callendham about it and confessed that he was afraid to meet his son because he might have been brought up to be a conventional and unattractive boy with whom he could have nothing in common. Callendham told O'Neill he had to see his son. Perhaps O'Neill decided to take his friend's advice as a gesture of defiance toward his dead father. He could never, in James O'Neill's lifetime, have brought himself to acknowledge the grandson James had disowned. The meeting occurred at O'Neill's apartment. Kathleen dressed her son in his best clothes and sent him with her mother to the apartment house where the O'Neills lived. Eugene was instructed to go in and ring the bell. Gene entered the apartment and found his father waiting shakily. The boy was by far the more at ease of the two and was able to engage his father in a discussion of baseball. To the intense relief of both, they discovered they liked each other. Later O'Neill told several friends that Eugene was bright and had been brought up carefully, and that he was going to undertake his education. Gene came back glowing from the meeting, Kathleen recalled. Soon after, his father wrote me, thanking me for having raised a son we could both be proud of. Before O'Neill left for Provincetown, he invited Eugene to spend a few weeks with him and Agnes at Peaked Hill during the summer. 6. When O'Neill returned to Provincetown in the spring of 1922, he was not only spent from the strenuous activity of recent months but was beginning to be plagued by increasing financial and emotional problems. Although the royalties from his plays were now substantial, his expenses were mounting. He was paying for an apartment in New York and maintaining the house at Peaked Hill, which required frequent repairs. He had assumed the cost of his older son's education, and was also helping support Agnes' family. Though he could count on eventually receiving about $75,000 as his share in his mother's will, the estate was still far from being settled. Neither Gene nor Agnes seemed to know how to hold onto money, Eben Given once observed. Gene, for example, really loved good clothes, and when he came into the chips, he bought things like a dozen pairs of white knickers, which were a fad at the time. I remember once when Agnes went to Abercrombie & Fitch and came back with a dozen pairs of golf socks for the knickers. One cause of O'Neill's emotional stress was the effort required to be even a part-time father to Eugene Jr., another was his worry over Jamie, who was clearly trying to commit suicide by consuming large quantities of cheap bootleg whiskey. An additional irritant, trivial but nagging, was trouble with his teeth. He was obliged then to undergo many long and painful sessions in the dentist's chair. "I really feel all tired out," he complained to Oliver Salker in May. His creative efforts were bent on finishing The Fountain, which Arthur Hopkins had finally agreed to produce. Inadequately barricaded against fame, O'Neill was finding it difficult to work. Even at remote Peaked Hill, the outside world was beginning to intrude. In mid-May, for instance, he learned to his profound annoyance that the Hairy Ape had run into censorship trouble. Charges that Eugene O'Neill's play, The Hairy Ape, is obscene, indecent, and impure, have been made by the police department, and a copy of O'Neill's manuscript has been forwarded to Chief City Magistrate William McAdoo, announced a New York newspaper on May 19. The accusations evoked a storm of editorial protest in the press, and reporters clamored for a statement from the author. The author wired one to the World. "Such an idiotic attempt at suppression will bring only ridicule on TB poor dolts who started it. Further than that I have nothing to say at present." The flurry died down within a few days, but it had interrupted O'Neill's work rhythm. He was interrupted again a few days later, but more pleasantly. On May 21, 1922, the Pulitzer Prize was announced for Anna Christie. This time, unlike the case of Beyond the Horizon, the announcement of the prize had an impact. In the 7 years since the Pulitzer Prize had been established, only 4 plays had earned the award, 2 of them O'Neill's. On the jury that guided the prize to Anna Christie were Hamlin Garland, William Leon Phelps, and Jesse Lynch Williams, who had won the Pulitzer Prize in 1918 for his play, Why Marry? "Yes, I seem to be becoming the prize pup of playwriting, the hot dog of the drama," O'Neill jocularly commented to Oliver Savler on May 25. When the police department, Isn't pinning the obscenity medal on my hairy ape chest? Why, then it's Columbia adorning the brazen bosom of Anna with the cross of purity. I begin to feel that there is either something all wrong with me or something all right. It's a mad world, my masters. Early in the summer O'Neill nervously welcomed his older son to Peakdale for a 2-week stay. I drove Jean and Agnes to Yarmouth, where they were to pick up young Eugene, Eben Given later recalled. The boy got off the train alone. He was reticent, just like his father. Agnes sat in front with me on the way back to Provincetown, and Jean sat in back with his son. They didn't speak to each other all the way home. I could see them in the rear-view mirror. They just sat there, sizing each other up, out of the corners of their eyes. Jean would sneak a view of the boy and tug at one end of his mustache, which was a habit of his. James Light was at Peakdale when they arrived. He observed the malaise between father and son. It lasted until Agnes invited them into the house, and suggested a swim. The boy hadn't brought swimming trunks, Light said. Jean got very busy looking for something for him to wear, and finally fixed him up with a pair of his own trunks. Once they got into the ocean, the awkwardness between them disappeared. By the end of 2 weeks O'Neill had grown fond of his son, but he was not sorry to see him leave, for he did not have the time to devote himself to him. He even begrudged the time that Agnes, not unreasonably, felt he should bestow on Shane, who was now nearly 3. O'Neill took an occasional interest in Shane's activities, but he was far from absorbed in him. According to his friends, O'Neill rarely fondled or held Shane in public unless a newspaper or magazine photographer requested him to do so. I hardly ever saw Jean play with Shane, Eben Given said, reflecting the impression of most of O'Neill's friends. I sometimes roughhoused with Shane and carried him around on my shoulders, and Jean might look on in amusement, but didn't join in. He seemed detached from the boy. Not that Agnes spent much time with Shane either. She was writing sporadically, although she did not pursue her career with anything like the intensity of her husband. One of the Coast Guard men stationed at the nearby life-saving station, Augustus Perry, recalled, the maid seemed to play an important role in the care of Shane. I seldom saw his mother on the beach. The maid to whose care Shane was entrusted was Mrs. George Clark, who gradually became an indispensable part of the O'Neill household. Mrs. Clark, called Gaga by Shane, was also housekeeper and cook. Born Fifi d'Orsay in Bouton, France, she had married a Provincetown captain whose ship had lain over in L'I Laverque long enough for him to woo and win her. She had spent most of her adult life in Provincetown, and by the time she went to work for the O'Neills she was a staid Cape Cod widow who blended perfectly into the Yankee background. A big woman with black hair and a kindly lace, Mrs. Clark was a good manager and cook. Her fried chicken was famous and, best of all from O'Neill's point of view, she knew how to be silent. Understanding his need for privacy when he was working, she would turn visitors away from the house while her employer glowered in his tower room. O'Neill grew so dependent on her that he finally capitulated when she demanded that Terry Carlin be barred from the house. "Terry spat in the kitchen sink this morning," she told O'Neill balefully. "Either he goes or I must go." Despite his devotion to Terry, O'Neill forbade him to enter the house from that day on. But Terry continued to live in a shack near the house, and he was Shane's frequent companion. To Shane, this seemed natural, and though O'Neill also regarded Terry as a suitable playmate for his son, many of O'Neill's friends marveled at what they considered a rather unwholesome arrangement. Nevertheless, Terry spent more and more time with Shane as the boy grew older. They would take long walks on the beach and into the woods. Once they went to gather mushrooms, Terry having explained that mushrooms would come to Shane if he whistled. Another time, when Shane refused to return home for dinner, Terry climbed a telephone pole and pretended to talk to the O'Neill house on the wire. Learning that apple pie was being served, he was able to persuade Shane to go home. While content to leave Shane largely in the hands of Terry and Gaga, O'Neill did spend some time trying to teach his son to love the water. His somewhat unorthodox method was to wrap an inflated rubber tube around Shane and tie the tube with a short length of rope to a floating log, He then fastened the log by a 2-foot rope to a stake, which he buried on the shore. In this way Shane could stay afloat 2 feet from shore while his father swam nearby. If waves broke over him, he was simply to learn to ride under or over them. If he got water in his mouth, he was to learn to spit it out. Shane seemed not to mind his rough introduction to the sea and appeared to enjoy his summers at Peaked Hill. He called his home the house where the wind blows and accepted his life unquestioningly. Shane's half-sister, Barbara, who was about 6 years older, was occasionally a part of the O'Neill menage at Provincetown. Like Shane, she retained only happy memories of the time spent there. "I hardly remember Mother or Jean there," she once said. Shane and Gaga stand out most clearly. Shane was the most beautiful, golden-haired little boy you can imagine. His head was a mass of golden ringlets. He was happy and ebullient and I loved him. Gaga absolutely adored him. He was a child marked for special love. He and I used to take our baths together sometimes, with Gaga presiding. Once a week Gaga used to go to town to buy groceries and later in the day she would return by horse-drawn wagon piled high with goodies and staples for the week. Always she brought a little present for Shane and me. She always brought us each the same thing once, little flowers which when dropped in water, open. Once, a little pipe with a wire cup holding a plastic ball you would blow and make it dance up and down. Mother gave me an allowance of $1 a week. She would especially get silver dollars for this occasion and it was a weekly ritual, receiving this great, big, round silver dollar. And when I had 5 of them, she took them to the bank and exchanged them for a gold piece. Shane and I lived in the ocean and were constant companions. Once we wandered off over the dunes and a couple of hours later found ourselves being pursued by a frantic coast guard. Poor Gaga had missed us and feared we might have wandered off into the quicksands. Sometimes Mother and Jean would have wonderful evening picnics and invite their friends from town. I remember once when such an event was scheduled and then no one seemed to be getting there and I started to cry and then Harry Kemp arrived, the first guest. Harry lifted me up in his great arms and hugged me and calmed my fears and said not to worry, that there'd be lots of people. My mother gave me a typewriter. I'm sure it must have been some old typewriter that didn't work very well, one replaced with a newer. But I loved that typewriter. I don't think I ever even wrote on it, I just looked at it and said to myself, it's mine. I think I met Eugene Jr. the same time his father did. We used to race through the grass and leap over the edge of the dunes. He'd race with me and shout, "Last one is a rotten egg." I'd usually be the rotten egg, but if he saw I was going to beat him, he'd change it to "First one to get there is a rotten egg." He was fun, and full of zest. He taught me Pig Latin. He used to sleep in one of the smaller outbuildings. He was the bane of Gaga's existence because he had a sweet tooth and was always taking the box of brown sugar from the cupboard and biting it under his pillow. I remember nothing but happiness at Provincetown except for that dreadful moment when I thought perhaps no one was coming to our picnic. I always remember Gene as a gentle, shy man, with a soft light flickering in his eyes. A reporter from the Boston Sunday Herald visited the O'Neills that July and recorded his impressions. Hungry mosquitoes on the dunes. O'Neill in a one-piece bathing suit of white duck, Phi is always in his bathing suit. His body is almost swarthy from the sun's rays. Shane, too, is always in his bathing suit, green in color. O'Neill has a 15-foot kayak. He paddles sometimes 3 or 4 miles offshore. It's perfectly safe when you know how to handle it, O'Neill says. It was built for me by a man in New London who has a hobby of making such things. It is made of cedar. Perfectly tight and rides the waves like a cork. One use a double-ended paddle and very little exertion is required to propel the boat. Shane plays on the beach and O'Neill's wife writes her stories in the room where they used to lay out corpses after a wreck. O'Neill's study is broad, simply furnished, lined with books and decorated with many theatrical photographs. Flea's desk faces the great seaward windows, overlooking the ocean. O'Neill and his kayak were a symbol of romance to a number of the young women of Provincetown, much as O'Neill and his rowboat had been, 10 years earlier, to the girls of New London. Everyone heard of his daring exploits in the Cavock, and of his long, lonely, dangerous swims. All of Provincetown was amused over one of his adventures. He and Jimmy Light were practicing surface dives one day, far out from shore. After one dive, Light came up and found himself staring, through water-blurred eyes, into a pair of large brown eyes he at first thought were O'Neill's. But he suddenly realized that the eyes were set in a flat brown face decorated with a flowing mustache that did not resemble O'Neill's. He was face to face with a seal, which was regarding him with friendly curiosity. Light shouted to O'Neill, and they both dove. The seal dove with them. It stayed there for 4 days, and played with us whenever we swam out, Light recalled. It put our diving to shame. In the evenings O'Neill sometimes attended parties in town. His social life in Provincetown, as a matter of fact, reached a peak that summer. He had somehow allowed his privacy to slip away from him, a situation that led to friction between him and Agnes. He was pursued by women, and though he made only grave and passive responses to such advances, Agnes could not help being annoyed. O'Neill thought Agnes occasionally encouraged a bit of pursuit for herself, and this evoked the inevitable intensification of the jealous scenes that had marked the relationship from the beginning. By September O'Neill was very much on edge. He had recently responded to the annual Gaylord Farm questionnaire, yes except for increasing trouble with nerves, diagnosed as from psychological sources. And in late September, after completing the fountain, he confided to Kenneth McGowan. I've been in such a fit of the psychological willies that writing even a letter has been a hair-raising ordeal. The aftermath of my battle with I guess. Added to which, long-forgotten progeny and other relatives, each with their own problems, made a congregation out here which scrambled the mental ego. Not the least of his worries was what attitude to take toward the future of the Provincetown players. After following the hairy ape with Susan Glaspell's Chains of Dew on April 27, 1922, the players had announced a year's vacation. The Glaspell play, a weak one, had been produced out of desperation to round out the season when the hairy ape moved uptown. That spring the players had printed a brave little pamphlet disclosing their plans to subscribers. At the end of our 8th consecutive and 6th New York season we announced to our playwrights, subscribers, and friends an interim of 1 year. Our 9th season will open in our MacDougall Street Playhouse, not next fall, but on Monday, October 31, 1923. We dare to believe that the spirit of will keep alive the interest in it during the impracticable interim of a silent year. In spite of this optimistic statement, it was clear that the Provincetown was dead, the reason for its existence gone. The atmosphere in which the Provincetown players was founded, an atmosphere of hostility toward creative development on the part of Broadway, had been largely erased by the troupe itself. As the critic Joseph Wood Crutch pointed out years later, in a discussion of the off-Broadway theater as it had existed during 4 decades, tittle theaters are usually, by their very nature, rather short-term projects, and, if they are permanently important, it is because they either grow up into big theaters or, having done their job, cease to have any place simply because the big theaters have learned from them what they have to teach. The Washington Square players grew up. The Provincetown did its job. Living fostered the development of America's first dramatist of stature. The job it did was unique in the history of the theater. No other American playwright has ever had such prolonged preliminary freedom with stage and audience alike, Edna Kenton once observed. With the fruits of this freedom realized, with O'Neill accepted on Broadway, the Provincetown had truly done its job, a job that no other little theater has since duplicated. Neill was convinced that the Provincetown's original conception, Jig Cook's conception, was no longer a practical one on which to proceed. He wanted the theater to go on functioning after its year's interim, but on a different basis than before, and he regarded the vague and conflicting plans of its various members as a mess. Cautioning Eleanor Fitzgerald to keep his views under her hat, he wrote to her. Primarily, as you will undoubtedly agree, it is all Jig's fault. As I look back on it now, I can see where he drove all our best talent that we had developed away from the theater for daring to disagree with him. This in a supposed group democracy. Then beat it to Greece, leaving a hollow shell as a monument to his egotism. O'Neill went on to suggest that a meeting be held in which everyone who had ever been important to the Provincetown should be present, and that everything in the past and for the future should be threshed out openly. After the air had been cleared, he said, everyone with talent, ambitions, ideas such as Robert Edmund Jones and Kenneth McGowan should be invited to join the Provincetowners in a fine experimental theater where they could express themselves. New blood, lots of it, or death, that's the alternative as I see it, he told Fitzy. Jig Cook would probably construe this as an attempt to unseat him, O'Neill predicted, but, unless the Provincetowners were completely reorganized, he would resign. There is no good sitting up with a corpse, and I will be making the plea not on my own behalf, for through Hopkins I now have an outlet, where he has assured me I can shoot at the moon, demand changes in the theater, etc., but because I think it for the best of all concerned. Explaining to friends that he did not even want to hear of the Provincetown players for a year, O'Neill turned to more pressing problems, of which the most urgent was where to spend the winter. Evidently he felt that the town of Provincetown was now too cramped for him and that New York was too distracting, even away from Greenwich Village. He and Agnes talked of going abroad, but they had still not decided by the end of September. We will probably, in a fit of desperation, wind up in China, O'Neill advised McGowan. I'd like that, too, while Europe somehow means nothing to me. Either the South Seas or China, say I. I'm willing to omit the sophisticated stage. But until the fountain is definite, all plans are useless. Barrymore was definitely not going to do the play, O'Neill added, and asked McGowan if he could suggest someone for the role of Ponce de Leon. He also dropped a hint to McGowan of a new play that had been brewing for some time. It was called Welded, but he had formulated it only vaguely, as yet. Little subconscious mind, say I each night, bring home the bacon. A few days later O'Neill grew more cheerful about prospects for the fountain. Hopkins informed him that he hoped to put it into production within a month. Partly because of this and partly because the settlement of Ella's estate seemed to be coming to a head, O'Neill abruptly abandoned his plans to travel abroad and, instead, bought a home in Ridgefield, a lovely Connecticut town 55 miles from New York and 90 from New London. The house was to be his year-round home, while Peaked Hill was to remain his summer retreat. Ridgefield was an exclusive estate area and the house O'Neill chose was almost monoreal. His acquisition of it was, in a way, the fulfillment of his wish to belong in an atmosphere that had been denied his father. In addition, it met his need to escape from the too congenial atmosphere of Provincetown and New York, while at the same time being within easy reach of Broadway and New London. His choice of an inland residence, far from the sight and sound of the sea, has been explained by James Light, who was told by O'Neill that the country climate might be better for his lungs. Perhaps O'Neill did try to persuade himself, for the moment, that his lungs, rather than his nerves, were in need of attention. O'Neill and Agnes, accompanied by Wilbur and Margaret Steele, began looking at houses in Connecticut early in October. According to Eben Given, O'Neill was tempted to buy Stormfield, in Reading, the Florentine-style villa in which Mark Twain had died in 1910. Margaret Steele told Jean she thought it would cost about $5,000 to repair the house, and he gave up the idea, Given said. Not long after, I bought it myself, from the Mark Twain estate, and fixed it up. Although Jean had bought the house in Ridgefield by then, I had the feeling he regretted not having bought Stormfield. He felt it would have been fitting for him to live in a house Mark Twain had lived in. The house O'Neill bought was set on 31 acres of wide lawns, pasture, and woodland, called Brook Farm. It included a spring-led swimming pond, a fish pond, vegetable and flower gardens, a 4-car garage, a stable and a barn. The house itself was a traditional, white-clapboard, New England colonial, with a paneled center hall extending to a rear terrace. It had a panelled library with a beamed ceiling and a fireplace, and a sunroom, both of which opened onto the terrace, a wainscoted dining room with a fireplace, and a 30-foot living room with French doors leading to a covered patio. Upstairs there were 4 master bedrooms, 2 with fireplaces, and servants' quarters. The house was surrounded by huge elms, oaks, and pines. To complete his conception of himself as a country squire, O'Neill bought an Irish wolfhound, the fabled breed of Irish kings. The dog, called Finn, had ruby eyes, was the size of a small pony, and had a tail that swung with the impact of a broom. Finn had a passion for killing the neighbors' chickens, and suffered from the delusion that he was a lapdog. Dogs liked O'Neill, Lewis Collingham recalled. And O'Neill liked this wolfhound, even though wolfhounds aren't very bright. One night, when O'Neill and I were pretty drunk, he gave me a long explanation of why Irish wolfhounds go mad. As I recall, it didn't make very much sense. The house and its trappings cost O'Neill more than he could afford, and he became harder pressed for cash than ever. I paid $40,000 for the property, a steep price in 1922. All of the available money from my place has gone and is going into payment for a home I have recently bought near New York, he told a friend in late October. To help him along, he induced the administrator of Ella's estate, a New London lawyer named Julian Moran, to liquidate various bits of New London real estate and advance him the cash. But the cash never lasted long. He was so short of funds that at one point he was unable to pay the fee of his own lawyer, Harry Weinberger. "Have a heart," he implored Weinberger in the late fall of 1922. "That coin from Moran is already spent. I haven't paid a bill hardly since the middle of summer." He added that he owed money for household expenses in Provincetown and Ridgefield, that a bill for $500 for his son's next half-year at school was due, and that he had to pay the interest on his mortgage. "You'll have to wait until the going is a bit fatter." "I'm sorry," he told Weinberger. He was trying to sell some of his plays to the movies, and urged Weinberger to work on the sale of Goal. "If you can sell that, we'll be in clover." But O'Neill was never lucky with movie sales. Those properties he did sell, he usually sold on the wrong basis. Either he took a percentage, and the movie made no money, or he took a modest cash payment, when he could have made a great deal on a percentage basis. Still running away from himself, O'Neill did not find peace in Ridgefield. The thing that gnawed at him most was his increasing antagonism toward Agnes and what he imagined, whether rightly or wrongly, to be her antagonism toward him. They were in love, but their love brought only turbulence. The friction could not be concealed from their friends, a number of whom have reported on it. "Gene was doing a lot of drinking around that time," McGowan recalled. "He telephoned me one day in New York from Ridgefield and asked me to bring him a bottle of whiskey on the way to my home in Brewster. When I got to Ridgefield, Gene met me at the door. All he said was, 'I don't like Agnes.'" Teddy Ballantyne, who visited the O'Neills at Ridgefield, was also aware of the jealous tension between them. "Once Agnes tried to sit in my lap as a joke, and O'Neill flared up," Ballantyne said. "It was as childish as that, but the fights were bad ones." Pauline Turkle recalled that Jimmy Light's first wife, Sue Jenkins, once took Agnes away from Ridgefield to keep her from being beaten by O'Neill. Eben Given conjectured that one of the sources of friction stemmed from too much social life, invited by Agnes. Gene was roaring ahead, artistically, and he had to be kept free from social demands. Agnes' daughter said that lots of people were always coming for weekends from New York, and, confirming this, Lewis Collingham recalled. Agnes liked people, O'Neill liked seclusion. This was one of the obvious causes of friction. But I think another was the question of equality. What the equality question really amounted to was that Agnes thought she was as much entitled to live her sort of life as O'Neill was to live his. O'Neill considered this outrageous. He wanted to be coddled, waited upon, and obeyed. He believed the importance of his work entitled him to such deference. More than anything else, he wanted Agnes to find her exclusive reason for existence in him and his work. Ele was shattered at each new indication that Agnes was not as single-minded as he wished her to be. Sometimes O'Neill would tell me, in his dramatic way, life isn't worth living. I'm going to put an end to it, Colin M. said. I'd quote the line from an old vaudeville song, I'm going crazy, don't you want to come along? He'd smile and calm down. Seeking the means of relief most natural to him, O'Neill began to dissect his relationship with Agnes in the play he had decided to call Welded. It was an extreme case of the vicious circle. First, his Strindberg-influenced need for a dramatic marriage relationship, then the torment over this self-induced situation, then the necessity to chronicle, in Strindbergian terms, the havoc he had wrought. Probably because he was writing about an intensely personal situation at the same time as he was living it, Welded did not come off. One of the most transparently autobiographical of his plays, its theme is O'Neill's favorite one of love-hate. It is about a man and wife, both egoists, who are welded together in a passionate, jealous, possessive love that makes their lives alternately a heaven and a hell. Its point of view is unoriginal, its dialogue trite, when it is not mystically high-flown, and its conception of the ideal marriage reflects O'Neill's appalling naivete in that area of human relations. The husband and wife have a soul-shattering fight and the wife tries to spend an adulterous night with a former admirer, while the husband attempts to go to bed with a prostitute. Neither can go through with it and both realize that their love welds them to each other. There is no solution for them but to stay together, fighting, reconciling, hating and loving. There are only 4 characters in the play. Michael Cape is a successful playwright, 35 years old. His unusual face, wrote O'Neill self-descriptively, is a harrowed battlefield of supersensitiveness, the features at war with one another, the forehead of a thinker, the eyes of a dreamer, the nose and mouth of a sensualist. One feels a powerful imagination tinged with somber sadness, a driving force which can be sympathetic and cruel at the same time. There is something tortured about him, a passionate tension, a self-protecting, arrogant defiance of life and his own weakness, a deep need for love as a faith in which to relax. Eleanor, his wife, called Nellie, is a woman of 30. Her figure is tall, wrote O'Neill, describing his heroine. Her face, with its high, prominent cheekbones, lacks harmony. It is dominated by passionate, blue-gray eyes, restrained by a high forehead from which the mass of her dark brown hair is combed straight back. The first impression of her whole personality is one of charm. The Capes have been married 5 years. With dramatic license O'Neill made Eleanor an actress, but when Michael scathingly calls Eleanor "you actress," and compares her lack of creativity to his own genius, it is possible to imagine O'Neill sneering at Agnes for her literary aspirations, so dwarfed by his own achievements. 2 remaining characters in the play, a Broadway manager named, simply, John, is the symbol of the intruding world which diverts Eleanor's attention from her husband. Thus, in an early scene, when Michael and Eleanor are discussing their ideal marriage, our marriage must be a consummation, kept sacred as the outward form of our inner harmony, and vowing not to fight any more, their love is intruded upon by John's unexpected visit. As they are clasped in each other's arms in an ecstasy of love, a knock comes on the door, to which Michael is oblivious, but which Eleanor feels impelled to answer. It is John, diverting Eleanor's attention from the Cape's sanctified love. After John has been received and then dismissed, Cape jealously accuses Eleanor of being less devoted to their love than he is. Cape. You feel the need of what is outside. I'm not enough for you. Eleanor. Haven't I a right to myself as you have to yourself? Cape, you fight against me as if I were your enemy. At every turn you feel your individuality invaded, while at the same time, you're jealous of any separateness in me. You demand more and more while you give less and less. And I have to acquiesce. Have to? Yes, because I can't live without you. You realize that? You take advantage of it while you despise me for my helplessness. Eleanor, you insist that I have no life at all outside you. Even my work must exist only as an echo of yours. You hate my need of easy, casual associations. You think that weakness. You hate my friends. You're jealous of everything and everybody. I have to fight. You're too severe. Your ideal is too inhuman. Why can't you understand and be generous, be just? After more bitter argument, Cape attempts to throttle his wife and then storms out of the house, swearing that he will kill his unbearable love. Eleanor follows suit. Then come the scenes in which each tries to destroy his love for the other, Eleanor with John and Michael with the prostitute, who is the play's fourth character. In spite of his earlier protestations that audiences reacted unsympathetically to such symbolic designations as a woman, O'Neill listed the prostitute as just that, and though she was not an abstraction, she was a symbol, one of O'Neill's favorites, the solacing, Mother Earth whore. Reflecting his comments to Lewis Collingham on the uselessness of living, O'Neill expressed in the scene his rationalization of suicide. O'Neill spoke through Cape and the lines were his to be or not to be speech. In the scene, Cape, at first, is trying to kill not himself but his love, then it occurs to him that he might go a step further. I can't, begins O'Neill's Hamlet. Our love must live on in me. There's no death for it. There's no freedom while I live. Then, why? An end of loathing, no wounds, no memories, sleep. That's over. The great temptation, isn't it? I suppose you've known it. But also the great evasion. Too simple for the complicated, too weak for the strong, too strong for the weak. One must go on, even wounded, on one's knees, if only out of curiosity to see what will happen to oneself. Well, goodbye, and forgive me. It isn't you, you know. You're the perfect death, but I'm too strong or weak, and I can't, you understand, can't. In style, the play embodied what O'Neill thought of as a sort of superrealism, that is, he intended it to be realistic in the sense of symbolic universality and truth, but not realistic in presentation. For example, he called for a stage effect that consisted of two circles of light like auras of egoism to pick out and follow Michael and Eleanor throughout the action of the play. There is no other lighting, wrote O'Neill in his stage directions. The two other people and the rooms are distinguishable only by the light of Eleanor and Michael. An interesting idea, but, unfortunately, one which served only to emphasize the drabness of the protagonists. Indicative of O'Neill's frame of mind, both creative and personal, is a statement he made while he was finishing Welded. It expressed his increasing preoccupation with getting down to the bare bone of artistic truth. I want to write a play that is truly realistic, he said. That term is used loosely on the stage, where most of the so-called realistic plays deal only with the appearance of things, while a truly realistic play deals with what might be called the soul of the character. It deals with the thing which makes the character that person and no other. Strindberg's Dance of Death is an example of that real realism. In the last two plays, The Fountain and the one I am working on now, I feel that I'm getting back, as far as it is possible in modern times to get back, to the religious in the theater. The only way we can get religion back is through an exultance over the truth, through an exultant acceptance of life. Modern man, he said, had no religion to evade life with. So we must face life as it is, within ourselves, and do it with joy, and get enthusiasm from it, he added. And it is a difficult thing to get exultance from modern life. What he really wanted to communicate to his audience, he declared, was the sense of exultance to be derived from seeing somebody on the stage facing life, fighting against the eternal odds, not conquering, but perhaps inevitably being conquered. After finishing the play in the spring of 1923, O'Neill told a friend that Welded was an attempt at the last word in intensity, in truth, about love and marriage. A little later he showed the script to George Jean Nathan. Nathan bluntly told O'Neill it was little more than some very third-rate Strindberg. O'Neill replied heatedly that Nathan couldn't possibly understand the play since he had never been married. He urged Nathan to show it to Mencken, and Nathan subsequently wrote O'Neill, enclosing Mencken's comments, which were not much more flattering than his own. On May 7, O'Neill replied, scolding Mencken for pointing out that the play was poor realism. Mencken's criticism of the scene in which Cape harangues the street walker, said O'Neill, was irrelevant as criticism of the play. Mencken had said that Cape was surely not a man who ever actually lived. Well, he surely is to me, said O'Neill. And, what is more to my point, he is also much more than that. He is man dimly aware of recurring experience, groping for the truth behind the realistic appearances of himself, and of love and life. For the moment his agony gives him vision of the true behind the real. Mencken had found the dialogue in the scene banal and the ideas rubber stamp. I'm positive, O'Neill wrote to Nathan, it's the deepest and truest, as well as the best written scene I've ever done. O'Neill ended by telling Nathan, reason has no business in the theater anyway, any more than it has in church. They are both either below or above it. Clearly O'Neill believed that he had at last discovered in the marriage relationship the substitute for religion he had been seeking. But his newfound faith, like all the others he subsequently embraced, did not last long. XL. O'Neill completed Welded in February of 1923, but had no idea of when or by whom it would be produced. Although he had demonstrated 4 times that art could be popular even in the Broadway show shop, managers did not line up to bid for his new scripts. Even Hopkins, whose daring O'Neill had overestimated, was now being non-committal about producing The Fountain. O'Neill's stature was still not sufficient to ensure him immediate Broadway production. The theaters of Europe, on the other hand, were ready to stage practically anything O'Neill's agent would release to them. Hailing O'Neill as the first major American playwright, European critics and theatergoers acknowledged his right to a place among their own prominent writers and accorded him greater eminence by far than did his own country. By 1923 productions of O'Neill plays were planned for or already running in London, Berlin, Paris, Stockholm, Dublin, and Moscow. Not all the plays were greeted with equal enthusiasm in each of these cities, however. While most of these capitals were ready to rank O'Neill with Shaw, Chekhov, and Ibsen, London audiences responded only tepidly to his works. The English public did not care much for Anna Christie, for instance, even though one of the most illustrious English critics, William Archer, thought it was brilliant. Archer, whose judgment was not always discriminating, had become enthusiastic about O'Neill when he read when he wrote, I am inclined to call O'Neill the greatest dramatist now writing in the English language. Some of O'Neill's plays were given bizarre interpretations in their foreign incarnations. O'Neill was by turns amused and irate over such liberties as Anna's suicide in the Berlin production of Anna Christie and the doctored production of The Emperor Jones at the Odeon in Paris, in which the regisseur, Firmin Gemier, had bands of Negroes intermittently racing across the stage in pursuit of Brutus Jones. Subsequent publication of these and other O'Neill plays in Europe, however, helped restore the proper focus. Rudolf Kammer, a German journalist, who translated The Hairy Ape into his native tongue, eloquently summed up O'Neill's stature in Europe in 1924. In journalese, he is being called the representative of American drama. He is nothing of the sort. He does not represent any group, any movement, any current, or tendency. He does not announce aesthetic formulae or dogmas, he does not stand for any particular political or religious creed. He is just a major personality, humane and creative, sincere and isolated. He was not dropped from the skies. His European critics have detected in his plays traces of Strindberg, Wedekind, and Freud. But his technique, his atmosphere, and the unexplainable essence of his dramatic genius are enthusiastically hailed as something entirely new, as American. No matter, the heir of the European drama has appeared. Edgar Allan Poe and Walt Whitman had, and still have, an overwhelming influence on European literature. Eugene O'Neill, although just started, bids fair promise to become the third great gift of America to Europe. The publication of O'Neill's plays in book form was helping to enhance, if not quite consolidate, his reputation in America as well as in Europe. He was among those rare dramatists whose plays have always had a large and devoted reading audience. By the end of 1923 Boney and Liv Wright had brought out 5 volumes of his plays, a collection of the one-act sea plays, Beyond the Horizon, Gold, a collection including The Emperor Jones, Different, and 77, Eastraw, and a volume containing The Hairy Ape, Anna Christie, and The First Man. The publishing firm held O'Neill in greater affection than most of its other authors because the editors hardly ever saw him or heard from him. Flea's own editor, Manuel Comroff, who joined the company in 1922, had been a reporter for The Call and The World and had met O'Neill earlier in Greenwich Village. At Liv Wright, they liked dead authors, or those who seldom came to the office, and O'Neill rarely came to the office, Comroff said. Most authors would pester us, they wanted to know why their books weren't selling as well as Dreiser's, or why we didn't advertise them. As far as I can remember, O'Neill never asked us to advertise, or demanded anything special. He'd call up Horace Liv Wright to ask if a book was ready, and Horace would invite him to come over. O'Neill would say he was too busy. Once in a while, if the matter was urgent, O'Neill would consent to meet Liv Wright for lunch. "Why doesn't O'Neill ever come in?" Liv Wright often asked Comroff petulantly. Comroff's function with regard to O'Neill was less a job of editing than of liaison. "No one ever touched a word of his plays while I was there," Comroff said. O'Neill would have been pleased had the same been true of his producers. Disappointed by Arthur Hopkins' less than avid espousal of The Fountain, O'Neill began searching, in 1923, for an instrument of production which he could control. He was, as he confided to George Jean Nathan, desperate for a production. He no longer believed in Hopkins, he told Nathan, adding, "When it comes right down to bedrock he's just a bit brainier and more courageous than most, perhaps, but also a lot lazier and less efficient. There's no hope for me with him. So, as there is no one else, I'll have to help create a new outlet or remain gagged." The new outlet soon presented itself in the form of a reorganized Provincetown Players. The Provincetowners' year of inactivity was coming to an end in the summer of 1923, and Jig Cook still lingered in Greece. The founding members wondered whether they should resume operating their theatre without him or discontinue permanently. They cabled to Cook in Athens, asking him to cast his vote for or against the continued functioning of the Provincetown Players, and Cook cabled back from Athens on June 19, 1923, for termination. He elaborated, in a letter from Delphi, to Edna Kenton. "I am forced to confess that our attempt to build up, by our own life and death, in an alien a coral island of our own, has failed." With obvious reference to O'Neill, he added, "Our richest, like our poorest, have desired most not to give life but to have it given them. We have valued creative energy less than its rewards our sin against our Holy Ghost. Since we have failed spiritually in the elemental things, and the result is mediocrity, what one who has loved it wishes for it now is euthanasia, a swift and painless death." Delighted that Cook had relinquished his grip, O'Neill agreed that the Provincetown, as it had functioned in its last few years, should die. But he thought a reorganized Provincetown Players could serve both his own needs and those of the theatre in general. He discussed this idea with Kenneth McGowan, who had shown an increasing interest in the Provincetown's activities during its last 2 or 3 years, and with whose ideas on production O'Neill found himself in sympathy. Jean had always disliked the idea of a committee running the Provincetown, McGowan said. He felt there were too many arguments, and thought the theatre should be run by a firm, dictating hand. He wanted an experimental theatre which would be not only an outlet for himself, but would produce experimental plays or do experimental productions of established classics. He wanted Bobby Jones, for whom he had great admiration, to be given a free hand in design and direction. He thought we should do some of the modern European plays, along with new plays by interesting American writers. He suggested that I be the dictator, but I said no, let's have a triumvirate of you, Bobby and myself, and if there's a disagreement, I'll settle it. O'Neill concurred in this plan and asked McGowan to outline a program of plays for the Provincetown's 1923-24 season. McGowan responded with a list that included a production of the brothers Karamazov, The Taming of the Shrew with Roland Young playing a mild-mannered, little Petruchio, and a script by Sidney Alloward, a new dramatist who had studied with Professor Baker and had recently written an unsuccessful but imaginative play in blank verse called Swords. In addition, McGowan suggested that O'Neill adapt something himself for the coming season. "Your scheme for the PP sounds fine to me," O'Neill advised McGowan from Provincetown, where he had again gone for the summer. "You can rely on my being all for it and cooperating as actively as possible in every way. It seems to me the only way to save the PP Theatre and Stimulus. O'Neill hoped to participate actively in the work of the new Provincetown players, and believed that his spending the winter in Ridgefield would make it easy for him to stay in close contact with the group. "Physically and every other way, I feel up to more in a cooperative sense than I believe I ever have before, constructively speaking," he told McGowan. As for actual writing, he would give some thought to adapting The Ancient Mariner, which he believed might evolve as a novel form of recitative, pantomime, expressionist drama. But primarily, his interest in the venture would be less as a writer than as a person with ideas about the how and what of production. There were so many things outside of his own plays, he explained, about which he believed he could be theatrically creative, and he was willing to work with whoever was interested in his ideas. "You see," he said, "all these ideas of mine are being incorporated into my own plays bit by bit as they fit in, but I can't write plays fast enough to keep up with the production imagination section of my being. It would be suicidal to attempt it, particularly at this time when I am reaching toward the artistic wisdom that in order to keep absorbing I've got to treat each play with more and more concentration of mind and effort over a longer period of time. In other words, if I wish my work to grow steadily more comprehensive and deeper in quality, I've got to give it more and more of my possible sum total." Later O'Neill spared a bit of his sum total to outline in detail for McGowan a series of plays he wanted to see the Provincetown do. These included the works of Andrei, Wedekind, Hasenclever and, not surprisingly, Strindberg, whose The Spook Sonata he thought should be played in masks. He did not mention, at this point, two other European playwrights he admired, Pirandello and Leonard, possibly because he foresaw difficulties in getting adequate translations of their works. He envisioned a sweeping policy that would encompass radical productions of old plays, revolutionary adaptations of classics, new forms of all kinds, in brief, to give the emphasis to the actor and director for a time and to quicken some of the fine old stuff into modern life. He was sure that such a theater was an immediate need, and that it could widen the scope of American drama and prove an incentive to new playwrights. O'Neill's enthusiasm for the new theater and his pleasure at finding himself once again at peak one till seemed, for the moment, to banish the gloom of the past winter in Ridgefield. "It's wonderful, same old sea and all," he exulted to Eleanor Fitzgerald, soon after settling in at Peaked Hill. He said he was full of the joy of just being alive. "Haven't known it except in spare moments in years. Seemed to be 10 years younger, all pep. It's a grand and glorious feeling, a regular rebirth from the vale of despair, which about reached its worst when you were out at Ridgefield in December." O'Neill's state of euphoria lasted through most of the summer, abetted by the fact that he'd got a start on a new play, that Hopkins had come out of hiding long enough to discuss, again, a fall production of The Fountain, and that he anticipated making a trip to Ireland. Lennox Robinson, the Irish playwright and manager of the Abbey Theatre, was planning to produce Different in Dublin, and it was to see this production that O'Neill proposed to make the journey. "I'm all Irish," he told Charles Merrill of the Boston Globe that July. "I have always wanted to go to Ireland. My father, of course, knew the old Irish legends and folklore. I started to study Gaelic, but it was too difficult and I had to give it up." Gloating a little to the reporter from the Globe, O'Neill told him that, having never expected to make much money from playwriting, he had simply written as he pleased, without an eye on the box office. The fact that, even so, his plays had achieved financial success, he said, ought to be encouraging to those who are trying to write something besides commercial plays. As a matter of fact, he added, There are a great many persons who are trying to write for money, people who have no other motive, and very few who are getting the money. There are fewer writers who are following their own creative instincts, and their chances of making money are much better for that very reason. At that moment O'Neill was following his own creative instincts by writing a two-play opus he was subsequently to condense into one long, three-act play called Offerco Millions. The title, which to his intense annoyance was often erroneously construed as Marco's Millions, was O'Neill's rather clumsy stab at an American equivalent for the Italian il million tacked on mockingly to Marco Polo's name by the scoffing rabble in Venice, who thought his stories about the East such awful lies, O'Neill once explained. O'Neill's aim was to render poetic justice to a man unjustly world-renowned as a liar. His point of view was that Marco Polo was no liar, that he did, in fact, see and amass vast riches in the service of the great Khan, but that he was an arid-souled materialist, immune to and blindly destructive of the beauty and poetry in life. O'Neill had become fascinated by the character of Marco Polo earlier, while doing research for The Fountain. The 13th century Venetian merchant, Marco, fitted perfectly O'Neill's conception of the 20th century American businessman, and symbolized American materialism in general. Like all the other abstractions that held his interest, the victory of materialism over idealism had grown out of O'Neill's painful observation of his father. James O'Neill's self-confessed defeat as an artist and his bitterly regretted acceptance of money and fame served as the goad for O'Neill's portrait of Marco. It also happened that at about this time O'Neill had conceived a strong distaste for one of the Carly benefactors of the Provincetown Players, Otto Kahn, the New York financier who epitomized for O'Neill the despicable great American businessman. Kahn was a man of taste, with a genuine interest in art, but O'Neill could not forgive him for having devoted his life primarily to making money. Kahn had often urged O'Neill to write a play about the American businessman, portraying him as a hero and a man of genius, and O'Neill took a wicked, if subsidiary, delight in presenting Kahn with a rather different conception of the hero genius, Marco. M. Polo is proving grand pleasure, O'Neill informed Kenneth McGowan that summer. I have tentative plans, drawn floor plans for all of it, almost. Am reading and taking millions of notes, etc. A lot of what the actual writing must be is now clear and a lot isn't, but will be, God willing. I'll soon start a lengthy scenario of the whole to find out just how and where I stand, and get right after the writing, I hope. There's a lot of reading still to be done. I feel satisfied with the development, elated, even. The child will be either a surpassing, satiric beauty or a most god-awful monster. Beauty, I fondly opine. Satiric or not remains to be seen. Marco Millions got no further than the outline stage that summer. A series of new personal problems and two other plays intervened, and it was not until the winter of 1925 that Marco was completed. XLI. The gravest problem facing O'Neill in the fall of 1923 was his brother. After Ella's death, Jamie, in O'Neill's own words to a friend, gave up all hold on life and simply wanted to die as soon as possible. O'Neill was torn between the feeling that Jamie should die and a desire to save and absolve him. Jamie had told O'Neill the story of how he had spent his time on the train that bore Ella's body from California to New York. He had picked up a woman and every night for $50 a night had tried to forget what was in the baggage car ahead. Jamie could not live with his guilt, and O'Neill, who prided himself on his tolerance, was so repelled by Jamie's story that it took all his willpower to refrain from judging him. The shock of Jamie's behavior was something O'Neill had still not got over when, in 1943, he wrote A Moon for the Misbegotten. That play was Jamie's epitaph, and though it was a brutal exposure of his brother, it was far more forgiving than O'Neill could reason himself into being in 1923. The play was, in fact, an imaginative rearrangement of Jamie's last days, arising as much out of penitence on O'Neill's part as out of a desire to vindicate his brother. It was typical of the sort of wish fulfillment to which O'Neill was often addicted in his autobiographical writings. The play is set in New London in early September, 1923, 2 months before Jamie's actual death. But far from spending his last weeks in New London in the play, he was wistfully wooing and being absolved by a woman who genuinely loved him and might possibly have saved him. Jamie was actually in a sanitarium in Paterson, New Jersey. He had been carried there in a straitjacket the previous May. O'Neill had seen little of his brother since the summer of 1922, when Jamie visited him in Provincetown, although that O'Neill had encountered him only on brief visits to New London, where Jamie was living on $1 a month allowance from Ella's estate and methodically drinking himself to death. One of the few people who spent time with Jamie in the summer before his final illness was Louis Kolonimk. At sea in New York now that his mother was no longer there to be attended to, Jamie divided his time between New London, and its ghosts, and Provincetown, and his brother. When O'Neill was absorbed in his work, Kolonimk kept Jamie company. Jamie detested all of O'Neill's friends except Kolonimk. "You and I are the only ones who can drink gin under the table," Jamie would tell Kolonimk, with the closest approach to affection that he could then muster. Kolonimk found him an engaging drunk and enjoyed his company. He had no suspicion how close to death Jamie was, even then, or how eagerly Jamie was trying to hasten his own end, but he did see that Jamie was consuming a suicidal amount of poisonous liquor. "He drank more than anyone I ever knew," Kolonimk later recalled, except Terry Carlin, who, incidentally, disapproved of Jamie. People called Jamie cynical, but that was silly. Cynicism presupposes a belief in something, and Jamie believed in nothing. Once, when I met James Joyce in Paris and we talked about the O'Neills, I told him that Jamie should have been a character in Ulysses. His profanity was so bad, it's hard to describe. Joyce understood about Jamie, he would have been able to draw a true picture of him. Jamie did a good deal of bragging and lying to Kolonimk that summer, merely from force of habit. Though he no longer had any interest in Broadway or anything else, he continued to give Kolonimk exaggerated gossip. But he didn't exaggerate about his success with women, Kolonimk said. He used to get mail all the time from women. Of course, some of them were interested in helping him spend his inheritance, but there were evidently quite a few who just found him irresistible, and one of the few things that infuriated him was being doubted about this. "You lousy bastard, when am I going to catch you with a broad?" he would ask Kolonimk, in a restrained moment. What also angered Jamie was being told he had misquoted Shakespeare. If Jean or I corrected him, he'd fly into a rage, Kolonimk said. Ty struck me as being both jealous and proud of his brother. He'd tell Jean, "You may be smart, but I've got the old man's voice." He didn't admire Jean's plays, but he was proud of their success. He was always telling me about how he had protected Jean, and Jean would tell me how he had protected Jamie, and ask me, "What's the latest thing that bastard has said to run me down?" O'Neill felt injured by Jamie on other occasions. Several times Kolonimk and Jamie went off to fetch a bottle of white mule. On their way back to Peaked Hill they would finish most of it, sheepishly presenting O'Neill with the almost empty bottle. Though O'Neill made some half-hearted attempts to stop Jamie from drinking, he saw it was a lost cause and usually ended in getting drunk with him. Not infrequently both brothers were ill enough to require medical treatment, which was provided by Dr. Hibbert. It was too easy to get liquor up in Provincetown, Dr. Hibbert recalled. There were always big barns full of white mule in the area. But Jamie managed to find various sources of liquor in New London, too, and there were more women available there. One of them was a middle-aged milliner, a widow, who helped him spend his money. Although the amounts he was permitted to draw were limited by the administrator of Ella's estate, Jamie contrived to borrow against his inheritance, and when such loans were not forthcoming, he pawned his watch and other personal items. He lived at the Mohican Hotel, a huge, bleak edifice in the center of town, and avoided most of his cronies. He spent his time in small bars, often stumbling back to the hotel in a state of insensibility. The hotel's desk clerk, Coddington Pendleton, who had spent many evenings in earlier years drinking with James O'Neill at the Crocker House, found Jamie lying drunk outside his fourth-floor room early one morning. In May, 1923, Jamie, only 45, looked closer to 60. Ellis' face was a haggard mask, his hair had turned white, and he was losing his eyesight. Various doctors were called to attend him, and increasingly larger amounts for medical fees and drugs listed as expenses against Ella's estate indicated that Jamie was making rapid headway in his circuitous plan for self-destruction. On May 20, in an advanced state of delirium tremens, he was taken by taxi to the sanitarium in Paterson, where he had presumably staved on other occasions. At the sanitarium he came under the care of a Dr. Millspaugh, who, during the next 5 months, sent bills totaling close to $2,000 to the administrator of Ella's estate. A delegate from the administrator's office visited Jamie during July, charging Ella's estate with a $100 taxi fare between Paterson and New London, and O'Neill was kept advised of Jamie's condition during the spring and summer through telephone calls to the sanitarium and telegrams from New London. One or two of O'Neill's relatives and old friends visited Jamie regularly during the 5 months he spent at the sanitarium, among them the sister of O'Neill's circus performer friend, Bill Clark. Clark's sister, Mrs. Frances Cadenas, made a trip to Paterson that summer, after Jamie had been there about a month. "I used to bring him cigarettes and delicacies," Mrs. Cadenas said. "The first time I visited I found him sitting on a bench on the hospital grounds. He was expecting me, and came toward me hesitantly. He told me he had only 5% vision. During other visits he would talk to me about Jean, about how much he loved him. Sometimes he'd tell me about dreams he'd had. Once he told me he'd dreamed that Pauline Frederick walked into his room. He described how beautiful she looked." Jamie's New London cousin, Phil Sheridan, also visited him. He found Jamie subdued, but perfectly coherent, and believed he had a good chance for recovery. On one visit Phil Sheridan was accompanied by a New London friend, Alec Campbell, who recalled many years later that Bill Clark's brother, Fred, was with Jamie in his room when they arrived. "Jamie seemed in good spirits," Campbell said. "At one point, he brought out a bottle hidden under his bed, and we all had a shot." Phil Sheridan wrote to his fiancée on September 21, "Alec and I went over to Paterson, NJ, to see a cousin of mine who is in a private hospital. I doubt if he will ever be the same. His eyes have gone back on him and he is nearly blind." Sheridan was not prepared, though, for the word that came on November 8 of Jamie's death. Apparently no one had seen him during the previous week, and the news was jolting, even to O'Neill, who was probably the only person who knew that Jamie had no wish to recover. "The final verdict was pneumonia," wrote Sheridan to his fiancée on November 16, "but I have my doubts. I thought that he was on the road to recovery and was quite surprised to hear from home that he was in a bad way. Called up the sanitarium a few days before he died and they told me he was out of his mind and getting weaker every day. A couple of days later his brother called and told me he was dead. I will miss him a lot." O'Neill was ill with flu at the time of Jamie's death, and Agnes arranged to have the sanitarium ship the body to New York. O'Neill was too sick emotionally and physically to attend his brother's funeral, which was announced by the newspapers for the morning of November 10. "I understood that the services would be held at St. Stephen's Church on East 28th Street at 9:30, Sheridan wrote to his fiancée, "so went there a little earlier and sat in the church for about a half hour and nothing like a funeral showed up, so went to the undertaker's parlor, and found out that the funeral had been postponed to 10:30. Never had such trouble getting to a funeral in my life." Mrs. Cadenas, who also attended the funeral, later recalled that although O'Neill did not go to the church, he went alone to the funeral parlor to see Jamie in his casket. "I remember Agnes at the church," she cried, Mrs. Cadenas added. Jamie was buried in New London beside his mother and father, and O'Neill had fresh reasons, albeit legitimate ones, for self-pity. "I have lost my father, mother, and only brother within the past 4 years, he mourned, in a letter to his former Gaylord farm nurse, Mary Clark, in 1924, "Now I'm the only O'Neill of our branch left. But I've 2 sons to carry on. However, neither of them will be pure Irish, so I must consider myself the real last one. It makes me feel old and a bit weary sometimes. And to his Mount St. Vincent school friend, Joseph McCarthy, he wrote, 7 years later, my family were wiped out within 3 years. There were only the 4 of us. Booze got in the end. It was a shame. He and I were terribly close to each other. He had never found his place. He had never belonged. I hope like my Harry AP does now. Jamie's death left O'Neill some $73,000 richer, even after all debts and funeral expenses had been settled. One unexpected legacy was a dusty trunk of Jamie's which O'Neill found and opened after his death. It was stuffed with love letters, each packet from a different girl, and each tied with a ribbon and neatly identified with a photograph of the sender. XLII. Jamie's death released O'Neill from all lingering restraint of writing about his family. He began to do so unconsciously, probably not dreaming that he would one day write anything as calculatedly revealing as Long Day's Journey into Night or A Moon for the Misbegotten. Setting aside Marco Millions and forgetting, for the moment, his stockpile of 2 unproduced plays, he began working in the fall of 1923 on All God's Killian Got Wings. Originally conceived as a one-acter, the play was written at the request of George Jean Nathan for the first issue of the American Mercury, the new magazine Nathan was co-founding with Mencken. The first issue was to appear in January, 1924, and O'Neill was confident that he could meet the deadline. As he proceeded to work on the play, though, it grew longer and he could neither confine it to one act nor complete it in time for the January issue. O'Neill's longhand first draft was not finished until December of 1923, and though he was immensely pleased with it, he had to notify Nathan that it was probably going to be too long to run in a single issue of the Mercury. He suggested that the magazine print it in 2 installments. I couldn't keep it shorter, the idea crowded right out of a one-act form, he confessed. I've had a great splurge of writing it 8-10 hours a day and, whatever befall, it's been great sport. Adding that he hoped Mencken would like it, he said he felt the result has a real beauty which gives it a blessing. As it turned out, Mencken did not like the play at all and considered it unsuitable for the Mercury. Nathan insisted on publishing it in the February issue. For several years since Mencken had introduced politics into the smart set, the two had been at loggerheads. Politics had no place in a literary magazine, Nathan said, and All God's Killian belonged in the Mecca. Nathan won his point, but not long after that the spectacular editorial partnership was dissolved. The similarities between All God's Killian Got Wings and Long Day's Journey into Night are striking. Although the former is, on the surface, a study of miscegenation, the fact that its hero is a Negro and its heroine a white woman was merely O'Neill's symbolism for the mismated James and Ella O'Neill. In All God's Chillin', Ella Downey, like Mary Tyrone of Long Day's Journey, finds herself the prisoner of a marriage she had at first welcomed as a refuge, and Ella Downey, again like Mary Tyrone, feels herself cut off from her former friends and family because of her marriage. The only difference is that Ella is an outcast because her husband, Jim, is a Negro, while Mary's isolation is due to what she considers her husband's socially unacceptable profession. Also, like Mary Tyrone, Ella Downey is unable to feel at home with her husband's friends, in this case, the Europeans among whom she first tries to live because they are free from the race prejudice of her own country. Ella didn't want to see nobody, says Jim Harris, explaining to his sister why they have left Europe and come home. Mary Tyrone echoes these sentiments in her speeches, lamenting her isolation from her own KMD and her inability to feel at home with her husband's theatrical friends. Apart from its shattering portrait of a man and woman trapped in a bitter love, All God's Chillin' was a remarkably advanced piece of playwriting for its time. Treating a marriage between a Negro and a white in stage terms, without giving a thought to the incendiary reaction this was bound to evoke, was something only O'Neill would have dared attempt in 1923. The Stowe historian and critic Arthur Hobson Quinn, who admired O'Neill, summed up the intellectual attitude of the era when he commented, in 1927, that upon first reading All God's Chillin' the reaction is unfavorable. The subject is forbidding, he explained. Literature has usually been content to represent the result of the mating of the white and the Negro race as a tragic consequence to the next generation, but it has spared us the actual miscegenation. O'Neill, he added, had boldly set precedents at naught. O'Neill further broke precedent in his idea for abstract stage settings, which were years ahead of their time. The flat in which Jim and Ella live in New York, and in which they gradually smother each other, grows smaller before the eyes of the audience. In the second scene of Act 2 the walls of the room appear shrunken in, the ceiling lowered. In the following scene, the walls appear sunken in still more, the ceiling now seems barely to clear the people's heads. The real tragedy, O'Neill once explained in discussing the play, is that the woman could not see their togetherness, the oneness of mankind. She was hemmed in by inhibitions. Ella of the play loved her husband, but could not love him as a woman would a man, though she wanted to, because of her background and her inherited racial prejudice. But the Negro question, which, it must be remembered, is not an issue in the play, isn't the only one which can arouse prejudice. We are divided by prejudices. Prejudices racial, social, religious. Tracing it, it all goes back, of course, to economic causes. O'Neill added that Jim Harris could just as well have been a Japanese in San Francisco, an Armenian in Turkey, or a Jew. What he did not mention, though obviously it was in his mind, was that Jim Harris could also have been a shanty Irish actor, up against the background and inherited racial prejudice of a sheltered bourgeois. These prejudices will exist, O'Neill continued, until we understand the oneness of mankind. Life is hard and bitter enough without, in addition, burdening ourselves with prejudices. O'Neill drew his title for the play from an old Negro spiritual. I got wings. You got wings. All God's chillin' got wings. When I get to heaven, gonna put on my wings. Gonna fly all over God's heaven. After completing All God's Chillin' Got Wings, O'Neill directed his attention to production plans for the reorganized Provincetown Players scheduled to open their season in January. Over the objections of some of the founding members, Kenneth McGowan was officially voted into power. On November 8, 1923, the members recorded their approval of McGowan as director of production with full and final power both in production and business management. Even with three minds in such apparent artistic harmony as those comprising the new triumvirate O'Neill, McGowan, and Robert Edmund Jones, friction was bound to arise. Jones, though as much of a pioneer and innovator in his own medium as O'Neill was in his, was too fastidious to approve the choice of the Spook Sonata as the initial production. Fye considered it a horrible play about horrible people. When his opinion was overruled, he reluctantly agreed to co-direct and co-design the production, but he continued to chafe at it. He did his best to sabotage all of O'Neill's more lurid plans for the presentation and at times seemed physically ill over some of Strindberg's dialogue. Jean's idea had been to emphasize every Strindberg cliché with an off-stage trumpet blarer. Kyra Markham, who was making the costumes, recalled. I sat in at one of the final rehearsals and found that Bobby had been cutting the most poignant lines, and that we had no trumpet at all. During the rehearsal, Bobby announced that he wanted to cut another line from the student's speech in the final scene. It is always in the servants' quarters that the seed leaves of the children are nipped, if it has not already happened in the bedroom. I charged Bobby with having lost Jean's whole concept. There was an awful row, with Bobby turning white, grabbing his hat and coat and leaving to be brought back a few minutes later by Kenneth to assure me that he still loved me. The Spook Sonata opened on January 3 and closed 3 weeks later, having failed to draw much enthusiasm from the critics. O'Neill, McGowan, and Jones each contributed articles to the Provincetown playbill, and a quotation from Strindberg, expressing a bit of philosophy which O'Neill had long since seized upon as his own, was printed beneath the cast of characters. People talk of the joy of life as if it consisted in dancing and farcical idiocy. For me, the joy of life consists in the mighty and terrible struggles of existence, in the capability of experiencing something, of learning something. In his own article for the program, entitled Strindberg and Our Theatre, O'Neill wrote that Strindberg was the precursor of all modernity in our present theatre and still remains among the most modern of moderns, the greatest interpreter in the theatre of the characteristic spiritual conflicts which constitute the drama, the blood, of our lives today. Leonie, the Spook Sonata at our Playhouse, O'Neill continued. One of the most difficult of Strindberg's behind-life plays to interpret with insight and distinction, but the difficulty is properly our special task, or we have no good reason for existing. Truth, in the theatre as in life, is eternally difficult, just as the easy is the everlasting lie. 2 days after the opening of the Spook Sonata, word came from Greece that Jig Cook was dead. His death, like his life, had been bizarre. He and Susan owned a dog named Puppy, which contracted glanders, an animal disease nearly always fatal. In rare instances the disease can be communicated to people, and Cook became one of the rare cases. He was buried at Delphi, with the rites of the Greek peasants among whom he had lived and who had grown to love and respect him with apostolic devotion. A fugitive, like John Reed, from his native element, he had found a sense of belonging in Greece, as Reed had found in Russia. And, like Reed, who lay buried by the Kremlin wall, Cook was paid a signal honor by his adopted country. The Greek government ordered a great stone from the Temple of Apollo to be placed as a headstone over his grave. Despite the recent hostility between himself and Cook, O'Neill was grieved and, in retrospect, acknowledged Cook's contribution to the experimental drama in America. When he learned about Cook's death, O'Neill was in Ridgefield, hard at work on another intensely personal tragedy, a play most critics consider one of his greatest. It was Desire Under the Elms. The play was a tremendous advance over his previous full-length works, far surpassing the power of either Beyond the Horizon or Anna Christie, to which it was linked by its naturalistic style. It combined all the elements most typical of O'Neill at his creative best, the crude, elemental passions of people who harbor the seeds of their own destruction, the brilliant psychological insight into the love-hate relationship of father and son, husband and wife, brother and brother, the cosmic loneliness of man, the hardness of God, and the final acceptance of an inescapable fate. In Desire Under the Elms, O'Neill pushed beyond the beginning he had made in All God's Children Got Wings, preoccupied, as always, with the conflicts of his own family. He allowed full rein to his tortured unconscious. The play has been analyzed at length, in psychoanalytic terms, by Dr. Philip Weismann, a specialist in the psychiatric aspects of the creative process. Dr. Weismann, who never met O'Neill and knew only some of the more superficial facts of his life, concluded, in a study published in 1957, that Desire Under the Elms was the unconscious autobiography, just as Long Day's Journey into Night was indubitably the conscious one. Without having access at the time of his study to the dates of the death of O'Neill's parents, Dr. Weismann nevertheless maintained that Desire could have been written only by someone who was recently in the midst of the most intense personal mourning for his mother. What Dr. Weismann's trained instinct told him was, of course, correct. Although Ella had been dead 2 years when O'Neill began writing the play, he had been considering its theme for some time. Jamie's death, just before he began the actual writing, had revived O'Neill's sense of loss for his mother and turned his thoughts with renewed intensity to what he considered Ella's outrageous suffering at the hands of both Jamie and James. These feelings are clearly expressed by Eben Cabot, the 25-year-old son, when he speaks of his dead mother in Desire Under the Elms. Eben is convinced that his father worked his mother beyond her endurance, tried to rob her of property which was rightfully hers, and what is psychologically even more interesting, robbed him, Eben, of a mother. He also accuses his 2 older brothers, who are in spiritual conflict with him, of having failed to come to their mother's defense when she needed their protection. The 2 brothers, in addition to representing Jamie, are, as Dr. Weismann has concluded, also representative of another aspect of own self. In their brief appearance, aspects of their histories are more parts of O'Neill's life than his brothers, Dr. Weismann pointed out. Thus, Simeon, 39, tells us how at the age of 21 he lost his wife Jen. Jenkins is the maiden name of O'Neill's first wife when he was 21. The hard-bitten, virile, domineering, stingy, 75-year-old Ephraim Cabot, who attempts to subjugate his young son, is, as previously noted, an extension of the old man in the rope, an unconscious image of James O'Neill, long held by his son, and now fully developed in Desire. In addition, as Dr. Weissman pointed out, young Eben's desire for his father's new wife, Abby, and the subsequent love affair between them represented O'Neill's usually unallowable unconscious wish, a maternal and sexual object rightfully belonging to the father. Dr. Weissman further observed the interesting psychological parallel between O'Neill's own undesired fatherhood plus the rejection of his son, Eugene Jr., and the murder of the son born to Abby and Eben. Fascinating and valid as is the psychiatric insight into the genesis of desire, a number of other aspects of the play are equally significant. Desire is the first of O'Neill's works in which the influence of Greek tragedy is clearly manifest. In O'Neill's case, the influence was an extremely literal one. As he did with Shakespeare, O'Neill seized upon the dramatic devices utilized by the Greeks, and thrust them into his own, contemporary dramatic mold. He had not hesitated to use ghosts and soliloquies and did not, now, balk at the fearsome Greek themes of incest and infanticide. He was conversant with the Hippolytus and Medea of Euripides and saw no reason why such themes could not be translated undiluted to the American stage. The opportunity for such artistic plagiarism was so obvious that no other American dramatist had dared to try it. It took O'Neill with his single-minded, direct approach to his art to make the attempt. While the theme and characters of Desire were unconscious expressions of O'Neill's own biography and the play's form was inspired by Euripides, its physical setting and some elements of its atmosphere, as in the case of his earlier plays, stemmed from his immediate surroundings and personal relationships. The farm on which the action of the play takes place, identified as being in New England, was actually a combination of the Connecticut farmland amid which he lived at the time of the writing and the grim, lonely New Hampshire farm on which Robert Edmund Jones had grown up. Jones's impression of New England violent, passionate, sensual, sadistic, lifted, heated, frozen, transcendental, poetic was perfectly suited to O'Neill's theme, and O'Neill utilized it, farm and all, as the natural background for his violent, passionate, sensual, sadistic Cabot family. But O'Neill's own extreme sensitivity to nature inspired his conception. Studying the ancient and majestic trees that dominated his Ridgefield estate, O'Neill created twin elms to guard the Cabot farmhouse. "They bend their trailing branches down over the roof," wrote O'Neill. "They appear to protect and at the same time subdue. There is a sinister maternity in their aspect, a crushing, jealous absorption. They brood oppressively over the house. They are like exhausted women resting their sagging breasts and hands and hair on its roof, and when it rains their tears trickle down monotonously and rot on the shingles." O'Neill was equally imbued with the stark poetry of the stony land, symbolized by miles of stone fences. He imparted some of his feelings that spring to Bernard Simon, a young Provincetown players recruit. Simon, who had been brought to Ridgefield by O'Neill to type the manuscript of Desire Linder the Elms, accompanied the dramatist on a walk through the woods. O'Neill paused before a stone wall and made what for him amounted to a speech. This was the kind of wall, he told Simon, that he was writing about in the play. Though it now ran through a weedy, uncultivated area, it had once marked a boundary of tilled soil. These walls, he said, were symbols of the old New England farmers' roots, reproachful monuments to the farmers who left their fields to go out west, where there were no stones and where farming was easier. He quoted some of Ephraim Cabot's lines. "When I come here 50-odd year ago, this place was nothin' but fields o' stones. I give in tea weakness once, arter I'd been here 2 year, they was so many stones. They was a party leavin', goin' west. I jinned 'em. We, come tea broad medders, plains, where the soil was black and rich as gold. Nary a stone. Easy. Yet ony to plow and sow and then set and smoke your pipe and watch thins grow. I could been a rich man, but somethin' in me fit me the voice o' God sayin', this hind tea wuth nothin' to me. Get ye back to hum. I got afeard o' that voice and I lit out back to hum here, leavin' my claim and crops to whoever da mind to take 'em. God's hard, not easy. God's in the stones. I picked 'em up and piled 'em into walls. Ye can read the years o' my life in them walls. O'Neill was uneasy on his Richfield estate. The house was too big and too grand for him and it oppressed him. He expressed this malaise in desire, not through the son, Eben, but through Ephraim, with whom he alternately identified himself. For example, Ephraim complains of a mysterious something in the atmosphere of the farmhouse. Ye can feel it droppin' off the elms, climbin' up the roof, sneakin' down the chimney, pokin' in the corners. Ephraim says, "They's no peace in houses, they's no rest livin' with folks. Somethin's always livin' with yet." During this time, O'Neill told Stark Young, the writer and critic, that he had been hearing footsteps outside during the night going round the house, and during the day when he was writing he would feel someone looking over his shoulder. Ephraim, to escape from that indefinable something, takes to sleeping in the barn, which was a habit O'Neill himself had fallen into. He told Bernard Simon that to escape the company with which Agnes filled the house on weekends he would often flee to the barn. With a bottle of whiskey, he retired to the haystack, sometimes inviting the gardener to join him. "I have always loved Ephraim so much," O'Neill later wrote to Kenneth McGowan, with rare candor. "He's so autobiographical." O'Neill's domestic situation had not changed much from the supercharged atmosphere that had nurtured Welded. He was still alternating between long periods of work and frenzied periods of drinking, and vacillating between moods of impassioned love for Agnes and black periods of antagonism toward her. Malcolm Cowley, who, with his wife, visited the O'Neills in November of 1923, later wrote in The Reporter about the atmosphere of Brook Farm during the time O'Neill was working on Desire. The poet Hart Crane, whom O'Neill admired, also was a house guest at the time. After lunch on Saturday, O'Neill showed Cowley a copy of a Wilhelm Stekel treatise on sexual aberrations, telling him there were enough case histories in the book to furnish plots to all the playwrights who ever lived. He indicated, as an example, the clinical record of a mother who seduced her only son and drove him insane. Taking Cowley upstairs to the room he used for work, a big bedroom so meagerly furnished that it looks like an abbot's cell, O'Neill opened the doors of a cabinet and showed Cowley the bound ledgers in which he did his writing. Later in the evening, O'Neill took Hart Crane and Cowley down to the cellar, the only part of the house that seems to arouse his pride of ownership. There he pointed out 3 50-gallon casks of homemade cider. "Let's broach a cask," suggested Hart. And while O'Neill went for a pitcher and 3 glasses, Cowley tapped a barrel. "We stand with our full glasses under the bare electric light," Cowley wrote. "I can see the beaded bubbles winking at the brim," Eilert says. Jean takes a sip of cider, holds it in Bismouth apprehensively, gives his glass a gloomy look, then empties the glass in 2 deep nervous swallows. After a while we fill the pitcher again. When I go upstairs to bed, long after midnight, Jean is on his knees drawing another pitcher of cider, and Eilert stands over him vesturing with a dead cigar as he declaims some lines composed that afternoon. The next day, according to Cowley, O'Neill continued drawing pitchers of cider instead of working. Then, without Agnes being aware of it, he telephoned for a taxi and was driven to the nearby hamlet of Putties, where he vanished. Agnes went to New York and spent a frantic week in search of him. Cowley recalled. Afraid of what the newspapers might say, she avoided the Bureau of Missing Persons. Instead she made telephone calls to his friends and kept visiting his old haunts, including the Hell Hole. On the last of her visits there, the proprietor confessed to her that Jean had sat in the back room and drunk himself into a coma. O'Neill had subsequently taken refuge in an upstairs room. Agnes retrieved him and drove him back to Richfield, where, a couple of days later, he soberly plunged into work again. When Desire Under the Elms was finished, Sometime in March 1924, it became O'Neill's fourth completed play awaiting a hearing. The others were The Fountain, Welded and All God's Children Got Wings, but the last two were now scheduled for production. Kenneth McGowan and Robert Edmund Jones, with O'Neill himself, were to co-produce Welded, though not at their Provincetown Playhouse, where Anacora Mowat's 19th-century comedy, Fashion, had begun an astonishingly successful revival in early February. As a conciliatory gesture, O'Neill and McGowan had accepted Jones's suggestion to revive Mrs. Mowat's 1845 play about New York society. Jones, who had always been interested in the Victorian period, wanted to do the play according to its original conception as a soft kind of regret for a fascinating epoch that is gone. The asides were kept intact and just one line was changed at O'Neill's recommendation. In the printed version of 1845, Colonel Howard asks Gertrude if she does not miss her friends in Geneva. Obviously this meant Geneva, New York, but O'Neill felt the audience would think of Geneva, Switzerland. Jones suggested that Nyack be substituted, but at the last dress rehearsal O'Neill thought Perth Amboy would be lunnier. The mention of Perth Amboy drew the heartiest laugh at each performance, and O'Neill liked to say that this was the best line he had ever written. Because of the success of Fashion at their home base, the triumvirate arranged to present Welded at the 39th Street Theatre. Stark Young, then drama critic for the New Republic, was to direct it, at O'Neill's urgent request. Doris Keane, the toast of London, was to play Eleanor to Jacob Ben-Ami's Michael. But after a week of rehearsals everyone concerned with the production was unhappy. Miss Keane confided to Stark Young that she had thought the manuscript she had read was just a scenario for the completed play, and that she now found she could not act it. She called it a vulgar, stupid, dogfight play and begged Young to let her withdraw from the cast. Young, though he had come to agree with her and was embarrassed to let her do the role, considered that his first loyalty was to O'Neill. He appealed to her gallantry, finally persuading her to stay. "I felt sorry for Jean about the play," Young later said. "I couldn't turn him down when he asked me to direct it. But I'm still ashamed of myself for having let Doris Keane do the role." Ben-Ami, too, had grave misgivings, although he had loved the script after a first reading. He told Jones and McGowan that the play would be better off without him, but, according to his recollection, they begged me to say nothing to O'Neill, because he was in a bad way emotionally. They said they had been breaking their necks to keep him sober and it would be a terrible blow to him if I lost faith in the play. Ben-Ami was no more able to resist this sort of persuasion than was Miss Keane, though neither actor was subsequently thanked for altruism by the author. After the production, O'Neill complained to Oliver Saylor that if the play had been done without the cast, it might have shown through. "I knew," Stark Young once wrote, "that Jean's personal life in the period that Welded came out of had not been all smoothness, not between two such vivid temperaments as he and Agnes, for all the love between them, and I felt that was in the nature of a confession and a benediction. I can see them now at some of the rehearsals sitting side by side there in the third row and listening to every speech, good or bad, and taking it all as bona fide and their own." Young's unpublished recollection is a bit more candid. "Jean and Agnes would sit there, like two little birds," he said. "They believed every word of the play. Those vulgar speeches. God." Welded opened on March 17, 1924, 2 years, almost to the day, after O'Neill's previous production, The Hairy Ape, had startled the theater world. There had been some shifting about among the newspaper critics since that time. Alexander Woolcott had exchanged his $100 a week job on the Times for $15,000 a year on the Herald and by 1924 had moved on to the Sun. John Corbin was reviewing for the Times, Burns Mantle for the News, and Haywood Broun, though still reviewing for the World, was giving more time to a column of commentary. Within a year he was to resign his critic's post to Woolcott and confine his writing on the World to his column, it seems to me. None of the critics liked Welded. Eugene O'Neill's Welded is rather a lugubrious conversation about love among the artists, was the way Percy Hammond's review was headlined. Mr. O'Neill is even gloomier than usual in his new play, he went on. The trouble with the play is that neither character is of the type in which you can become much interested. Mr. Ben-Ami represents a dramatist of the most disagreeable sort. Miss Keene is a less unpleasant person. Yet she, too, is a trifle difficult. So far as I could see, the only recognizable character in the play is as she endeavors courageously to entertain her obnoxious visitor in her lowly chambers. Woolcott remarked that the milieu of the man and wife was occasionally left to shift for itself so vaguely that there were times when the wrangling two seemed as silhouetted and alone as two backfence cats in debate. John Corbin, who rarely committed himself during his brief tenure on the Times, cautiously described Welded as the work of a highly original and distinguished playwright, but scarcely a highly original or distinguished play. Burns Mantle mildly advised his readers in the Neros that for most of our set must prove ineffective drama, uninspiringly repetitious and not particularly well done, while the reviewer pinch-hitting for Brune on the World found the first two acts as true and bold and well written as anything now to be seen on the New York stage, but the third act prosy and dull. O'Neill, in spite of being one of the co-producers and having personally selected the director and approved the actors, nevertheless chose to blame the production for the play's failure. The actors did about as well as they could, he told Barrett Clark soon after Welded closed, but the whole point of the play was lost in the production. The most significant thing in the last act was the silences between the speeches. What was actually spoken should have served to a great extent just to punctuate the meaningful pauses. The actors didn't get that. O'Neill now turned to All God's Killian Got Wings, which had caused something of a stir in the literary world upon its appearance in the February issue of the American Mercury. It had been scheduled for the Provincetown Playhouse at the end of March, when Fashion was to be transferred to another theater. But when March 31st came, and the Provincetown was left empty, a series of difficulties and complications arose, necessitating the postponement of All God's Chillun. To fill the gap, a twin bill consisting of Moliere's George Dandin and O'Neill's dramatic arrangement of Coleridge's The Ancient Mariner, which had been promised by him as one of several proposed adaptations, went on at the Provincetown on April 6. Actually, O'Neill contributed very little to the poem except stage directions, less than a dozen words of dialogue, and the concept of playing it in masks. Neither George Dandin nor The Ancient Mariner was applauded base metal from a cracked test tube in the Provincetown lab, Heywood Broun called it, and the twin bill played for only 3 weeks. While O'Neill was distressed that his alliance with McGowan and Jones had got off to a less than brilliant start, he brooded almost as much about a conspiratorial campaign Edna Kenton had been conducting against the triumvirate. Miss Kenton had convinced Susan Glaspell, who was back from Greece and still grieving for Jig, that O'Neill, McGowan, and Jones had no right to the name Provincetown Playhouse. Since the Playhouse had abandoned the principles set down by Jig Cook, the two women maintained that the name also should be abandoned. After an exchange of angry letters with Edna Kenton, O'Neill managed to persuade Susan Glaspell that the name was a memorial to Jig, not an insult. In fact, O'Neill went so far as to suggest that a plaque be erected at the Playhouse in tribute to his one-time mentor. In a repentant mood, he also suggested the inscription: "To RHE memory of George Cram Cook, poet of life, priest of the ideal, lovable human being, to whose imagination and unselfish devotion this Playhouse owes its original inspiration and development as a home for free creative expression." Slyin. Within the next 6 months, O'Neill was able to console himself for the failure of Welded with the highly controversial and eminently successful productions of All God's Chillun Got Wings and Desire Under the Elms. Even people who were willing to appraise All God's Chillun calmly as printed literature were startled by the notion of its being presented on a stage and appalled at the Provincetown's plan to cast a Negro actor as the husband of a white woman. The impending event was regarded by the newspapers not as a mere theater item but as significant civic copy. Mr. McGowan confirmed the fact that a Negro would be used in the male part, and a white actress would play opposite, the Herald announced on January 31st, and went on, "Those who read the printed version yesterday considered that the play dealt primarily with ideas and that there was little of the personal element or personal contact in it. But this did not placate everyone. The Brooklyn Eagle published a story, founded on rumor, that the actress, Helen McElla, had been offered the role of the woman and indignantly declined it. The Provincetown formally refuted this, explaining that the role had been offered to and accepted by Mary Blair, but this served only to inspire the following newspaper caption under a photograph of Miss Blair, white actress to kiss Negro's hand. Paul Robeson, who, at the age of 26, was beginning to make his mark as an actor, was signed for the role of Jim Harris, and this fact also was quietly announced by the Provincetown. But any announcement in connection with the play added fuel to the fire, and the Brooklyn Eagle was soon pursuing its campaign with the support of, among others, Augustus Thomas, the playwright who had once annoyed O'Neill by his glib lecture at Professor Baker's Harvard workshop. On February 25 the Eagle appealed to Mr. Thomas, who happened to be in Brooklyn making a speech at the Academy of Music, for his comment on the outrage that was to be perpetrated at the Provincetown Playhouse. Thomas obligingly stated that the proposed casting was unnecessary concession to realism. When asked how he would feel about the casting of the play, had it been his, continued the Eagle, Mr. Thomas said, "In the first place, I should never have written such a play, and in the second place, I should have been willing to do what is usually done in such cases, to permit a white man to play the part of the Negro. The present arrangement, I think, has a tendency to break down social barriers which are better left untouched." The Herald re-entered the fray in March by publishing a cable from its London bureau that quoted the following comment from an official of England's Actors Association: "We draw no colour line." Although the end of March would have been none too early to get All God's Children into production, from O'Neill's point of view, it soon appeared that this was not to be. Just as rehearsals were about to start, Mary Blair fell ill with pleurisy and her doctor estimated that she would not be able to work for 4 or 5 weeks. The Provincetown was forced to announce a postponement of the production, and the newspapers now had several more weeks to dwell on the evils of the coming event. The American, which led the crusade during March, ran a story almost daily about the play. There was at this period a self-constituted play jury, which took upon itself the task of passing judgment on what was and was not fit to be seen on the stages of New York City. On March 12, the American elicited a statement from one of its members, Brigadier Edward Linderwood of the Salvation Army. "Judging only by what I have seen in the newspapers and what I have heard from members of the play jury," Underwood was quoted as saying, "my opinion is that the production of this play should be prevented, if the charges of its being objectionable are sustained. In such a case it is better, to forestall production, rather than to permit the play to be given and then attempt to close it up. We naturally are opposed to any play that may be construed as immoral in any way." The American followed this statement with one by John S. Sumner, Secretary of the Society for the Suppression of Vice. "From my information the play is at least a tactless thing, and if it does nothing more than lead to race antagonisms the police powers of the city should be used to prevent its presentation. Such a play might easily lead to racial riots or disorder, and if there is any such possibility, police powers can be exercised." The American was forced to conclude its story somewhat lamely. Having appealed to the license commissioner to take a firm stand, the newspaper was rewarded with his opinion that the Provincetown was without the jurisdiction of his department. "No one may legally gain admission to a performance of the Provincetown Players unless a subscriber," said the chagrined commissioner, "because theirs is not a licensed house. Both representatives of the police and of our office have endeavored without success to get into Provincetown performances." On March 14 the American reported triumphantly, "As a result of the many complaints received at City Hall, it was learned yesterday that Mayor Hylan has ordered an investigation of Eugene O'Neill's play, All God's Children Got Wings. The protests against the play are based on the fact that in it a white woman kisses the hand of her Negro husband. The protests come from both whites and Negroes, in about equal numbers. In addition to the protests received at City Hall, many white and Negro clergymen have expressed themselves publicly in opposition to the play, and many organizations have gone on record similarly. The mayor has no power in law to close a theater arbitrarily. While the question of the theater's right to operate under a city license, therefore, is removed, it is believed the mayor could take action to prevent opening of the play if it were shown the presentation might incite riots. The danger of race riots, the American hopefully concluded, has been pointed out in many protests. There has been discussion, the American notified its readers on March 16, without revealing by whom, of the advisability of substituting an octoroon for Miss Blair. The newspaper added that if the play actually is produced there will be enough policemen at the theater to prevent any breach of the peace. By March 18 the American had turned up several more sympathizers, a leading member of the New York Bar, a member of the staff of the Board of Education, and a founder of the United Daughters of the Confederacy. All of them agreed that the play should not be produced. On that same day O'Neill was persuaded by his colleagues to prepare a statement for the press, defending the production. Retiring to a room in the Hotel Lafayette on University Place, he labored over the following comments, which, with many corrections and crossings out, covered 2.5 sheets of the hotel's generous-sized stationery. In answering the criticisms which have been leveled at the forthcoming production of All God's Chillun Got Wings, it is well to make one point clear at the very start, that I do not admit that they honestly deserve any comment whatever. Almost without exception they very obviously come from people who have not read a line of the play. Prejudice born of an entire ignorance of the subject is the last word in injustice and absurdity. The Provincetown Playhouse has ignored all criticism not founded on knowledge of the play and will continue to ignore it. Another point whose significance has either been omitted from all the sustained gossip, or else misrepresented: we are not a public theater. Our playhouse is essentially a laboratory for artistic experiment. Our aims are special. We are not seeking to rival the theater uptown, we make no attempt to cater to the taste of a general public. Our audience is intentionally a restricted one. Admitting, which we do not, that we are responsible to anyone outside our own organization, it is by our subscribers alone we can with any reason be held to account. Now, have our subscribers protested against the production of God's Chillun? Not one. On the contrary, many have written in letters of approval and encouragement, urging us not to back down in the slightest. And we shall not. As for the much discussed casting of Mr. Robeson in the leading part, I have only this to say, that I believe he can portray the character better than any other actor could. That's all there is to it. A fine actor is a fine actor. The question of race prejudice cannot enter here. And it is ridiculous in the extreme that objection should be made to Mr. Robeson. Right in this city 2 years ago, at a public theater, he played opposite a distinguished white actress, Margaret Wycherley, in a play called Voodoo. In one of the scenes B was cast as the king and she the queen. A king and queen are, I believe, usually married. Mr. Robeson afterwards continued in the same role in England with Mrs. Patrick Campbell. There were no race riots here or there. There was no newspaper rioting, either. Miss Blair is cast for Ella because I have always had her in mind. Her performance in the very difficult role of my Defiant 3 seasons ago convinced me that she is one of the most talented actresses on our stage. She is playing Ella in God's Chillun because she likes the play and the part. As a true artist, she does not recognize any considerations but these as having any bearing. The play itself, as anyone who has read it with intelligence knows, is never a race problem play. Its intention is confined to portraying the special lives of individual human beings. It is primarily a study of the two principal characters, and their tragic struggle for happiness. To deduce any general application from God's Chillun except in a deep, spiritual sense, is to read a meaning into my play which is not there, and I feel confident that even the most prejudiced could not fail to acknowledge this if they should see the play. Nothing could be farther from my wish than to stir up racial feeling. I hate it. It is because I am certain God's Chillun docs not do this but, on the contrary, will help toward a more sympathetic understanding between the races, through the sense of mutual tragedy involved, that I will stand by it to the end. I know I am right. I know that all the irresponsible gabble of the sensation mongers and notoriety hounds is wrong. They are the ones who are trying to rouse ill feeling and they should be held responsible. The silly rumors distorting the play give them an excuse. My play itself has nothing to do with it. These folk don't know it, they don't want to know it, they're afraid if they did there would be no pretext left for frothing at the mouth and otherwise having a delightful time. They peek at a headline about Ella kissing Jim's hand and their indignation grows stupendous. If they would only take the trouble to look up this passage in the printed play, they would see how entirely innocent of all the inferred suggestion this action is. But they don't. Indignation, right or wrong, that's the good old stuff. Finally, and plainly, all we ask is a square deal. A play is written to be experienced through the theater, and only on its merits in a theater can a final judgment be passed on it with justice. We demand this hearing. We shall play it before our subscribers only, and abide by their verdict in the fullest confidence that the play, produced as it should be, can give no offense to any rational American of whatever creed or race. Many newspapers printed extracts from the statement on the following day, but the controversy continued. Mary Blair was well enough to begin rehearsing for All God's Children in April, and the production was scheduled for mid-May, to follow the twin bill of George Dandin and the Ancient Mariner. When it became evident that the twin bill would not last until the middle of May, the Provincetown thought it advisable to throw something into the breach, something which would distract the attention of the sensation mongers. Accordingly, they got up a revival of The Emperor Jones, with Pate Bobe's son in the leading role. The revival was an immediate success and played to full houses for a week. Meanwhile, however, the company rehearsing All God's Children, under James Light's direction, was being harassed by poison pen letters, threats of reprisal from the Ku Klux Klan, and renewed warnings of legal action. "I wish I knew how many clippings we paid for," Kenneth McGowan later recalled. "At the wholesale rate of $50 a thousand, I shouldn't be at all surprised to find that they cost us more than the scenery of All God's Children. It is no risk at all to say that All God's Children received more publicity before production than any play in the history of the theater, possibly of the world." O'Neill, writing to a friend some months later, said, "It seemed for a time there as if all the feeble-witted both in and out of the KKK were hurling newspaper bricks in my direction, not to speak of the anonymous letters which ranged from those of infuriated Irish Catholics who threatened to pull my ears off as a disgrace to their race and religion, to those of equally infuriated Nordic Kluxers who knew that I had Negro blood, or else was a Jewish pervert masquerading under a Christian name in order to do subversive propaganda for the Pope. This sounds like burlesque, but the letters were more so. Not only O'Neill but Paul Robeson, Mary Blair, and Jimmy Light were recipients of vicious letters from the Ku Klux Klan. We had to intercept Mary's mail, some of the letters were so foul," Light said. One of the letters Jean got, on official Klan stationery, came from Augusta, Georgia. It started out in language that was reasonable enough, giving the Klan's viewpoint on the production. But it got worse and worse. I was accused of being a Jew hiding under an English Christian name, and O'Neill was called a dirty Irish Mick. The writer ended by saying that he knew O'Neill had 2 sons, and that the boys should be regarded as hostages. "You will never see either of them again if the play goes on," he wrote. Jean read the letter to me and then asked me for a pen. In big letters, gigantic, for him he printed a 3-word Anglo-Saxon phrase across the face of the letter and mailed it back to Klan headquarters. We also got a bomb warning from someone, stating that if we opened the play we would have a theater full of dead people on our hands. We didn't let any of this interfere with our plans, but there was a lot of tension all around. In the midst of rehearsals, the mother of one of the white children who appeared in the play's brief opening scene, a sort of prologue, showing Jim and Ella as children, withdrew her child because her husband had telegraphed her from Georgia, refusing to allow the boy to appear on the stage with Negro children. 4 days before the scheduled opening of the play, O'Neill was interviewed by the press. "I admit that there is prejudice against the intermarriage of whites and blacks," he said, "in part, but what has that to do with my play? I don't advocate intermarriage in it. I am never the advocate of anything in any play except humanity toward humanity." "But," persisted a reporter, Don't you think, the white race superior to the black? Spiritually speaking, there is no superiority between races, O'Neill answered patiently. We're just a little ahead mentally as a race, though not as individuals. But I've no desire to play the exhorter in any racial no man's land. I am a dramatist. To me every human being is a special case, with his or her own special set of values. True, often those values are just a variant of values shared in common by a great group of people. But it is the manner in which those values have acted on the individual and his reactions to them which makes of him a special case. Shortly before opening night, Mayor Hyland's office discovered a technicality by which it hoped to stop the production. One aspect of even a non-public theater's activities over which the mayor's office had jurisdiction was in the issuing of licenses to child actors. The Provincetown had applied for such licenses in the usual way, but it was not until late afternoon of the day of the scheduled opening that the mayor's office would give a definite answer. The mayor's chief clerk telephoned the theater and said the licenses had been refused. No grounds were given. The quandary into which this threw the company did not last long. They had ignored the foulest insults, declined to be intimidated by threats of violence, and now they quickly determined that the mayor's action was not going to stop them. James Light would tell the audience what had happened and, if the audience concurred, he would read the opening scene. The Provincetown subscribers filed apprehensively into the tiny theater on the evening of May 15th. All the first-string critics came, most of them beguiled by the promise of an incendiary evening. Several policemen were stationed at the theater to stop the show in case the unlicensed children should attempt to play their scene and to step in if anyone tried to throw a bomb. The Provincetowners, not completely trusting the police to be impartial, had made their own arrangements for preserving the peace. The chief feature of these arrangements was a friend of Slim Martin's. Slim himself had a small role in the play. Jimmy Light had told me there was a bit part in the play for me as a pug, Slim recalled. I'd only be on for a few minutes at the beginning, and then I'd walk off for the night, but it was a good bit. The role was that of the prizefighter, Mickey, who ruins and then deserts Ella, and Slim's 24 speeches consisted mainly of such lines as "Sure, I knocked his block off, cut it out, see. I'm runnin' this corner, and I don't have to be perlite wid her. She's me goil." Light asked Slim to hire one of his steel worker friends to stand by as a guard every night, for $25 a week. I got Slim Nugent, raised on San Francisco's Barbary Coast, and a man who, in those days, would box anybody on earth 6 rounds, or a $25 purse, Slim remarked. He could really fight, and he loved to, but the first time he saw Paul Robeson he said to me, "Is that the big ape I'm supposed to guard?" Well, listen, if anything starts, you and me just get out of his way and pile up the ones he knocks down. On dress rehearsal night, Jimmy loaded us both up on that Prohibition Johnny Jump Up 3/4 fusel oil and 1/4 spirits of camphor, with a few drops of creosote to give the stuff that peat smoke, Scotch taste. My, was I a nervous wreck from it on opening night. With police outside and Slim Nugent inside, a keyed-up audience awaited the rise of the curtain. But when the house lights dimmed, the curtain did not go up. Instead, Jimmy Light stepped onto the stage apron and made the following speech. The management of the Provincetown Playhouse wishes to announce that the first scene of Eugene O'Neill's play, All God's Chillun Got Wings, cannot be given tonight. In this scene only children appear. Application for the usual license, which must be issued before child actors can play in New York, was made to the Children's Society on Tuesday. The Society officials assured our representatives that the application was legitimate and would be granted by the official who acts upon the Society's recommendations to the Mayor of New York. The application was thereupon filed with the Mayor's office. Action was delayed until late this afternoon, when the chief clerk of the Mayor's office announced by telephone that the licenses had been refused. "We will take the matter up with the Mayor's office tomorrow morning, and we welcome any aid which you in the audience may feel inclined to give us in securing proper action from the Mayor. We do not know whether the audience is familiar with the play. The opening scene shows the friendship of the Negro boy, Jim Harris, and a white girl, Ella Downey, and establishes the fact that the color line does not cross childhood. THC scene takes only a few minutes, and if the audience so desires I will read it to them. There were cries of "read" from the audience, and Light recited the scene. The rest of the play proceeded smoothly. The audience was, on the whole, sympathetic, and neither the police nor Slim Nugent were called on to take any action. O'Neill did not enter the theater during the performance, preferring to wait it out at Sam Schwartz's. When Slim Martin finished his brief scene, he joined him there. Gene wasn't drinking anything but ginger ale, because he wanted to be sober in case a rhubarb started over at the theater, Slim said. If anything started, someone was to come out on the street and give the circus call, "Hey Rubel," then Gene and I were to pile out. "If there's going to be a row over one of my plays," O'Neill told Slim, "I'm too Irish to miss the fun." Jimmy Light came into Schwartz's after the performance to report that it had gone well, and then he and O'Neill went out to celebrate. They began their drinking at Barney Gallant's, and after a while they returned to the Provincetown Playhouse, requisitioned the tom-tom that was used in the Emperor Jones and carried it back to the saloon, where they took turns beating it far into the night. O'Neill was, perhaps, a little disappointed that none of the dire warnings of riot and strife had amounted to anything. But he was much more disappointed by the reviews. When the play opened, he later wrote to a friend, "Nothing at all happened, not even a senile egg." It was a dreadful anticlimax for all concerned, particularly the critics, who seemed to feel cheated that there hadn't been at least one murder that first night. The whole affair was really a most ludicrous episode, not so ludicrous for me, however, since it put the whole theme of the play on a false basis and thereby threw our whole intent in the production into the discard.